Chapter 272. All respected sacred tree masters, the Grey World has been reopened. Everyone can pass through the island's boundary and lead to the Grey Realm to continue exploring. When this news appeared, Lu Shu opened his eyes. It's time to go to the Grey World. The pet army, after staying on the sacred tree island for the past few days, and after eating and drinking, can't wait to return to the Grey World and show their hands. Lu Shu couldn't help but laughed bitterly, not knowing what the Grey World was like. Is it home, or is the island home? As a curtain of light descends, the mighty army of pets, following Lu Shu, fight back toward the Grey World. The abyss of reincarnation. At this time, this place has turned into an extremely deep pit. What other monsters are there? It has been reduced to ruins. Nothing left. On the day when the Grey World reopened, several figures came to the area where the abyss of reincarnation was. The visitors were none other than a group of people from the Fengyun Guild. Top sacred tree masters such as Fengyun, Longgu, Baiyu, and Master Sanjie all came here one after another. This copy has indeed been conquered. Baiyu rolled her eyes and sighed slightly, her tone still filled with disbelief. Although she had already joined the Tree Raiders Guild, from the previous information, she knew that the top boss had completely penetrated this copy and could not be defeated by God. The super nightmarish copy of the Tree Master Guide has become history at this time, and was broken by the Tree Master. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it's still hard to believe it until now. It really deserves to be number one on the list. Fengyun sighed with emotion and shook his head. This shake of the head showed that he had a clearer understanding of the strength of his own guild. A big boss appeared in front of him and led the people of Fengyun Guild through the quasi-nightmare level dungeon. The Tree Master has defeated the super nightmare level dungeon again, and obtained the achievement reward for the first kill. The sacred Tree Master in this world is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Fengyun originally thought that his guild could kill it. Go and conquer the entire sacred tree world one day. However, he found that he was wrong. And he was so wrong. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Just with the power of one person, the big man Lu Shu killed through the super nightmare level copy, letting all the Divine Tree Master Guild is fighting against it, but they may not be able to win. What's more, what about Fengyun Guild? Muyu Tingfeng from Muyu Pavilion also ranked second in the rankings. It is said that her strength is mysterious and unpredictable, and Yi can't compete with her at all. The other party is the enemy. Although the Dark Knight Alliance has competed with the Muyu Pavilion branch in the past, Dark Knight has already taken action, but no one has seen Muyu Tingfeng take action. Therefore, what kind of strength of the Divine Tree Master Guild is Muyu Pavilion now? It is also unknown. At this moment, Baiyu suddenly said, "President, I plan to go to a faraway place to explore the dungeon." Fengyun had heard about this matter a long time ago and was not surprised by it. However, he was surprised that Baiyu would bring up this matter at this time. After a moment of silence, Baiyu knew that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, and then said, "Our Divine Tree Master has encountered a bottleneck now, and after the super nightmare level copy is conquered, there will not be any good strategy directions in the short term. I plan to go to a coordinate location far away, maybe I can get some opportunity." Fengyun asked, "Are you sure?" Baiyu nodded with a firm attitude. Seeing the look in this little girl's eyes, Fengyun knew that the other party had made up his mind and would not listen to people like him. Moreover, Fengyun Guild would not force its members to act in the first place. Everyone's choice should be free. However, everyone's abilities are universal, making Fengyun Guild more powerful than ever and attracting many Divine Tree Masters to join. Baiyu's view of Fengyun Guild, he said that he was already a core member and followed Fengyun and others, but now he suddenly said that he wanted to leave alone. Although Fengyun guessed that there might be some problems inside, until now, after some observation, it seems that there is really no problem. Maybe, when this little girl saw the tree-lugging man achieve the first kill, she felt a sense of victory, right? Fengyun knew that Baiyu had an arrogant heart, which may have aroused a challenge to Lu Shu, so he was unwilling to be mediocre and wanted to go to deeper dungeons to find opportunities. In the end, Fengyun clicked. He nodded and said, "Okay, anyway, the organization doesn't have many missions recently, and there aren't many dungeons to explore, so go ahead." Baiyu bowed slightly, and then rushed towards the coordinate direction pointed by Lu Shu. Fengyun watched Baiyu's eyes and left quickly, then sighed and said, "This place has been conquered, we have no room to explore, so just leave." The others nodded one after another and turned into a stream of light, heading towards other places in the Grey World to explore. In the next few days, many sacred tree masters came to the location of the Abyss of Reincarnation. Those who have not witnessed the Abyss of Reincarnation are now before revealing the true appearance of the tree. They couldn't believe that the Tree Master had really conquered this super nightmarish dungeon. Some divine tree masters who had never been here also came here. The memory video of some time ago made everyone it left an image that cannot be erased in this life. They subconsciously believed that the abyss of reincarnation was a height that no sacred tree master could reach so far. Anyone who entered would die. But they came to the vicinity of the abyss and saw the deep hole. Inside, there is only a pale ruin, and the jagged stones span every corner of the abyss, but all the monsters inside are dead. The majestic, mysterious, and dangerous maze has also been conquered with this copy. And no longer exist. Videos are uploaded to the system's chat box one after another. The titles are also very simple. The reincarnation copy has indeed been conquered. All the sacred tree masters, when they clicked on this video and found that the abyss of reincarnation had disappeared, they couldn't help but sigh at the same time. Tree Raising Man, YYDS. Chapter 273. The white moon is moving towards the coordinates, 100, 521. It can be seen from the coordinates that this location is located in a very remote place in the northwest, very far away from the coordinates of 222, 222. From the perspective of the action route, it is exactly the same as 999, 999, where Lu Shu wants to go. It's not the way to go. If we want to explore the tomb of an eternal emperor, and also explore other recorded sites in the reincarnation books, it will not be enough in terms of time. Bai Yu's brows wrinkled slightly. Although Lu Shu only arranged a mission for her to go to this location, because the distance was too far, the monsters she encountered on the way were a severe test. Fortunately, the monster fruit rewarded by Lu Shu made Bai Yu feel a little more at ease. The monsters you encounter on the way can become the food for the synthesized monsters, and the more you hit them, the more powerful they will be. At least you have some peace of mind, right? At this time, Bai Yu opened the guild panel and found that the tree lover had left a message for herself. The tree lover, have you already started to leave? Bai Yu, well, I'm heading to that coordinate now. Lu Shuren, open the trading panel, I will give you a super fruit, and you will be able to travel faster. Bai Yu, okay. Close the chat box. In front of Bai Yu, another trading invitation from Lu Shuren popped up. She was slightly surprised. You want to give yourself another superpower fruit? Isn't this very considerate? After opening the panel, Bai Yu discovered that the fruit that appeared in front of him was actually a teleportation fruit. This ability to transfer fruits is a bit unusual. Wrong. It's actually a power that can teleport instantly. With my current mental strength, I can travel across the distance of 5 coordinate points in an instant. And it also has the function of instant teleportation. This is no ordinary teleportation fruit. Bai Yu was slightly shocked. Although she had also swallowed the teleportation fruit, the grade was far inferior to this fruit. Ordinary teleportation fruits require a lot of singing time. Just perform an ordinary teleportation. It consumes a lot of mental energy. Moreover, you can only mark the places you have visited and teleport back and forth. However, Lu Shu's teleportation fruit can not only go to the place you want, but also teleport instantly, which also consumes a lot of mental energy. Judging by the grade, it is at least an A-level teleportation fruit. In the current Divine Tree Master trading market, although the price of teleportation fruits has dropped, high-grade teleportation fruits are still in short supply. Many gods, the bosses of the Tree Master Guild, all wanted to exchange for a high-level teleportation fruit, but it was hard to find it. But Lu Shu casually gave him an A-level teleportation fruit. It was basically certain that this fruit was not grown by his own natural talent, but was obtained through trade or through various channels. Bai Yu was even more impressed in his heart. It deserves to be the first on the list. Fruits of this level can be obtained easily. 2. The most important thing is that Bai Yu knew that Lu Shuren had just founded a guild, and that he would not use the guild's resources to obtain various superpower fruits, which meant that Lu Shuren's personal ability had obtained these good fruits. Something. This made Bai Yu even more amazed and admired the strength of the tree lover. By the way, I'll give you another fruit to speed up your movement. The next second, Lu Shu sent another message. Then, there was an extra dark black fruit on the trading panel in front of Bai Yu. Shadow Assassin Fruit. This is a high-level fruit only found in the Dark Knight Alliance. Or the Fruit of Career. It was given to me so casually. Bai Yu was completely shocked. If we talk about the teleportation fruit, because it is functional, there is no problem in giving it away casually. However, the Shadow Assassin Fruit is a professional fruit. This kind of fruit is usually controlled by the God Tree game. It is the most strict, because most of the sacred tree masters of the same profession have formed a complete guild, and will restrict members from selling related fruits. The professional fruits of the Shadow Assassin have basically been monopolized by the Dark Knight Alliance. Therefore, Bai Yu was so surprised when she saw the tree tucker took out the shadow assassin fruit and gave it to herself. Correct. Some time ago, it seemed that the relationship between the Dark Knight Alliance and the Tree Man was not very good, and it seemed that many assassin members died at his hands. In his hand, there should be a sacred tree with the shadow assassin fruit, so he gave it to me. However, it is quite difficult to grow professional fruits. It takes at least a month to get each fruit to mature if it is normal planting time. Even if the tree grower may plant faster, swallowing the same type of Dark Knight fruit can also speed up career progress. The president is willing to give such a good fruit to me unconditionally, just to increase my traveling speed. This condition is simply too good, right? Bai Yu suddenly felt that she was truly blessed to be able to join the Akatsuki organization. In comparison, Fengyun Guild didn't seem so good. After all, the abilities of the alliance can be used skillfully by others. The speed is not that high, and it is far less useful than his own powers. Join the Akatsuki organization and go on any mission, and you can get such a high-level power fruit. I have to say that Bai Yu feels that she has been bribed. But this fruit is so fragrant. You are willing to buy it. Hurry up and swallow the fruit of the shadow assassin. He actually reached the Grandmaster level in an instant. The moment she swallowed the shadow assassin fruit, Bai Yu's eyes became even brighter. Her elite face and cherry-like red lips were slightly opened, with a look of shock. Grandmaster level. Just a fruit. What level does the tree taker's sacred tree have to reach to produce such a high-level professional fruit? Chapter 274. Even if the fruit produced by the high-level spiritual tree is just one, it is enough for me to reach the advanced level, but not as scary as the Grandmaster level. Could it be said that the tree lover's sacred tree has reached the level of a holy tree? This is not his natal sacred tree, but he got it the day after tomorrow. It is more advanced than my natal sacred tree. It's hard to imagine what level the tree trayer's natal sacred tree and his own shadow assassin career level have reached. Bai Yu took a deep breath. From these details, she could sense what kind of state the tree master had reached. She completely surpassed other sacred tree masters by more than one level. It was not something she could imagine. In her heart I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I originally thought that the tree puller was very good for the welfare of the guild members, so he gave such a precious shadow assassin professional fruit to himself. But looking at it now, it is very likely that the tree puller didn't do it at all. He doesn't care about these fruits, because his realm is too high. In fact, he has both. Bai Yu's status as a member of the Akatsuki organization is naturally higher than that of ordinary sacred tree masters. The current Akatsuki organization has just started. I must become a core member and serve the Shao organization wholeheartedly, so that I can be recognized and reused by the boss of Lu Shu. Fortunately, the current Akatsuki organization has just started, and other people's priorities are not as high as mine. This is a period of time that I must fight for. Bai Yu made up her mind and her eyes became much firmer. In the past, she actually had some doubts about the guild founded by Lu Shu. But now, with the gift of these superpower fruits, and the Mr. Lu Shu's further understanding, Bai Yu has completely eliminated the last doubts in his heart. Why do you think so much when you can have fruit to eat? After eating the fruit of the shadow assassin profession, Bai Yu has a lot of things in front of him. The career panel. Among them, the shadow assassin career has the most bonuses for speed. This career is mainly given to me for traveling. Bai Yu is a spiritual tree master, and those white eyes combined with super mental power, can cause strong damage. But at the same time, her speed has become a shortcoming. Check the panel. Bai Yu did not choose to click more on attack type skills. Similar to Thousand Blades of the Demon Knife, Shadow Kill is a skill that Bai Yu usually chooses less often, because her mental power attack is, to a certain extent, much easier to use than these skills, and it requires the addition of movement speed. Distance yourself from the enemy, so as to free up more time and space for yourself to charge up an attack. Therefore, Bai Yu chooses to focus on speed. All speed bonuses go up. The master-level Shadow Assassin can already provide Bai Yu with extremely terrifying movement speed. Walk. Bai Yu immediately used the Shadow Assassin's footwork, and her figure blended into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye, flying towards the distant night. Feeling such a rapid speed, Bai Yu felt extremely happy. This was a feeling she had never felt before. With the help of this movement speed, Bai Yu flew towards the coordinates of 100, 521, with all her strength. Fengyun Guild. After Bai Yu was missing, Fengyun asked this group of teammates to spread out and wait until something was discovered before considering recruiting people from within the guild to form a team. In the vast desert, Fengyun was walking through the endless walls alone. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, activated the system panel, and opened the guild column. It seems like some new superpower has appeared. Feng Yun searched the list and thought it was a new member who had joined. Moreover, this ability is actually the ability of the shadow assassin profession. This surprised Feng Yun. Could it be that some new member has joined? Recently, Feng Yun Guild has also been expanding its recruitment, and the super nightmare level dungeon made him feel that his guild strength was not enough. As for recruiting people, the originally strict restrictions have become a little looser. Feng Yun himself does not take the lead in recruiting people, but leaves it to the guild members below to review. If there are any problems in the future, he will personally take action. To put it simply, Feng Yun Guild needs people now. However, after opening the member list, there was no trace of any new members joining in the row of historical message records. Could it be that a certain member got the fruit of the shadow assassin in a trade? Feng Yun felt a little surprised and curious. After all, it is quite rare to get the shadow assassin professional fruit. Moreover, through the ability to connect with the superpower fruit, Feng Yun also felt that the attributes of this superpower are very powerful. I don't know who brought this ability. Although Feng Yun can connect the abilities of guild members and share them with everyone, because there are too many members, even he himself can't tell where this ability comes from. Moreover, in addition to the shadow assassin ability, there is also an unknown ability that he seems to be unable to use. It is a bit special. There is also a more advanced teleportation ability. Feng Yun was very happy and wanted to ask who got it. So many gains. Although there are some powers that I cannot use for the time being, it can enhance the comprehensive abilities of the guild members, which is also a merit. Thinking of this, Feng Yun called all the members in the guild and asked about this thing. But the strange thing is that no one took the initiative to claim it. Brother Long, damn it, someone got 3 powers at once, is that so awesome? Master 3 rings, could it be our Baiyu who went out to reap the rewards? Brother Long, how is that possible? Didn't Miss Bai say she was going to a faraway place? How long has passed now and she hasn't even arrived at her destination? It can't be him, right? Feng Yun, no one has informed me until now. I don't know who it is. The appearance of these big guys in a chat box also caused other members of the Feng Yun Guild to bubble up and come to pay attention. Chapter 275. Certainly. Bai Yu, the person involved in this incident, did not speak. It wasn't that she didn't notice the members in the guild discussing it, but there was no need to speak out. How did I get so many superpower fruits? If I tell you, I will be in trouble. It's better to let them guess. Anyway, Bai Yu left the team and acted alone in the direction Lu Shu said. As long as she didn't say it herself, no one would know this. Everyone in the Feng Yun Guild discussed it, but to no avail. In the end, even Feng Yun put the matter aside and stopped paying attention to it. Now, the scale of Feng Yun Guild is getting bigger and bigger, and it is inevitable that there will also be some sacred tree masters to trade and obtain new powers. It's impossible to pay attention all the time. However, Feng Yun was really shocked to obtain 3 superpowers in a row this time. There was even a shadow assassin profession, which was still at the grandmaster level. But Feng Yun unexpectedly noticed that the career points of this shadow assassin were a bit deformed. They were all added to speed. It is a pity that the Feng Yun Guild can only share superpowers, and the speed cannot be increased at the same time. Therefore, this shadow assassin profession cannot provide much help to others. However, those who face the Dark Knight Alliance in the future will have some confidence and means to contend. This matter just passed. Let's talk about Lu Shu. Now. Lu Shu has also left the vicinity of the Abyss of Reincarnation. Under his feet were a group of magical white dragon horses, which turned into a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the dark grey world. The scene next to it was like a blurred movie, quickly moving backwards. Even with the most ordinary plane displacement, Lu Shu's speed almost reached the speed of traveling through the void, and the scenes around him flew by quickly. Just look to the side. A huge copy of the abyss spans in front of you. Now, Lu Shu's divine fire can illuminate most of the grey world. At a glance, the densely packed monsters in the dungeon noticed his presence the moment he entered. But the speed of the white dragon horse is simply invincible. These monsters were quickly left behind by Lu Shu. They were just stunned for a moment, and just as they raised the weapons in their hands, Lu Shu's figure was gone. With the blessing of the white dragon horse, Lu Shu can traverse various dungeons at will, because when the monster notices him, he has already run away. Pulling a monster and running away is so exciting. Lu Shu did not waste any time in sweeping up, and secured the super nightmare level dungeon. All of his equipment had been replaced by reincarnation suits, and he did not need too many dungeon supplies for the time being. As for these monsters, just take them to the sacred tree island and destroy them. As for the output of treasure chests in the dungeon, it is no longer a big blessing for Lu Shu. Lu Shu, on the other hand, wants to go to the ruins of mythology, because there are ruins of mythology there, which are helpful to him. More importantly, the mythology of the Grey World records ancient secrets and the truth about the world. It's all there. If he wanted to know the general outline of the Grey World as soon as possible, exploring myths was the best way Lu Shu could find at the moment. Feeling the scenery passing by quickly, Lu Shu stood on the white dragon horse and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. This speed bonus is really powerful. In just a few days, Lu Shu had already traveled through dozens of coordinates. The number of monsters he had pulled was countless. In addition to several abyss-level copies, Lu Shu found that he also found I made a nightmare-level dungeon. Of course, it is not a super nightmare-level abyss dungeon. It is almost the same level as the previous Lord of the Netherworld. But with Lu Shu's current strength, ordinary nightmare-level dungeons are no longer needed. After thinking about it, he pulled it into his own Divine Tree Island. No matter what characteristics the boss has, after Lu Shu unlocked the complete Juxian sword, he is now not afraid of the special attributes of the boss at all. Unless it is a copy of nightmare level or above, otherwise, just use the Juxian sword to chop it down. The special attribute, in Lu Shu's eyes, has become useless. After exploring for a long time, this day, Lu Shu came to the location, 255, 288. At this moment, a reminder sounded from Lu Shu's ears. You triggered a lucky strike and found the treasure map. It actually triggered a luck critical strike. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. It has been a long time since he triggered a luck critical strike. What kind of treasure map did he come this time? According to the prompts, Lu Shu returned to a foggy town and controlled the white dragon horse slowly descended to the side of the ancient town. The ancient town was shrouded in mist, and the shops next to it looked like ruins that had collapsed for decades. They had long lost their former civilization. Of course, Lu Shu was already graying out this scene. I've seen countless similar scenes in the world, so I'm not surprised. Hey, this fog is a bit strange. When he just stepped in, Lu Shu felt that his mental power was suppressed by the fog. You must know what level Lu Shu's mental power has reached now. Ordinary fog cannot stop his divine power at all. Thought exploration. Even if it is placed in a nightmare-level copy, the fields of Netherworld and reincarnation cannot have much blocking effect on Lu Shu's consciousness at this moment. But this time, it is just in a neutral zone. The fog can actually block his spiritual thoughts. Lu Shu suddenly felt that the front became interesting. White Dragon Horse, please return to the Sacred Tree Island first. Lu Shu gave an order on the spot and engraved a teleportation array. The White Dragon Horse was very obedient and returned to the Sacred Tree Island. Perhaps he also sensed that there was danger ahead. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Now, here we are. Beyond the 250 coordinates, judging from the current progress, I am afraid that no Sacred Tree Master will explore that far. The larger the number of coordinates, the broader the scope, and the more unknowns we face. He walked towards the town ahead. Chapter 276. Lu Shu stepped into the fog. At this moment, his perception ability was infinitely compressed. It's like when you just entered the gate of reincarnation. Could it be? Are there more advanced attributes here? Lu Shu's eyes showed some doubts. He didn't expect that the power system contained in such an ordinary-looking town could actually temporarily disable his mental power. He raised the divine fire in his hand. Mist it was only slightly opened up. From this detail, Lu Shu could conclude that this town might be hiding some secrets, and it could even suppress his own divine fire. There was a problem. However, Lu Shu did not panic, since here if you have a treasure map, it means there is a certain connection with the myth. Gains and risks coexist, only valuable things can satisfy Lu Shu. At this point, the prompt suddenly disappeared. Maybe it is because of the fog. Lu Shu unable to find the direction of the treasure map according to the hints that often appeared in the past, I can only slowly explore in the fog. Fortunately, this place does not seem to be dangerous for the time being, and since Lu Shu's divine fire is effective in the fog, it means that there are only some high-level attributes here, but there will not be a monster that cannot be dealt with. Otherwise, this place will not be a neutral zone, but a copy. At this moment, there was a click, click, click sound from the side. If an ordinary person heard such a terrible chewing sound in such a weird place, he would be frightened and would not even think about sleeping tonight. Lu Shu would naturally not be afraid of these things, he walked over. From among a pile of abandoned rubble, Lu Shu turned a corner and looked in the direction of the sound. Looking through a narrow, dark alley, he saw an old man who was all skinny. He was rummaging through a pile of rubble, as if looking for garbage. After a while, Lu Shu found that the old man had picked up a pile of stones, stuffed them into his mouth, and started chewing. The creepy sound came from the mouth of this guy eating bricks. As if sensing something, the old man suddenly turned his head and stared at Lu Shu. Only then did Lu Shu realize that the old man's eyes were gray, like a piece of chaos. Not even empty words can describe these strange eyes. Roar! The old man suddenly let out a hoarse and unpleasant cry, and rushed towards Lu Shu like crazy. His speed was faster than ordinary people, but when he and Lu Shu went to the Grey World for the first time, they killed many people. There wasn't much difference between the dead. Lu Shu didn't even move his body, and directly used the Emperor's haki to suppress the old man to his knees. The old man kept baring his teeth, as if he wanted to eat Lu Shu. This look, I guess it was because I had been hungry for too long, so I was completely starved. Lu Shu looked at the monster with pity, and used his spiritual consciousness to casually explore it, but he didn't find anything special. He shook it. He shook his head. Then, the true essence turned into a sword light and slashed towards the old man. In his eyes, the old man was just a monster from the Grey World, stationed in a neutral zone, and the threat factor to the sacred tree master was relatively low. He is not a guy worthy of attention. The moment this sword light fell on the old man's body was hit by a terrible impact and flew backwards. But when Lu Shu turned his head, his eyes were full of surprise. This sword should have cut off the old man's head. Not to mention the ordinary undead, even the ordinary S-class monsters suffered from Lu Shu's 5th level true essence sword, and he definitely couldn't bear the damage. But the old man just flew backwards violently, and the next second, he continued to stand up like a normal person, grinning at Lu Shu, still looking like he wanted to eat him, rushed over without fear of death. Not dead. Lu Shu frowned slightly. The next second, there was an extra sword in his hand. The Zhuxian sword. The galaxy-like sword light immediately enveloped the old man's body completely. Under the mighty sword light, the old man's rugged body collapsed instantly like a poor insect that had been struck by a god. A deep pit appeared on the ground. The immortal killing sword has the effect of immunity and ignorance. Even the Lord of the Netherworld, even now, he may not be able to withstand this sword. Lu Shu pulled out the Zhuxian sword. Presumably, under this sword, the old man should be completely dead, right? However, something that surprised Lu Shu happened again. The old man was still not dead. In fact, his body was not damaged at all. He climbed up from the ground and gritted his teeth again and rushed towards Lu Shu. This. Lu Shu frowned. He didn't strike any more swords, and his eyes burst out with a strange light. Open the eye of reincarnation. Activate the samsara pattern. The next second, the old man fell into the whirlpool of reincarnation and was completely unable to move. But Lu Shu knew that this was not the death of the other party, but his reincarnation realm, which restrained the old man from moving. If he relaxed, this guy would rush over again. At this time, a monster panel appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Old Man Su. Category, Undead. Danger Coefficient, E. Perception Range, 10 meters. Power, 7. Speed, 7. Defense, 7. Skills, none. Description: it was once ordered by the Eternal Emperor to go to the Endless Sea to explore the secret of immortality. The Eternal Emperor created an invincible maritime force, and Old Man Su held the position of captain. But this unit disappeared inexplicably a month after it went to sea. No one knows where they went, and no one knows why Mr. Su got here. After reading this description, Lu Shu's eyes were already full of surprise. He looked at the old man in disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that this guy who looked like a neutral monster, with no power to restrain a chicken, was actually following the Eternal Emperor that he was looking for. The coordinates are 999, 999, area. There is still such a relationship. Chapter 277. Old Man Su once again made a click, click, click sound. His eyes glowed red, and he wanted to eat Lu Shu alive, with an expression on his face that he would choose others to devour. But Lu Shu's expression when he looked at Old Man Su had changed, and there was even more solemnity and doubt in his expression. Old Man Su is actually related to the Eternal Emperor. This man has a big secret. Lu Shu thought for a moment. Could it be that his inability to kill Old Man Su had something to do with the secret of immortality? In the description, Old Man Su went to the Endless Sea. Legend has it that it is a place even further than the coordinates of 999, 999. It is another special world isolated from the Grey World. Wait. Sea area? Lu Shu suddenly thought of the sea beyond the island. Does the Endless Sea refer to the sea? But that's not right either. Strictly speaking, the sea outside the island should be the abyss. Only by exploring deeper can you find endless treasures. But according to the records of the Samsara library, the endless sea is an endless ocean of Wangyang. The deeper you explore, the secrets of immortality will emerge. The island of the Divine Tree Master where Lu Shu is located is more like a special zone that isolates each Divine Tree Master. It is blocked by the Grey World. It is very different from the description of the Endless Sea. But since they are all seas, and many oceans are connected, who can guarantee that the Endless Sea will have no connection with the island of the Divine Tree Master? While thinking, Lu Shu felt that Old Man Su's identity was a bit important. Since the opponent could not be killed, Lu Shu did not continue to take action and waste his energy. He suddenly left Old Man Su. This is an attempt. Really? Old Man Su first bared his teeth and claws on the spot. Later, after no one could be found, the madness he showed seemed to slowly fade away, and he continued to rummage through the trash. After a while, Old Man Su walked in a certain direction. Lu Shu suddenly appeared from the alley where he came from. That's right. Of course, for such an important person, Lu Shu would not leave casually. Instead, he would pretend to leave first, let Mr. Su return to normal, and then observe from the dark. Although Old Man Su looked like an unconscious monster, Lu Shu keenly noticed that some of this guy's usual behavioral habits seemed to follow a certain pattern. If you follow this clue, you may be able to find something. Old Man Su wandered around the shabby streets nearby for a while, then suddenly walked into an alley. In the darkness, Lu Shu's eyes moved and he discovered that there was a complete house preserved in the alley. Well, although it is just an extremely dilapidated wooden house with big holes in many places and cannot block the wind at all, compared with other houses in the town, it is one of the few buildings with a complete outline. Through the window, you can see some scattered items placed inside. Among them, several items caught Lu Shu's attention: books, compasses, and yellowed and wrinkled parchment scrolls on the table. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. A treasure map appears ahead. This parchment is a treasure map. It was actually in Old Man Su's room. When Old Man Su was about to return to the room, suddenly, his figure fell into the whirlpool of reincarnation again. Behind. Lu Shu's figure took a leisurely step forward, stepped over Old Man Su, and easily took the parchment scroll into his hand. I saw a coordinate, 100,343, appearing on it. So far. Seeing the location of the coordinates, Lu Shu couldn't help but frown. It was a long way from 100,343, and it could be said that it was not at all in line with the coordinates of 999. Old Man Su's treasure map points to a location so far away from here. Moreover, Old Man Su came here inexplicably from the Endless Sea. No one knows why this guy still has one in his hand. The treasure map further away. There are so many secrets in this guy. As his thoughts were racing, Lu Shu's eyes suddenly fell on the few yellowed books in front of him. He paused and walked forward, took these books down, and they were covered with a thick layer of dust. After patting the dust away, there were 4 ancient and unfamiliar words written on the green and black simple covers. Haihang Diary. Lu Shu knows these words because he owns the Samsara library, and the source of these words is exactly the same as those words. Since the library and Lu Shu's spirit have been bound together, he can understand the meaning without learning the words. In this way, Lu Shu has learned the words of the Grey World. After all, if there are any unintelligible words, they can be directly transferred from the books in the library, which is equivalent to a dictionary. And all the books inside, after being imprinted into Lu Shu's mind, are equivalent to a knowledge base that can be mobilized at any time. Therefore, Lu Shu's reading of the text in the Navigation Diary was as smooth as reading Chinese characters. Opening the contents of the diary, many of the words on it were missing. Only a few valuable words were noticed by Lu Shu and written down. On October 1st, this day, the Mirage was finally completed. The Eternal Emperor claimed that this was the most invincible ship that could conquer the Endless Sea. But I knew that guy was crazy. He clearly knew the horror of the Endless Sea, but he still have to do such a reckless thing. On October 10th, I was appointed as the captain of the Mirage and went to sea. Fortunately, I asked for 3,000 golden girls first. If anything goes wrong, these creatures can be sacrificed directly to keep me safe. On November 7th, that day, a terrible sound came from the Endless Sea. I immediately chose to turn around without hesitation. Goodbye, damn sea. On November 20th, the country established by one emperor through the ages was destroyed. What on earth was that? I have no idea. I can only run away. Run away. Run away. Chapter 278. After reading this description in the diary, the doubt in Lu Shu's eyes became even more intense. In other words, by the time Old Man Su returns from the Endless Sea, the country of one emperor through the ages will have been destroyed. Something could completely destroy this huge empire, and even Old Man Su was extremely afraid of it. The time when the empire collapsed coincided with the time when the situation occurred in the Endless Sea, indicating that those things came from the Endless Sea. According to the records of the Samsara Library, the Eternal Emperor was finally destroyed by the Abyss, and even the mausoleum became a copy. The enemies that destroyed the empire, if nothing else, should be the monsters in the Abyss, but they actually came from the Endless Sea. Suddenly, another word popped up in Lu Shu's mind: there are enemies on the other side of the sea. Could it be said that the Abyss comes from the opposite side of the Endless Sea? But how is this different from the island of the Divine Tree Master? What kind of realm is the Grey World? All kinds of doubts lingered in Lu Shu's mind, and there was no solution. Lu Shu turned his head and looked at Old Man Su, who was trapped in a whirlpool of reincarnation with complicated eyes, immersed in his thoughts. Old Man Su may be one of the few survivors in the Eternal One Emperor Empire from that disaster. Although he is no different from death and has lost consciousness, at least he left behind diary, a compass, and a treasure map. If you follow this clue and search for it, you might be able to find something. However, the distance between coordinates, 100, 521, and the direction to be explored is too large. Let the people in the guild pass by. Lu Shu thought for a while and decided to send out the dozen or so members of the guild. As for the compass. Unknown compass, the function is unknown. Perhaps it must reach a certain location before it can function. When Lu Shu put the compass away, the destiny compass in the warehouse trembled slightly. The compass is a guiding tool in the Grey World. But Old Man Su's compass can only be used in a specific area. Moreover, where did the compass of destiny come from? How is this unknown compass related to the compass of destiny? Lu Shu took a deep breath, turned to look at Old Man Su, and said secretly in his heart: I'm afraid, I have to take this person with me next. Grey World, coordinates, 120, 120. 13 Divine Tree Masters are gathered here. Some of them were dressed in warrior uniforms with swords on their waists. Some have long flowing hair, and their faces have the appearance of immortals, like people from fairyland. Some have bulging muscles, like giant horned dragons, and are as fine as bulls. They are strong men who can move mountains and rivers. These 13 people have one thing in common: when they open the guild panel, the prompts that appear are Akatsuki organization. However, there is a special thing about the Akatsuki organization, that is, the name of the guild president is not displayed, only the title of the position, president. Except for Bai Yu and Anil, who knew the identity of the president, who was the top tree plaster, no one else knew the news. Some of them are from small guilds, some are completely casual cultivators, and some are undercover agents of other guilds. But because they were involved in the island war and joined the Akatsuki organization, they were forced to give up their former identities. However, they were not dissatisfied. After all, the strong man who defeated their Divine Tree Island was really terrifying. It was a blessing that he did not kill them and forcefully sign their contract. After these 13 people arrived here, one of the swordsmen was named Xiao Chang'an. He glanced at the people around him with sharp eyes like an eagle and said: The president sent us an order to go to the coordinates of 100, 521, immediately. You should all have received the teleportation fruit, right? The rest of the people nodded. Not long ago, members of other guilds received the teleportation fruit as a gift from Lu Shu. This fruit was directly distributed to them in the form of guild welfare, and this is not a private transaction panel. The sacred tree masters present were all surprised. They did not expect that before the task was completed, the president of the Akatsuki organization would so readily give away the A-level teleportation fruit, which would be very helpful to them in the future. The mission also has great benefits. Xiao Chang'an said, Okay, let's not talk nonsense and let's set off now. While speaking, Xiao Chang'an suddenly raised his hand. A summoning light curtain condensed on everyone's heads. In the white light, an airship several hundred meters long straddled everyone's heads. The exotic treasure Divine Tree Master. Others looked at Xiao Chang'an with a hint of surprise. The so-called exotic treasure Sacred Tree Master can unlock the production plan of exotic treasures by swallowing the corresponding sacred tree fruits. When going to the Grey World, just kill monsters, you can drop the corresponding materials and build exotic treasures. Some of these exotic treasures can be called magic treasures, like the monks in ancient Xianxia novels who fly with swords. Some treasures are completely super technical. The product is similar to the airship in the science fiction world. It is not only powerful, equipped with many functions, powerful, and has various functions. The exotic treasure tree master has completely unlocked the production methods of various treasures. It can also combine super technology with the treasures of ancient immortals to create a brand new airship, which has various abilities such as escape, shuttle, teleportation, and psychic cannon. In terms of the city defense ability of the Sacred Tree Island, it is even more impressive. The points are full. No wonder this guy can be sent by the president to serve as the leader among the 13 people. Now, no one dares to disobey. What surprised the other Sacred Tree Masters was that such a strong man were actually defeated by the president and became a member of the guild. Then how strong is this president's true strength? Come up. Xiao Chang'an said to the stunned people behind him. Chapter 279. Led by Xiao Chang'an, the group boarded the flying boat. Soon. The flying boat takes off. It turned into a stream of light and fled away into the distance. Cockpit. Xiao Chang'an controlled the airship, and at the same time, a chat box panel opened in front of him. Xiao Chang'an, President, we have moved towards the coordinates, 100, 521. However, at our speed, it will take about a month to arrive, and we need to avoid any unexpected situations during this period. Okay. President, I know, after you arrive at the 100th coordinate, I will give you some superpower fruits to help you solve some of the dangers you encounter at that time. Xiao Chang'an, okay. After ending this brief conversation, Xiao Chang'an felt a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. He actually wanted to give me the superpower fruit again. Isn't this president great? However, in his words, the president seems to be foreshadowing that he will encounter some difficulties on his way there. Xiao Chang'an didn't care about this. His airship is extremely fast. Even traveling through some dungeon areas does not take long. The monsters below may not be able to catch up. Even if you are attacked by elite or lord-level monsters, it is not a problem to use the various abilities of the airship to escape the pursuit of the monsters. Although the island was breached once by Lu Shu, Xiao Chang'an still had full confidence in his rare treasure and his ability to conquer the Grey World. Grey World. After Lu Shu put away the compass, navigation diary, and those books, he explored the house again. Apart from the teeth marks left by some bricks, there seems to be nothing else to explore here. But in order to prevent accidents, Lu Shu still left a teleportation array in place. If there was anything missing, he could return to this place at any time to check the situation. Next. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on Old Man Su. This old man has completely lost his mind. But he is one of the few remaining survivors of an empire led by one emperor throughout the ages. He has traveled to the endless sea, and he has the secret of immortality. Seal it first, and then make plans. Judging from the attributes in the system panel, Old Man Su's strength is very weak and he has no skills. Lu Shu thought for a while. Although he would definitely take some risks with Old Man Su, given the special nature of the other party's identity, Lu Shu thought about it for a while, but it is worth doing. At this moment, several prompts suddenly popped up in front of you. Ding! You got Powerful Fruit X1. Ding! You got King Kong Fruit X1. Ding! You got Void Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the best Void Returning Fruit X1. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's eyes opened. After he recovered from his cultivation state, he quickly moved his gaze to the sacred tree. Several bright fruits are completely ripe. Is this a new superpower fruit? Lu Shu looked towards the crown of the sacred tree. The powerful fruit looks like a piece of muscle and is as big as a horned dragon. It is the largest type among the mature fruits of the sacred tree at present. The King Kong fruit looks just like a diamond, it is full of power. The void fruit presents the appearance of a void, as if this fruit does not exist in this world, but is in another space, but it is projected by this world. Everyone saw the same thing. Now we finally know what the three new fruits are. Powerful fruit, obtain the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, awaken the dragon elephant Prajna Kang, and be able to conquer all things. You can move mountains and seas with just the power of your physical body. Vajra fruit, obtain the Vajra indestructible body, and be able to practice the Vajra indestructible boy's skill to the 10th level of perfection. While the whole body is transformed into Vajra, it can also move freely without any weaknesses and is immune to all physical attacks. Void fruit, strengthen the ability to perceive and control void attributes, and obtain new void attributes. These fruits are quite powerful. Although it is just an ordinary power fruit, any kind of power, if placed in a sacred tree, can be ranked as a level, or even power above a level. If there is some fusion, it may be even stronger. When Lu Shu's mind was wandering, at this moment, the Angel of Life suddenly came over and said in a voice like nature. Father, I can upgrade these superpower fruits to a higher level. oh. At this time, Lu Shu was surprised. Does the Angel of Life still have this ability? I saw a green light appear in Anna's hand. A crystal clear drop of life essence, like tears kissed by an angel, dripped onto the fruit above. A burst of sacred light burst out. The next second, the powerful fruit evolved into the powerful miracle fruit. The Vajra fruit evolved into the Vajra immortal fruit. The void fruit evolved into the chaos void fruit. The attributes of all fruits have increased by one level. All from an A-level power, it has become an S-level power fruit. Simply put, as long as you swallow one fruit, you can get an S-level power. Now Lu Shu only needs to plant all these fruits. If it goes on, the quantity will be multiplied by 100. This. Lu Shu was really surprised. Not only have all the fruits evolved, but more importantly, the Angel of Life actually has the ability to transform the fruits. This is a pet that is completely irreplaceable. It really brought enough surprises to Lu Shu. When these fruits mature, they can be distributed to guild members, or they can be taken to the trading interface to exchange them with other sacred tree masters for more powerful S-level abilities. Lu Shu's eyes sparkled. Now, he is no longer afraid of exchanging S-level fruits with others. He exchanges one kind of superpower for dozens of other superpowers, and it is definitely a sure profit. And Lu Shu is now with the other sacred tree masters are not a game, and of course they are not afraid of their growth. Chapter 280. It's a pity that the top-grade void-returning fruit cannot be upgraded. Since it has reached the top grade, there is naturally no room for upgrading. However, according to Anna, if their sacred tree produces a primary Hedao fruit in the future, then they can use the life essence to make the primary Hedao fruit turn into an intermediate Hedao fruit when it is produced. Through fusion, Lu Shu can immediately obtain high-grade Hedao fruits, or even top-grade Hedao fruits. This is a good thing. The 4 fruits that Lu Shu was about to upgrade were all buried in the soil. Soon, 4 new subspecies of spiritual trees grew next to the sacred tree. Powerful fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, powerful fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Production times remaining, 1. King Kong fruit tree. Product, King Kong fruit. Void fruit tree. Product, void fruit. Remaining production times, 1. The ultimate deficiency returning fruit. Product, the ultimate deficiency returning fruit. It only takes half a day for these subspecies of spiritual trees to bear a whole tree of fruits. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lu Shu quickly swallowed the top-quality void-returning fruit. Now that they are all at the top level, and there are 100 of them, there are many more opportunities for Lu Shu to make a breakthrough. After consuming one after another of the best void-returning fruits, suddenly, dark clouds quickly gathered over the island. The majestic spiritual energy formed the general trend of heaven and earth and gathered in the sky above the island. The next second, a massive amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by Lu Shu like a whale. Boom! A thunderous sound came from Lu Shu's body. That massive spiritual energy seemed to open up a small world in Lu Shu's body. Hedao. In Lu Shu's eyes, a flash of lightning flashed, and his gaze was like a torch. To advance from returning to the void to the realm of combining the Tao, you need to find your own Tao first. After condensing the Tao pattern, Lu Shu no longer had any problems at this level of the Tao. The next step is to create your own little world. The so-called small world has its own laws and systems. It is the product of evolution by a great monk in the Hedao realm who tries to evolve the natural laws of heaven and earth within his own body. A powerful monk in the Hedao realm can project the small world to the outside and reach the realm of the small heavenly Tao. Originally, monks who had completely entered the realm of Hedao were qualified to unite the small world. However, the number of Tao patterns that Lu Shu had condensed was already very close to 9. In terms of understanding of the Tao, he was far ahead of his own realm. Therefore, his cultivation was promoted to the 6th level of void return, which logically opened the door to the small world. Creative process. However, this has advantages and disadvantages for Lu Shu. The advantage is that Lu Shu can feel the power of Hedao power in advance and successfully condense the small world. His strength and combat power will be completely different from before, with a qualitative leap. But there are also disadvantages, that is, the breakthrough speed will be slower in the future, and you need to be distracted to build a small world. Moreover, it is difficult to complete the system of the small world with the realm of returning to the virtual world, which requires a huge amount of spiritual energy. For now for Lu Shu, it is a big burden. Lu Shu took a deep breath, his eyes showing no fear at all. He knew that this was a challenge for him, but also a great opportunity. With 100 top-grade void-returning fruits, who is afraid of who? Just fight it. Originally, Lu Shu swallowed 10 top-quality Void Return fruits, which was enough to break through to the 6th level of Void Return. Next, he should continue to advance towards the 7th level of Void Return. But because of the emergence of the small world, Lu Shu saw unexpected situations happening, and the progress slowed down. By this time, if you continue to swallow the best Void Return fruit, advance to a higher realm, and even reach the 9th level of Void Return, it should be a sure thing. But these auras did not merge with Lu Shu's Dantian in the end. Instead, they continued to communicate with the Tao patterns and open up a small world. In the sky above the sacred tree island, the spiritual energy turned into a waterfall, falling from the sky, washing Lu Shu's whole body. Enlightenment Crane, Wudong Phoenix and Moon Rabbit all stopped what they were doing and focused on Lu Shu, checking the changes in his body. A large amount of spiritual energy was crazily injected into Lu Shu's body, opening up a small world inside his body. At that moment, in the sky, a black lightning of death suddenly struck down from the whirlpool in the clouds. It seemed to represent the will of heaven and wanted to stop Lu Shu's behavior. Snort. Lu Shu snorted coldly. His mind was connected to the world of the Divine Tree Island. How could he not sense the aura of thunder tribulation? It was just a primary thunder tribulation. Who was afraid of whom? Himself, a monk in the realm of returning to the void, can also trigger the thunder tribulation that can only be guided by the Hadao realm. He really gives himself a face. He thinks too highly of himself. However, Lu Shu will not be afraid of the thunder tribulation because of this. The island's Tianji formation, activated silently. A huge yin-yang diagram appeared under Lu Shu's body, wrapping the entire island. Seeing this, Anna quickly came to Lu Shu's side, preparing to protect the law. Need not. At this moment, Lu Shu waved his hand and said with a smile, "For me, this thunder disaster is an opportunity, but for you, it is extremely dangerous. In this disaster, none of you should take action. Let me crush them alone to prove my right. You should retreat first, lest you be affected by the thunder." When Anna heard what Lu Shu said, they all retreated to the other side of the island and stopped interfering. At this moment, the massive spiritual energy finally slowly stopped. Lu Shu closed his eyes, and a vast world was suspended in the sky. Within his own body, he is like a god controlling a world and governing all things in heaven. Chapter 281. The storm gradually subsided. The sun shines on every corner of the island again. In the silence, the branches and leaves of the sacred tree made a rustling sound as a breeze blew by. The whole world is harmonious and natural. Under the tree, a figure sat quietly cross-legged. His appearance was rich and handsome, his face was as flawless as if it were made of jade, and his whole body exuded a unique temperament. It's Lu Shu. He opened his eyes, and a divine light burst out from his pupils. Those eyes seemed to reflect a world. Occasionally, he could hear the faint sound of thunder, bursting out from his body, like thunder. Is this my little world? Lu Shu stared at the vast world in his body and murmured to himself. A small world has been completely formed in his body. Now, this world is still blank, but a lot of spiritual energy has been poured into it, and flowers, plants and trees have been born, but has not yet created a living being. This is a small world that belongs to Lu Shu alone. Guided by his spiritual power and based on the spiritual energy absorbed, a space opened up is called the cave sky. However, that small world in the very center, there was a small sapling. The moment Lu Shu moved his eyes over, the sacred tree panel actually popped up. Small world tree. Stage, small sapling. Sunlight, 120 day, 1, 2x 100. Aura, 100 day, 1, 0x 100. Production cycle, 2, 5 days, 250100225. Growth points, 2, 2, 2x 100220 day. Next stage, spirit tree, 600 growth points. A small world tree. Lu Shu's eyes showed a trace of thought. This panel is exactly the same as the one he created when he came to the Divine Tree game. Even a hundredfold increase appeared. But the only difference is that, this tree is not a sacred tree, but the world tree in Lu Shu's body. It carries Lu Shu's Tao fruit. That's right. The so-called Tao fruit is exactly the fruit that can be born after Lu Shu realizes the Tao, as well as its superpowers. There is an essential difference between the fruits. The Tao fruit is a fruit that must be condensed to break through to the final realm of true immortals, or even impact towards a higher realm, and form its own system of heaven. The little world tree in Lu Shu's body is the fruit that must be condensed. It has just begun to sprout, and it will take a long time to mature. But what is surprising is that the talent of a hundredfold increase is also applicable to the small world tree. In other words, it originally took a longer time to cultivate. The progress of the little world tree has now been accelerated 100 times. This is very good news. If the little world tree grows fast enough and can improve quickly, then the progress of the formation of its own heavenly Tao will also become much faster. In order to cultivate you, I squandered all the top-quality void-returning fruits. Lu Shu faced the little world tree, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that such a small bud would actually cost 100 top-quality void-return fruits? Originally, these fruits were enough for Lu Shu to impact the return to void tree. The realm of the 9th level of virtuality, but now it has stopped at the 6th level of returning to virtuality. Moreover, because of the emergence of the small world, a large amount of spiritual energy has been divided to nourish this world, so the progress of the breakthrough will become more rapid. Slow. However, in terms of real combat ability, Lu Shu's current strength has completely reached the Hadao realm, and it is not even comparable to the ordinary Hadao realm. After opening up the small world, Lu Shu's true energy is equivalent to taking it as inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Even if you use an artifact of the level of the Zhuxian sword, you can now use the skill of opening the sky with one sword infinitely, without stopping. Even if 10 Lords of Reincarnation appear in front of Lu Shu, all he can do now is to be beaten. Retract his mind. Lu Shu's consciousness returned to the island. At this moment, he exhaled a long breath and said in his heart, "It's finally done." As for that thunder tribulation. Suddenly, Lu Shu stretched out his right hand and summoned a realm of reincarnation. In the whirlpool of reincarnation, a trace of black thunder and lightning snakes kept scurrying back and forth, trying to escape from it. Struggling out of the whirlpool, he looked like a little fish that longed for freedom but was trapped in a fish tank. The corner of Lu Shu's mouth gently raised an imperceptible smile, and said softly, "Finally, I will save you. Guy, I've captured you." That's right. At the moment when he experienced the thunder tribulation, the Tianji formation helped Lu Shu block the thunder tribulation. After awakening to the realm of reincarnation, this thunder tribulation could not pose any threat to Lu Shu at all. You know. Lu Shu, however, it has condensed the Tao mark of reincarnation. The Tao mark is located above the return to the void. The thunder catastrophe caused by the opening of the small world has not yet reached the realm of Hadao, let alone the realm of the Tao mark. Therefore, Lu Shu used a higher level with his reincarnation pattern. He naturally captured this most basic form of thunder tribulation. Using his mind, Lu Shu could sense the terrifying destructive power contained in the thunder tribulation. However, in this thunder tribulation, in addition to the destructive breath of death, there is also a power of rebirth. If it is perceived by attributes, it is similar to the immortal pattern that he has condensed, but it is closer to the origin of heaven and earth. TSK, there will be something new in the future that I can learn more about. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. He didn't ask Anna to help him resist the thunder tribulation, just to withstand the test of thunder tribulation, and then imprison the property of the annihilating thunder light, and then slowly take it back and study it. Maybe given time, you can also study the Tao patterns of the thunder tribulation of nirvana. In this way, next time you are promoted to a heavenly immortal, and you understand the Tao patterns of the thunder tribulation, what other thunder tribulation can stop you? Achieve a breakthrough in Hadao and become an immortal? No, now it is still too difficult for Lu Shu to comprehend the power of this thunder tribulation. It can be clearly felt that the destructive power and properties carried by this thunder are higher than any other properties such as reincarnation and void. If it can be understood as a Tao pattern, then it will be an even more terrifying breakthrough for Lu Shu. Chapter 282. Lu Shu took a deep breath. After opening up a small world, he began to observe the growth of saplings. Seems like it needs a little rain. Lu Shu thought in his heart. As his thoughts moved, the small world in his body soon began to accumulate thick clouds. The true energy condensed in the sky, turning the nearby clouds into a whirlpool and sweeping them over, condensed into dark clouds. In a moment, boom boom. Boom boom. The mighty thunder echoed between the sky and the earth. In this small world with clear sky, wind and thunder broke out in the blink of an eye, and then, a drifting heavy rain poured down. Come and wash the whole small world. Your little world tree is absorbing rainwater, evolution points 1. After an hour, enough rainwater was absorbed, the rainwater in the little world tree began to reach saturation. At this time, sunlight is needed. Lu Shu's thoughts moved again. The wind, thunder and rain suddenly stopped at this moment. All the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the little world tree was bathed in sunshine and growing vigorously. Click, click, click. The subtle sound of breaking earth, as the saplings sprouted, made an inaudible sound. But this voice was keenly captured by Lu Shu. He looked at the saplings of the little world tree with joy and murmured. "Little one, grow up quickly. One day, you will be like the sacred tree." The little world tree seemed to feel Lu Shu's thoughts, and emitted the light of fireflies slightly, as if in response. Lu Shu was surprised, but thought that the world tree he gave birth to was derived from the Great Road, and of course it has with the seeds of considerable wisdom. One day, when the small world tree truly matures, this world will also completely evolve the way of heaven. At that time, it will be the day when a mortal will become a heavenly being. Next. Lu Shu withdrew his mind from his own little world. The growth of the small world still needs the nourishment of time. Moreover, the world tree is different from the divine tree. You cannot use messy things like primary fertilizers and advanced fertilizers to encourage the growth of the seedlings. Therefore, Lu Shu has only one way, that is to patiently provide the best growth space for his little world tree, so that the little world tree can grow faster, and then he will be satisfied. Lu Shu was not impatient. He knew that one day, his world tree would be able to evolve into the way of heaven. Therefore, he chose to focus on the other three fruits, the powerful miracle fruit, Vajra immortal fruit, Chaos void fruit. These three fruits have evolved through Anna's hands. Anyway, 100 fruits are a lot. Although Lu Shu originally used them for other purposes, throwing them to the members of the guild to improve their strength, otherwise they would not be able to travel to areas beyond coordinate 100. According to the records of the Samsara library, those places are very threatening, and even the harsh natural environment brought by the neutral zones in some areas is no less than walking in a super nightmare level dungeon. These fruits of the Lu tree must also improve the abilities of the guild members, otherwise they will die before reaching their destination, and then this time will be wasted. Lu Shu gave them the teleportation power fruit, also because in this way, after the guild members arrived at the place they pointed to, they could directly use a teleportation to take themselves to the designated place. Save time on your own exploration. In the future, guild members will explore these unruly areas on their behalf, and then use the teleportation fruit to teleport their bodies there, thus saving a lot of time. I'll take these superpower fruits first and see what kind of effect they have. Lu Shu stared at the three different superpower fruits. His eyes moved. He first chose the powerful miracle fruit and swallowed it. The moment he ate it, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. You have swallowed the powerful miracle fruit, your strength attribute has reached the SSS level, you have unlocked the ability to break through the void with one punch, and created a miracle in the field of strength. So strong. Lu Shu felt a volcano erupting from his body, as if magma was flowing through his body, and every cell in his body seemed to be burned and reborn in the fire. At that moment, his physique became completely different. SSS superpower. There is no need to use the true essence of cultivating immortals, nor does he need to use his own small world. Just relying on the power of his physical body, Lu Shu can break the void with one punch, reaching the pinnacle of the field of physical attack. Its destructive power is equivalent to the same as the dark fruit. Of course, this improvement is not of great significance to Lu Shu, but power is an attribute that can be used without consuming real energy. Having an additional fighting ability also gives him more flexibility. Sex. Lu Shu will turn his attention to the immortal fruit of Vajra. You have swallowed the immortal fruit of Vajra and gained an SSS-level physique. You have the attributes of an immortal body and can withstand all kinds of physical damage. Your physical immunity reaches 100, and your magic immunity reaches 100. Not bad. Lu Shu nodded slightly. In this way, his strength and physique have completely reached the full level. For Lu Shu's current level, if any attribute can be improved to the extreme, although for the significance of the battle is not very great, but the strength has still been improved to a certain extent. Then, these fruits are tantamount to being reborn for other sacred tree masters. SSS level. At this stage, which sacred tree master dares to say in a certain field, can I reach the SSS level? I'm afraid it's very rare. Even the most powerful spiritual tree master will only conservatively think that his mental power reaches the SS level. It is far from the SSS level. I'm afraid it still needs some distance. Moreover, the SSS level is not the pinnacle of the God tree game. Above it, there is the more transcendent God level, as well as the mysterious kingdom of gods and heavens, and the endless sea. Finally. Chaos Void Fruit. Chapter 283. Chaos Void Fruit. Lu Shu pondered for a moment, and then walked to the side of the fruit tree. Just when he was about to reach out to pick one, swallow it, and try to see what the effect would be. Suddenly, the little white fox jumped on his shoulder, eyes eager. Looking at the fruit on the tree, his ruby-like pupils were full of want-to-eat light. Lu Shu was slightly startled and asked, "Little guy, do you really want this fruit? The little white fox did not go to the gray world. Ever since Lu Shu stepped into the fog and looked for Old Man Su, even the white dragon horse was sent back to avoid any accidents. This group of little guys were originally gathering together in the god's palace. On the other side of the tree, they were playing with each other. As a result, when the chaos void fruit matured, the little white fox immediately came over. Lu Shu also realized that maybe it was because of the void attribute of the little white fox that he had a certain affinity for the chaos void fruit. Extremely eager and enthusiastic. The little white fox nodded, and gently rubbed Lu Shu's face with his furry head. This made him more sure that the chaos void fruit would greatly improve the little white fox, so he let the little guy instinctively wants to swallow the fruit. The instinctive desire from living things is sometimes more reliable than reason and knowledge. After the wild cat on the roadside is poisoned, he can find antidote herbs within 100 meters, which is also driven by instinct. This innate ability from nature is the excellent instinct for the growth of all things and exceeds the scope of human wisdom and cognitive abilities. Good. Lu Shu was delighted. He was originally thinking about how to use so many fruits. After all, the chaos void fruit sounded much more powerful than the powerful miracle fruit and the Vajra immortal fruit. If he traded it out or swallowed it for others, it seems a pity to take it. But since the little white fox is going to eat it, it is natural to make its own family get better. The little white fox immediately showed an excited look and chirped happily. The next second, 100 little white foxes flew over Lu Shu's face. Eat. Lu Shu smiled bitterly. These little guys are so excited. They just don't know how far they can evolve after swallowing the chaos void fruit. Bah! Bah! There was a burst of chewing sounds of pleasure. 3 times 5 divided by 2, in just a few breaths, 100 little white foxes each got a piece of chaos void fruit and swallowed it. Not long after, the sound of belching came one after another from beside him, and Lu Shu couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Suddenly, the figure of the little white fox seemed to have escaped into the void, flickering erratically like the stars in the sky. The figure became ethereal, and the shadow seemed to turn into fog, making it difficult to capture its true form. Lu Shu immediately concentrated his energy, observed the changes in the little white fox, and murmured, "Are you going to evolve?" The last time the little white fox swallowed the Holy Spirit growth fruit, he had already understood the laws of the void realm. This time, after swallowing the chaos void fruit, what kind of changes will happen? The next second, the little white fox suddenly the void domain was displayed, projecting an endless void space. In that pitch-black space, there was a gray airflow condensed in it. Although this airflow was still very small, it was like a needle, suspended in the pitch-black space. In the void space, it is even difficult to distinguish it with the naked eye. However, if you use your mental power and spiritual thoughts to carefully explore the source of the gray air flow, you will be shocked by its properties. Lu Shu feels the moment his spirit touched the gray airflow, it was violently rebounded back. The small world in his body trembled. Lu Shu showed a horrified expression and watched in disbelief. The gray airflow in the void space said in an incredible tone. What on earth is this? It can shake his own small world, and make the mental power that is infinitely close to the SSS level suffer backlash. And what is the origin of this gray air flow? Is it, the legendary chaos? Lu Shu lowered his head and fell into thought, said to himself, chaos comes from nothingness, which is the beginning of nature and the end of all things. No wonder chaos and nothingness are placed side by side, and chaos is listed before nothingness, which is a more noble power. Nothingness and reincarnation are attributes of the same level, and above them is chaos. Chaos can even be juxtaposed with the way of heaven. The way of heaven is opened up from chaos and nothingness. Although chaos itself does not represent a very powerful rule, because its origin is primitive enough, its personality is even more transcendent. Unexpectedly, the little white fox swallowed the chaos void fruit and understood the power of the laws of chaos. In this way, the little white fox will master more advanced attributes and become the strongest pet. This change made Lu Shu quite surprised. He had a lot of guesses about the little white fox swallowing the chaos void fruit, but he never expected that he could really master the attributes of chaos. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, it was not that strange. Any of the attributes that can reach the level of the domain have almost reached their peak. The supernatural attributes are different from those of cultivating immortals. They cannot reach the system of self-created avenues, and the domain is already higher than the realm of laws. What belongs to you, although the world of one side is not yet a small world and can accommodate all things, it is already beyond the reach of the current sacred tree master. Therefore, the little white fox whose void attributes have reached the realm actually does not have much room for growth in the void. So I am so fascinated by the chaos void fruit, not because of the void, but because of chaos. No wonder the little white fox was so happy when he saw the chaos void fruit. It turns out there is a reason for it. After a while, the little white fox automatically cast the void domain gradually retracted. The chaotic gray airflow had merged with the void domain. With a thought in his mind, Lu Shu opened the information panel of the little white fox. The next moment, the attributes on the panel made Lu Shu the tree was surprised. Chapter 284. Escape Fox. Type, Elf. Abilities, Void Teleportation, Hostile Sense, Void Crack, Dark Fruit, Void Domain, Chaos Attributes. Physique, SS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SSS. Comprehensive Potential, Semi-Saint. Half-Saint. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on the comprehensive potential of the little white fox. Yes, the little white fox at this moment has broken through the SSS-level potential, showing a new attribute, Half-Saint. After swallowing the Holy Spirit when growth fruit, the little white fox's comprehensive growth potential has reached the SSS level, but has not yet reached the semi-saint level. However, since swallowing the Chaos Void fruit, the little white fox's comprehensive growth potential has shown that a new value, Half-Saint. This was after the little white fox condensed chaos and was able to enter a new level. Lu Shu's expression changed, and he guessed that the increase in the level of the little white fox was related to the addition of the chaos attribute. There is certainly no doubt about it. But the question is, what is the relationship between the chaos attribute and the semi-saint? It seems that it has nothing to do with strength. For example, after Pikachu reaches the comprehensive potential of the SSS level, even if it eats other superpowers and its strength is improved, its level is not. However, after the little white fox reached the same SSS level and ate the Chaos Void fruit, its strength actually did not improve much, because now there is only a trace of chaos in the little white fox's field, but it cannot be used yet. However, when Lu Shu opened the panel, the overall potential of the little white fox continued to increase towards the semi-saint level. This change exceeded Lu Shu's imagination. Lu Shu frowned, thought for a while, and finally focused on the attributes of chaos and murmured. Perhaps the way to break through to the SSS level is to obtain enough domains and superlevel attributes. Only in this way can we truly break through and advance towards the realm of gods. God. What is God? Nature stands above all living beings and has a transcendent level of life. Looking down at everything, they are like ants. He is as high as the sun, moon and stars, and he is a god. Just adding some ordinary powers is impossible. SSS level breakthrough, becoming a saint, or a god. There is only one direction, the field. The field, from ultimate attributes or magical powers, to laws, to the field, has reached the highest state of a single field, but this is not enough, the field must if you have enough, you can truly be called a god. The little white fox has absorbed a breath of chaos and been promoted to the level of semi-saint. Lu Shu guessed that if you want to reach the realm of saint, you must condense the three powers. Only after you have successfully transformed into realms with different ultimate attributes can you be called a saint. Only after you have crossed the saint level can you reach the next step of the god level. The ancient said, 3 things give rise to all things. If the little white fox can condense 3 different fields and be promoted to a true saint-level powerhouse, his strength will definitely be transformed. The current little white fox is as good as me in terms of personality. Even if I use my mental power, I can't see the source of this chaos. Lu Shu's eyes were filled with excitement. The little white fox has become stronger, which is of course a good thing for him. Moreover, he finally had a pet that broke through the SSS level, allowing Lu Shu to see a higher realm. The so-called SSS level is just the beginning, and it is far from the end. There are even higher realms and realms waiting for Lu Shu to explore. The little white fox opened his eyes out of confusion, shook his head, and seemed to feel something different happening in his body. Those ruby-like eyes were full of doubts. What exactly is different? Looking around, the little white fox suddenly noticed something was different. I saw Yumi leaning over with a smile on her face, a look of intimacy on her face, and she wanted to hug her thighs. TSK. Yumi is looking for the guy with the strongest legs to hug. He has a natural affinity for the most trustworthy and powerful partners. The little white fox saw Yumi's attitude towards him, but it completely changed. I used to be indifferent to it. The little white fox was also a bit arrogant. When Yumi rushed over, he deliberately got into the crack in the void. Yumi flew over and immediately jumped into the air. Yumi showed a pitiful expression and looked at the little white fox with a flattering look on her face, as if she was acknowledging her previous indifference. Lu Shu watched and laughed secretly. Is this the pet version of, yesterday you were indifferent to me, but today I will make you unable to reach your heights? The other friends, sensing the changes in the little white fox, also came closer, wanting to know what happened to the little white fox. But no matter how they sense it, other pets cannot see what changes have happened to the little white fox. Pikachu showed a thoughtful expression. The samsara eyes seemed to capture some aspects of the little white fox and became a little different. However, the transcendent power was something that he could not see through, just like the same person. A curtain of chaos blocked Pikachu's mental perception. This also surprised Pikachu. There are actually existences that the reincarnation I can't see through. So awesome. At this time, Lu Shu suddenly pointed at one of the little white foxes and said, "Little white fox, you go to the teleportation array through the gray world. I need some help from you there." In fact, in addition to help, Lu Shu also wanted to exercise the little white fox more. The next journey will get closer and closer to the gray world beyond coordinate 500. In addition to this problem, Lu Shu also wanted to see if the little white fox's chaotic aura could evolve and upgrade faster. Therefore, except for the little white fox, all other pets stayed on the sacred tree island for the time being. Only the little white fox went to the gray world. The little white fox was a little confused, wondering why Lu Shu only called him. Don't they usually act together in large groups? This time it was something special. However, the little white fox didn't question anything and was very obedient. Go to the teleportation array immediately. As a curtain of light fell, the figure of the little white fox quickly headed to the gray world where Lu Shu's clone was. Chapter 285. Gray World. Old Man Su has been imprisoned in Lu Shu's realm of reincarnation. However, this guy's willpower is really strong. He was still clenching his teeth and baring his teeth and claws desperately, as if he wanted to eat a living person. Lu Shu frowned, thinking that Old Man Su could recognize the difference between him, but this guy has turned into a monster, completely devoid of normal human thoughts and emotions, and even the instinct of fear has been lost. He has completely become a monster. A walking corpse. At this time, a teleported light curtain descended to the gray world. The little white fox is here. Lu Shu breathed a sigh of relief. This Old Man Su could finally be replaced by the little white fox to take over. Although the little white fox does not know the realm of reincarnation, it does know the realm of void. As long as it's a field, it's not a problem to trap Old Man Su. The little white fox used the void domain to pack up Old Man Su and take him away. Lu Shu ordered. Soon, the little white fox used the void domain to wrap up Old Man Su. At this moment, Old Man Su suddenly stopped. Lu Shu noticed this abnormality and turned around with a frown, but seeing Old Man Su's empty eyes staring at the chaos in the empty space, he became honest and calm, and no longer made any noise. Could it be this aura of chaos that calmed Old Man Su? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Old Man Su stayed in his own realm of reincarnation and struggled in various ways, but when he changed to the realm of the little white fox, he became completely quiet. Old Man Su's eyes were staring at him motionlessly. The chaotic airflow in the center clearly shows that the chaotic attribute condensed by the little white fox can suppress this guy. This surprised Lu Shu even more. The chaotic airflow of the little white fox actually has this kind of attribute. It's true. It's surprising. Now that Old Man Su has settled down, the next trip will be much smoother. Lu Shu continued to ride the white dragon horse. Although the little white fox joined in, he was small and not at all taking up space. Even if there are only 100 of them, they can still ride on the white dragon horses at the same time. The next coordinate dash, 299, 276. The suspicious tomb of the hero. There seems to be some secrets related to the undead here. Lu Shu checked the coordinate information of the Samsara library. Originally, he planned to go directly to the area of the sword in the stone, because the location was quite close. But the appearance of Old Man Su made Lu Shu change the direction of his trip. According to the Samsara library, the information recorded in the museum. The sword in the stone was contaminated by the undead around 1100, and the divinity of the sword was completely corrupted, thus forming the abyss of the sword tomb. Among them, the sword in the stone is also related to a famous magician. Merlin is related. It is said that Merlin has reached the realm of a holy magician. At the beginning, Lu Shu did not care about this information, but it was not until the little white fox was promoted to the semi-saint stage that he understood that above SSS level, there is also the saying of holy level. Perhaps, when I go to the realm of sword in the stone, the boss I need to face is likely to be more than a nightmare level copy. The Lord of Reincarnation is a super nightmare level copy, and the danger factor has reached SSS level. But if Merlin is a saint level magician, then his danger factor will naturally exceed that of the Lord of Reincarnation. Therefore, if the sword in the stone becomes an abyss dungeon, then this dungeon can no longer be measured by letter levels. Its danger factor even exceeds the SSS level and reaches a higher realm. You have to be careful. Combining all the current intelligence. Lu Shu saw a true immortal from this small town, Old Man Su. Even if he uses the immortal killing sword, he can't kill this undead person. This is completely different from the living dead in the city of the living dead. The undead really cannot die. In other words, we haven't found a way to deal with the undead yet. Since the suspicious tomb contains the secrets about the undead, you should go to the suspicious tomb first, and then go to the sword in the stone to explore. Lu Shu secretly planned in his heart. Judging from the coordinates, the location of the suspicious tomb is closer to the sword in the stone, which is a little farther from the Eternal Emperor at 999. According to the Grey World, according to the rules, if the suspicious tomb and the sword in the stone both represent the same copy, then the sword in the stone, which is closer to the Eternal Emperor, is more dangerous, while the suspicious tomb is relatively lower. Moreover, 72 suspicious among the records of tombs in the Reincarnation Library. The biggest difficulty is that it is difficult to distinguish which is the real tomb and which is the fake tomb. The sword in the stone was corrupted by the divine weapon and was infected by the undead. Abyss. Which one is more dangerous? Of course, the sword in the stone, which can corrupt even gods, is more dangerous. There is also a saint-level magician named Merlin who does not know whether he is an enemy or a friend. If the sword in the stone is also contaminated, then Merlin has most likely turned into a monster. It is very dangerous to go to the sword in the stone this time. However, Lu Shu obtained an incomplete sword in the stone from the last god-level reward, but it lacked that stone cannot activate the full power of the sword in the stone, and one must go to 255 again. Maybe that stone is in Merlin's hand. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The rewards given by the Grey World rankings must be extraordinary. Perhaps, there is something unknown to him where 255 is. Lu Shu had some vague premonitions in his heart. After this adventure, my understanding of the Grey World will become clearer. The white dragon horse turned into a stream of light, carrying Lu Shu and the little white fox, and rushed towards the direction of the suspicious tomb and left. Lu Shu did not intend to waste time in the middle. The Samsara library ultimately pointed to the Eternal Empire once established in the Grey World, but the knowledge in this library was incomplete. Only by reaching the ruins of that kingdom. Know the full picture of these coordinates. At this moment, Lu Shu received a message from Anil on the message panel. Anna, emergency information. There is a big movement in the Grey World. Chapter 286. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. Big trends in the Grey World. What is this? Looking at the chat panel, Lu Shu discovered that all the Sacred Tree Masters had opened public chat windows and were discussing this matter eagerly. World Public Screen. Have you heard about it? Over there at coordinates 199, a Tower of Heritage appeared. Tower of Inheritance. What the hell is this? It is said that as long as you keep going up and conquer this tower, you can gain inheritance points. Oh, I seem to understand, but is there any reward for this Tower of Heritage? There is no specific news yet, but the people at Muyu Pavilion seem to have received the news in advance. Our insiders heard that in the Inheritance Tower, there are endless treasures in the main hall over there, which can be obtained through points. Come and redeem it, and the Tree Master with the highest points can also get the legendary Supreme Reward. Damn it! That is the Supreme Reward. What good stuff can be gained from this? As long as you get first place, you will know what the reward is in that tower. But the risk factor is really high. It is said that it has reached SS level, which is equivalent to a nightmare level copy. I wonder if I can get to the end. Who cares? It is said that as long as you go to conquer this tower, you can get a teleportation talisman back and forth. Even if you can't defeat the monsters inside, you can teleport out immediately, so you won't die so easily. So what are you waiting for? Get him a vote quickly. All the Sacred Tree Masters were discussing lively. Even the Sacred Tree Master installed in Muyu Pavilion jumped out to speak. The goal of doing this is of course not to let Muyu Pavilion monopolize the benefits of the Tower of Heritage, so the news is made public and the whole scene becomes more chaotic, so that these small guilds can get more of the pie. Of course, since the video of the Tower of Heritage was uploaded to the world public screen, this storm has brewed into an unstoppable trend, bombarding the entire Sacred Tree game in just a few days. For a time, all the Sacred Tree Masters were paying attention to this matter. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The Tower of Inheritance seems to be the inheritance left by the Emperor of Thunder. This great emperor is said to be an envoy from the Heavenly Palace. He once visited the kingdom of the Eternal Emperor and was enshrined as a distinguished guest to entertain him. Unexpectedly, he even landed in the lower realm. The inheritance of the Emperor of Thunder, even if it is just a random treasure left behind, may be of great help to the monks in the Hadao realm. Legend has it that this great emperor almost reached the realm of the immortal emperor at his highest state. Unexpectedly, he left his legacy in the Grey World. Lu Shu lowered his head and pondered. The news about the Samsara library is huge. Although there is not much description about the Thunder Emperor, many judgments can still be made based on Lu Shu's understanding of the Grey World. This inheritance is probably just a treasure thrown away by the Emperor of Thunder when he traveled to the Grey World. In the form of inheritance, he came to see if there are qualified divine tree masters who can obtain this inheritance. As for the origin of the Thunder Emperor, in the description of the Eternal Emperor, he came from the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace, Divine Kingdom, Grey Realm, these three places are different. There is also an unknown and endless sea. Since the identity of the Thunder Emperor is related to the Heavenly Palace, Lu Shu is naturally not willing to miss this prosperous age. However, the coordinates of 199, 99, are they too far away from me? Moreover, he had to turn around and go back, which greatly reduced his progress towards the 999, 999 coordinates. How to do it? Lu Shu's eyes suddenly focused on the ID in the chat box in front of him. Anna. My own guild member. Maybe, you can make a deal. Lu Shu paused and responded. New. Anna stared at the chat window in front of her. To be honest, she was still very curious about what Lu Shu would do next. After all, as the number one in the rankings, maybe there is a chance to witness him taking the initiative to come to this copy. When the time comes, the guild members will act together and witness the true style of the top leader. That was a chance to show off to the Akatsuki organization. Anna began to think about this. If the Akatsuki organization can become famous in one battle, will my guild gain many more fans? At this time, a message came from the chat box in front of me. President Anna, do you want to be number one in the Tower of Heritage? Anna was stunned when she looked at the words in front of her. She rubbed her eyes and watched it several times to make sure she understood what the president said correctly. She was almost dumbfounded. Anna, President, how can I get the first place on the list? Just go and have fun. You have to take action yourself to get this rank. President, I'm far away and don't have time to guide you, so I can make a deal with you. Anna, hey, deal, curious baby face. President, yes, I can give you enough powerful superpower fruits, enough for you to reach the first level on the list. Moreover, you can use the inheritance points you get in them however you want, and the items you get are also yours. However, the reward for the first place on the list must be given to me. If you think it is suitable, you can make this deal. Anna then understood what Lu Shu meant. Her eyes widened. Is there such a good opportunity in the world? If you ask yourself, Anna is not sure that she can get to the top of the list, let alone the first place, even the 100th place may not be qualified. According to the president's intention, it seems that she wants to use the superpower fruit to pile herself into the top of the list. The height of. True or false? Anna couldn't help but ask excitedly, President, is this really okay? To be honest, Anna still didn't have much confidence. Even if she obtained the superpower fruit, she was not sure that she would be able to defeat others. And I still don't know what the superpower fruits that the president gave me are. President, you just need to tell me, agree or not. Chapter 287. Annel's mind was slightly shaken. With Lu Shuren's intention, he didn't even think about whether Annel could get the first place on the list after getting his superpower fruit. It seemed that getting the first place on the list was completely natural. The only choice is whether Annel agrees to the deal. For Annel personally, this transaction is of course a sure profit without losing money. After all, he has obtained the fruit of the tree man and can challenge the Tower of Heritage for higher points. How could he lose money? There is actually only one question to worry about, can I get first place on the list? But the tree lifters are not worried about this problem at all, so why should I worry about it? If you miss this village, you won't have this store. Annel calmed down, gritted his teeth, and replied firmly. I agree to this condition. Lu Shu nodded, and then, through the transaction panel, he transferred a teleportation fruit and a shadow assassin's professional fruit to them first, and said. Swallow these two fruits and reach the coordinates, 199, 99, as quickly as possible. When you arrive, enter the area of the Tower of Heritage, and I will give you additional fruits that will allow you to get the first place on the list. You should be able to get to the scene before the Tower of Heritage ends. Annel checked her coordinates. Now, her position is at coordinates, 88, 111, which is a certain distance from 199, 99. Regarding this issue, Annel herself can't say. Since the Tower of Heritage was opened, will only last for a month, and will be closed next time. Lu Shu saw Annel's little thoughts and said, if you are worried that the speed is not enough, it is not a problem. The 2 fruits I gave you, originally just for the purpose of traveling. Eat these fruits first. With a thought in Annel's mind, he took out the teleport fruit and shadow assassin fruit that Lu Shu had just given from the warehouse, hesitated for a moment, and then put the fruits into his mouth. Ding! You swallowed the teleportation fruit and gained the A-level teleportation ability. Ding! You swallowed the Shadow Assassin fruit and unlocked the exclusive profession of Shadow Assassin, reaching the Grandmaster level. 2 reminders in succession lit up in front of Anli's eyes. Her eyes suddenly changed. It turned out to be 2 A-level superpower fruits. No, this Shadow Assassin fruit can even directly reach the Master level professional level. If converted into a career fruit, it would still be an S-level career fruit at least. After swallowing these 2 fruits, Annel's eyes were full of surprise. You know, Lu Shu gave these 2 fruits just to facilitate Annel's journey. However, just transmitting the superpower fruits has already reached a level, not to mention that after the level of the Shadow Assassin Divine Tree grows, just one of the fruits it produces can directly promote Annel to the Grandmaster level Shadow Assassin. Although this level is not suitable for most current professional gods. For a Tree Master, he is no longer very high, but he can be promoted to the Grandmaster level with just 1 stone, which still brings a big shock to Annel. Thanks. Annel took a deep breath. Now, she finally knows where the President's confidence comes from. Just to facilitate her travels, she can easily give away A-level teleportation powers, as well as career fruits that directly reach the Master level, and it is also the profession of Shadow Assassin. The value of the 2 fruits converted to the transaction interface is no less than the S-level superpower fruit. Annel's heart at this moment can only be described as admiration. The next second. She will not wait any longer, put all the bonus points into speed, and rush towards the coordinates, 199, 99, as fast as possible. Using the ability of the Master-level Shadow Assassin, Annel's figure turned into a shadow, teleporting like this for herself. It only takes half a month to pass the many coordinates. A superpower fruit. After the conversation with Annel ended, a warehouse appeared in front of Lu Shu. The powerful miracle fruit can allow any sacred tree master to obtain SSS-level power. The Vajra immortal fruit can obtain an SSS-level physique. The indestructible body of King Kong. These 2 superpower fruits have piled up the basic strength attributes and physical attributes to the level of SS-level dungeons. To deal with the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, there should be no divine tree masters in the previous levels. It can be compared. After the basic attributes are off the charts, it is not easy to defeat the mobs. But considering the identity of the opponent, he is the Emperor of Thunder from Tiangong, will there be some more difficult aspects in the later levels? At that time, Lu Shu was not sure. More superpower fruits were needed. At this moment, Lu Shu sensed a slight movement in the direction of the abyss. It seemed that the deep sea army had broken through that sea area, go to a new area to explore. Lu Shu immediately transferred his mental power and activated resonance. The next second, the scene in front of him turned into a pitch-black abyss. Poseidon Palace. Lu Shu's consciousness came to one of the Nami's bodies. The golden dragon and koi carp transformed into a young man, standing solemnly on the console of the Poseidon Palace, with the screen projecting images of the abyss outside. After traveling for thousands of meters, this place is already 20,000 meters under the sea. The nearby area is not just as simple as the Black Sea, but also has many invisible whirlpools and undercurrents. Even the Poseidon Palace will suffer considerable damage if it is involved in the undercurrent. But fortunately, there is also a detector from the Poseidon Palace to assist in exploring the 20,000-meter sea area. Therefore, these whirlpools were detected by the detector before they were encountered and were perfectly avoided. However, this does not mean that the current situation will be easy to deal with. The golden dragon koi took a deep breath and said, "There are many sea monsters in the distance, and they are very large in number. If we want to continue exploring and looking for treasure chests, it will be difficult not to disturb them." Chapter 288. When Lu Shu heard this, he frowned and asked, "Sea monster, is this species difficult to deal with?" The golden dragon koi patiently replied, "I can't say it is difficult to deal with, but it is indeed very tricky, because there are too many of them." Lu Shu smiled and said, "If you are here, our luck should be good enough." That's right. The golden dragon koi has a great luck bonus. The luck value carried by the golden dragon koi alone is as much as 500 points. If Lu Shu also comes here, he will also be blessed by the golden dragon and koi carp. Adding the 2 together, the lucky value will exceed 1,000. Don't underestimate the value of luck. In such a dangerous situation, it is likely to play a big role. Golden Dragon Koi thought hesitantly and looked embarrassed, but finally thought that Lu Shu had come in person and nodded. With your strength, you shouldn't be in danger. The domain is opened by exerting mental power. After Lu Shu obtained the reincarnation domain, he did not need to come over. He only needed his mental power to come here to activate the reincarnation domain. The Golden Dragon and Koi fish are not confident about their luck, but felt reassured by Lu Shu's strength. Boom! Along with the Poseidon Palace, there was a tremor in the seawater. The deep-sea army continued to explore towards the 20,000-meter sea area. A sea monster, it seems that I sensed something and walked towards this place. Warn! A sea monster has noticed the existence of Poseidon Palace and is approaching here. The danger factor has reached SS level. On the screen, a huge red dot slowly moved towards the area where the Poseidon Palace was located. The speed is quite amazing. In a short period of time, he quickly approached the Poseidon Palace from a few kilometers away. Soon, a picture was projected on the screen of the Poseidon Palace control console. The sea monster is huge and covered with tentacles. Its body is like an oil drum and has 6 pairs of orange eyes. It looks like a strange light bulb in the deep and dark sea. But this light bulb grows on the head of a monster. The body looks extremely ugly, which is a nightmare for patients with trypophobia. At the same time, a monster panel popped up in front of Lu Shu, recording the information about the sea monster. Black Sea Monster. Category, Black Sea God Clan. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 3,000 meters. Power, 7,300. Speed, 7,250. Defense, 5,420. Skills, Poseidon Bloodline, Abyss Amplification, Black Sea Whale. Description, a common creature in the outer world of Poseidon God Clan, it is affected by when attacking, it will emit a mournful cry that resounds throughout the Black Sea. At that time, all sea monsters will be attracted. So, it's best not to mess with this guy. It's best to kill it instantly without letting it make a mournful sound. Golden Dragon Koi immediately reminded him. In fact, no need to say anything, Lu Shu also knows how to deal with the Black Sea monster. The sea monster didn't seem to realize the danger yet, turning its 6 pairs of light bulb-like eyes. There was a trace of vigilance in his heart, but he still continued to move towards the Poseidon Palace. At this moment, a whirlpool suddenly swallowed up the sea monster. The sea monster suddenly panicked. It felt a crisis of death swept over. The next second, a harsh sound wave, following a certain part of the sea monster, turned into a very high frequency and spread rapidly. This frequency exceeds that of human beings. The limit of what the ears can bear is spread throughout the Black Sea as quickly as possible. If other sea monsters hear this mournful sound, they will come quickly. In the extremely dangerous Black Sea, the sea monsters still need to face the gods in the sea. Therefore, hugging together is the reason why the sea monster survives, and it is also the reason why the gods are not willing to provoke the sea monster easily. But at this moment, the sea monster discovered something even more terrifying. The sound wave is spreading to about 100 meters. The position suddenly stopped. No matter how desperately the sea monster screamed, the sound could not be transmitted. The next moment, the whirlpool of reincarnation completely enveloped the Black Sea monster. The sea monster's eyes slowly closed, completely falling into a dark eternal sleep from which I can never wake up again. You killed the Black Sea monster and got Sea Monster Heart X1. Heart of the Sea Monster, a necessary item to synthesize the Black Sea monster. If you swallow it, you can get the breath of the sea monster, making other Black Sea monsters mistakenly think that you are the same kind. A black heart appeared in Lu Shu's hand. This is the heart of the Black Sea monster. After being dissected out of the sea monster's body, this heart is still beating strangely, and black ink spurts out from time to time. It looks extremely disgusting. Lu Shu couldn't help but frown, thinking, could a normal human being really eat such a thing? It's 10,000 times more disgusting than devil fruit. At this time, Golden Dragon Koi's eyes lit up, he pointed in one direction and said. There is a lair of a black sea monster there. The sea monster we killed was a homeowner among the sea monsters. Usually, the status of these homeowners is higher than that of the sea monsters of the wandering tribe. The most obvious thing is that the sea monsters of the Fang family can easily collect treasure chests. All black sea creatures have an instinctive love for treasure chests. When we find the sea monster's lair, we can find the treasure chest it collected. Lu Shu couldn't help but glance at the Golden Dragon and Koi strangely. How do you know that sea monster belongs to a homeowner family? I feel the aura of wealth in it. Golden Dragon Koi said confidently. Lu Shu raised his eyebrows. Aura of wealth? That's okay. But considering the urinary properties of Golden Dragon Koi, this may be his talent. Drive in the direction pointed by Golden Dragon Koi, Momo about half an hour later. I didn't encounter any more attacks from sea monsters on the way. A deep cave entrance appeared in front of me. The sea monster died, and naturally there were no more monsters in the cave entrance. It seemed that the sea monster I killed before strange, not only are there people who have houses, they are also single people. The Poseidon Palace sailed into the cave. The next second, 3 golden treasure boxes appeared in front of them. Chapter 289. Ding! You opened a legendary treasure chest and obtained the best life essence X1. 3 consecutive top-quality life essences. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. What a good thing. In this way, the progress of the products of my sacred tree is extremely fast. I didn't expect that a sea monster nest would contain so many good things. The way Lu Shu looked at the sea monsters suddenly changed. He originally thought that these ugly monsters would only cause trouble for him. The items that exploded were not that good either. Moreover, with the strength of the current deep-sea army, synthesizing a sea monster-level legion is not very helpful. I have lost interest in this kind of monster. I didn't expect to dig out a sea monster nest and find 3 legendary treasure chests in a row. This is converted into the accelerated product progress, that's 3 days. Do you use extreme life essence? Yes. With a burst of life light coming to the sacred tree in the center of the island. Growth points 3000. Growth points 3000. At the same time, the products of the sacred tree also decreased by 3 days. The next product is coming even faster. Open the sacred tree panel. Sacred tree. Stage, intermediate sacred tree. Sunshine, 2010 day, 20, 1x100. Aura, 1540 day, 15, 4x100. Subspecies spiritual tree remaining capacity, 15, total 15. Products, spiritual fruit, sword god template fruit, holy spirit growth fruit, top quality void return fruit. Production cycle, 4 days. Growth points, 305,200, 41, 4x1006640 day. Next stage, advanced holy tree, 500,000 growth points. 4 days to go. Lu Shu's eyes showed a brilliant light. Before, when the invasion of the Grey World ended, the last product had matured, and it had been a few days since the exploration of the Grey World. In addition, the top quality obtained this time essence of life, there are only 4 days left in total. Sword God template fruit. Spiritual fruit. These 2 fruits should be new superpowers. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He didn't know to what level the Angel of Life could upgrade these fruits. I thought it would take several days to know what these fruits look like. But after searching a sea monster nest, Lu Shu's mind changed. Where is the monster's lair? It's clearly his treasure paradise. Lu Shu looked at the golden dragon koi and immediately asked, where else is there such a good place? Go search for it. The golden dragon and the koi smiled bitterly and said, you ask me, who am I asking? Among hundreds of sea monsters, there may be only one that can become a homeowner. The chance of finding someone who owns a house is very low. If you specifically want to look for it, the most common place is the sea monster community. But in this case, the number of sea monsters we have to face will be very large. It is still not recommended to do such risky things. Coming to the sea area below 20,000 meters, the area here is much larger than before. Don't look at just 1 or 2 sea monsters coming. If this sound wave is really allowed to spread, we will face thousands of them. The pursuit of sea monsters. If the Poseidon Palace is destroyed, it will not be that simple next time you want to explore such deep sea areas. Lu Shu could only give up this idea first. Nothing can be rushed, right now. The golden dragon koi seemed to suddenly sense something, and suddenly said, I sense the aura of the sea monster king nearby. Sea monster king. Lu Shuzheng was wondering about the background of the sea monster king. The golden dragon and koi fish suddenly ran to the control console and hid the whereabouts of the Poseidon Palace. On the screen, several red dots suddenly appeared on the map displayed by the detector. Those red dots were obviously heading towards the Poseidon Palace. But because the golden dragon koi turned on the concealment mode, it was equivalent to hiding the whereabouts of the palace. The whereabouts of these red dots suddenly stopped, and in wandering back and forth nearby. How did you sense the sea monster king? Lu Shu looked at the golden dragon koi in confusion. This guy's perception ability is stronger than that of the palace. Why didn't you see that the golden dragon koi was so powerful before? I didn't sense the sea monster king, I just sensed the aura of the king. Golden dragon koi explained. Lu Shu could only complain in his heart, which is in line with the ability of Golden Dragon Koi. He is born with a very keen sense of danger, luck, treasures and kings, these different things. This kind of perception is more of a talent than an ability. Can't we deal with the Sea Monster King? Lu Shu Duo asked. He was very interested in the Sea Monster King. A homeowner among the sea monsters could accumulate so many legendary treasure chests, let alone the Sea Monster King. We can deal with it, but we can't let the Sea Monster King sense the Poseidon Palace, otherwise it will directly send all the sea monsters to attack our palace. Then I will go directly to deal with the Sea Monster King. Can you find this guy's palace? Yes, but the premise is that you must get the Sea Monster King over and try not to disturb other sea monsters. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lu Shu's body swayed and he immediately left the Poseidon Palace. Nami was born with strong control over the Black Sea. Her race was higher than the average Poseidon in the sea. When consciousness came to Nami, Lu Shu naturally, you can also enjoy this privilege. By the way, the heart of the sea monster. There are great risks in approaching the Sea Monster King. This guy is cunning and alert at the same time. Don't disturb them casually. Even if there is a realm of reincarnation, it is not safe enough. In this case, just swallow the sea monster's heart and disguise it as the same kind of breath. Chapter 290. Although the appearance of the heart was a bit disgusting, it was not Lu Shu who swallowed it, but Nami. As the princess of the sea, Nami herself is not human. If she lives in the deep sea, she will occasionally find the hearts of sea monsters to eat. This is their food, so naturally she will not dislike it. Nami ate the heart of a sea monster and immediately transformed into a sea monster, even her breath became exactly the same. This thing is really unpalatable. Lu Shu frowned and immediately turned off the sensory resonance with Nami. In this way, he no longer had to taste what the sea monster's heart tasted like. Fortunately, Nami's body structure is completely different from that of humans. There's nothing wrong with eating the sea monster's heart. If not, Lu Shu really wanted to throw it away. A prompt popped up in front of him. You have swallowed the heart of the sea monster and gained the breath of the sea monster, which lasts for 1 hour. Not much time. With only an hour of disguise, Lu Shu did not dare to neglect and immediately headed in the direction of the Sea Monster King. In the distance, the Kraken King is wandering nearby. It seems that he is looking for the aura of the disappeared Poseidon Palace. It sent out an obscure wave, signaling the sea monsters around it to search for the location of Poseidon's palace. At this time, a sea monster wandered over. The Sea Monster King immediately made a harsh sound, seeming to be scolding the other party. The sea monster instantly wandered into the distance. At this time, the Sea Monster King stopped and continued walking in other directions. That's right. The sea monster that was scolded was turned into Lu Shu. He frowned. This Sea Monster King actually asked other sea monsters to search for the direction of the aura of the Poseidon Palace. If I get close at this time, I will attract the attention of the Sea Monster King. However, there are only a few sea monsters nearby. Through the Sea Monster King's panel, Lu Shu could find that, except for some basic attributes, which were higher than those of ordinary sea monsters, there was nothing special about the Sea Monster King. That is, their status within the clan is relatively noble. In addition to being able to summon allies when encountering danger, its intelligence is higher than that of ordinary sea monsters, so it has the ability to act as a commander. Kill the other sea monsters first. While the Sea Monster King lets other sea monsters go to other areas to explore, capture the king first and capture the thieves. There are only a few sea monsters nearby. If the Sea Monster King is attacked and the sound is spread first, there will only be this several sea monsters can hear it. To be on the safe side, Lu Shu didn't want the Sea Monster King to make a sound to summon other accomplices before he died. The Sea Monster King is different from other sea monsters. It has a wider range of perception and is alert. It is more powerful. If there is any disturbance, it will immediately summon all the sea monsters over. It does not have to wait until it is attacked. Because of this difference, Lu Shu treats the Sea Monster King better than dealing with ordinary sea monsters. Be more cautious. Mark. When the other sea monsters left, Lu Shu first used his spiritual power to leave a spiritual mark on them without anyone noticing. It would be very convenient to find them this way. Then, all he had to do was act like a hunter. Waiting for the moment when the sea monster leaves the perception range of the Sea Monster King. The Sea Monster King ordered his men to spread out to explore, because considering that the nearby sea area is too big, there is no requirement to act within the perception range. This gave Lu Shu an excellent opportunity. Kill. When a sea monster was alone, Lu Shu immediately used the realm of reincarnation to wrap up the sea monster and kill it instantly. The sea monster had no room to react at all. After being crushed by mental power, it fell into reincarnation. Illusion, and can never wake up. This is no different from death. Even if the sea monster can hold on for a few seconds, it is in Lu Shu's realm of reincarnation and cannot transmit the sound waves. In this way, reincarnation domain is Lu Shu's best way to kill sea monsters. Golden Dragon Koi, is this guy a homeowner? Lu Shu transferred the body back and asked the Golden Dragon Koi to identify it. No. Golden Dragon Koi shook his head decisively, and said helplessly, you kill these sea monsters, it is basically impossible for you to be a homeowner. The class divisions in the sea monster field are quite clear. The status of the homeowners is slightly higher than that of the homeless people, and it is impossible for them to become the subordinates of the sea monster king. Generally, those who are summoned and waved away by the sea monster king are wandering people with a lower status. All right. After hearing this answer, Lu Shu could only give up. However, in order to act safely and within the racial domain of the sea monster, Lu Shu did not choose to be too reckless, but first dealt with the sea monster king's men. Even if there is no harvest from the treasure chest, getting a few more sea monster hearts will be beneficial to the subsequent disguise. After all, after killing the sea monster king, you have to enter the opponent's lair and get all the sea monster king's assets. Therefore, in Lu Shu's eyes, these hearts are still useful. 1. 2. 3. Every time he killed a sea monster, Lu Shu counted it silently in his mind. When he killed the 17th one, he took a long breath. Finally the killing is over. So far, all the sea monster king's men have been killed by Lu Shu. During this period, Lu Shu also received 2 sea monster hearts. At a sea area of 20,000 meters, the range of activities nearby is really too large, and we have to wait patiently for the sea monster to leave the perception range of the sea monster king before we can take action. In addition to Lu, we can take down these men in half a day. The tree itself is strong enough to kill instantly, and there is a certain amount of luck in it. Lu Shu quietly turned back toward the sea monster king. At this time, the sea monster king also realized some dangers. After such a long time, not a single sea monster came back. Just when it was about to scream, a sea monster returned to its side leisurely. This made the sea monster king relax his guard a little. Just when it made a sharp cry and wanted to accuse, the next second. The sea monster king found that the surrounding area had become a realm of reincarnation, and it had no chance to speak anymore. Chapter 291. Before he died, the sea monster king wanted to let out a heart-stopping howl. That cry is much sharper than that of ordinary sea monsters. It can penetrate the entire sea area in a very short period of time. However, no matter how sharp the scream was, it could not penetrate Lu Shu's realm of reincarnation. The sea monster king felt extremely frustrated and let out a few muffled screams again, but he was still unable to convey the message to the other sea monsters. That majestic spiritual power, like Wang Yang, turned into an abyss that made the sea monster king eternally trapped, making its consciousness forever trapped in the prison of reincarnation, unable to escape. Finally, the sea monster king gave up his resistance, closed all his bulb-like orange eyes, and fell into eternal sleep. At the same time, in front of Lu Shu, a prompt to kill also popped up. Ding! You killed the sea monster king of the Black Sea and obtained the heart of the sea monster king. Heart of the sea monster king, if you swallow it, you will gain the breath of the sea monster king and be able to command the sea monsters around you, making you the king of all the sea monsters in this sea area. Duration, 3 days. This heart is a good thing. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. You know, after killing the sea monster king, Lu Shu planned to empty out all the sea monster king's treasure house, so naturally he needed such a heart. Originally, he thought he would have to kill more several sea monsters, after obtaining enough hearts, lurked in. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the heart of the sea monster king, as long as they swallowed it, not only would it last for 3 days, but they could also summon other sea monsters. To put it simply, Lu Shu has the qualifications to play the role of the sea monster king. That way, it won't be a problem to sneak into the sea monster territory and bring out all the sea monster king's wealth. Return to the Poseidon Palace. Lu Shu will take over the sea. The body of the monster king was thrown on the altar. The golden dragon and koi carp, wearing golden robes, came to the body of the sea monster king with surprise in their eyes. He knew that Lu Shu could kill the sea monster king. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Closing his eyes, the golden dragon koi felt it carefully, and then solemnly said, I will direct the next formation. Lu Shu nodded. He knew that the golden dragon koi could sense the location of the wealth through the body of the sea monster king. Those golden vertical pupils were filled with a hint of excitement and joy, apparently instinctively sensing the sea monster king. The wealth he possesses. Tsk. This is the nature of the golden dragon koi. No one can stop his instinct for treasures. The golden dragon koi sat on the console, and his wisdom was also extremely high, but just now after sitting on it, he understood the control method of the Poseidon Palace. Moreover, it was very easy to control, just like an experienced driver who had been driving for more than 10 years. Lu Shu cast a surprised look at the golden dragon koi. He had no choice but to control it. Said. Apart from being a little timid, this guy is not bad at all in other aspects. The Poseidon Palace moved its huge body towards the deep waters of the Black Sea, and drove away bit by bit. On the way, the golden dragon and koi fish faced each other. He has a strong sense of danger and usually avoids sea monsters. In fact, after turning on the stealth mode, even if the sea monster passes by the Poseidon Palace, it will not be able to detect the existence of the Poseidon Palace. Unless it is coming. Sea Monster King. However, if you can catch a Sea Monster King, you should be very happy. After all, you can get an extra fortune. Of course, this beautiful vision did not come true. Sea monster among the sea monsters, kings are rare. There are only 1 or 2 in the whole community. Now, Lu Shu has killed 1 sea monster king. If he wants to meet another one, even if his luck reaches 10,000, in terms of probability, it has also decreased a lot. Driving forward gradually, the red dots on the projection screen have become more and more. As time goes by, the Poseidon Palace gradually comes to the sea monster community. At this point in this place, no matter how careful the golden dragon koi is, it is difficult to avoid most of the sea monsters here. At this time, Lu Shu has to take action. The realm of reincarnation. Every sea monster that gets too close is directly hit. Lu Shu captures and kills instantly. Although the Poseidon Palace has turned on the concealment mode, if it directly collides with the sea monster, it will definitely cause the other party to scream. After all, the sea monster cannot see the Poseidon Palace, but it is not without pain. If in a real face-to-face collision, the Poseidon Palace would not be able to kill the sea monster directly. Therefore, Lu Shu had to immediately kill the sea monster that might come close to him. Even this still involves certain risks. How exciting! Jinlong Koi held the steering wheel with both hands and said, sweating profusely. Drive your car well. Lu Shu warned coldly. This guy, after so many days of experience, he is still so cowardly. I really don't know how he got the mythical bloodline. It's still a dragon. Even if Wudong Phoenix comes over, it's better than the golden dragon koi behave better. Almost there. The golden dragon and koi carp looked ahead with a solemn expression. Which location is it probably? Lu Shu asked. The golden dragon koi directly used its mental power to transmit the position it perceived to Lu Shu. This method is much more direct than language. It is like a map coordinate, imprinted into Lu Shu's mind that way. Directly through these coordinates, Lu Shu can accurately find out the location of the Sea Monster King's wealth. Not bad, at my speed, I can get there in about half a day. Lu Shu's face softened slightly when he sensed the location of the coordinates. Coming here was like coming to the kingdom of sea monsters. On the screen, nearby red dots were densely packed, like red ants crawling nearby. If there is any carelessness, all the ants will rush over without hesitation. Even though the strength is very weak in Lu Shu's eyes, there are too many of them. Lu Shu simply let the golden dragon koi control the Poseidon Palace. Staying there and waiting, he walked out of the hatch alone. The next second, swallowed the heart of the Sea Monster King. Lu Shu transformed into the Sea Monster King and headed towards the core of the Sea Monster Kingdom. Move away. Chapter 292. Finally reached. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. In front of him, a huge nest appeared. This is the hometown of the Sea Monster King. Even without the coordinate guidance of the golden dragon and koi carp, anyone can easily judge just by relying on this huge nest. This place is the core hinterland of the Sea Monster Kingdom. Groups of sea monsters are wandering nearby. When Lu Shu appeared, all the sea monsters became extremely quiet, and from time to time there were fawning sounds coming from nearby. In the world of sea monsters, classes are really clear. Lu Shu watched everything around him and secretly thought in his heart. Originally, he thought that the reason why the Sea Monster King had a king. In fact, they are similar to the queen bee and queen ant in the animal world. It only occupies a great advantage in production. He is the chosen leader within the race, but the sea monster obviously has a certain command, so a class is created. Lu Shu naturally ignored the sea monsters around him and entered the lair casually. In fact, he had already calculated the time in his mind. Within the huge lair, countless sea monsters moved all the precious minerals from the Black Sea into the lair to build the palace. These ores are like crystals, emitting a dreamlike brilliance, reflecting the darkness of the sea in a brilliant way. Lu Shu couldn't help but clicked his tongue twice in his heart. Compared with the sea monsters of a Yufeng clan, the place where the sea monster king lives is really like a human palace, and he is the aloof king, enjoying the most good resources, have endless subordinates to serve themselves. Of course, these ores were of great value only in the eyes of the sea monster, but they were of no use to Lu Shu. In the world of the Divine Tree Master, items with supernatural properties are traded for exchange value. Although these minerals are rare items, without a secular society, they lose their trading value. He quickly passed through the palace and reached the core. Several sea monsters were stationed outside a palace gate. After seeing Lu Shu coming, several sea monsters felt the aura of the sea monster king and consciously left from the palace door. Really knowledgeable. Lu Shu nodded in surprise. Before he could say anything to expel them, these sea monsters left on their own. They are indeed sea monsters that can enter the sea monster king's palace. They are born to be scoundrels. Open the palace door. Hundreds of people are there. A golden treasure box appeared inside the palace gate. There are so many. Lu Shu was shocked. Even though he had expected it, he never expected that there would be such a huge number of treasure boxes. This is not to directly evolve his sacred tree into a high-level sacred tree, or even to a higher level. But Lu Shu took a closer look and found that the colors of these treasure chests were different from the legendary treasure chests. It seemed that they were not all legendary treasure chests. A prompt appeared in front of him. Tip: the Sea Monster King's treasure house contains countless Black Sea resources. Do you want to open it? Yes. Does this still need to be considered? Even if it's not a legendary treasure chest, there are so many treasures and there are still many good things. A burst of golden light flashed in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The Sea Monster King's treasure trove finally reveals its true value. Ding! You opened the Sea Monster King's treasure chest and obtained the best life essence X5. Ding! You opened the Sea Monster King's treasure chest and obtained Black Sea Crystal X1000. Ding! You opened the Sea Monster King's treasure chest and obtained the Poseidon Pass X1. 5 top quality life essences. Lu Shu is quite satisfied with this harvest. The legendary treasure chest does not come randomly. From this point of view, the Sea Monster King's preference for the best life essence is not particularly strong. The one with the largest number is the Black Sea Crystal. What is this? Lu Shu turned his attention to the Black Sea Crystal. This extremely deep crystal felt heavy in his hand. It was engraved with pure natural patterns on the surface, revealing a mysterious it means nobility. From the panel that appeared in front of him, Lu Shu figured out what effect this crystal had. Black Sea Crystal, an extremely precious ore in the Black Sea. It has the mysterious energy in the Black Sea. It can be used to drive the large-scale magic circle of the Poseidon clan. It is a natural resource that the Poseidon clan values very much. The Sea Monster King mines a sufficient amount of Black Sea crystals in his territory every year and offers them to the Poseidon clan, in order to gain peace from the Poseidon clan and the lofty status of the Black Sea. Black Sea Pass, ticket to Poseidon Ceres Bay, crossing the 25,000-meter dividing line of the Black Sea. I see. Lu Shu now figured out what the use of the Black Sea crystal was. First of all, what must be explained is the relationship between sea monsters and the Poseidon clan. Although there are many sea monsters and they are very powerful and were born in the Black Sea, their bloodline is not as noble as that of the Poseidon clan. They occupied such a large area of the Black Sea's living space, which naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the Poseidon clan. However, the Poseidon felt that there were too many sea monsters and it was difficult to kill them, so they took out the pass, bribed the Sea Monster King, improved their status, and asked them to worship a sufficient number of Black Sea crystals every year. In order to survive, the Sea Monster King readily agreed. Becoming a part-time worker of the Poseidon clan, you have to offer Black Sea crystals every year. In exchange for the relatively peaceful living status of sea monsters, and the Sea Monster King has a certain status in the Poseidon clan, and has a pass to meet the Poseidon. It has to be said that once you get to the Black Sea, below, the survival relationship here becomes complicated. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Travel 25,000 meters, if you have a pass, and find the heart of the Sea Monster King again. Maybe it will be easier. Put all the treasure boxes into the realm of reincarnation. Lu Shu left the Sea Monster King's lair in a big way. Without the permission of the Sea Monster King, all the sea monsters did not dare to explore the abnormalities inside, and could only watch respectfully. Lu Shu left, until he returned to the Poseidon Palace, countless sea monster screams suddenly sounded. Chapter 293. Countless sea monsters began to make shrill screams. In just the blink of an eye, the entire sea area was filled with sea monsters making ear-piercing screams. What happened? Lu Shu's eyes became sharp, and he sensed that the surrounding area was full of dangers. The golden dragon Koi said eagerly, "These sea monsters, after they sensed that the aura of the sea monster king disappeared, and at the same time discovered that you had taken away all their treasures, it would be weird not to go crazy. According to the tradition of sea monsters, every year, enough black sea crystals must be offered to the Poseidon clan. Otherwise, you will be punished." The sudden disappearance of the sea monster king, and the instantaneous disappearance of the treasures inside, made these sea monsters realize what happened. Whatever happened, everyone was going crazy. When the sea monster went completely crazy, the surrounding red dots suddenly became extremely dense. The red dots jumped around on the screen and were about to crash into Lu Shu's Poseidon Palace at any time. At this time, the deadline for the heart of the Monster King has almost passed. It took more than 2 days from exploring the palace to returning. If there is no heart of the Sea Monster King, and the surrounding sea monsters are completely crazy, if the Poseidon Palace accidentally bumps into a sea monster without eyes and is completely exposed, then the situation of Lu Shu and others will become much more dangerous. We have to get out of here quickly. Golden Dragon Koi said eagerly. At this time, Lu Shu was already sitting on the console. He placed part of the Black Sea crystal directly on the altar of the Poseidon Palace. At this moment, the altar suddenly erupted. A burst of light. The Poseidon Palace absorbed the crystallized ore from the Black Sea, making a buzzing sound. At the same time, Lu Shu can turn on the stealth rapid mode. While maintaining the stealth mode, he can also move at high speed. The Poseidon Palace's power is greatly enhanced. Comprehensive ability. The Golden Dragon Koi couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of the Poseidon Palace, it can absorb the power of crystals and possess such functions. In fact, this is not surprising. The Poseidon Palace is originally a product of the Black Sea. It is even enshrined as a divine object by the gods. Such a large magic weapon can naturally absorb the energy of the Black Sea crystallization. In the past, Lu Shu had not obtained the Poseidon Palace before all the power of the palace has been unleashed. Even with the addition of the Black Sea crystals, the Poseidon Palace still has many areas that can be explored. The Poseidon Palace turned into a stream of light, cutting through the Black Sea and heading towards the periphery of the sea monster territory. Passed by. At this moment, Lu Shu suddenly found a row of connected red dots in front of him. Surrounded. Golden Dragon Koi's face suddenly turned ugly. These damn sea monsters are really vigilant enough. They even formed a row and wanted to surround us. The Poseidon Palace drove around the red dot. All the sea monsters seemed to have formed a great wall composed of sea monsters, sealing the exit. If Lu Shu wanted to forcefully break out, then you have to break out of the sea monster's body, but then you will be discovered by other sea monsters, and you will be surrounded. Is there no other way? When Golden Dragon Koi saw the situation in front of them, they suddenly felt a little desperate. Even with Lu Shu's ability and the use of the whirlpool of reincarnation, it would be difficult to break out of this encirclement. Of course, they could also teleport directly to the island, but that would if you come here, you will have to dive 20,000 meters from the sea surface again, which will waste a lot of time, and you will also lose the very precious Poseidon Palace. This is obviously a matter of blood loss. Will Lu Shu allow this to happen? Of course no. He looked at the surrounding sea and said calmly, if sea monsters can form this line of defense, there must be a sea monster king commanding it. Can you find the sea monster king? This sentence was said to the Golden Dragon Koi. After the Golden Dragon Koi heard it, he was stunned, and then he also reacted. That's right. The sea monsters can form this line of defense. It is absolutely impossible for them to be so united. Can form such a careful cooperation. There must be a sea monster king commanding behind. Just find this sea monster king, kill it quickly, and get the heart of the sea monster king. By using the power of the sea monster king and leaving this sea area, we can successfully break through the siege. The Golden Dragon Koi closed its eyes, and after sensing it, its expression changed. This sea monster king is difficult to kill in the more hidden hinterland. Give me the coordinates. Lu Shu responded lightly, and then left the hatch of the Poseidon Palace. The Golden Dragon Koi knew that Lu Shu wanted to use the heart of the sea monster, so he personally took action to hunt down the sea monster king. He hesitated for a while. In the end, the coordinates were given out. Jinlong Koi is still confident in Lu Shu's strength. If this plan can be realized smoothly, then breaking through the encirclement will not be a problem. After a full circle, Lu Shu returned to the sea monster core of the field. It's really quite secretive. Perceiving the location of the sea monster king, it was located very deep in the lair. Lu Shu sneered, and then walked inside. At this moment, several sea monsters stopped in front of Lu Shu. Roar! The sea monster made a sharp cry, signaling Lu Shu not to come close. Only then did Lu Shu remember that he was not disguising himself as the sea monster king, but an ordinary sea monster. In this special case, the sea monster king's lair the guards were extremely tight, and it would be difficult for any sea monster to get in. Lu Shu directly took out a black sea crystal. The meaning was obvious: this crystal will be offered to the king. The sea monsters around him hesitated. After a while, he finally backed away. When Lu Shu entered, several sea monsters behind him looked at Lu Shu with jealousy in their eyes. It seemed as if they had something good to occupy them. Lu Shu smiled inwardly. Sure enough. What I imagined was right. How could the sea monster king have such a huge crystal? How could he find it by himself? Of course it is enshrined by other sea monsters. As long as you take out the black sea crystal, you can sneak in. Soon. Lu the tree senses the aura of the sea monster king. Chapter 294. The sea monster king is located in the gate of a palace. Lu Shu walked over and shook the black sea crystal a few times. Several sea monsters at the door saw the crystal in Lu Shu's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then entered the palace door. After a while, a sea monster came out of it and made a cry, which meant, "Get in." Lu Shu entered the palace. The sea monster king is located on the top floor of the palace. There are several other sea monsters stationed near the palace. You can't kill the sea monster king here yet. Lu Shu thought for a while, first sent the black sea crystal up, and then sent a message to the sea monster king. I found a piece of crystallized ore in another place in the Black Sea. The sea monster king immediately became energetic. It knew that not long ago, the crystals in another sea monster king's palace were stolen. Now it is worrying about how to perform sacrifices for the Poseidon clan. The most recent sacrifice ceremony was not far away from now. It's very close. If you want to hold a sacrifice, you must offer enough black sea crystals. This is the sea monster's annual tradition. If you don't offer enough crystals, the sea monster will be hunted by the Poseidon clan. Where? The sea monster king asked sternly. Lu Shu immediately gave a mental wave. You all set off immediately and go to this place. The sea monster king said in a sharp tone to the sea monsters beside him. The other sea monsters, under the king's order, immediately left the nest and inquired about the location mentioned by Lu Shu. The hall suddenly became empty. Only Lu was left. The tree and the sea monster king, at this moment. A vortex of reincarnation suddenly enveloped the sea monster king. The sea monster king let out a burst of exclamation, looked at Lu Shu in horror, and let out a sharp scream. It was you who killed another king. Lu Shu understood what the sea monster king said, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it and directly activated the realm of reincarnation to the extreme. After a while, a prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! You killed the sea monster king of the Black Sea and obtained the heart of the sea monster king X1. Nailed it. Lu Shu stuffed the body of the sea monster king directly into the realm of reincarnation, and was about to walk out of the palace. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of him. Detection, 500 meters ahead, the sea monster king's treasure house. Lu Shu's heart moved, and he immediately followed the prompts and walked in. After wandering around the palace for a while, I discovered that there was an extremely hidden pavilion behind the throne. That is the treasure house of this sea monster king. This is so lucky. Lu Shu was instantly overjoyed and immediately walked into the treasure house. Originally, he only planned to kill the sea monster king to relieve the siege. Unexpectedly, he followed the prompts and found the location of the treasure house. No one had any luck. Of course, Lu Shu would not simply think that this is the increase in luck that the golden dragon koi brought to him, and it would have so many benefits. Without decisive judgment and courageous and strategic actions, no matter how lucky you are, you can't get to where you are today. Open the treasure house, it's filled with golden boxes. Using his spiritual consciousness to scan them, Lu Shu found that there were some legendary treasure boxes inside, as well as many other types. It was too late to check what treasures there were in the treasure chest. Lu Shu was too lazy to pay attention to so much, opened the realm of reincarnation, packed all these things into his own realm, and took them away. Then, he immediately left the treasure house. Walked out of the main hall. There was no unusual movement. Just like that, after killing the Sea Monster King, Lu Shu walked out without any incident. The sea monsters at the door did not have any orders from the Sea Monster King, nor did they dare to go in and check casually. I can only stare at Lu Shu and leave without knowing anything. During this period, Lu Shu behaved without any abnormality. When he left the perception range of those sea monsters, Lu Shu moved faster. Get up. If those sea monsters know that another Sea Monster King has died, they will definitely go crazy. Just after Lu Shu left the king's lair, as expected, bursts of screams suddenly came from the sea. The strange palace completely reverberated. All the sea monsters went crazy. Lu Shu immediately returned to the Poseidon Palace. The red dots on the screen had turned into turbulent currents, swaying around the Black Sea. This scene even made the Golden Dragon Brocade the Carp were all frightened. Seeing Lu Shu coming back, the Golden Dragon Koi clicked his tongue and couldn't help but ask, "What have you done? Why are these sea monsters acting like crazy?" Lu Shu directly threw out the body of the other Sea Monster King. Although he had expected this scene, the Golden Dragon Koi couldn't help but clicked his tongue. How long had it been? Another the Sea Monster King has been dealt with. The Golden Dragon Koi couldn't help but began to sympathize with the sea monster. It was like encountering an evil star. Killed 2 Sea Monster Kings in a row. No wonder the sea monsters are crazy. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shu, as soon as he thought about it, another row of treasure boxes appeared on the altar. The golden dragon and koi fish instantly had stars in their eyes, and the golden vertical pupils were completely occupied by treasures. He was born with a strong ability to deal with high-value wealth. His love. He is really the money-seeking type. The golden dragon koi is about to ask Lu Shu for a black sea crystal. Although it is of no use, at least it is used as a decoration. Who knew that Lu Shu would directly pour out the black sea crystal and use it all at once? Throwing it into the altar, it turned into energy for the Poseidon Palace. The hand that the golden dragon and koi just stretched out could only be retracted angrily. Well, these energy sources are still useful. I won't take it anymore. In fact, Lu Shu did not throw all the black sea crystals into the Poseidon Palace. The treasure box obtained by killing the second Sea Monster King was kept, and it will have other uses in the future. Sitting on the cockpit, Lu Shu drove the Poseidon Palace, suddenly heading towards the deeper parts of the Black Sea. The golden dragon and koi fish were immediately startled and asked quickly, "Brother, where are you going?" The hinterland of the Poseidon clan. Lu Shu was too lazy to say that much, and moved directly towards the sea area below 25,000 meters, quickly. Chapter 295. The golden dragon and koi fish were immediately frightened and hesitantly said, "You are not crazy, are you? If you rush down again, that place will be the territory of the Poseidon clan. All sea monsters will succumb to the hands of the Poseidon clan." One can imagine what a terrifying force the Poseidon clan in the Black Sea is. Although Lu Shu is powerful, he is still unable to kill so many sea monsters. If he runs to the Poseidon territory 20,000 meters below the Black Sea, he will be in danger of death. However, Lu Shu didn't pay much attention at all, and directly drove the Poseidon Palace and rushed deeper. He sat on the control console, dexterously maneuvering the Poseidon Palace, and passed over the surrounding sea monsters. However, the red dots on the map are becoming more and more dense. Ahead, a row of red dots continue to appear, blocking Lu Shu's path. This is the line of defense set up by the Poseidon clan. To rush past the defense line here is to go deeper into the sea, 25,000 meters away. At the other end, they left the sea monster's territory and returned to a relatively safe location. But Lu Shu had no intention of returning to that safe space. Now that the sea monster has been angered, this area will not calm down in a short time. It would be better to just rush into the deepest hinterland of the Poseidon clan and get rid of the sea monster. There are more and more red dots in front. It's over. Golden Dragon Koi's face turned pale. He had already seen what Lu Shu wanted to do. This is heartbreaking. Originally exploring the abyss, Golden Dragon Koi didn't intend to explore such a deep distance. The worst is to take it slow. Who would have known that I would meet such a lunatic like Lu Shu? He went in so recklessly. He was either risking his life or not treating the Poseidon clan as human beings. Boom! Lu Shu activated the acceleration mode of the Poseidon Palace. The huge body made of noble jade stones from the Black Sea suddenly turned into a beast in the Black Sea, and crashed directly into the sea monster's defense line. Consuming the Black Sea crystals, the Poseidon Palace exerted its true power, like a savage beast rushing straight into the sea. Then, the defense line formed by the sea monsters was like a thin piece of paper, which was torn open in an instant. All the sea monsters were defeated. Roar! The next second, the sea monster behind him was completely furious. The boundless sea monster sensed the existence of the Poseidon Palace, and chased after him like crazy, wanting to surround Lu Shu. The sea monster's wisdom is beyond compare. Lo, I know that the death of the sea monster king must be related to an outsider from an invading race. After searching for a long time, I finally have a new breakthrough. It is this Poseidon Palace. It must be an outsider in the Poseidon Palace. The sea monster king in their community was killed. The sea monster roared angrily and wanted to kill Lu Shu. They didn't care whether the people in the Poseidon Palace were from the Poseidon clan. For the sea monster king, the existence of the sea monsters is supreme and inviolable. They will only obey the orders of the sea monster king. Therefore, as long as the sea god clan bribes the sea monster king, they can make the entire sea monster race obey their orders. Lu Shu killed almost all the sea monster kings. It's all gone. At least this community can no longer see the sea monster king. It would be strange if the sea monsters below don't go crazy. All the sea monsters turned into a black whirlpool and swept towards the Poseidon Palace crazily. The scene was like a natural disaster in the Black Sea, far beyond the reach of human beings. The golden dragon Koi's face turned pale, but he was not afraid because of the threat of sea monsters. After the Poseidon Palace was provided with energy from the Black Sea crystals, the speed is quite fast. These sea monsters cannot catch up at all. Moreover, after Lu Shu breaks through the sea monsters' encirclement, the sea monster cannot surround them and trap them here. If he only relies on speed to catch up, then it is simply impossible to compare with the speed of Poseidon Palace. What really worries Golden Dragon Koi is what Lu Shu does next. As the Poseidon Palace continues to drive deeper, 21,000 meters. 22,000 meters. 23,000 meters. When we reached this area, some Poseidon generals noticed the abnormalities around them. What happened? The vortex in the Black Sea is a bit strange today. There seems to be some commotion nearby. Could it be those stupid sea monsters going crazy again? Hahaha, don't be ridiculous. The sea monster king is just a slave in front of our Poseidon clan. These sea monsters are the so-called sea monster king's licking dogs. What do you think those ugly monsters can cause? Storm. A three-eyed fish-eyed Poseidon said sarcastically. At this moment, suddenly, thousands of sea monsters formed a whirlpool and rushed here. In just the blink of an eye, they arrived at the sea within the perception range of the gods. What? The Poseidon general just turned his head, his face suddenly turned extremely pale, and he scolded sternly, "You monsters, all of you." Before he finished speaking, the whirlpool formed by the sea monsters completely swept them away. The sound stopped suddenly. Only the endless sea monsters were left, charging deeper. However, when they arrived at about 24,000 meters, suddenly, these sea monsters hit a transparent barrier. Boom! A muffled sound echoed in the Black Sea. All the sea monsters stopped. Among them, a few sea monsters wanted to try to figure out how to break through here, but when they moved forward, they were still bounced back as if they had hit a piece of transparent glass. This group of guys really didn't know how to turn around after bumping into the south wall a few times. The sea monster's deep gaze looked inside, and then under the guidance of the sea monster of the Yufeng clan, other sea monsters turned back one after another. That is the territory of the Poseidon clan. You need a pass to get past. Ordinary sea monsters can't move forward here. If something is done rashly, it will completely anger the Poseidon clan inside. By then, they will face the fate of annihilation. Chapter 296. The Poseidon Palace slowly stopped on the spot. Lu Shu thought, and a black card appeared in his hand. That's right. This is the pass for the Poseidon clan. This is also the reason why Lu Shu was able to pass here. With the Poseidon clan's pass, Lu Shu could pass through the Poseidon clan's barrier and enter the Poseidon's domain. It seems that he has escaped the pursuit of the sea monster behind him, but in fact he has fallen into a more dangerous situation. The moment he passed through the Poseidon barrier and entered their domain, although the pass could ensure that Lu Shu came here, it would also alarm the other Poseidon clan. Projection screen. In the distance, several red dots moved quickly towards Lu Shu's direction. The urgent voice of the golden dragon and koi fish sounded next to him. People from the Poseidon clan are coming. We must find a way to hide. Otherwise, if they discover the Poseidon Palace, everything will be over. Don't worry. Lu Shu took out the heart of the sea monster king and swallowed it. The next second, he transformed into the sea monster king again. However, after doing all this, Lu Shu still left a teleportation array in the nearby sea area. The Poseidon clan was built in a narrow bay where there were many natural seabed rocks, forming an extremely deep sea cave. They used the brilliant black sea ores to build huge palaces and cast them into the kingdom of Poseidon. Therefore, this black sea is relatively stable, and there is a flat jade surface for Lu Shu to engrave the teleportation array. As a beam of teleportation light descended, Lu Shu's body suddenly arrived here. Golden Dragon Koi blinked, wondering what Lu Shu wanted to do. The next second, the Golden Dragon Koi felt a huge suction force and wanted to swallow it. No, it's not just him. Even the entire Poseidon Palace has to be moved inside. Golden Dragon Koi suddenly panicked, but a voice came to his ears. Don't resist. Hearing what Lu Shu said, Golden Dragon Koi calmed down a little and let his mind relax. The next second, the picture in front of him swayed like water waves. Golden Dragon Koi unexpectedly found that he had arrived in a new world. Here it is. He looked around curiously, thinking he had returned to the Sacred Tree Island. However, this world is different from the Sacred Tree Island. In the middle, a small sapling is growing vigorously and has grown into a 3-meter-tall tree. Golden Dragon Koi was surprised to find that this small tree actually contained the aura of the origin of the avenue. Nailed it. Lu Shu looked behind him. Originally, the Poseidon Palace that spanned here was completely gone at this moment. The body of Poseidon Palace that Lu Shu drove to was absorbed into the small world. In fact, if it can be included if you go to the realm of reincarnation, it won't be so troublesome. But unfortunately, the realm of reincarnation cannot accommodate items of the size of Poseidon Palace, and the space is not big enough. We can only let the main body come here first and use the avenue of the small world. Only then can the Poseidon Palace be taken in. When he passes through the Poseidon clan's territory, he can find a place where he can teleport and move the Poseidon Palace over. At this time, a sound of scolding from the Poseidon general came from the side, King of sea monsters, why didn't you notify me in advance when you came over? Lu Shu turned his head and used the Sea Monster King's unique voice to convey the message. I have come to offer the Black Sea Crystal to the Poseidon clan. When General Poseidon heard this, his expression softened slightly and he nodded, okay, I'll take you to see the clan leader. Lu Shu followed the Poseidon general and passed through the magnificent palace. In front of him, the magnificent palace doors slowly opened. Inside the palace, the leader of the Poseidon clan sat at the top, holding the Poseidon scepter, symbolizing facing the endless power in the Black Sea. A panel immediately popped up in front of Lu Shu. Poseidon Patriarch. Category, Black Sea God Clan. Danger Coefficient, SS. Perception Range, 7,000 meters. Power, 7,300. Speed, 7,250. Defense, 7,420. Skills, Poseidon Bloodline, Abyss Amplification, Poseidon Summon, Dark Sacrifice, Black Sea Torrent, Domain, Formation. Description, 10,000 meters of sea, the leader of the Black Moon clan in the Black Sea. The Black Moon clan is a race that knows how to use the method of sacrifice to drive the power of the Black Sea. Among them, the Black Sea Scepter in the leader's hand is the core of the formation, stimulating the power of the formation of the Black Moon clan. The Black Moon tribe suppressed tens of thousands of sea monsters and used them as sacrifices to activate the power of the Black Sea to have absolute dominance in the Black Sea. Through the description, Lu Shu probably understood that this is the Black Moon clan in the Black Sea. No wonder the power of the formation here is so powerful. Through the power of his mind, Lu Shu quickly sensed that there were actually many formation fluctuations in this huge palace. The key to unlocking the formation is the scepter in the hands of the leader of the Black Moon clan. If my true body were here, it would take a lot of effort to use the small world and Tao patterns to destroy the entire Black Moon clan. However, my body still needs time to cultivate. If I send a clone, it will be difficult to withstand the fluctuations of the Black Sea. This battle can be avoided if possible. Perhaps, we can use the reincarnation realm to find a way to snatch the scepter from the hands of the Black Moon clan leader. Lu Shu's eyes revealed a brilliant light. There are too many enemies of the Black Moon clan. On the way here, the number of Poseidon generals swept up by the divine thoughts alone was no less than tens of thousands, and there were also many mermaids, sharks, elves scattered throughout the Black Sea, and even the Sea Royal clan with good blood. The overall strength of the Black Moon clan is very strong, and there are too many enemies. If Nami and Squirtle are sent down to kill them, there is a high probability of causing battle losses. This is what Lu Shu doesn't want to see. Each pet cost a lot of resources to raise, and Lu Shu did not intend to lose any of his soldiers. Therefore, it depends on the situation. At this moment, the patriarch above asked. Where are your tributes? Chapter 297. It's here. Lu Shu thought. The next second, the ground was filled with black sea crystals. It was like a hill. The nearby top officials of the mermaid tribe, shark tribe and other Poseidon tribes all looked straight at it. There were so many. The treasure is something that is rarely seen once in 100 years. You have made a huge contribution to our Poseidon clan. The way the leader of the Poseidon clan looked at Lu Shu had completely changed. Lu Shu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. The tribute that the Sea Monster King offers to the Poseidon clan every year must be only part of it. Like him, all of them handing over tributes was something that was absolutely impossible before. Lu Shu realized that he had taken too much, but he did not feel pity. After all, how could these black sea crystals be given away just as they were said to be given away? They should be taken back when the time comes. I will still get it back. I need to go to the sea below 25,000 meters. Lu Shu conveyed his message. When the Sea God tribe heard what the Sea Monster King said, his eyes immediately changed. Next to him, a senior member of the Shark tribe sternly scolded, "That's not a place you can go." The Sea Monster King immediately turned his head, glared at the Shark Man fiercely, and said that if he did not agree to this exchange, he would take back these crystals. Despicable species, you have already offered your sacrifice and you still want to go back. That's right, that's not a place you can go. If you go, you are seeking death. Don't know what is good and what is bad. The Poseidon clan around them cursed one after another. You can try to fight all the sea monsters. Lu Shu responded coldly. At this moment, the leader of the Sea Monster clan suddenly spoke. Since you have brought such rich wealth to our Poseidon clan this time, you might consider making an exception. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of other Poseidon clan members changed slightly. Patriarch, what's going on? However, the leader of the Black Moon clan waved his hand to signal others to be quiet. It seems, this old guy also has other things in mind. Lu Shu sneered in his heart, but on the surface he became calm and honest, and began to explore the sea area below 25,000 meters. With the permission of the leader of the Black Moon clan, the other Poseidon generals had no choice but to let him dive below 25,000 meters. After Lu Shu left, a Sea God clan member came to the ears of the Black Moon clan leader and asked quietly, "Clan leader, letting a sea monster enter that area is not a good thing. If something happens then, trouble." The leader of the Black Moon clan sneered. The sea monster probably sensed something going on inside, so it was so eager to get there. Ah. The Poseidon clan next to him showed a puzzled expression, and heard the Black Moon clan leader continue to analyze. The Sea Monster King has always had a strong ability to perceive the crystals of the Black Sea and the treasures in the Black Sea. This beast has enshrined the treasures he has kept secretly for so many years to us, just to go down there once. He must have something in mind. Maybe you have sensed the existence of the treasure. There has been a lot of turmoil in the Black Sea recently. If we let the Sea Monster King go and follow it, we will definitely gain something. Only then did the other senior officials understand what the leader of the Black Moon clan meant, and they all complimented. As expected of the clan leader, he is indeed wise. There was a faint smile on the face of the Black Moon clan leader, as if everything was under control. He stood up, looked around the clan members, and said, "You guys just wait here, don't walk around, I'll go first follow that beast and see what he discovers when the time comes." Then, the leader of the Black Moon clan raised his scepter and waved it gently. Suddenly, a dark light, accompanied by a tremor in the entire palace, enveloped his whole body. The figure gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, hidden in the night, as if suddenly disappearing. The Black Moon clan leader's understanding of formations is really getting deeper and deeper. Yes, the power that can drive the Black Sea immediately enters the invisible state, and even I cannot detect the whereabouts of the clan leader. Haha, that sea monster is really stupid. He thought he found the treasure and could bypass our clan leader's perception. After all, he is just a beast. He thinks that finding a few Black Sea crystals will give him a high status. Little does he know that he is just a plaything in our hands. I don't know how the Sea Monster King will look when he uses so many Black Sea crystals just for his next treasure hunt and is caught by our clan leader and has to hand over all of them. Wouldn't the Sea Monster King go completely crazy and want to kill the clan leader? It's so funny that a beast wants to compete with our clan leader. As long as it dares to make any move, with our clan leader's ability, it can kill it in minutes. A sarcastic voice came from the palace of the Sea God clan. At this time, the leader of the Black Moon clan had already left the palace and quietly followed Lu Shu after him. Leaving the territory of the Poseidon clan. Lu Shu view panel. Time remaining, 1 day. Okay, it's out now. Although he still maintained his original appearance as the Sea Monster King, Lu Shu had already left the territory of the Poseidon clan. Moreover, he felt that the leader of the Black Moon clan was following him. A smile appeared on his face. All of this had already happened to Lu Shu. In the plan, he used the Sea Monster King to offer the rare treasure, but showed a crazy desire to enter the sea area below 25,000 meters, which will definitely arouse the suspicion of the leader of the Black Moon clan. And he holds the Poseidon scepter in his hand. In order to monitor, I will definitely take action personally to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After all, the Sea Monster King's ability to sense treasures is too strong. Otherwise, the Poseidon clan would not use sea monsters as miners, they would just dig it themselves. But the Poseidon clan is arrogant. He was so scared that he refused to do such rough work, and his perception was not as good as that of the sea monster, so he naturally gave this job to the sea monster. Come with me. Lu Shu quietly went to a deeper place in the Black Sea. Sure enough, when he moved, the aura behind him quietly followed him. Chapter 298. The leader of the Black Moon clan frowned slightly. He sensed that the Sea Monster King was walking towards the Black Sea Demon Cave 25,000 meters below. It was a huge natural sea cave, with countless deep-sea devil fish stationed inside, as well as countless undercurrents and risks. Even the Poseidon clan would not dare to enter that dangerous area rashly. In addition to the dangers brought by living creatures, the invisible undercurrents in the Demon Cave and the mysterious and unpredictable power of the Black Sea are what make the Poseidon clan fearful. However, the Black Moon clan leader didn't look afraid at all, but instead became even more excited. He stared at the direction in which Lu Shu disappeared, and murmured, "This Sea Monster King may have sensed some incredible treasure inside. I will have a big harvest today." Hey Chief, he was not worried about the danger he would encounter if he went in. In the Poseidon clan's understanding, although sea monsters regard treasures as extremely important and have a natural perception of the treasures abundant in the Black Sea, but they care more about their own lives. This aspect is somewhat similar to the character of the Golden Dragon Koi. The figure of the leader of the Black Moon clan flashed, and he immediately entered the cave like a wave of water. However, when the figure just entered, the face of the Black Moon clan leader sank slightly. This devil's cave can actually suppress my perception ability. Moreover, my scepter cannot immediately transmit the situation here back to the Poseidon clan. The Sea Monster King is right in front. Although his perception ability was greatly weakened, the leader of the Black Moon clan still sensed the location of the Sea Monster King, and sneered in his heart. A naturally despicable race. Entering the Demon Cave, the movement speed really slowed down. It was difficult to move even an inch. However, sensing that the Sea Monster King continued to move deeper into the Demon Cave, the leader of the Black Moon clan was initially a little discouraged. At this moment, this thought disappeared again. Even a despicable race like the Sea Monster dares to advance inside. As the leader of the Poseidon clan, he is the chosen son of the Black Sea and a descendant of God. How can he be scared away by a demon cave? Thinking of this, the leader of the Black Moon clan sneered in his heart, and then followed the breath of the Sea Monster King, and continued to penetrate deeper. It should be almost done. The time of the Sea Monster King on Lu Shu has almost expired. He deliberately slowed down in order to lead the Black Moon clan leader deeper into the Devil's Cave. Through the information panel, Lu Shu knew about the scepter. Not only can it control the power of the Black Sea, but it can also teleport back to the Poseidon clan instantly, and even notify the clan members of the situation and move reinforcements. In short, it has complete functions. However, this Devil's Cave is a place under 25,000 meters. The special area has an extremely powerful abyssal magnetic field. As soon as it reaches the core area, the scepter in the hands of the Black Moon clan leader will completely lose its effect. Based on the previous reactions of the Black Moon clan leaders, it is not difficult to infer that the Black Sea 25,000 below 1,000 meters, there are many restricted areas of the Black Sea. Even the Poseidon clan will pay the price with their lives if they rashly enter the restricted area, and the same is true for the leader of the Black Moon clan. However, these places often mean that there are important treasures. The Black Moon clan wants to win over. There are so many races, and they are divided into classes, allowing the lower races to mine these treasures for them. Naturally, it is because the restricted area is very dangerous. As noble blood, how can they go in there and die? Sea monsters, low-level sharks, the slaves among the human race and the Poseidon race play the role of those who are willing to die. After Lu Shu swallowed the heart of the Sea Monster King, he also gained the perception ability of the Sea Monster King. By driving his instinct, he can discover the Black Sea. The forbidden area in it. Among them, this Devil's Cave has a strong magnetic field interference ability. It happens to have a natural restraint effect on the Black Moon clan's leader. Coming. Lu Shu has sensed the aura of the Black Moon clan leader, and is getting closer here little by little. His figure has switched back to the form of Haihuang-ji. He is using the reincarnation domain. Those dark blue eyes gradually turn into a circle. Another circle of strange ripples. The leader of the Black Moon clan reached a deeper place. This is a closed cave. It's a bit like a room. It's already far away from the outside of the demon cave. He picked up the scepter in his hand and frowned slightly. Unable to contact the power of the Black Sea. At this moment, the surrounding strong magnetic field interferes, making the scepter completely ineffective. The principle is, this scepter cannot directly drive the power of the Black Sea, but communicates with the palace of the Black Moon clan, using the power accumulated by the entire Black Moon clan. The formation is attached to the clan leader. Carrying this scepter is like bringing the entire Black Moon clan's heritage to fight. The scepter is only a bridge for the Black Moon clan's formation, but if the surrounding magnetic field is too strong, interfering with the scepter, is equivalent to cutting off the transmission interface. The formation knowledge accumulated by the Black Moon clan will naturally not come to the leader of the Black Moon clan. At this moment, the leader of the Black Moon clan suddenly sensed the surrounding void is changing. Field. The leader of the Black Moon clan was instantly shocked. How could there be domain power nearby? Isn't this a power that can only be displayed by high-level gods? Then, a pair of weird eyes appeared in front of him. Those eyes seemed to be seeing the mind of the leader of the Black Moon clan was drawn into the eternal reincarnation. No. The leader of the Black Moon clan let out a cry of despair. Before he died, there was a final madness and struggle in his eyes. He waved the scepter in his hand, as if he wanted to chant some obscure ancient mantra. This drives the formation of the Black Moon clan. Unfortunately, the magnetic field interference brought by this devil's cave makes it impossible for the Black Moon clan chief to chant the incantation at all. Gradually, the Black Moon clan chief feels that his consciousness is constantly being disturbed. Pulled into the deep sea water, it seemed to disappear in the darkness. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not stop this trend. Finally, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! You killed the leader of the Black Moon clan and obtained the Black Moon clan's sacred weapon, the Black Moon Scepter. Chapter 299. Black Moon Scepter, it controls the formation of the Black Moon clan. It is the supreme artifact of the Black Moon clan. If you control this scepter, you will rule the entire Black Moon clan. Lu Shu's mind was shaken. The Black Moon Scepter can control the formations of the Black Moon clan at will. As long as I hold this thing, even the entire Black Moon clan can eat it. Very good. I want the Black Moon clan's treasure. Lu Shu looked in the direction of the Black Moon clan, with a smile on his lips. The tributes they asked for from their own hands, should now be returned tenfold. Black Moon clan. All the senior executives were sitting in their original positions, looking uneasy. A senior member of the Fishmen clan wearing noble clothes frowned and asked why hasn't the clan leader come back after being out for so long? Could he be in danger? Could it be that he was tricked by the Sea Monster King? Impossible. Who is the Sea Monster King, and what is the identity of our clan leader? Even if you give him 10,000 courages, he will not dare to think of dealing with our clan leader. Don't say that you can't think about it. If such a despicable beast can think of a way to trick our clan leader with his little intelligence, then he is a ghost. Maybe there were too many treasures found and it was a bit troublesome to transport them, so they were delayed outside. Haha, that's true. Our formation has been short of Black Sea crystal energy ores recently. Unexpectedly, this Sea Monster King not only gave us so many tributes, but also took us to hunt for treasures himself. What a good slave. Speaking of this, the senior members of the Black Moon clan laughed wantonly. It was as if there was a real treasure falling from the sky to their heads. The Poseidon clan were having a heated discussion when suddenly, a curtain of light appeared on the altar in the middle. The patriarch is back. Everyone's expressions were shocked. From the light curtain, the figure of the leader of the Black Moon clan suddenly appeared in it. After he just arrived, he took a deep breath and said seriously to the senior members of the Poseidon clan present. Everyone, through the Sea Monster King, I made an extremely important discovery at the location of the demon cave just now. What a discovery! All the senior leaders of the Poseidon clan could not help but breathe rapidly at this moment. They had not yet discovered that the leader of the Black Moon clan who appeared in front of everyone was actually Lu Shu. Having mastered the supreme scepter of the Black Moon clan, Lu Shu could only you need to use a little formation and illusion to disguise yourself as the leader of the Black Moon clan. With this scepter, there will be no abnormal flaws. Lu Shu said lightly, I found millions of black seas in the demon cave crystallization. Millions. All the senior leaders of the Black Moon clan took a breath of cold air. Just now. The number of Black Sea crystals offered by the Sea Monster King only reached 10,000. But just this many Black Sea crystals are enough for the Black Moon clan to use for several years. Millions of Black Sea crystals. This can simply allow the Black Moon clan to develop into one of the royal clans in the Black Sea, and even dive into the sea below 50,000 meters to enjoy higher resources. This is the opportunity for the Black Moon clan to change their fate against the odds. Thinking of this, other senior executives immediately became excited. The clan leader is indeed wise, and the Sea Monster King is indeed evil. My God, there are millions of Black Sea crystals. No wonder the Sea Monster King desperately wants to dive there. It turns out there are so many treasures. If this damn guy really succeeds, I'm afraid he can use these Black Sea crystals to trade with the Poseidon clan further down, and then he can ride on the head of our Black Moon clan. I'm just wondering why this beast is so uneasy and kind-hearted. Fortunately, our clan leader discovered this guy's secret in time, otherwise we would have missed this opportunity. But it just so happens that the sea monster has brought us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Black Moon clan to change their lives. How about giving him a whole corpse to show our respect? The senior members of the Black Moon clan laughed coldly. From these conversations, it became clear that the Black Moon clan no longer regards sea monsters as normal beings. They are selfish and twisted. Although they possess wisdom, they are just a monster at best. They were just piles of monsters. Lu Shu glanced at these sea gods indifferently and said, "Now, I need all the Black Sea crystals to bless my body." Good. All the senior members of the Black Moon clan here agreed. They had never thought that the leader of the Black Moon clan in front of them was just a fake. Knowing that there were such huge interests in front of them, the senior leaders of the Black Moon clan present collectively went crazy. They took out all the Black Sea crystals in their pockets, but their eyes were full of greed. According to the rules of the Black Moon clan, after these senior officials hand over the crystals, they can get a share by assisting the Black Moon clan leader to obtain the Black Sea crystals. Yes. Millions of Black Sea crystals. Even if they hand over a little, the number of crystals assigned to them will be increased thousands of times, and it won't be a problem. Not only that, these senior officials all issued orders, let the tribesmen under their command, as well as all kinds of slaves who can be suppressed, offer all the Black Sea crystals. There must be no mistake. In just one day, Lu Shu had hundreds of thousands of Black Sea crystals placed in front of him. It was more than 10 times more than the Black Sea crystals he enshrined to the Black Moon clan that day. Lu Shu didn't even look at the treasure in front of him, he directly raised his scepter and collected all the crystals with a single wave. Get up. Everyone, please wait for my good news. The next second, Lu Shu's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. Our Black Moon clan will be revived from now on. A Shark clan member said with great excitement. The other Poseidon clan nodded, with excitement on their faces. However, after waiting for several days, the Black Moon clan has not waited for the clan leader to come back again. Figure. Did something unexpected happen again? The Poseidon clan continued to wait. After waiting for nearly half a month, a senior Poseidon clan member suddenly exclaimed. The Patriarch is dead. Chapter 300. The Patriarch is dead? What did you say? How is this going? The senior members of the Black Moon clan screamed in horror. Those strange pupils were full of panic. At this moment, the most feared thing finally happened. The member of the Poseidon clan, with his extremely weak body, in a trembling tone, he said, the clan leader's soul-guiding lamp has been extinguished. The soul-guiding lamp is a common prop among the Poseidon clan. When a person dies, the lamp goes out. As long as a member of the Poseidon clan is still alive, a soul-guiding lamp with a specific identity will light up. However, after the lamp goes out, what is behind the lamp will be revealed. The corresponding Poseidon clan has also died. The reason why it was discovered so late is because the soul-guiding lamp of the Black Moon clan leader is enshrined in the inner palace of the Poseidon clan's palace. Only members of the Poseidon clan with high status can go in and check it out. Generally speaking, no one would easily go to that kind of place without the permission of the leader of the Black Moon clan. Not only is there nothing good, but if you break into such a place casually, you will be punished. During this time, the top brass of the Poseidon clan were very excited, and there was no people thought that they would check the situation of the soul-guiding lamp. It was not until so many days passed and the clan leader still did not come back that the members of the Poseidon clan completely panicked. When they went to check the soul-guiding lamp, they found that the lamp had already been extinguished. Take us there. In the clan, some high-status high priests, led by the senior officials, came to the room where the soul-guiding lamp was. The high priest stepped forward and carefully removed the gray soul-guiding lamp placed on top, took it down. This is the soul guiding lamp that represents the most noble leader of the Black Moon clan. It was originally enshrined in the highest position in the hall, symbolizing the highest status of the Black Moon clan. It should have been bright and undying all year round, but at this moment it was completely the darkness continued, bringing with it the hope of the Black Moon clan and the triumphant smile that lingered on the faces of the senior officials. The high priest issued a series of obscure spells, and soon, the soul-lighting lamp began to wail. The voice seemed to be searching for traces of death. After a moment, the high priest opened his eyes, faced the senior Black Moon clan leaders present, and said in a solemn tone, "I sense that the place where the clan leader died is in a devil's cave." Everyone's expressions suddenly sank. Damn it! Could it be that the Sea Monster King deliberately led our clan leader to that location and then killed him? The Sea Monster King must be found and then cut into pieces. All the Poseidon tribe were gnashing their teeth with hatred and wishing to eat the sea monster alive. The bellicose shark tribe immediately shouted, "Send out all the soldiers to encircle and suppress the sea monster immediately. No one can stay." In just a few days, the Black Moon clan went completely crazy. Almost 80 of the Black Moon clan members voted to carry out a campaign to encircle and suppress the sea monsters and kill all of them. Some members proposed to continue to the demon cave to retrieve the clan leader's body. In fact, they didn't care about the clan leader's life and death or whether the body was intact. What they really wanted was what the clan leader had in his hands. The Black Moon scepter, and the millions of black sea crystals that may be hidden in the demon cave. However, the Poseidon clan who explored the demon cave could not find the body of the clan leader. No matter what exploration techniques the high priest used, he could not establish the position of the scepter. At this time, the Black Moon clan was completely panicked. Without the Black Moon scepter, the Poseidon clan may not have any advantage in dealing with these sea monsters. Moreover, in the recent period, the Black Moon clan has the clan leader dedicated all the black sea crystals to the clan leader, but now the whereabouts of the clan leader are unknown. All the hundreds of thousands of black sea crystals have evaporated, and the overall strength of the Black Moon clan has been greatly reduced. At this moment, the sea monster made a final pounce. All the sea monsters turned into a tornado of the Black Sea, sweeping through the palace of the Black Moon clan, breaking the formation barrier outside. When Lu Shu took away all the black sea crystals, there was no one left. With the Black Moon scepter and the supply of energy, it was only a matter of time before the formation was broken through by such a huge sea monster. All the sea monsters launched their final charge towards the Black Moon clan at the same time. The sea monsters that were imprisoned in the palace dungeon and were originally used for sacrifices were released and turned into monsters that devoured the Poseidon clan. They would kill every Poseidon clan they saw. During this period, the sea monsters were repeatedly bullied by the Poseidon clan, and was completely annoyed, with a life-and-death mentality, planning to die with the Poseidon clan. Who knew that the Poseidon clan without the support of the Black Moon scepter and crystal would be so fragile? The class division within the Poseidon clan is very obvious. Some the sharks with their status and the Poseidon with the status of slaves would not willingly sacrifice their lives for the Black Moon clan. They even took advantage of the chaos and attacked, causing the Black Moon clan's defense to collapse. The sea monster launched a desperate attack, and the entire Poseidon clan was about to be defeated. It's gone. All of this is just a storm caused by the arrival of Lu Shu. But it brewed in the sea area of 25,000 meters, and a turmoil more terrifying than the storm occurred. It's hard to imagine that in such a short time, in just one day of fighting, how many Black Moon tribesmen and sea monsters died on the battlefield. This huge harbor and palace constructed by the Poseidon tribe also completely collapsed with the advent of a great war. The old god no longer exists, and the creature that claims to be a god has just transformed into the original appearance of the abominable monster. Lu Shu actually still knew nothing about this great battle in the Black Sea. After getting the Black Moon scepter from the hands of the Black Moon clan leader, he dived to the edge of about 25,000 meters and found that he could no longer pass. The Black Sea torrent storm was ahead of him. Even the Poseidon palace is difficult to dive from the front. According to Jinlong Koi, the area between 25,000 and 30,000 meters is a turbulent whirlpool in the Black Sea. It needs to pass the test of the Death Sea of 5,000 meters before reaching the sea below. Therefore, Lu Shu directly found a place and teleported back to the Sacred Tree Island. At this time, the next fruit product is just ripe. Chapter 301. Ding! You got Spiritual Fruit X1. Ding! You got Sword God Template Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Best Void Returning Fruit X1. After nearly 10 days of exploration in the Black Sea. Unknowingly, the next production period of the fruit of the sacred tree has also arrived. Lu Shu looked up. I saw 4 fruits growing on the sacred tree. In that fruit, which is as blue and transparent as the sky, is like a spiritual ocean. It is a spiritual fruit. The sword god template fruit looks like a sword and has an extremely unique appearance. I've seen a lot of Holy Spirit growth fruits and top-grade void return fruits, but there's nothing special about them. Open the sacred tree panel, and new products have appeared on it. Products: devil fruit, blood succession limit fruit, ultimate void return fruit, Holy Spirit growth fruit. Production cycle: 10 days, 15001500, if it is according to the normal progress. Lu Shu was afraid that it would take 10 more days to wait before he could get these products in his hands. However, after this exploration of the Black Sea, Lu Shu obtained many treasures from the Sea Monster King. Open the 10 legendary treasure chests inside. Ding! You have obtained the best life essence X10. Do you want to use it? Yes. As several beeps sounded, Lu Shu's sacred tree instantly gained 30,000 growth points. At the same time, the production time was also shortened by 10 days. It just so happens that the next product is mature. Ding! You got Devil Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Blood Succession Limit Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Best Void Returning Fruit X1. Bury all the products in the soil. 8 subspecies spiritual trees rose from the ground in an instant. With the blessing of a 100-fold increase in speed, the growth speed of these fruits is extremely astonishing. Visible to the naked eye, one can see the spiritual tree growing from a sapling into a strong tree. After waiting for a long time, finally, all fruit products have grown. Lu Shu opened the sacred tree panel again. Sacred tree. Stage: Intermediate Sacred Tree. Sunshine, 2010 day, 21x100. Aura, 1540 day, 15, 4x100. Subspecies Spiritual Tree Remaining Capacity, 7, total 15. Products: Life Fruit, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Production cycle: 10 days, 15001500. Growth points: 405,200, 41, for x1006640 day. Next stage: Advanced Holy Tree, 500,000 growth points. The Fruit of Life. Lu Shu's expression moved slightly. Before he knew it, the next life fruit was coming. Now, Lu Shu had a lot of superpower fruits piled up in his hands. At this time, Anna suddenly came to the subspecies spirit the position of the tree. As her hands gently brushed, among them, spiritual fruit evolved and became spiritual ocean fruit. However, other superpower fruits have not undergone many changes. Maybe it's because of the characteristics of the fruit. The sword god template fruit is a template, somewhat similar to a profession, so it cannot evolve. Devil fruits and blood succession limit fruits are restricted fruits and cannot evolve. As for the ultimate void returning fruit and the Holy Spirit growth fruit, they have basically reached the peak of the corresponding fruits, so they cannot evolve. After learning this, Lu Shu did not feel dissatisfied. This shows that the grade of his sacred tree is high enough and the fruits it produces are the best. This should be a good thing. Next, Lu Shu will focus on spiritual ocean fruit. Spiritual ocean fruit, it is of certain help to the spiritual power below SSS level. After swallowing it, you can expand your spiritual ocean and gain higher spiritual power. My mental power happens to be at SS level, just one step away from SSS level. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly, and he realized that spirit ocean fruit had a big effect on him. Swallow one quickly and see the effect. With a thought in his mind, a spirit ocean fruit immediately appeared in Lu Shu's hand, and he bit it gently. The moment the juice flows on the tip of the tongue, it is like a pearl passing through silk. Its delicious fragrance is irresistible. It is a pure and incomparable gift from nature. Anyone who swallows it can enjoy it. I felt my mind swaying for a while, and my spiritual thoughts floated into the universe, as if I had arrived at the ancient and mysterious heavenly palace. Even though Lu Shu's mental power has already reached the SS level, the actual effect of swallowing the spirit ocean fruit is not that great, but he can still feel the magical effect of this fruit. What a good thing. Lu Shu took a long breath and swallowed the spirit ocean fruit. He only felt that his whole person's spirituality seemed to have been sublimated. This was a quite extreme experience, surpassing some ordinary pleasures. It was simply unusable. Words to describe it. Only those who have experienced it personally can know what it feels like. Not enough. Lu Shu noticed that with his SS-level spiritual power, the boundary of the spiritual ocean expanded a little toward the outermost position, but it had not yet reached the SSS-level realm. He must get a few more. Continue to swallow. 1. 2. 3. Finally, when he swallowed the 10th fruit, Lu Shu suddenly felt shocked. The spiritual ocean suddenly began to rise. The turbulent sea water was roaming freely in the Wangyang Sea, which belongs to the spiritual world. At that moment, there was lightning and thunder. The majestic spiritual power gathered into hundreds of rivers and condensed at the position of Lu Shu's spiritual thoughts. With just a little perception, you can realize that it is an endless ocean, and every drop of seawater represents spiritual power. When the spiritual power turns into the ocean, it will become an unstoppable supreme spiritual power. At this moment, Lu Shu's mental power finally completed his sublimation, crossing from SS level to SSS level, transcending the realm of mortals. Chapter 302. SSS level mental power. Lu Shu closed his eyes and felt that his mental power had reached an extremely powerful state. Using the realm of reincarnation. Now, even the boss of a super nightmare level copy may not be able to withstand Lu Shu's mental attack. Not to mention ordinary mobs. Only undead like Old Man Su can be immune to Lu Shu's attacks. However, the number of undead is very rare. Although Old Man Su's abilities look similar to those of the lowest zombies, but according to the description, his life experience can be said to have run through the most significant events in the Grey World. Including the Eternal Emperor. Including that catastrophe. Including the secret of the Endless Sea. My mental power has finally reached the SSS level. Lu Shu felt that his strength had been greatly improved, and he took a long breath. But the SSS level was not the end. After the breakthrough, Lu Shu felt that his spiritual ocean had turned into an endless ocean of Wangyang. It seems to be a world of its own. Just like a small world in the body. However, at the current stage, the spiritual ocean is only the sea, and does not accommodate all things in the world. Therefore, there is still a lot of room for improvement above SSS level mental power. If corresponding to the semi-saint and holy levels, there may be a higher realm above the holy level, perhaps a god, but gods may not be the pinnacle in the Grey World. Only by continuing to break through can we know the way forward. Where is the limit? However, this staged promotion also made Lu Shu feel extremely happy. He set his sights on several other fruits. Sword God Template Fruit. Lu Shu swallowed the Sword God Template Fruit without saying a word. What kind of superpower fruit is this? Only after eating it will you know whether it is useful or not. At this moment, Lu Shu suddenly felt as if there was an extra small sword in his body. Sword Soul. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The Sword Soul was born in his own little world. It turned into a hazy ball of light and floated above the world tree. Something surprising happened. The world tree actually turned itself into a hazy ball of light. Several threads of the origin of the avenue were separated from Lu Shu's world and gave birth to the Sword Soul. However, the Sword Soul also gave birth to several threads of different avenues and injected them into the world tree. It was like complementing each other. At this moment, Lu Shu felt that there was an extremely powerful sword intent in his body. What a powerful sword spirit! Lu Shu couldn't help but exclaimed. The Sword Soul had not yet been fully gestated, but he had already mastered an extremely powerful sword intention. At the same time, after swallowing the Sword God Template Fruit, Lu Shu also discovered that there is a lot more knowledge about Kendo in my mind. The way of the sword is divided into 7 realms: sword intention, sword heart, the unity of man and sword, the realm of heaven and man, the formless void, and the origin of the great road. My sword soul has not yet been fully born, but I have already comprehended the most powerful sword intention in the world. If I reach the state of formless space behind, I can even integrate the sword into everything in the world, transform it into the most powerful sword domain, and become my additional domain. If I can master 3 different fields, my strength will truly reach the holy level. Lu Shu felt the changes in his body, and he couldn't help but feel a boiling feeling in his heart. This is a power that is stronger than supernatural powers and goes straight to the source. The powers gained by swallowing the fruit with other sacred tree masters are not at the same level at all. At present, Lu Shu has mastered the realm of reincarnation, and when the Sword Soul is completely conceived, it will not take long to realize the realm of formless space and give birth to the Sword Realm. The remaining there is still 1 field left to reach the holy level. The seemingly far-off goal has now reached half of the progress without realizing it. Lu Shu could not help but sigh, his sacred tree is really too strong. At this moment, a chat box popped up in front of you. Is it peace of mind? Lu Shu looked at the ID clearly and found that it was a message sent by Anil, a member of the guild. He quickly opened it to check. Anil, I have arrived at the location of the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. what should I do next? President, so fast. Anil, I controlled a team of divine tree masters, and some of them arrived at the tower inherited by the Thunder Emperor, so I used them as a bridge to teleport there. The tree lover, yeah, I understand. Anil's superpower is similar to that of a witch in Gu Dal. But it can completely control the mind of the sacred tree master. Even their system panel can be used. Although he swallowed the Shadow Assassin fruit and the teleportation power fruit, Anil still felt that the speed across the coordinates was too slow. Coincidentally, I met a member of the Divine Tree Master Guild on the way. They had other members arriving at the Tower of Heritage, so they controlled their minds, communicated with the guild, and teleported there directly. I have to say, this little girl is quite smart. Strength is not as simple as it seems. Ding! Anil sent a video connection. Lu Shu opened it and took a look. In the picture, many sacred tree masters gathered outside the Tower of Heritage. However, until now, no one has been able to completely clear the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. At present, the one with the best results turned out to be Sakyamuni. Last time, the ancient Buddha guild suffered a defeat in the 20-man island battle. That pretentious bald donkey said he wanted to win the island battle, but in the end there was no news, and no one from the ancient Buddha guild came out to say anything. What was the result? All I can say is that I understand everything. After this lesson, the ancient Buddha guild must eat the Tower of Heritage in order to maintain its reputation again. Therefore, this time Sakya took action personally and obtained 5 million points. The second place was Dark Knight, but it only had 2 million points. I have to say, the Dark Knight Alliance is in an extremely bad mood this time. Their president personally took action, but was beaten twice as many points by Bald Donkey, and became the laughing stock in the Divine Tree Master Forum. And Yi was so angry that he sent the next message. A bunch of sour dogs, no matter what, they have the ability to break my second place and knock me off the rankings. Chapter 303. Recently, the Dark Knight Alliance has begun to jump up again. However, the reputation they had left in the Divine Tree world was extremely stinky. This wave of consequences led to personal ridicule. Not only did he lose all his strength, but it also attracted cynicism from people from all walks of life. The chat box suddenly became lively. World public screen. Haha, is this the Dark Knight Alliance? It is also known as the #1 guild of Divine Tree Masters. Why is it that the Bald Donkey has doubled its points in this ranking list? Anxious. And Yi is in a hurry. Shinshu game has you guys as a cancer, it's really a shame. Are these people from the Dark Knight Alliance like crazy dogs? Won't this kind of guild encounter backlash sooner or later if it relies on killing other sacred tree masters to strengthen itself? Laughing to death, as far as I know, many big guys have not actually gone to the Tower of Heritage. This Dark Knight is starting to dance. The lessons learned from the last reincarnation abyss were too great. No matter what happens in the Grey World now, no one is willing to disturb this muddy water. So, what's the value of Dark Knight's second place? Are the people from Fomyun Guild gone? Did the people from Miyu Pavilion take action? The group of people from Xingqian Pavilion didn't go either, right? If we wait until these big guys arrive, Ye's ranking will drop. Insiders are here to reveal that other big guys are ready to take action, including Miyu Pavilion. Damn it, they're all here. The last time I went to the Abyss of Reincarnation, I didn't get any benefits and persuaded many sacred tree masters to retreat. However, this time it was actually beneficial, so it probably attracted a lot of people. When the big guys take action, I hope to still see Dark Knight on the list. That is, even a bald donkey can't be beaten. What are you pretending to be in this Dark Knight? Everyone is there in the chat box. People from all walks of life came forward one after another, including ghosts and ghosts. Some people who were passing by saw the Dark Knight Alliance's reputation as such, so of course they wanted to step on it. After all, who would like a guild that developed by killing Sanshin tree masters? The other part has no good intentions and just wants to watch the fire from the other side and make the situation even more chaotic. They are eager for a fight between the two giants of the Dark Knight Alliance and the ancient Buddha Guild so that they can reap the benefits. Of course, Enyi and Sakyamuni knew this very well. Apart from Enyi himself posting a taunt, there was no movement from the ancient Buddha Guild. Anil briefly discussed these situations with Lu Shu. However, she frowned slightly and told Lu Shu that she had made a bad discovery recently. Anil, I found some sacred tree masters near the Tower of Heritage. They would wait for the sacred tree masters in the tower to come out, and then intercept and kill them. Especially the sacred tree masters with higher points, once it is discovered that they have no background power, and obtain higher points, they will mobilize the power of the entire guild to first trap the opponent in a deadlock, and then demand the handover of all gains obtained in a Tower of Heritage. Lu Shu frowned. It is indeed possible that such a group of people will appear. They were targeting some sacred tree masters who did not have a guild. Specially pick soft persimmons. Because they have specialized organizations and guilds, they are not afraid of fewer people if they have more people, but their strength is far behind the real big guilds, so they engage in such shameful things. It was actually mentioned in the forum. Recently, many sacred tree masters have encountered this kind of gangster behavior. If the other party just takes away the finances, that would be considered a good thing, but sometimes after handing over the harvest from the Tower of Heritage, their lives are not saved and they are killed directly. This forces some sacred tree masters to cooperate with some major guilds before entering the Tower of Heritage, giving up their personal interests, which is referred to as protection fees. The Great Guild is naturally happy to see this situation. Every crop is full of leaks. In fact, some big guilds are committing such acts of robbery while collecting protection fees, with a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance, which is simply disgusting. Lu Shu pondered for a moment, and then said, "I know." Anil asked, "Then what should I do next?" Lu Shu said, "You should eat all these fruits first." Anil's expression immediately shocked. "Coming. It's the fruit of the tree taker again." After swallowing these fruits last time, Anil's strength has increased a lot, especially the Dark Night fruit, which enhanced her speed and concealment capabilities. Therefore, when we came to this chaotic place, Anil was hidden in the night and shadows. Coupled with the power of puppetry, it was difficult for others to discover him. It is safe, but if you really enter the Tower of Heritage, after the strategy is completed, the exit will be fixed and it will be easy to be intercepted by others. Even if he possesses the Dark Night fruit, he may not be able to successfully escape from the well-organized attacks of these sacred tree master guilds. After all, Anil's current superpower is not powerful enough. She noticed that what Lu Shu said was not one, but several. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "I don't know what fruit I will give away next." Actually, Anil was a little disappointed. If there were several fruits, maybe they were all A-level superpowers, right? If you want to successfully capture the Tower of Heritage, you must either obtain S-level abilities, or obtain more A-level abilities, and cooperate with each other to produce an effect of 11 greater than 2. But what Anil wanted more was S-level powers. Lu Shu was talking about several kinds of fruits, which would definitely not be that powerful. Thinking about it, it's actually quite normal. If it were really an S-level fruit, such an item would be too precious. I haven't done anything in the guild. How could there be any reason to get an S-level superpower fruit for no reason? The trading panel opens. In front of Anil's eyes, several fruits suddenly appeared. Spiritual Ocean Fruit. Sword God Template Fruit. Underworld Fruit. When Anil saw the introduction, her delicate body trembled, and her eyes were filled with incredible color. It turns out. All of them. Super S-class fruit. Anil was completely shocked. In his dashboard, the levels marked were all the same. S. Extraordinarily bright. Among them, the Huangquan fruit is still an SS-level fruit. Isn't this too exaggerated? Anil even had the urge to slap himself in the face to test whether he was dreaming. Chapter 304. The first one, the Spiritual Ocean Fruit. Anil thought, and the fruit as blue as the sky suddenly appeared in her hand. Taking a deep breath. I can smell an indescribable fragrance permeating the fruit, just like the first blue flower blooming in spring. The purest fragrance hits my nose, making Anil's whole mind feel as if get drunk in the blooming spring and ripple in the ocean of joy. Smell good. Anil couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart. What kind of fruit is this? Why does it smell so fragrant? Wait. No wonder Mr. Lu Shu's cooking skills are so high. It turns out that the fruit is inherently delicious. If you are not good at cooking, what else can you eat? Just eat the fruit. I have to say that the taste of this fruit alone has a certain value in the transaction interface. Anil is not without it. I have traded supernatural fruits with other divine tree masters, but this is the first time I have seen a fruit that smells so fragrant. I don't know what it tastes like after eating it. I found a quiet place, sat down peacefully, and adjusted my breath. It was the first time I ate such a delicious fruit. No, it should be said that I swallowed an S-level superpower fruit. I must use the best state to taste its taste and the abilities it brings. This step is actually meaningful. Obtaining powers and learning how to use powers are actually two different stages. Even if you have the same superpower, if it is used by different divine tree masters, it may be completely different. For example, Fengyun Guild is the best example. The use of shared powers by other divine tree masters is always not as smooth as the owner of the power fruit itself. Tasting the taste of the fruit and how much of it can be awakened at the moment of awakening the power will also have an impact on subsequent abilities. Anil swallowed the superpower fruit. The next second, her pupils shrank violently, and her whole body seemed to be trembling. It is a feeling that cannot be described in words, like an ocean that nourishes life, completely wrapping up the world where the soul is, and nurturing the whole body in a space built by the sea of spirituality. Anil discovered that his mental power was growing crazily. She was completely shocked. Originally, Anil thought that his mental power was already very high in the sacred tree game. At least, among the billions of people, there are still only a few sacred tree masters who can reach S-level spiritual power. It can be compared with the group of monsters on the ranking list. However, Anil never imagined that just a fruit would cause the spiritual ocean he had condensed to undergo a qualitative leap and transformation. The edge of the spiritual ocean began to expand crazily, and every drop of sea water gathered into a wave, setting off waves crazily in this special world. My spiritual power. It actually reached SS level. No, that's not right, mental power is still growing slowly and has not reached its limit. Anil felt the changes in his spiritual ocean, his expression was full of shock, and he couldn't believe that this was the change that a fruit could bring to him. It's just a fruit. As for fruits that enhance spiritual power, in fact, in the God Tree game, there are many fruits besides Lu Shu. This fruit is called the attribute-enhancing fruit. As long as you swallow it, you can increase your basic attributes. However, this kind of fruit has a big disadvantage, that is, after swallowing one fruit, swallowing a second fruit will have basically no effect. Moreover, among the attribute-enhancing fruits, especially the spiritual power-enhancing fruit, you need to swallow a lot of them to see the effect, otherwise it will be like drizzle. In the early days of the Divine Tree game, these attribute-enhancing fruits could be exchanged for some bargains when no one had any fruits. But later on, more and more Divine Tree masters were trading them, and everyone discovered it. Due to the drawbacks of attribute-enhancing fruits, people are gradually becoming less willing to trade such fruits. The attribute improvement fruit is also called the IQ test fruit by some arrogant people. To put it simply, whoever changes will be stupid. If a fruit can increase the spiritual power of a divine tree master from a level to S level, then this kind of fruit will definitely be snapped up by all kinds of sacred tree masters. All that is needed to have supernatural powers is mental power. Some superpowers have very strong potential, but they cannot play their due role. It is precisely because the spiritual power of the divine tree master is too weak that the power of the superpower fruit cannot be fully exerted. If a fruit could transform the spirit of the divine tree master to S level, it would be unimaginable how crazy such a fruit would be. Anil felt that it was simply unimaginable. The boss of Lu Shu actually has a fruit of this level. Anil took a deep breath. She has realized how terrifying Lu Shu is. Such a fruit can increase her mental power from S level to SS level, so how powerful is his own mental power? What about horror? SS. Even, the legendary SSS level. Doesn't that mean we have reached the pinnacle of the divine tree master? While others are still racking their brains to break through to S level, has Lu Shu boss already broken through to SSS level and reached the pinnacle position? Is this gap too big? Anil suddenly felt that he was not forced to join the Shao organization. If I had known that this organization was so awesome, why would I have hesitated at the beginning? I would have wanted to join on my knees. However, these are not all the fruits Lu Shu gave himself. There were 2 more fruits that were not swallowed. I don't know what effect the next fruit will have. Anil took several deep breaths in succession before slowly calming down. There was no way, the fruit Lu Shu gave her was so powerful that it completely exceeded her expectations. Therefore, it's hard not to look forward to the fruit you'll swallow next. But Anil knows that he needs to be content. Even if the next superpower fruit may not be that powerful, however, being able to swallow the spirit ocean fruit, the harvest is terrifying enough. Next one. Sword God Template Fruit. Chapter 305. The next second. Anil swallowed the Sword God Template Fruit. Countless kendo knowledge suddenly appeared in my mind. Is this the Sword God Template? A glimmer of light shone in Anil's eyes. If he can get another good sword, Anil can be sure that he will be able to unleash a fighting ability that is no less than an S-level divine tree master. The Sword God Template Fruit actually has so many realms. At present, I have only understood the stage of sword intention, but I already have S-level combat ability. If I realize the highest realm, what terrible abilities will I gain? Anil took a deep breath and looked at the fruit with eyes full of shock. Originally, she was still thinking about what kind of powers this fruit had. Unexpectedly, the template of the sword god was directly brought over. The starting point is S-level. In the future, if you go through some practice and realize a higher realm, how can you get it? The starting point is such a high level, and it also has the attribute of growth. Although it is marked as an SS-level superpower fruit, but Anil can be sure that if this kind of fruit is thrown on the market, I'm afraid it can be exchanged for SSS-level fruits. No, right now, there are no SSS-level superpower fruits in the entire Sacred Tree game. If this fruit is placed in the transaction interface, it will definitely cause countless Sacred Tree masters to go crazy. There is absolutely no fruit that can compare with the Sword God template fruit presented by Lu Shu. Some of the realms inside, and the hidden growth potential is completely beyond the scope of knowledge of ordinary Sacred Tree masters. And, such a precious fruit, the tree boss actually gave it away as soon as he said it. The kind of person who doesn't even frown. Give it to yourself. Such a precious fruit is just to let her obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. No, in other words, even if she can get the final reward of the Tower of Inheritance, its value may not be comparable to the Sword God template fruit. What does it mean? This can only be said that in the eyes of the tree-loving boss, even SSS-level fruits are just items that can be given away casually. They are a little more precious at most, but they are definitely not the only ones. Thinking of this, Anil's breathing became a little heavier. The tree-lugging boss can even produce SSS-level superpower fruits, so what is his upper limit? No. Even the Sword God template fruit needs a certain amount of it takes time to practice to reach the SSS level. But what is certain is that the current strength of the Tree Master is definitely terrifying, and cannot be compared to other Sacred Tree Masters. There is one more fruit left. Actually, Anil is satisfied enough after swallowing the Spirit Ocean fruit and Sword God template fruit. However, there is a third power fruit that has not been taken yet. If so, the first fruit has brought peace and happiness to the paradise of happiness, so this third fruit is simply going to become the rhythm of the Emperor of Heaven. The happiness is infinitely superimposed. Quan fruit. When Anil saw the name, he was a little curious about what kind of abilities this fruit had. The next second, the moment she swallowed the underworld fruit, behind her, endless souls raged in a raging storm, as if there was an army from the river Styx, making a roar that shook the world. That underworld with endless death energy, carrying tens of millions of dead souls, let out a terrible wail. Its momentum alone was enough to frighten any S-level Divine Tree Master. However, Anil was also surprised to find that this fruit could give the Divine Tree Master a chance to resurrect, and as long as the spiritual power was stronger, the controlled soul could become stronger, and even turn into a physical entity, with incredible abilities. This is simply the most powerful fruit I have ever seen. Anil couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the Sword God template fruit, although the Yellow Spring fruit's final growth potential is not that strong, it is in harmony with the Spirit Ocean fruit swallowed earlier. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the underworld fruit can emit, and it also has the ability to resurrect. This is simply the peak of both physical and mental systems, with no shortcomings at all. The few fruits that Mr. Lu Shu gave me casually have already made me a completely different person. So how strong should he be? Anil felt that his little mind could not imagine Lu Shu's true strength at all. He could only sigh with conviction, he deserves to be number one on the 10,000 years list. There really is something. In the Divine Tree game, there are also many Shaoshan Tree Master posted a post, wondering why Lu Shu has been able to dominate the list for a long time. There are many conjectures. However, Anil discovered the truth today, and it couldn't be simpler. Lu Shu is too strong, it's even stronger than everyone's imagination, exceeding the upper limit that existing Sacred Tree Masters can achieve. Therefore, he is the only one on the list, and even if he doesn't think of a way, he is still the first on the list no matter how hard he tries. This it is the crushing caused by absolute strength. It is far beyond what other methods can make up for. Lu Shu's dialogue box popped up in front of him. President, in the recent period, you should first adapt to the Sword God template and get a better sword by the way. There is no need to be in such a hurry to enter the Tower of Heritage. Anil arrived at her destination faster than expected. Moreover, the Sword God template also requires a certain amount of time to get used to, and you also need to get a good sword. Therefore, Anil does not need to be in such a hurry to enter the Tower of Heritage. Receive. Anil replied immediately, and a plan emerged in his mind. Near the Tower of Heritage, there is a guild called Sword Pavilion. Well, it is easy to know from the name. This guild is based on the swordsman-like Divine Tree Master. Mainly. Among them, not only swordsmen, but any Divine Tree Master with weapon fruits can join the Divine Sword Pavilion. Since he is a swordsman, he must have his own sword. The more powerful the swordsman, the sword she owns has a higher grade. Anil wants a sword. So, she will naturally focus on the Divine Sword Pavilion. Chapter 306. Grey Realm, Tower of Inheritance. A makeshift camp. Many swordsmen were stationed nearby in 2s and 3s, with a stern look in their eyes. That's right. They are all members of the Divine Sword Pavilion Guild. Although the Divine Sword Pavilion is slightly different from the Dark Knight Alliance, the Ancient Buddha Guild, etc., it has gathered together all the weapon-type sacred tree masters from all over the world. The influence among the Divine Tree Masters is not small. Of course, such a guild is actually a free guild. You can leave or join at any time, and the distribution of members is also a mixed bag. The most obvious manifestation is the layout of the camp construction. In the outer area, any member of the Xinjiang Pavilion Guild can come and go freely. They can gather teammates, trade items, and compete with each other in martial arts. Only the inner area is where the core members are. Passing through a wooden corridor and walking towards the inner courtyard of the camp, you will soon see a palace-style building. With the capital of the Divine Tree Master Guild, they can easily collect enough high-grade wood to build a magnificent temporary base in any corner of the Grey World. In addition to the decomposition skills, most of the sacred tree masters have now been collected. Therefore, when you want to change locations, you can directly decompose these buildings to obtain the same amount of materials. It is not too convenient to move. At this moment, several sacred tree masters in strange clothes, led by several swordsmen, passed through the wooden corridor outside and entered the palace in the inner area. Apart from the fact that their clothes are different from the swordsmen here, those men also have an obvious sign: they have no weapons on their bodies. Obviously, these Divine Tree Masters are not members of the Divine Sword Pavilion. What are they doing here? Arrive. The swordsman who led the way pushed open the palace door in front, turned to look at the visiting guests, and said seriously, "The master of the pavilion you want to see is inside. I hope you can be prepared to pay the price." Nature. The leading man did not show any politeness at all and stepped directly in. Inside the palace gate was a man wearing purple luxurious clothes, with a sword about 3 feet long tied around his waist, with blades as cold as snow on both sides. His whole body, the person standing next to the pavilion, looks like a sword suspended between heaven and earth from a distance. According to the leading swordsman, this person is the sword master of Xinjiang Pavilion, Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, people from Xiaoya sect would also come to ask for help from Xinjiang Pavilion. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the visiting people with a faint smile on his face. His eyes fell on a woman. Although Xiaoya sect is only a small sacred tree, the Master Guild, after all, is a 1,000-person force, so it still has some reputation. Among them, these few people came to visit the Master of the Divine Sword Pavilion. Among the group, there was only one woman. And this woman was still at the front, Xiaoya. The visitors from the sect were vaguely headed by her, and it could be seen that the identity of this woman was not that ordinary. In fact, the woman was the sect leader of the Xiaoya sect, Xiaoya. Xiaoya's tone was like the hazy bright moon in the sky. When it echoed in the hall, it was like a gust of night wind blowing through everyone's ears. Our Xiaoya sect plans to attack the Tower of Heritage in the future, but in order to prevent some unscrupulous people from plotting against us, we have come to ask for help from Xinjiang Pavilion. The playful look on Qin Feng's face became more intense. The Xiaoya sect is a guild with 1,000 people, so it is also afraid of other people's plots. This other person is not an ordinary person. Xiaoya's tone was cold, and there was a faint sense of hostility in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng. However, the flash of sword light in Qin Feng's eyes made Xiaoya feel a stinging feeling. He had no choice but to look away, unable to look directly at the other person. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said, "Our Divine Sword Pavilion is a guild of hundreds of thousands of Divine Tree Masters. Naturally, we must have the responsibility of making the world our home. However, if you want us to protect the safety of your Xiaoya sect, you must pay a price." 73. Xiaoya said directly. Qin Feng didn't answer, but just picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said, 5-5. 4-6. Qin Feng said at this time. Several people around Xiaoya were already angry. Silly. It's just a bodyguard position. Why should they accept 60 of the resources obtained by Xiaoya sect from the Tower of Heritage? However, Xiaoya he waved his hand, stopped the people behind him, and then stood up and said, Xinjiang Pavilion, as one of the top guilds among the Sacred Tree Masters, requires 60 of the resources, and the face can be said to be sufficient. However, if you want this 60 share, if Xiaoya sect encounters an enemy attack, then as the master of Xinjiang Pavilion, you must take action yourself. If Xiaoya sect is still attacked and Xinjiang Pavilion cannot be saved, then I will not give you any resources. It wasn't until this moment that a happy smile appeared on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. With a wave of his right hand, a contract suddenly appeared in front of him. Sign it. However, we must say it first. All the resources that your Xiaoya sect obtains from the Tower of Heritage must be divided into 60 of the Divine Sword Pavilion without violating the contract. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of all your abilities disappearing and your mental power collapsing. Xiaoya signed the contract without saying a word. Then, she walked directly out of the palace gate of Xinjian Pavilion. After these people left, several people opened the palace door and came to Qin Feng's side. Staring in the direction where Xiaoya and others left, there was evil intention in his eyes. Pavilion Master, those few people possess the strategies for the Tower of Heritage. Why not just capture them and force them to find out the strategies? What kind of contract do they have to sign? Qin Feng suddenly straightened his face and said, "Our Divine Sword Pavilion is an upright Divine Tree Master Guild. How could we do such a thing?" Yes. Several other people nodded quickly. By the way, did you succeed in sending out the swordsman who intercepted the Tianyue Guild? Qin Feng closed the palace door and suddenly asked. Got it. The man immediately placed a ring in front of Qin Feng. Very good. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. Remember the contributions of those swordsmen first, and then arrange the positions of core members of Xinjian Pavilion for them after the matter is settled. A few people nodded immediately, with sneaky looks on their faces, thinking that no one knew about the conspiracy inside the Xinjian Pavilion. As everyone knew, in this hall, a shadow that blended into the night was quietly observing them in the dark. His eyes fell on Qin Feng. It was Anil. Chapter 307. That's right. When Xiaoya and others entered the core area of Xinjian Pavilion, Anil just used the ability of the Shadow Assassin to lurk here quietly. Unexpectedly, what the Divine Sword Pavilion did was so disgusting. Anil witnessed the scene in front of him, with a rare look of disgust on his delicate face. In fact, what happened just now was already very clear. The Xinjian Pavilion went to collect protection fees under the guise of a well-known and upright family, but in fact, it secretly sent out swordsmen before going to intercept and kill the Divine Tree Masters coming out of the Tower of Heritage. They do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. This is why Anil hates the Divine Tree Masters Guild so much. Well, the Akatsuki organization is different. However, in fact, the Xiaoya sect also knows this. Something happened. Not only did they know that Divine Sword Pavilion was behind the plan to intercept and kill the Divine Tree Master, but they also knew that they were going to target them. This is because Xiaoya sect discovered the secret of the strategy for the Tower of Heritage. This secret was obtained from Mu Yu. He knew it from the pavilion. In fact, it was Mu Yu Tingfeng's superpower. The reason why Xiaoya sect was able to find out the secrets of Mu Yu Pavilion was from Lu Feng. Lu Feng had been fond of beauties all his life, and Xiaoya sect happened to have a sacred tree. Xiao Macho is in the top 10 of the beauty teacher rankings. She is also Xiaoya's sister. Xiaoya sent her sister, arranged a series of events, and got close to Lu Feng, thus getting in touch with the core members of Mu Yu Pavilion, and quietly passed on the inheritance. The information about the Tower of Heritage was revealed. I thought that by getting here, the Xiaoya sect would have a high chance of getting a huge harvest in the Tower of Heritage. But this secret was revealed by the inner ghost of the Divine Sword Pavilion in the Xiaoya sect. Discovered. The Xiaoya sect sensed the danger in time and knew that Xinjian Pavilion was targeting them, but they still went to Xinjian Pavilion and handed over the protection fee. In fact, this was equivalent to self-protection. Because on the basis of signing the contract, Xinjian Pavilion was not only can the Sword Pavilion not be able to take action against the Xiaoya sect, but it must also protect them. But the price is that 60 must be divided. This is completely an act of banditry. Unfortunately, the Xiaoya sect is completely unable to compete with the Divine Sword Pavilion. As for asking other Sacred Tree Masters Guilds help, that's too much to think about. These big guilds who have hooked up with each other seem to be in opposition, but under such unanimous interests, they will stick together instead. How can they help a little Xiaoya? Zong. Therefore, Xiaoya could only be willing to be inferior to others and allocate 60 of the resources to Xinjian Pavilion, but in exchange for a contract that Xinjian Pavilion could not take action. Moreover, if Xiaoya's sect was intercepted and killed on the way, then Xinjian Pavilion's the master of the pavilion must help. If it cannot be saved, there is no need to give even a penny of resources. No matter how it is chosen, the Xinjian Pavilion will be the winner with the last laugh. But Xiaoya's sect is just a small one that cannot be smaller. Guild, but found out the secrets of the strategy for the Tower of Heritage, they could only seek this compromise method to gain the greatest benefits. Anil also has no sympathy for the Xiaoya sect. After all, neither party is a good bird, but Qin Feng, that high-sounding, yet sinister expression behind her back really made her feel a little sick. Pavilion Master, after you signed this contract this time, aren't you afraid that people from other big guilds will take action against Xiaoya sect? If you can't save it, wouldn't it be a violation of the contract? Suddenly, a swordsman next to him frowned and asked this question. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, the Xiaoya sect knows the secret of the Tower of Heritage strategy. Only a few of us know about it. Other big guilds, look. Not this little ant meat. Do you think that I, Qin Feng, can't defeat those comers with my 7th divine sword in the ranking of divine tree masters, Xueji? Moreover, my swordsmanship has already mastered the sword's heart. Even if that guy Sakia comes over, I will still have a way to fight him. Several swordsmen around looked at Qin Feng with extremely surprised eyes. They were full of shock. Pavilion Master, you have actually understood the heart of the sword. Congratulations to the Pavilion Master for taking your strength to the next level. Hahaha, given time, our Divine Sword Pavilion will probably be able to rise to the level of the first-class Divine Tree Master Guild, and be on par with the top big guys like Miyu Pavilion, Dark Knight Alliance, and Ancient Buddha Guild. Lu feels a little funny. Is Jian Xian state very strong? In the Sword God template, Jian Xian has only reached the 2nd state. Qin Feng can say such things as breaking arms with Sakyamuni, it is obvious that he is just bragging. At most, he is just an S-level Divine Tree Master. But Sakya has almost reached SS level, and his attacks are still range-based. Even if the entire Divine Tree Master of Xinjiang Pavilion is sent to deal with it, with just one Sakya, I'm afraid I can block everyone. The gap in strength cannot be made up by quantity. You guys, go back and prepare quickly. In a week, we will go and withdraw the money from Xiaoya sect. Qin Feng was in a good mood, and smiled at the few cronies around him. When the time comes, all of you will have a share in the harvest. Thank you, sir. The others were grateful to Qin Feng as if they had received a great favor. Soon, they pushed open the palace door and left the Xinjiang Pavilion camp. Only Qin Feng was left in the palace. Li's eyes moved. Now is the opportunity. Although Qin Feng is very strong, Anil feels that with his current strength, even if he cannot kill the opponent, there is still no problem in taking away a handful of Xueji. Condensing the spiritual ocean. Mind control. Suddenly, a dark and profound gaze flashed in Anil's pupils. Those eyes seemed to be able to capture the soul. After swallowing the spiritual ocean fruit, the effect of Anil's own natal superpower has undergone a qualitative change compared to before. All control and distortion abilities, the stronger the mental power, the effects they exert will have earth-shaking effects. The next second, Qin Feng's body froze in place, as if he had turned into a wooden man, unable to even blink. It went so smoothly. Lu was a little surprised at her own strength. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Then, under her control, Qin Feng suddenly opened his system, released Xueji's binding information, and transferred this divine sword to equipment can be given to Anil directly through the transaction panel. Chapter 308. Got it. A smile appeared on Li's face. Xueji. The 7th most famous sword in the world of Divine Tree Masters. This sword is really a waste in Qin Feng's hands. It's better to keep it for yourself. Looking at Qin Feng, who was frozen in place, motionless like a wooden man, Anil suddenly sighed in his heart. The fruits of the spiritual ocean given to me by the president have been of great help to me. From now on, I will be a member of the Akatsuki organization and I must serve the organization well. Hey, what is the purpose of our Akatsuki organization? Anil has already developed a complete sense of belonging to the Shao organization. Not to mention other things, just the benefits, and he has already gained so much without even asking himself to do anything. Compared to these vain, for a guild that likes to spend big time, the Akatsuki organization is simply heaven. However, since the big man Lu Shu is not interested in the affairs between the sacred tree masters, and he doesn't pay much attention to the opportunities in the grey world, so to speak, what is the purpose of establishing the Shao organization? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Anil's mind, as if he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. That's right, the master of Lu Shu is already at such a high level, so naturally he doesn't care about becoming stronger or striving for first place. So, could it be that the purpose of establishing the Akatsuki organization is for love and peace? Ahem, it shouldn't be that cliché, but I believe that the pattern of Lu Shu boss is definitely not limited to this. Suddenly, Anil understood a little bit why boss Lu Shu wanted to give him the sword god template fruit. He probably even knew about the Xinjiang Pavilion, so he asked himself to get a famous sword. He also thought Xueji was so good. Is it too wasteful to put the sword in Qin Feng's hands? Or is it better to use it yourself? Qin Feng, a small character like this, naturally disdains to solve it as a tree-lugging boss, but what she did was still disgusting. Anil's eyes suddenly moved, and a bold idea came to mind. The next second, her figure flashed and left the core of Xinjian Pavilion. At this time, Qin Feng's body trembled slightly before he regained consciousness. He frowned and looked around in confusion. It felt like something had happened just now, but it didn't seem like it had happened. It seemed that time passed faster than he thought. In a blink of an eye, it seemed like not long ago. Shaking his head, Qin Feng wondered if he had been too tired recently and had hallucinations. He didn't think too much and walked straight towards the door of the palace. As he walked, Qin Feng kept talking. With a sarcastic smile. I am Xue Ji who has obtained the 7th sword in the world. How could someone come to my divine sword pavilion to seek death? Dark Knight Alliance. Recently, Yi has been feeling extremely depressed. The chat box of the Divine Tree Master has recently been full of messages criticizing the Dark Knight Alliance. Yi thought that he hadn't done much recently, and asked the members of the guild to calm down and stop causing trouble. Who knew that another wave of condemnation and abuse would drown him out? After some investigation, I found out that the reason was that the Sacred Tree Master who recently went to the Tower of Heritage to conquer the dungeon was always intercepted and killed on the way out. The visitor wore a black mask and directly shouted that he was from the Dark Knight Alliance, and then started acting like a bandit, clearly robbing all the gains that many Sacred Tree Masters had obtained from the Tower of Heritage. These people have poured dirty water on the Dark Knight Alliance, which can make people angry to death. Although many Divine Tree Masters can tell that some people are not members of the Dark Knight Alliance, the Dark Knight Alliance's previous reputation was too bad. Therefore, most Sacred Tree Masters recognize that there are other people fishing in troubled waters, but they are also inseparable from the Dark Knight Alliance. Coupled with the addition of some super guilds who set the rhythm, all the voices were denounced by the Dark Knight Alliance. Dark Knight was so angry that he almost went to kill people with a knife. He obviously didn't do anything, but in the end, endless scapegoats came down from the sky. Ye's head was knocked unconscious, and he couldn't help but kill these bastards quickly. Of course, the Dark Knight Alliance is not a good bird. It has brewed a series of bad consequences. It can only be said that it has reaped the consequences. At this time, in front of Yi, a message popped up. Anil invites you to have a chat. Who is this guy? Yi frowned. The next second, a voice suddenly appeared from his ear. You can choose to accept it, but it doesn't matter if you choose yes or no. Yi was startled for a moment, stood up from where he was, and immediately scanned his surroundings with his mental strength. However, he found no trace of the visitor. The other party's mental power is higher than mine. Yi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a master hidden in the Divine Tree game. Looking at the prompts that appeared in front of him, Yi hesitated, and then chose accept. He wanted to see who it was. Anil, TSK, the Dark Knight Alliance's recent reputation is really bad. Yi, what do you want to say? Anil, don't you want to know what happened? Yi, they are just a bunch of bullies pouring dirty water on my Dark Knight Alliance's head. Do you still need to know what happened? Anil, I have a piece of information about Xinjian Pavilion. You should know what is going on with that guild. Dark Knight's eyes were slightly cold. Of course he knew that Xinjian Pavilion, under the name of the Dark Knight Alliance, went out to do such banditry, and also pretended to be an upright family and upholding justice in the world. However, the members of the Divine Sword Pavilion were a mixed bag, and it was difficult for Yi to take action against them. Could it be that these hundreds of thousands of people were really massacred? Therefore, even if you want to think about it, you can't get out of it. I have the next whereabouts of the Master of the Divine Sword Pavilion in my hands. They are about to launch a plan. If you are interested, you can exchange it for 5,000 divine iron ores. Anil made the request straight to the point. Chapter 309. Wu Qinshan Iron Ore. Yi frowned slightly. This kind of ore is an extremely precious iron-making material. Even the famous swords on the rankings can be upgraded with divine iron ore. Although the Dark Knight Alliance is rich and powerful, but 5,000 divine iron ore cannot be taken out casually. A mere piece of information may not be worth 5,000 divine iron ores. Yi responded coldly. What if I tell you that this matter is related to the secret of the strategy for the Tower of Heritage? Yi was silent for a moment. Then, Anlo roughly recounted the story of Xiaoya sect and Xinjian Pavilion. Although the story was very simple, Yi could easily understand it. Yi sneered and said, this story is quite interesting. It's interesting, but how do you prove that you know the secret and that it's true? If this information is worth 5,000 divine iron ores, does that make me, Yi, too much of a fool? Anil did not respond, but directly sent a transaction invitation. Yi frowned slightly, and then chose agree. A famous sword appeared directly on the transaction panel. Xue Ji. That is Qin Feng's sword. Sword. As long as you know something about weapons, you will be familiar with the current list of famous swords of Shinshu Master. And Xue Ji is the 7th famous sword, so Enyi will naturally not know such common sense information. Xue Ji. Enye's eyes were a little more solemn. You killed Qin Feng. I don't even bother to do the killing thing. Anil responded lazily, that's what your Dark Knight Alliance likes to do. I'm just a little interested in this sword, so I just took it over to play with. The appearance of Xue Ji in front of him and Enli's light tone completely made Enyi pay more attention to this unknown visitor. Judging from everything shown in front of him, Lu should be a top-level sacred tree who doesn't care about Qin Feng at all. Master. To get Xue Ji, you don't even need to kill people to seize the treasure. You just get it easily. What does it mean? A character like Qin Feng cannot pose any threat to Enlu at all. Just like a toy, there is no need to kill. As for Qin Feng's sacred tree, everyone knows that it is related to weapons. Since Anil does not kill Qin Feng, it means that she is not interested in weapons-related sacred trees. It is probably he has obtained the corresponding superpower fruit, or he is a divine tree master of this category. Enyi is frantically searching in his mind for information that may be suitable for Anil. However, no matter how he searches, he can't find it. Get the corresponding content. Who is this person? There was a layer of doubt in my heart. However, Enyi now has a little more trust in the intelligence of the person in front of her. If the other party dares to go deep into the base camp of the Dark Knight Alliance alone, then it means that his identity must be a top sacred tree master. The information exchanged by such a sacred tree master is usually relatively reliable. Okay, I agree to this deal with you. Enyi agreed immediately. Not just to deal with the villains in the Divine Sword Pavilion. This deal would also be a good deal if he could make good friends with a top divine tree master. However, Anil didn't have anything at all. The purpose of being friends with the Dark Knight Alliance is just to enjoy watching dogs bite dogs and fight with each other. By the way, I will transfer another wave of Shen Iron or to upgrade this Snow Ji. The two parties agreed to the deal. Dark Knight just wanted to ask to add a friend, who knew Anil would leave in an instant. Snort. Dark Knight gritted his teeth, and an inexplicable resentment arose in his heart. I don't know when, the Dark Knight Alliance went from being a guild that everyone feared in the God Tree game, to now it has become like a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting and beating each other. Despise. This time, the beasts of Xinjian Pavilion are dead. There was anger in Dark Knight's eyes. Killing intent burst out. I can't swallow this breath. I have to find a punching bag. Xinjian Pavilion, which has repeatedly made Dark Knight Alliance take the blame, will naturally have to pay the price. Gather all the people and prepare to arrive at the entrance of the Tower of Heritage in 7 days. I want that idiot Qin Feng to know that there is a price to pay for angering the Dark Knight Alliance. Enyi announced coldly. Grey World, the location at the edge of the Tower of Heritage. Enli's mind moved, and then, a sword that was born from the ice and snow appeared in her hand. Snow Ji. The sword lives up to its name. Just like a layer of snow condensed in the early morning of winter, the sword body is shimmering with colorful luster, which looks quite extraordinary. In terms of weapon level, Xue Ji even surpasses ordinary legendary weapons. Currently, Xue Ji ranks quite high in the Shinshu Master's weapon rankings. If you are a sword cultivator, your strength will at least double if you use this famous sword. If he understands the sword intention, or even the sword heart, Xue Ji's power can continue to skyrocket, and the increase in combat power will be greatly improved. Buzz. Xue Ji made a crisp sword cry. It seems that he is confused because of the change of sword master. This sword is actually psychic. A look of surprise appeared on Enli's face. Suddenly, the sword god template had a slight connection with Xue Ji. A majestic sword intent burst out from Enli's body in an instant, but within a few seconds, communicate with their spiritual oceans. It's Kenshin. Anil immediately understood what had happened to him, and was even more surprised. My Xue Ji actually related to the sword god template, and then communicated with the spiritual ocean and condensed into the sword heart. The so-called sword heart means that the heart can move at will. It is closely related to mental strength. Whether a swordsman is strong depends not only on the sword in his hand being strong, but also on the sword in his heart, which must be sharp enough. A strong swordsman can infuse his eyes with sword intent, achieving the effect of killing people with open eyes. This is the power of the Jinshin realm. What Anil didn't expect at all was that after she caught Xue Ji, the peak sword intention instantly evolved into Jinshin. She also evolved from the first stage of Sword Mind Realm, upgraded to the second stage of Sword Mind Realm. Chapter 310. Sword Mind State. Anil closed her eyes and felt as if there was an extremely sharp divine sword in her heart. This sword is even several times more powerful than Xueji. Sword God Template. Worthy of the Sword God's sword heart. The moment Anil held Xueji, the ice-like sword suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if he felt a transcendent sword heart, symbolizing this unparalleled swordsman. Although Qin Feng is also a strong man in the realm of sword heart. But that sword heart is nothing compared to the sword heart of the sword god. Xueji suddenly stopped thinking about the sword master. At that moment, they all connected spiritually and communicated peace and happiness. Anil smiled slightly. She knew that Xueji couldn't wait to recognize her as his master. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that Lu Shu's fruit is too strong. The sword heart condensed from the sword god template can even defeat Qin Feng in the realm of man-sword integration. Of course, looking at the current sacred tree games, there are very few sacred tree masters who can combine man and sword into one. There may be such strong men, but they act in a low-key manner. Qin Feng's strength is not very good, but he relied on the creation of the divine sword pavilion to get the seventh most famous sword in the world, Xueji. It can only be said that the power of the guild is really extraordinary. The time for the Tower of Heritage is almost here. After checking the time, Anil discovered that there were only a few days left before entering the Tower of Heritage. She must seize the last bit of time and conquer the Tower of Heritage quickly, otherwise she will be late and miss this precious opportunity. As Anil walked towards the Tower of Heritage, he opened the chat box of the Divine Tree Master to check what happened recently. As expected, a lot of relevant information appeared in the chat box, and everything Anil wanted to know was written down on it. There have been so many big guys taking action recently. Anil was extremely surprised. World Public Screen. Muyu Pavilion finally took action. Muyu Tingfeng actually replaced Sakuman as first place on the list, and achieved a new first place on the list with 5 million points. Wow! As expected of the second boss on the list, he finally took action. I wonder if the tree puller will come. I guess not. The abyss of reincarnation is still far away from here. Moreover, Mr. Lu Shu has already solved even the super nightmare level dungeon, so he may not be interested in such a dungeon. That's really a pity. I still want to see the big guy Lu Shu continue to drag Muyu Tingfeng into trouble. Hearing these words, Muyu Tingfeng wanted to hit someone. It's all fun, right? After finally getting to the top of the rankings, why are you waiting for the tree taker to pull you down? However, Muyu Tingfeng was a little curious. Is it true that the Lu Shu people will not come to the Tower of Heritage this time? Or, should we wait until the end to take action? Muyu Tingfeng felt a little uneasy. After all, in her eyes, in the entire world of sacred trees, only tree lifters can pull her down from the top of the list. Muyu Tingfeng founded the first and largest guild of divine tree masters. From the beginning, he boasted extremely powerful talents and was proud of the stars. He looked like he was born in the mold of a protagonist. However, since his debut, he has not even reached the top of the rankings once, and has been killed by Lu Shu people from the gang many times. Muyu Tingfeng feels so miserable in his heart. If the tree taker doesn't come this time, although it's not on the Grey World ranking list, you can finally enjoy the fruit of the top spot. Except for Muyu Pavilion. Fengyun Guild has become the new dark horse in this ranking. Currently, the Tower of Heritage ranking. First place, Muyu Tingfeng, 5 million points. Second place, Fengyun, 6 million points. Third place, I am really not Long Outyan, 9 million points. Fourth place, Yushuanji, 8 million points. The big guys keep taking action, and Sakya, who was ranked first on the list before, has already been ranked 10th. And Dark Knight, who has 2 million points, has been dragged down to an unknown place. Recently, a bunch of very good divine tree masters who are suitable for killing mobs instantly have joined the Tower of Heritage. Also achieved quite good results. According to the information disclosed so far, the first 50 floors of the Tower of Heritage are generally C-level to A-level mobs, and there will be no monsters that are too powerful. The previous part tests the ability of the Sacred Tree Master to kill monsters. The monsters are relatively not that strong and will not pose the threat of Lord-level enemies. However, they are endless in number and can kill single sacred trees similar to Dark Knight. Teacher, it would be quite a disadvantage. After reaching the 50th floor, some S-level Lord-level monsters will appear one after another. The number will also increase from a few at the beginning, to dozens later, to the same number as the mobs, and then the levels will continue to accumulate. In short, the Sacred Tree Master who can reach the 50th level will not have less than 2 million points. And he fell around the 50th floor. If he could be kept alive above the 50th floor, he might be able to get some more points, but with assassination-type abilities, he would suffer a lot in the face of a group fight from monsters. this is also the supernatural characteristic of Dark Knight. No way. There was only one chance to enter. However, because of this, Yi was ridiculed by everyone. Is this the Dark Knight? Hahaha, I also asked if anyone had pulled him off the second list, but the boss didn't take action. That is, if you look at the rankings now, wow, I've been scrolling through it for a long time, but I still haven't seen Yi's name. Is this the president of the top Sacred Tree Master Guild? It's worse than just any ordinary member of Fengyun Guild. Laughing to death. He also posted on the forum to ridicule that no one can knock him off the second list. I think it won't be long before this person's name will no longer be visible in the rankings. Just a clown. Looking at these comments, Yi is almost furious. This time, Shenzhen Pavilion is dead. There's nothing you can do with these trash. It's impossible to kill all the people who spoke in the chat box. Yi was so sulky that he had to find a punching bag. This time, Yi suddenly felt that he could buy the 5,000 God Iron Mine. The situation in Shenzhen Pavilion is quite good. At least, the desire to kill can be satisfied. Chapter 311. Chat box. Annal, President, my divine sword template has reached the sword heart state, and now I am ready to enter the Tower of Heritage. President, I understand. At the end of this brief conversation, Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Annal broke through to the Genshin realm so quickly, the progress was beyond his imagination. However, his sword soul has not yet been conceived. Lu Shu's mind moved, and his thoughts were placed in his own little world. A sword intent is constantly being cultivated as the world tree grows. Maybe, when the day the sword soul is born, his sword god template will instantly surpass the realm of Jian Xin, even beyond imagination. Lu Shu is not in a hurry, anyway, the sword soul will be nurtured by the world tree, and good things will take a long time, no in a hurry. Then, he looked at the current coordinate position. 298, 274. Which is less than a few coordinates away from the location of the suspected tomb. What a strong magnetic field. Lu Shu frowned, sensing that the nearby grey fog was filled with an extremely sinister force. It seemed that as long as you entered it, you would fall into a maze. By the way, I recently stayed at these 10 coordinates for 3 days. The white dragon horse slowly stopped on a sudden barren mountain. Lu Shu jumped down and walked to the side of the cliff, overlooking a barren and defeated land. The endless scorched earth next door, countless incomplete blades, scattered on this land, it seems to imply that a war once took place here. What really makes Lu Shu care about is time. That's right. At the current speed of the white dragon horse, Lu Shu can't even you shouldn't stay at these coordinates for such a long time. Logically speaking, the suspicious tomb should have reached its destination a day ago. But why is it still a little short of the distance until now? The surrounding magnetic field gives Lu Shu felt an unusual feeling. Perhaps, I am now in the realm of doubting the tomb. Lu Shu's eyes showed a bit of edge. So, where is the entrance to the suspicious tomb? Since it is a suspicious tomb, it is naturally not that easy to find. Lu Shu's mental power swept around, but nothing was found for the time being. At this moment, a chat message suddenly popped up in front of me. Xiao Chang'an, President, we are in trouble. They are the 12 guild members heading to coordinates, 100, 343. Only then did Lu Shu notice that according to his earlier time estimate, Xiao Chang'an should have arrived at the coordinates, 100, 278, by now. It was the territory of an ancient giant dynasty. Countless abyss giants built a magnificent dynasty there. If you want to cross over from this area, just relying on an airship may not be enough. There are also very advanced civilizations in the giant dynasty, and they must have extremely strong strength to cross this dangerous area. Xiao Chang'an was originally very confident. He believed that as long as there was an airship, he would not be afraid of any monsters from the Grey World. But he found out he was wrong. And it's so wrong. The Grey World has more than just monsters, there are also even more unpredictable civilizations. A memory video was sent to Lu Shu's chat box. The castle that spans in front of the airship is like a kingdom of heaven. Countless buildings tower into the clouds. Various unnamed ancient buildings are built with the blessing of the magic circle. Giant-like flying fortresses are like strips in the sky. The flying dragon hovers 10,000 meters above the sky. That is a height that even an airship cannot surpass. In other words, if Xiao Chang'an and others want to pass through here, they must face the castle of the giant civilization. From the characteristics of the Grey World, this place is an abyss occupied by monsters. However, the civilization that remains seems to have strayed into a foreign country. Dozens of giant figures suddenly appeared next to the airship controlled by Xiao Chang'an. They encountered an enemy attack. Every giant monster is a monster with a risk factor of S level or above. In Xiao Chang'an's eyes, this is comparable to a lord-level monster. A giant is no longer something they can handle. What's more, there are giants in all directions now. Xiao Chang'an almost shut himself down. The dozen or so people behind him also showed desperate faces. However, at this critical moment when death was approaching, someone in the team said something: "Whenever you encounter a danger that cannot be solved, contact the president." President. A spark of hope ignited in Xiao Chang'an's heart. But seeing the giant's strength, that fire of hope was quickly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Although this guild leader is very powerful, they were forcibly pulled into the guild. Furthermore, in this operation, the president is very likely to just regard them as cannon fodder. Even if there is any solution, can the current strength of the sacred tree master really solve these giants? Nonsense. According to the current progress of the Tower of Heritage, Muyu Tingfeng, who is number 1 on the list, also failed in the level facing hundreds of S-class monsters. This giant dynasty is even more terrifying than the Tower of Heritage. The number of S-class monsters is tens of thousands. That's not all. The entire dynasty combined may have hundreds of millions. It would be good if you can survive. There is currently no sacred tree master who can deal with this kind of enemy, right? Just then, Lu Shu sent a message. "President, open your trading panel and share these fruits with them." Xiao Chang'an was stunned. In this case, shouldn't it be teleported directly? What fruit do you eat? However, when the trading panel opened, Lu Shu put all the powerful miracle fruit and Vajra immortal fruit on it without saying a word. The number of each fruit is 12. Just enough everyone in the airship will receive one. What kind of fruit is this? When Xiao Chang'an saw the name of the fruit, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is the name of the fruit too strange? However, when he saw the description next to it, he was shocked. SSS-level fruit. This is not a dream. Bar. Chapter 312. Is this, a fruit of this level, something I can eat? Xiao Chang'an was about to be dumbfounded. SSS-level fruit. What level is this? Wait. This seems not to be a superpower fruit, but an attribute fruit. Only then did Xiao Chang'an notice that the powerful miracle fruit increased attributes, instead of acquiring one more skill. But, this is outrageous. He has never seen any kind of fruit in his life that can have 2 or more letters at the same time. I saw 3 of them today. Moreover, there is more than one kind of fruit. In addition to the powerful miracle fruit, Xiao Chang'an noticed that there were also 3 golden shining letters next to the Vajra immortal fruit S. 2 SSS-level attribute fruits. 24 in total. Just give it to them, a group of ordinary guild members. Damn it, is it true or false? Xiao Chang'an was stunned on the spot, as if he was in a dream. Captain, are we doomed? Others were shocked when they saw Xiao Chang'an's expression. In their eyes, Xiao Chang'an showed such an expression. Could it be that the president had given up on them by giving them useless fruits? Xiao Chang'an swallowed, and then said to the people around him. Please open the trading panel and I will share the fruits with you. The teammates all had curious expressions on their faces. What kind of fruit is it? Being able to make Xiao Chang'an show such an expression. When the transaction panel was opened, everyone else also received the strengthening fruit and the Vajra immortal fruit. Suddenly, there was a rare silence on the field. All was quiet. Everyone froze in place, as if they had collectively seen Medusa's eyes, turning into stone and motionless. I don't know how long it took. A gentle fuck reverberated in everyone's ears like the sound of nature. Someone in the team broke the silence on the field and said in an unbelievable tone, "Brothers, SSS-level attribute fruit, am I seeing it wrong with my presbyopia?" You read that right, it is indeed an SSS-level fruit. The president actually gave us a fruit of this level. Did you give 24 pills at once? Crazy. If I am not crazy today, then our guild is crazy. Have any of you ever heard of that guild's benefit that you can get SSS-level fruits just by doing some errands? Don't talk about SSS-level fruits. I once joined a guild ranked in the top 100 and helped them kill an abyss-level dungeon. As a result, the reward I received was only worth an A-level fruit. Fruit, I quit on the spot. Is this fruit really edible? Xiao Chang'an rolled his eyes at the guy who questioned whether he could eat it. The systematic description will not lie. If it is an inedible fruit, it will be marked as an SSS-level poison fruit instead of an attribute fruit. Do you still need to question it? Xiao Chang'an took out the Vajra immortal fruit and ate it in one bite. The next second, his body suddenly condensed a thick layer of Vajra, and his whole body became completely different. SSS-level physique. Xiao Chang'an couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, just one fruit can make my physique reach SSS level. What kind of fruit is this? Isn't the president too wealthy?" Others were also completely stunned. After swallowing the SSS level attribute fruit, can you really get the corresponding SSS level physique? Is it so outrageous? In their eyes, it is possible to upgrade the physique to SS level. That was already the peak of attribute fruits. However, Lu Shu's fruit told them, "What SSS level attributes, that's just a fruit. This is too unbelievable. So precious the fruits are really edible for them. Captain, do you believe there are such good things in the world?" A member asked with a trembling voice. Others still had deep shock on their faces, obviously not believing that there could be such a good thing in the world. Xiao Chang'an was silent for a moment, and suddenly, his eyes he became firmer and said loudly and forcefully to everyone present. "In fact, you may have misunderstood one thing at the beginning." "What's the matter?" Everyone looked at a loss. Everyone was forcibly pulled into this guild after being defeated in the 20-man island battle. "Is there any misunderstanding?" Xiao Chang'an took a deep breath and asked, "Are you just going to join this guild? Have you never thought about why there is a 20-person Sacred Tree Island battle?" Everyone suddenly realized that they all thought of one thing. That's right. The expansion of the island is closely related to the exploration scope of the Grey World. If the number of people in the island battle is far more than usual, then it means that a supermaster may have appeared in the island battle. The person is naturally the president of the Akatsuki organization. They originally thought that the president of the Akatsuki organization just wanted them to be cannon fodder, but they never thought that a strong man of this level really needed cannon fodder, so why would he need to form a guild? Xiao Chang'an took a deep breath and said seriously, "The president didn't ask about our origins, he only asked if we would join. Maybe he didn't treat us as cannon fodder. The reason why he doesn't take a fancy to our abilities and has no interest in our sacred tree is because he is too strong. As long as we join the guild, just a few fruits can make us become top masters. Therefore, we only need to answer whether we agree or disagree, and the rest of the decision-making power is entirely in his hands. We should be lucky that the master is determined to create a guild, otherwise we would be nothing more than a group of ants in his eyes." Hiss. When everyone heard Xiao Chang'an's analysis, they couldn't help but gasp and light up. Is this president's strength really that terrifying? Who is he? Why is it so difficult to find someone with the corresponding identity on the list despite being so powerful in the Shinshu game? Xiao Chang'an actually had a vague prediction in his heart, but he was not sure whether the president of the Xiao organization would be that person. Chapter 313. Call. Xiao Chang'an couldn't help but let out a long breath, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Could it be, is it really him? The legend with the highest ranking on the list. The Divine Tree game has been going on for so long. For a long time, no one can challenge the status. Want to ask? This thought flashed across Xiao Chang'an's mind. However, he finally shook his head. In fact, whether it is that person or not, the result is not important. What is important is that the strength of the president of the Xiao organization is absolutely terrifying. As long as you follow this president, then their next future, even he didn't know what state it would reach. Xiao Chang'an suddenly became extremely excited. Once upon a time. When he first joined this game, he was also full of ambitions, thinking that he could become the destined protagonist among billions of people, and become one of the most powerful divine tree masters. However, the cold reality was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the passion and fantasy in his heart. It was just among the top divine tree masters, a level of talent is nothing. They cannot even enter the top 100 of the rankings. Those top experts were crushed to death with extremely exaggerated points. There are tens of thousands of people down there. Only a few can become the most powerful. After Xiao Chang'an accepted this fact, he already had a full understanding of himself, the rankings were not a place for him to stay. However, these fruits presented by the president made Xiao Chang'an feel as if he was in a dream and couldn't believe it. In a trance, a voice came to his ears, "Captain, why haven't you eaten the fruits in your hand?" I saw that several teammates around me had already swallowed the fruit. Suddenly, the group of people in front of me immediately gained an indescribable temperament. It was like a volcano about to erupt, bringing an overwhelming feeling. The amount of pressure caused by it. Although Xiao Chang'an didn't know how terrifying his power would become after swallowing the powerful miracle fruit, the pressure brought by the people around him made him feel great. Shocking. This is 10 times more oppressive than when facing the giant before. It is completely unlike a state that a human being can achieve. Haha, my power has really reached the SSS level, this fruit is so powerful. Not only his strength, but his physique has also become SSS level. Damn it, then don't we have two attributes and reach the pinnacle of this world? Who is the president, and how could he possess such a terrifying fruit? Everyone on the field praised with disbelief. Xiao Chang'an took a deep breath and was about to announce his guess. At this moment, outside, he suddenly remembered a roaring sound. It seemed that there was something thousands of turbine motors were ringing in their ears at the same time. That's the giant's airship. These enemies are following. They were actually able to detect our location. It seems that we still underestimate the technological capabilities of these giants. Xiao Chang'an's face was a little heavy. He quickly ran to the side of the hatch. Several giant figures were immediately reflected in his pupils, jumping towards the airship from a huge parachute. The giants were so huge the body and weight are also extremely exaggerated. If it were to hit the airship head-on, it would be like a giant and the airship would be completely damaged. Kill him. Xiao Chang'an immediately ordered. Everyone was slightly startled. Are you going to go out and fight the giant head-on? I saw a dark and cold ancient knife appearing out of thin air in Xiao Chang'an's hand, and a black light suddenly appeared on the knife. Glowing with a deep and dark light, he slashed forward with his sword. The Pai Lian across the sky immediately enveloped the descending giant. TSK. With a sound of sonic explosions in the air, the black knife immediately sliced away the giant. The one next door. Woo! The giant let out an earth-shattering roar, and the pain caused by being struck by the knife made it howl. So strong. This scene shocked the teammates on the airship. With just one knife, one of the giant's arms was taken away. It's not like they had never fought against the giant before. But even after the airship charged up, the S-class shells fired could only barely push the giant back, but could not cause substantial damage. When they saw this scene, they felt desperate. The giant's physical fitness far exceeded their imagination. However, Xiao Chang'an's knife just cut off the giant's arm with ease. How much improvement did this bring? A fat man in the team shouted excitedly, "Brother guys, after we ate the fruit of the president, our abilities have become completely different from before. That's right, let's go together and kill these giants. Haha, it's time to take action on them to see how powerful our SSS-level strength and physique are." The members of the Akatsuki organization immediately laughed with excitement. These giants were furious. In their eyes, these tiny humans are just a bunch of bugs and ants. How dare they stray into their territory? They didn't know whether to live or die. However, what they didn't expect was that after chasing them for so long, instead of catching up with them, they actually had an arm chopped off by these villains. What a shame for the giants. They must be killed. Seeing the members of the Akatsuki organization rushing forward, the sneer on the giant's face became even more intense. They uttered an ancient and obscure alien language, "Die." But the next second, Xiao Chang'an's figure instantly drew a bright arc, and his calf suddenly released a terrifying force. With just one step, his figure seemed to pop out of a cannon, leaving a trail in the air that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. A black shadow appeared, and the black knife instantly cut across the giant's neck. Bang bang bang. The rain of blood danced in the sky, as if it was about to sprinkle bright red snowflakes on the world. In the disbelief eyes of the giants, Xiao Chang'an blinked. One of their colleagues was killed instantly. Chapter 314. How can it be? Such a weak human being can actually kill our people. They insulted our giant race, kill them. The ancient and obscure language roared out from the mouths of the surrounding giants. All the giants felt a burst of anger. Their eyes were burning with anger, and they wanted to burn all the intruders. Kill. Xiao Chang'an's eyes turned cold. He had eaten the president's fruit. His physique and strength have reached the SSS level. Do we still need to be afraid of a group of giants? The eyes of the friends behind him flashed with excitement. Look. When Xiao Chang'an killed the giants so easily, they no longer felt fear, but instead felt a sense of excitement. Their strength instantly transformed. In the past, the behemoths who could crush them like ants were now under the control of the members of the Akatsuki organization. In front of them, there was just a monster that was difficult to kill. The changes this brought about a transformation in their mentality. Today, we bloodbath the giants. Xiao Chang'an drove the airship, holding a black knife, and cut open the attacking giant with extremely sharpness. Although other partners did not have such sharp weapons as the black knife, it was mainly because their strength and physique had reached SSS level. Therefore, it can bring about such a big change. It is also quite smooth when killing. Ding! Group member Xiao Chang'an uploaded a guild video. A reminder came to Lu Shu's ear. As soon as he thought about it, the memory video opened. On the screen, a scene of members of the Akatsuki organization killing a giant was played. Those huge behemoths were defeated one by tiny humans. As I expected, it is more than enough to survive the giant dynasty with just gifts of the powerful miracle fruit and the Vajra immortal fruit. Lu Shu nodded, then closed the video and stopped paying attention. Since there is no problem with Xiao Chang'an, then he can completely focus on the matter of the suspicious tomb. At this moment, Lu Shu felt the pressure in his body. There was a strange change in that world. He immediately put his spiritual consciousness into the small world. He saw a white light floating directly above the world tree. From the white light, you could vaguely see the outline of the sword. That sword seemed to be born from chaos, splitting the night and giving birth to the supreme sword intention. The thoughts of World Tree and Lu Shu are connected together. Lu Shu can very obviously feel that the sword intention is about to condense and take shape, and the sword's soul carried by the sword god template will also be born from the small world. Interesting, Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. He remembered that Anil had sent him a message not long ago, saying that she had awakened the sword soul and reached the second stage of the sword heart realm. Anil's sword soul was born because she obtained Xueji, who ranked 7th on the famous sword list thus. Lu Shu deduced that the birth of the sword soul might be accompanied by certain opportunities. Maybe, get a good sword. It could also be that the small world is taking shape. Lu Shu's small world contains the most original power of heaven. The sword soul born from it is naturally more than 100 times more powerful than Anil's sword soul. Let me see what this sword soul will look like. The next second. Buzz. A clanging sword sound suddenly vibrated out from the white light, echoing throughout the world. The cause of such a strange phenomenon is enough to show that the grade of this sword soul is unimaginable. Lu the tree's eyes moved slightly, and the next second, a figure appeared from the white light. That's right. The figure. The man looked about 10 years old, still in the form of a little boy. However, when he opened his eyes, there is a maturity far beyond his age between his eyebrows, and his pupils seem to have a sword that cuts through the sky, shooting out and piercing the sky. A humanoid sword soul. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. According to legend, the humanoid sword soul is a heaven-level sword soul. It is the strongest among all sword souls. But the humanoid sword soul is also the most complex. Because it understands human emotions, so this type of sword soul is the most difficult to cultivate and tame. The humanoid sword soul will constantly use its own will to test whether the sword master is suitable for it. If it is not suitable, the humanoid sword soul will even do something like devour the master. Things, in order to seek relief. However, the sword soul came to Lu Shu with a very respectful attitude, knelt down and said, "Meet the master." Lu Shu glanced at him indifferently and said, "I heard that heaven-level sword souls have always been unruly. Do you think I'm qualified?" With awe on his face, Sword Soul replied unhurriedly, "You have already understood the great Tao. Even the strongest sword intention cannot compete with you." Lu Shu's mind moved slightly, and he understood the meaning of the sword soul. Is it because of his own world tree? That's right. The world tree contains the origin of the avenue. That transcendent and supreme power surpasses any sword soul. Therefore, from the moment it was born, sword soul has determined that he is the most suitable master. All creatures with the sword as their heart will only obey the orders of the strongest human being in the world. Sword, the strongest is king. Sword soul updates this is so. The attributes of the origin of the avenue make sword souls of any level willing to succumb to Lu Shu after seeing him. This is the personality and attributes of the origin. Even if Lu Shu's world tree has not been fully cultivated came out, but the personality and aura were there, where the sword soul was born, and I realized that I could no longer understand it. Okay, from now on, just follow me. Lu Shu thought, and the Zhuxian sword came out of his back. A hint of joy flashed across the face of the sword soul. He could see at a glance that this sword was a peerless sword. It was also the residence that the sword soul liked very much. If it can be attached to the divine sword, it will also be of great benefit to raise the sword soul. Not much to say. The sword soul immediately flew into the Zhuxian sword. And Lu Shu's figure was facing the mist ahead, keep walking away. Chapter 315. Coordinates sad face 299, 276. We have arrived at the location of the suspected tomb. The place seems to be surrounded by death all year round, and the endless fog is like the miasma in the evil pond. How could there be human existence in a place like this? Even a divine tree master who has experienced many copies of the grey world would not be able to help but shudder if it were his first time coming to this place. Certainly. There has been no trace of human beings in this place for an unknown period of time. There is no sound, no color, no rules, it seems that everything has nothing to do with this space. Just today, a figure came here. The man rode a magical white dragon horse and came through the void. Without even noticing his figure, this man had already appeared in front of him. The visitor is none other than Lu Shu. Is this the 72 suspicious tombs? Lu Shu jumped off the white dragon horse and looked around with a solemn look, without relaxing his vigilance. Click. Click. Suddenly, Lu Shu noticed a strange noise coming from the Samsara domain. He immediately summoned the domain and found that the noise was actually from Old Man Su. Old Man Su's teeth were trembling and he was restless in a cage, seemed to be afraid of something. His eyes glared at Lu Shu from time to time, as if to indicate that he should not move forward casually. Lu Shu's brows couldn't help but frown. He beat Old Man Su several times, but this time the guy's face remained unchanged, and he still looked like he was not afraid of death. He rushed towards me. Now, this guy actually behaved like a coward. What made Old Man Su feel instinctively afraid? At this moment, Sword Soul suddenly, the Zhuxian sword emerged from behind Lu Shu in the form of a phantom, looking ahead with a solemn expression. Master, there is a barrier force in front of me. Enchantment? Lu Shu showed a puzzled look. He only heard Sword Soul explain, this kind of barrier can turn this place into a confusing array. If you want to find the entrance, you must break the barrier. Lu Shu asked, how did you know that there was a barrier here? Sword Soul replied, my perception range will not be limited by the fog, so I can detect the existence of the barrier. Do you know how to break this barrier? Master, please follow me. Sword Soul stood in front and led the way. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly and followed. He didn't expect that Sword Soul could actually identify the barrier here. Moreover, his mental power was not affected by the fog. Blockage. This is something Lu Shu didn't expect. The fog was very large. The farther forward, the fog became thicker and thicker. Lu Shu's mental power at this time had reached the SSS level, and he was no longer an ordinary god. The tree master can be compared, and he has practiced various techniques, and condensed a small world in his body. Even he can hardly distinguish the direction of the fog. This shows how weird this place is. However, fortunately, it is pregnant. The Sword Soul that came out could instinctively sense the location of the barrier. It passed a certain distance. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped a few points. Old Man Su, who was trapped in the realm of reincarnation, looked even more uneasy, as if something was affecting him. It hit his nerves and made him go crazy on the spot. If it hadn't been isolated by a cover, I'm afraid this guy would have gone crazy and crazy. Is it almost there? Lu Shu's eyes became more focused at this time. He felt that there seemed to be something in front of him, and there was a special attraction. It was like a black hole. More like the entrance to an abyss. At this time, Sword Soul's gaze suddenly looked at an area on the left. He said, Master, that's where the entrance to the barrier is. Lu Shu walked over and saw a bronze gate appearing in front of him in the mist. The position of the gate was very strange. It stood quietly in the mist, but there was nothing around it. Is this the entrance to the barrier? Lu Shu walked over and looked at the bronze door. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. 500 meters ahead, the entrance to the 72 suspicious tombs abyss appears. Break the barrier and enter the real tomb of doubt to challenge this special abyss. Note, there is great danger in this abyss. It is marked as a special copy and contains the secret of the undead. Immortal. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. This is what he is looking for. No wonder Old Man Su is so afraid of this place. Something about him may be related to the existence in the suspicious tomb, right? Let's go. Arriving in front of the door. The body of the bronze door was inlaid with two green-faced and fanged evil spirits. The door handle was wrapped with layers of chains. The chains sealed the door. This was also a breakthrough. This enchantment is the most critical place. Sword Soul, how should this door be opened? Lu Shu turned his head and looked at the sword spirit floating beside him. The sword spirit said, to break this chain, you need to use the power of the artifact. The master possesses the Zhuxian sword, and he only needs to gather the soul of the sword to break the barrier with brute force. It's really simple and crude. Lu Shu thought there was some mystery in it. It turned out that just killing it would be enough. However, not every sacred tree master has the artifact. This is also equivalent to a threshold. Gods who do not meet the conditions the tree master cannot open this door, so naturally there is no need to go inside and seek death. Even if he is completely lost in the fog will not prevent the tree master from using the teleportation formation. At most, he will waste a period of exploration and start again from. You can avoid losing your life by restarting the island and returning to other locations. I don't know what state my sword god template has reached now. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Since the birth of Sword Soul, he has not yet tried to completely release the power of the sword god template. Therefore, it is not yet clear which stage his current sword god template has reached. The next second, the sword soul flew into the Zhuxian sword. Lu Shu's right hand grasped the hilt of the sword. A sword intent that penetrated the sky suddenly burst out from his body. Chapter 316. Supreme Sword Heart. Man and sword unite. The realm of heaven and man. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Lu Shu's body. The sword intent from above the 9 heavens suddenly poured into Lu Shu's body, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The Zhuxian sword suddenly made a buzzing sound. It's like the avenue is flowing. In Lu Shu's pupils, a flash of Ling Ran's sword intent flashed. The next second. Cut down with the Zhuxian sword. There was no violent thunder, no fractured earth, no collapsed sky. From the moment this sword was really struck, everything in the world seemed to have become silent, and everything was passing quickly. It was indescribable. The simple sword made a bang sound when it landed on the iron rope. The door entangled in the center of the barrier suddenly began to shake like water waves, and the entire land began to crack like a broken mirror world. Success. There was a glint in Lu Shu's eyes. When the chain broke, his sword had already broken through the barrier of the 72 doubtful tombs. He took a deep breath and felt a transcendent state of mind. Speechless, unspeakable. Only when you truly understand the origin of swordsmanship can you experience such a state of mind. The transcendent world of swordsmanship looks so simple and unpretentious. The void of formless form. Lu Shu felt that he was far away from the extremely advanced swordsmanship. The realm is almost there. Just now, he burst into the peak of the realm of heaven and human, which actually slightly stimulated the origin of the small world in his body. This sword is so simple and unpretentious, as if no sword intention has been condensed, but it has the ability to cut all the power. It is already infinitely close to the formless void. Perhaps, if I kill some enemies with the way of the sword, I will be able to realize that level. As expected of the master, the realm of swordsmanship is more powerful than I imagined. The sword soul emerged from the Zhuxian sword at this moment. At this moment, his form was a bit more staring than the phantom form just now. This is because Lu Shu's realm of swordsmanship has driven the growth of the sword soul. Therefore, he looked more real. Sword soul looked at Lu Shu with even more admiration. Even sword soul would sincerely approve of that sword move. At this moment, the scene in front of him, swaying like water waves. Lu Shu felt his body sink, as if the earth under his feet suddenly disappeared, and his figure suddenly came to another place. A deep tomb appeared in front of Lu Shu. There were remains on the ground, broken bones. Unknown tombstones next to them, like silhouettes lurking nearby. From the depths, there was a creepy scream. If any sacred tree master came here inexplicably, he would be frightened and directly use teleportation go back. It's so weird. It seems that this world is more terrifying than a nightmare copy. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful look and said, I should have passed through that door and came to this coordinate reality world. Yes. Sword Soul nodded and said, this barrier is very special. It isolates the real world in this area. You must pass through that door to reach the real 72 tombs. To put it simply, the desolate world that Lu Shu passed through before, and the fog that can isolate spiritual power, are not essentially the real scene here. It is another world generated by the barrier. The purpose is in order to cover what is really hidden in this area. Only by breaking the barrier can we see the real world. Once here, Lu Shu's mental power will no longer be blocked by the fog. He frowned slightly and sensed deep in this tomb, there are extremely powerful resentments and countless enemies hiding the power of evil spirits. Duh. At this moment, there was a sound of a pointer twisting in Lu Shu's pocket. Lu Shu thought about it and took out a small compass from the inner pocket of his clothes. The compass of destiny. This was a long time ago, a special prop that Lu Shu got from the ghost town. By consuming the corresponding soul, you can indicate where you want to go. Of course, this kind of prop has gradually become more and more popular in the Grey World, and there are many all-divine tree masters can obtain such basic props. But in the later stages, after Lu Shu obtained more maps of the Grey World and gained extremely strong mobility, he rarely used the destiny pointer. The compass on the pointer was shaking randomly. Lu Shu frowned and fiddled with it a few times. He found that the pointer on the compass seemed to have been inexplicably disturbed by this place and became malfunctioning. Even if he consumes the primary soul, he couldn't make the pointer point to the position he wanted. Suddenly, the pointer of fate stopped. The pointer on the compass was fixed towards the left position. Could it be that Luopan wants to go to that place? Lu Shu tried to change the direction, but found that no matter how he moved, the pointer pointed to the corresponding position. This is a rare situation. After all, the function of the destiny compass is to consume soul materials to obtain the ability to point the direction. This will was determined by Lu Shu himself. But this time the pointer moved on its own. Could it be that there was something ahead? Go check it out. Lu Shu is very courageous now. After carving a teleportation array on the spot, he walked directly forward. Anyway, what he left here is just a clone. After the investigation and understanding of the situation, he will let the pet army come over and push horizontally. You won't lose no matter what. Master, please be careful. Sword Soul reminded me. Of course, this sentence also indicates that the future will not be peaceful. Click. Click. Suddenly, there was a weird noise from the tomb next to it. It was like a chainsaw rubbing crazily on the steel bars, making a sharp and harsh sound, which made people feel uncomfortable. Lu Shu instantly turned his gaze over, but I saw a headless evil ghost, digging open the grave covering its body, and crawling out of the grave. The next second, it rushed over. Chapter 317. In front of Lu Shu, a monster panel suddenly appeared. Headless. Category, Cursed Undead. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 1000 meters. Power, 3300. Speed, 3250. Defense, 3420. Skills, Immortality, Recklessness, Tarsal Maggot. Description, Cursed Undead, they have the immortal bodies are difficult to kill, and special weapons must be used to dissolve the curse on them. The next second. A sharp sound like grinding teeth came out of the headless mouth, and waves of horrified light appeared in his pupils. Its speed was quite fast, and the muscles on its body exerted force instantly, and the iron chain made a clang sound. In the blink of an eye, Wu Zu was behind Lu Shu and punched him in the head. However, a sword light appeared out of thin air in an instant, cutting off the arm that was attacking without a head. Lu Shu stood there calmly, with a sword intent condensing on his body. His realm has long surpassed the realm of man and sword. You can use swordsmanship all over your body. The headless man was cut off by this sword, lost an arm, and let out a painful cry. But soon, a strange light emerged from the wound on its broken right hand. After a while, new flesh and blood grew out of the severed arm wound and recovered as before. The headless man continued to let out a strange scream and rushed towards Lu Shu. Is this the ability of the undead? Lu Shu frowned slightly. It was the same as when he fought against Old Man Su. No, it seemed to be different. No matter how hard Old Man Su was beaten, there would be no trace on his body. But the headless arm was struck by Lu Shu, it was cut off. Although Lu Shu merged with the sword god template and the power of the sword was greatly improved again, his sword did not strike with all his strength. It was not even as good as when he used the Zhuxian sword to try to kill with all his strength. When Old Man Su comes, it's going to be very powerful. Therefore, Lu Shu can cut off the headless arm with one sword, which shows that there are still differences between this guy and Old Man Su. Okay, let me see what secrets are hidden in your undead bodies. This thought flashed through Lu Shu's mind. The next second, the Zhuxian sword came out of his back. The sword soul turned into a phantom and gradually submerged into the sword body. It was slashed out with another sword. The headless body he paused and screamed again, but he turned around and tried to escape behind him. It was obvious that this monster felt threatened by Lu Shu's sword. However, Lu Shu's movements were so fast that no one could react. But come here, there is no way to avoid it. The simple sword light has penetrated the headless chest in an instant, and separated his body into two halves from bottom to top. The picture is extremely cruel. One sword, quickly it's time to cross the void. When Lu Shu sheathed his sword, the headless body was separated into two halves and was still flying upside down in the air. Boom! After a while, there was a muffled sound on the ground. The two halves of the headless body fell to the ground miserably, constantly emitting black light. The cursed breath seemed to want to restore the headless body to perfection. However, the dim light continued to flicker, but the two halves of the headless body were shaking very hard, and it was difficult to come together again. This strange scene was reflected in front of Lu Shu's eyes, and his eyes moved slightly. Although my sword didn't completely kill the headless man, it still made it impossible for the monster to regroup for the time being. It seems that the power of the immortal is not eternal. If you suffer a too violent attack, or a blow from a higher divinity, it will be difficult for even the undead to recover. The immortal killing sword, with the attribute of immune disregard, is a divine weapon. Coupled with the sword spirit and sword god template combined with the swordsmanship, this sword slashes down, even the undead will have a hard time recovering. It can be seen that the headless body is divided into two halves and is still trembling, indicating that he is not dead, but has temporarily lost his ability to move. The black light that keeps trying to come together gives Lu Shu a very sinister attribute. And it feels like this tomb. Perhaps this tomb is an abyss. The undead here are not completely immortal, they are just products of the abyss. If the secret here can be broken, then the undead will naturally cease to exist. Seeing this, Lu Shu already understood. There is no truly immortal existence in this world. The so-called immortal is just connected to the abyss. As long as this abyss and the secret of the suspicious tomb can be broken, then here the undead will naturally die. But Old Man Su is different. Lu Shu opened the abyss of reincarnation and found that Old Man Su entered the tomb. On the contrary, he was not as manic as before, and his expression calmed down. This shows that the tombs there is a difference between the undead and Old Man Su. Old Man Su did not appear from the dungeon, but from the foggy town. There is no additional power of the abyss, but the real undead. There are still many secrets about this guy. Lu Shu looked at Old Man Su and thought to himself. He continued walking towards the front of the suspicious tomb. This seemed to be a natural passage. The entire palace, in addition to some man-made ancient buildings, also had a natural ecosystem. It's just that, there are all kinds of unknown graves piled next to it, so people passing by here are really not in the mood to appreciate the environment here. Click. Click. The tomb made horrifying noises from time to time. S-class undead monsters like Headless would crawl out of the tomb and attack people passing by. Lu Shu didn't even bother to look at the monster, just one sword strike. After the Zhuxian sword divided the headless body, these monsters lost their ability to move in a short time. In Lu Shu's eyes, they were no different from dead. At this moment, ahead, a special tombstone appeared. A tombstone with a name. There was a name engraved on it, Du Ling. The next second, a shrill scream of an innocent soul echoed in Lu Shu's ears. Chapter 318. Du Ling. Category, Cursed Undead. Danger Coefficient, SS. Perception Range, 2000 meters. Power, 4300. Speed, 4250. Defense, 4420. Skills, Immortality, Song of Resentful Girl. Description, she used to be a dancer, and she dreamed of getting married since she was a child. To an outstanding king, but after waiting a lifetime, he only got a burial ending. From then on, her singing turned into the most piercing voice of injustice, and it was bound to make everyone sink into the singing of hell. There is a name on this tombstone. In this tomb, at least this maid can be regarded as a burial companion with some status. From this point, Lu Shu also judged the classification of monsters in this tomb. The worst ones are monsters without heads. They crawled out of the unknown tomb without even a corpse and could only rely on brute force. A buried singer with a name like Du Ling had certain special skills. The next second, a song with endless resentment floated from the front. Dancer Du Ling launched the Song of Resentment, causing range-type mental damage. This reminder just flashed before Lu Shu's eyes. But he was not affected by the singing at all. SSS-level mental power gathered into a great wall of mental power, blocking out the shrill singing. Lu Shu's spiritual consciousness was as strong as a barrier. It couldn't be shaken by a small monster. Cut it out with one sword. The sword light fell on Du Ling's body and instantly chopped off her head. The singing stopped suddenly. However, Du Ling's body was filled with the spirit of injustice that was 10 times more powerful than the headless one, and he was resurrected. There was a look of pain on the dancer's face. Although she was an immortal, she was a weak woman. When her head was chopped off, the pain caused the anger of the wronged soul to bloom in her pupils. "I am going to kill you!" Du Ling screamed. At this time, she gave up using singing as a mental attack. The nails on her hands suddenly swelled, like sharp claws made of white bones, and they scratched towards Lu Shu's neck. Lu Shu frowned, wrinkling slightly. He slashed out with the sword again. The dancer was immediately cut off. But her figure gathered together again and restored her original appearance, and the attack became more and more crazy. The cursed aura obtained by this dancer is stronger and her recovery ability is faster. Lu Shu tried to swing a few sword lights again, but found that the results were similar. He realized that he had to think of other ways to punish the dancer. At this moment, the sword soul suddenly sent a message to Lu Shu, saying, "Master, you first restrict the dancer's movements, and then open her tomb, you might gain something." Lu Shu was slightly startled. He looked at the tomb and found that the tombstone was still intact. "I see." Lu Shu showed a look of astonishment and secretly analyzed in his heart, "This dancer is different from the headless one. She didn't just climb out of the tombstone. She is more similar to the form of the wronged soul. She is an energy body rather than a real body. Such a monster is more difficult to kill with ordinary attacks, and it is easier to gather the power in the abyss. Its recovery ability is not comparable to that of the leaderless. Since the dancer is not an entity, she must rely on some entity to survive. The answer may be hidden in this tomb." While his thoughts were floating, dancing girl Du Ling had already come to kill. Lu Shu came back to his senses and summoned the realm of reincarnation. The whirlpool of reincarnation appeared beside Du Ling out of thin air, and the grey-black threads turned into millions. A thin line immediately tied up the dancer's body. The dancer's body was wrapped with grey lines, her hands and feet were completely bound, and she could not move. She could only grit her teeth and let out a scream. Lu Shu didn't bother to pay attention at all, walking towards the dancer's tomb. At this moment, Du Ling's eyes flashed with panic, and the strength of the struggle in his hands became stronger. He gritted his teeth, as if Lu Shu continued to walk towards the tombstone, she was about to. It's like eating the other person. Boom! Cut it away with one sword. The dancer's tombstone was immediately split open. A delicate box was revealed inside. Lu Shu opened the box and saw a flute inside. The item panel popped up in front of him. Dancing girl's flute. This is a flute made by the dancing girl's mother from reed poles by the river before she entered the palace. Just blowing this flute can put the restless soul to rest, and even the resentment from hell can calm the mind. Lu Shu is naturally no stranger to musical instruments. When I explored the ruins a few times in the past, I often found illustrations of skills related to piano art. This also includes a lot of music theory knowledge. Through music theory and SSS-level mental power, it is not easy for Lu Shu to use this flute. The moment he opened the box, Lu Shu already knew what he should do next. He placed the flute gently to his lips. The melodious sound of the flute, with its long and mournful tone, echoed around the tomb. Such as resentment, admiration, crying and complaining. The moment she heard the sound of the flute, the dancer's figure suddenly stopped, half kneeling on the ground, and let out a cry of pain. It seems like he is remembering something from the past. She hugged her brain tightly, letting out a slightly painful groan, enduring the painful feeling that her brain was about to burst. But towards the end of the song, it suddenly became softer. With a healing connotation. It's like entering a distant paradise. At this time, the dancer's pain gradually stopped, and her eyes looked forward confusedly, as if she was recalling some past events. For a long time, a stream of tears left the corners of the dancer's eyes. The next second, her wronged soul gradually turned into black smoke and disappeared into the air. The injured souls filled with pain were redeemed, all curses were purified, and they ascended to the paradise of bliss. This abyss is a hell, using all living beings as a prison, turning all the people buried by past civilizations into monsters who have lost everything. Although they have gained eternal life, they are actually dead long ago. Lu Shu gently filled the tombstone with lust, then took the dancer's flute and continued walking forward. Chapter 319. Ding! Your life fruit X1 is ripe. Ding! The fruits of your Holy Spirit's growth X1 are ripe. Walking in the dark tomb, a piece of golden text suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu's dark eyes. Only then did he remember that after walking in the tomb for several days, plus the time spent rushing and breaking the barrier, before he knew it, the time had come for the next product of the sacred tree. Fruit of life. I wonder what new pets I can get this time. Lu Shu thought secretly in his heart. The next second, his consciousness returned to the sacred tree island. A breeze blew by. The sacred tree made a roaring sound. The golden sunlight shines slantingly on the sacred tree covered with golden leaves, and the light scattered all over the sky is as dazzling as the kingdom of God. Lu Shu's body was bathed in spiritual energy. Open your eyes, and at that moment, the world becomes silent. Wow! As the breeze blew by, a breath of new life was faintly revealed on the crown of the sacred tree. That is the fruit of life. Contains new life essence. Follow the growth of the Holy Spirit and the fruits will grow together. It's time to plant a wave of fruit. Lu Shu jumped up and swayed back and forth like a shadow. His current movement speed seemed as if he had not moved at all, just a shadow flashing past. In fact, he had already made one trip back and forth from the tree crown, and there was more in his hand. He picked up 2 brightly colored fruits. Leaning down, Lu Shu gently buried the fruit containing the breath of life and another Holy Spirit growth fruit in the soil. After a moment, the 2 subspecies spiritual trees suddenly appeared. Rising from the soil, Lu Shu witnessed the growth of the spiritual tree at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an interface popped up in front of his eyes. Life fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, life fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Production times remaining, 1. Holy Spirit growth fruit tree. Product, Holy Spirit growth fruit. Buzz. At this moment, a sacred sound suddenly came from the sacred tree. It seemed to be talking. Lu Shu immediately raised his head, his pupils reflected the golden leaves, and suddenly bloomed with fluorescence. The whole sacred tree seemed to be being favored by the gods, bathed in the divine light and condensed the holy patterns. A sacred aura that transcended all living things diffused from the divine tree and covered the entire island. Fairy spirits were born one after another, condensing phantoms. Various myths creatures also ran out from every corner of the island and cast their gazes in the direction of the sacred tree. Lu Shu looked at the sacred tree in surprise and said, finally upgraded. After this period of time, the sacred tree has accumulated enough growth value. Your sacred tree has grown from an intermediate sacred tree to a high-level sacred tree. The next second. In front of Lu Shu's eyes, a new sacred tree panel appeared. Divine tree. Stage, Advanced Holy Tree. Sunlight, 2510 day, 25, 1x100. Spiritual energy, 2040 day, 20, 4x100. Subspecies spiritual tree remaining capacity, 15, total 17. Products, Hadao fruit, Hadao Kung Fu fruit, Hadao Dao fruit. Production cycle, 15 days, 300, 002000. Growth points, 505,200, 64, for x1006440 day. Next stage, Divine Tree, 2 million growth points. It has finally grown into a high-level holy tree. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Shu's eyes. Then, his eyes fell on the panel. His eyes moved slightly, and he thought to himself, is the next level the real sacred tree? Beyond the power of the laws of the holy pattern, reach the realm of gods. Of course, the required growth points also directly increased from the original 500,000 to 2 million. This is not a small sum. Although it absorbs more sunlight and the conversion efficiency of spiritual energy is faster, the growth points per day are now as many as 6,000 points, but there is still a lot of difference between the 2 million points. The Fruit of Harmony. Lu Shu turned his attention to the next product. It can be easily seen from the names that these fruits are related to the realm of harmony. But Lu Shu has now condensed his own little world. His realm is still stuck in the realm of returning to the virtual world. However, there is no problem in swallowing the Fruit of Harmony. Because the small world is originally the exclusive domain of Hadao power, but Lu Shu condensed a world in his body at an earlier state, which can be said to have opened up a path unprecedented and unprecedented. So, even if Lu Shu swallows the Hadao fruit in the realm of returning to the void, there will be no problem. His realm breakthrough seems to be much slower, but it is quite stable. Once you reach that higher realm, it will be a sure thing to break through and become a true immortal. What is worse now is to collect the remaining 2 Dao patterns as soon as possible. In this way, as long as the realm is reached, then one can combine Dao and become an immortal. 15 days. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The growth rate of the sacred tree has accelerated a lot. However, as the level increases, the speed of the next product will also slow down. If Lu Shu had not grown 100 times, we would have had to wait until the year of the monkey to wait for the next fruit to appear. There are already some obstacles ahead of the sea area. It is not yet possible to break through the 25,000-meter sea area. Moreover, deep-sea fishing rods cannot reach such deep waters, and no new top-quality life essence has been recorded recently. Lu Shu frowned in a rare way, feeling that he had progressed too fast in the past, but now he encountered some bottlenecks. He quickly calmed down and stopped thinking so much. Anyway, what should be yours will definitely be yours. There's no use worrying, right now. 2 reminders came to his ears. Ding! Your life fruit tree has reached the production cycle, life fruit 100. Ding! Your Holy Spirit growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the fruit of life is 100. Chapter 320. Finally the production has reached the production cycle. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with joy. Then, he picked all the fruits of life and placed them under the sacred tree. Anna, the angel of life, descended to the side of the sacred tree, and a white line appeared in his palm. Light. The pure breath of life flows out from the slender white fingertips and penetrates into the fruit of life, helping the fruit to hatch further. It only takes 3 days for the new life fruit to hatch. Moreover, with Anna's help in the past few days, the fruit of life may be able to further hatch a higher level mentality. Wait, the breath of life controlled by Anna seems to be stronger than before. Lu Shu used his mind and sensed it. He immediately discovered that Anna's level was much higher than before. Moreover, there were originally a pair of pure white wings behind it, but behind the wings, they spread out again. A pair of small wings appeared. 2 pairs of wings. Lu Shu couldn't help but think of the angels setting in his mind. The level of a genius is judged based on its wings. Each evolution adds an extra pair of wings. The highest form is the 12-winged angel. Anna now has 2 pairs of wings. From the intermediate holy tree to the high-level holy tree, the improvement brought to Anna is not that obvious. If it were from a holy tree to a divine tree, the changes would probably be more intuitive. Lu Shu thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, a chat window suddenly appeared in front of him. Anna, President, I have broken through the highest record of the 65th floor of the Tower of Heritage. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to break through to the 90th floor next. Thank you for the fruit you gave me. Below this message, also comes with a video. Lu Shu opened the memory video. The scene inside is clearly the scene inside the Tower of Heritage. On a huge, ancient, dark-clouded altar, countless grey world monsters, carrying the aura of the abyss, rushed towards Anil. There was no trace of fear on Anli's bright face. Xueji turned into a stream of incandescent light and soared into the sky. The girl tapped her toes lightly, and her unparalleled figure instantly rose into the air. She grasped the hilt of Xueji's sword and slashed out with one strike. The mighty sword light instantly turned into endless water waves and spread out in all directions. The blades, which were hundreds of feet long, slashed across the altar randomly, leaving countless deep ravines on the land. Wherever the sword light passed, all the monsters in the grey world were killed. Even with the aura bonus of the abyss, it can't stop Anil's power at this time. No matter how many monsters there are, they are just a little bit close to peace and are suppressed to death by their terrifying power. The state of peace and happiness has actually reached the peak of Jian Xian. Lu Shu looked at the picture in the video and felt a slight difference. The peak of the Sword Heart realm is just one step away from the realm where man and sword merge into one. At this realm, it is completely comparable to an SS-level Divine Tree Master. Even if it is only this one with this ability, he can also reach the top of the rankings among the Sacred Tree Masters. However, Anil also swallowed the powerful Miracle Fruit and Vajra Immortal Fruit. That seemingly fragile girl's body actually hides an extremely brutal and violent power. In fact, before the 50th floor, these grey world monsters were not even qualified to let Anil use his sword, so they were all killed with one punch. The purpose is to reserve an extra layer of power for the subsequent battle. When she activated the power of the Sword God template, the scene completely turned into a one-sided harvest mode. The progress of the strategy will also become quite fast. Lu Shu nodded and sent a compliment. Good. According to his estimation, after the Sword God template fruit is paired with a famous sword like Xueji, and after about 10 levels of fighting, Anil will be able to break through to the realm of man-sword integration. As long as this realm is reached, plus with SSS-level strength and physique, Anil can definitely compete with the top Divine Tree Masters. Clearing the highest level of the Tower of Heritage may not be a problem. The ability of the Sword God template seems to be useful for clearing this strategy-based copy. It has an extremely powerful restraint effect. Every time the sword is struck, it can cause additional damage to all oncoming Grey World monsters. This is an ability that other Sacred Tree Masters do not have. With this blessing, Anil kills the Legend of the Inheritance. The monsters in the tower are much more relaxed than others. Tower of Inheritance. Anil kept waving the Xueji in his hand, and the scene where the sword light flashed across the surroundings was a picture of exquisite art. She closed her eyes and quietly felt the power of the Sword God. For a moment, when he opened his eyes, all the monsters around him had been killed. Not even close. Anil murmured to herself. She sensed the realm of the Sword God's template, and was constantly trying to transcend the realm of the Sword Heart and achieve a further unity of man and sword. Xueji faintly let out a burst of sword sounds, and it seemed that she also sensed Anli's Sword Heart, was about to break through to the next realm, and let out a burst of joyful cheers. If it reaches a higher realm, even the sword soul contained in Xueji can manifest a human form like Lu Shu's sword soul. However, now the Xueji sword soul only possesses human wisdom, but cannot yet achieve the step of condensing a human form. Suddenly, Lu Shu's reply appeared in front of Annel's eyes. Good. Hee, the president praised me. Annel immediately showed an expression of great joy, just like a little girl who worked hard to practice dancing and finally got the teacher's approval. Her eyebrows and eyes were crooked with a smile. That otherworldly image disappeared without a trace. Without a trace. The president is so optimistic about me, I must break through the 100th floor of this inheritance tower. I can't let other sacred tree masters outsmart our Akatsuki organization. Annel secretly encouraged himself in his heart, his goal was higher than before. When he first came in, Annel thought that he could succeed if he could challenge the 50 floors. After all, Muyu Tingfeng, who is now ranked first, could only break through only the 65th floor. As a result, Annel has now penetrated the 65th floor without knowing it. Moreover, she also felt a sense of relief. She thought the Tower of Heritage was so difficult. That's it. Chapter 321. Boom. The altar of the Tower of Heritage once again made a series of vibrating sounds. In all directions, dense grey monsters appeared again. The 66th floor. Currently, Muyu Tingfeng, who has the highest achievement among the sacred tree masters, has only reached the 65th floor. Annel's eyes became a little more solemn. Now. She knew that what she was about to face was to break the current upper limit of the sacred tree master and reach a higher level. So many S-class monsters. Annel's mental power swept around. On the 65th floor, the number of S-class monsters has reached thousands. This is already a terrifying number. However, the S-class monsters on this floor are even more numerous. There are as many as 3,000. The number has tripled. Not only that. Annel also noticed that in the center of the monster army, there was a monster with a more sinister aura lurking. SS-level monster. Annel's heart became a little nervous at this moment. She has never encountered such a high-level monster in her life. If it were in the past, facing a monster of this level, Annel would not hesitate to use the teleportation talisman in his hand and leave the Tower of Heritage directly. However, Shui Ji's sword began to vibrate with an excited buzz. A powerful sword will not only not flinch when facing a powerful enemy, but will also release a stronger fighting spirit. The same is true for an excellent swordsman. Annel has merged with the Sword God template. At this moment, her sword heart realm is only one step away from the realm where human and sword merge into one. How could the sword heart at its peak be frightened away by the enemy? The next second, the sword in Annel's hand moved. Countless rays of sword light, like shadows covering the sky and the sun, scattered and slanted around. The monster submerged by the sword light died instantly. The guards of the Tower of Heritage at the forefront have A-level defense. Even if they face the impact of a mountain, they may not be able to kill them. However, when the sword light in Annel's hand flooded the monster's body, the A-level defense was like a piece of tissue paper being swept by a laser. It couldn't resist for even a second and disappeared. In the sword light like flying snowflakes. Immediately afterwards, the S-class monster following behind suddenly stopped in its tracks. There was fear in those pair of murderous eyes. The next second, the sword light comes. S-class monsters were also killed instantly. There were 3,000 S-class monsters, and in the blink of an eye there were only a few hundred scattered ones left. These hundreds of monsters were not killed by the sword light because they stood far away and spread out. Annel opened her eyes, and those clear turquoise pupils reflected a hellish scene. But that hell is the hell of monsters. But Annel is the true form of the god of killing. She looked at Shui Ji in her hand with some disbelief, and her eyes suddenly turned from doubtful to bright. My sword heart finally broke through. That's right, Enlu at this moment has broken through the peak of the sword heart realm. It has reached the realm where man and sword are united. The Shui Ji in his hand made a trembling sound. The sound of the sword was psychic, and the sound continued. While celebrating the progress of the sword master. At the same time, he is also thirsty for the blood of his enemies. Click. Click. At this moment, the monsters next to them made a harsh and unpleasant exchange of sounds. After reaching the 65th floor, S-class monsters have certain combat intelligence and can signal their companions through their voices and command them how to fight. Annel, their mental power is very strong. Although they do not understand the language of monsters, they can capture what the other party wants to express from the mental fluctuations they release. Damn it, how could this human being be so powerful? Don't be afraid, she must be struggling to her death, she didn't show such tyrannical strength just now. It was just a flashback at the end of the road. She didn't have much energy left to unleash such a powerful skill. Jijia, the little girl has thin skin and tender meat, it must taste very good. Eat her. Eat her. As the monsters once again sent out a burst of harsh and unpleasant mental fluctuations, these monsters that came like a tide launched another crazy attack. Annel's expression was very calm. Having reached the state where man and sword merge into one, she knew that no monster present would be her opponent. Including that SS-level monster. Following the light of the sword in his hand, it flashed again. All the monsters that come towards you will die. No. How can it be? It is impossible for a human being to be so powerful. With a burst of screams, the monsters died one after another. On the field, there was only a figure with a black aura all over its body, standing in the center of the altar. That was the SS-level monster. It had a human form and was covered with a black sacrificial costume. The appearance is hidden under the long hood, the face cannot be seen, but you can feel the pair of extremely sinister eyes under the hood. Before Annel broke through the unity of man and sword, he was once beaten by this. A pair of eyes looked at it, and a chill aroused throughout the body. However, at this moment, this feeling no longer existed. Instead, the person who felt fear was the SS-level monster itself. Its eyes were full of disbelief. It was impossible to understand, a human, how could he become so powerful in such a short period of time? Anli's figure jumped lightly. Like a white crane, lightly passing over the water. Or like a ray of sunshine passing through the center of the lake under the clear water and blue sky, the reflection of the afterimage. The light and shadow flickered. It seemed that it was just in this world, staying for less than a moment, but it bloomed into a beautiful posture. The light and shadow gradually dimmed and went away, taking with it the head of the SS-level monster. The hood has disappeared, and the sinister and evil eyes have been closed forever, cutting off all the noise in this world. Rumble. Along with the altar shaking again. Annel killed the SS-level monster and broke through easily. The 66th level has reached the next level. She opened the panel. Tower of Heritage Points, 10 million. Chapter 322. 10 million points. This is already a watershed breakthrough. Now. The number of floors of the Tower of Heritage has reached the 75th floor. At this extremely difficult level, the S-class monsters have become the regular troops of the past. Wherever you look, it's endless. It seems like there is no way to kill them all. The number of SS-level monsters has reached thousands. Even nightmare-level dungeons may not be of such a scale. In terms of difficulty, it is much higher. After all, although the monsters in the nightmare-level dungeon are all powerful, at least everyone has a certain range of perception. If there is a corresponding clearance strategy, then there is a chance to bypass the monster's perception, kill the boss directly, or get it yourself target item. But in the Tower of Heritage, all monsters must be faced at the same time, and there is no time to rest at all. Here is the ordeal for the strong. The rewards here are only reserved for the strongest. Nothing left to chance. Any sacred tree master who has conquered this point will not be able to help but change his expression. Too many monsters. A copy of this difficulty is simply impossible for most sacred tree masters to complete. With such a huge wave of monsters, and facing increasingly higher difficulties in the future, how is it possible to pass the level? Moreover, facing the siege of countless S-level monsters and thousands of SS-level monsters, the only possibility that the Divine Tree Master can survive is this teleportation talisman in his hand. No matter what desperate situation any attacker reaches, as long as he uses the teleportation talisman, he can immediately leave the Tower of Heritage and avoid fatal attacks. However, facing so many powerful monsters, no matter how quick the reaction is, the master may not have time to use it, and he will be killed if he is not careful. Must be used in advance. Even the top Divine Tree Masters would shake their heads and give up when faced with such a situation. That can no longer be made up for with strength. Even if you can kill all the monsters, can you retain your physical strength until later? It is not worth it to face an extremely high death threat for this higher reward. However, standing here, Annel's eyes did not change at all. Just like facing tests again and again before. Only by passing the trial of the strongest can you get the endless treasures. The next second, the monsters are already fighting. The jade-like sword light also fell like rain. But in addition to the bright sword light, behind Annel, there is an ancient underworld. The surging water of the Styx drowned all the monsters here. Not only that. From the underworld of the dead, there are also countless violent souls, roaring and launching fatal attacks at the enemy. Underworld fruit. This kind of power can gather the power of the souls of the dead to continuously enhance the power of the Styx. Killing them all the way, Annel didn't know how many monsters he killed. From the beginning, the power of the underworld fruit was only about S level. As it accumulated along the way, now any wave that hits it has SS level power. That is an attack more terrifying than the sword light. Sweep the whole crowd. Whether the monster is defending or attacking, it will be completely submerged by the Styx River. Plunged into the most desperate situation. Able to attack and defend, this is the power of the underworld fruit. Although it is not as high as the upper limit of the Sword God template, at this stage, the underworld fruit will become the most desperate skill for the enemy. The endless underworld swept through the entire altar like a tide, and the monsters on it were like a group of ants drowned by a tsunami. Even if the number was too huge, the ants were still just ants. Unable to resist the power of the tsunami. The SS-class monster is like a ship that is about to be bumped at any time in the waves of the Styx. The sword light that followed became the straw that crushed their last hope. After raging for an unknown amount of time, even the S-class monsters with no end in sight disappeared. After all the monsters died, the altar shook violently again, rising towards the higher challenge of the Tower of Heritage. At this time, several notification sounds appeared in Annel's ears. The time for the Tower of Heritage challenge has arrived. Challenge level will be closed soon. You can choose to continue the challenge or quit this challenge and receive the rewards directly. This ranking, 1. Number of people remaining, 200. If you continue to challenge, you will get a higher Tower of Heritage reward. If you challenge all 100 floors, you will get the highest reward. If you give up the challenge, the rewards for this ranking will be calculated, and after all the Sacred Tree Masters exit, you will receive the rewards with the last ranking. Annel's eyes moved slightly, and he secretly said in his heart, are there any other challengers who haven't come out? Currently, the Tower of Heritage challenge time has ended. This means that there will never be a new challenger to challenge the Tower of Heritage. However, the Sacred Tree Masters who have already entered the Tower of Heritage can continue to challenge and will not quit midway. According to the system's prompts, there are still 200 people who are continuing to challenge the levels. Among them, there may be some who have just entered, but there may also be top experts like myself who continue to challenge the higher-ups. In other words, ranking first is only temporary, not absolute. Among the 200 people behind, there may not be a dark horse that will surpass his ranking. Therefore, only when there are only one remaining person and the ranking is still number 1, does this mean that the ranking has completely stabilized this time. Keep up the challenge. Annel's eyes became firm. Her mission this time is to get the first place in the rankings. The president has given herself so many top-level superpower fruits. After reaching this level, she must put this mission get it. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to continue to stay in the Akatsuki organization? What's more, Annel feels that he is strong enough to continue to conquer several floors or even surpass the legendary 100th floor. Completely clear the Tower of Heritage and get a unique reward. Lu Shu only asked Annel to get the first place in the rankings and the first condition in transactions, but he was not interested in the highest reward of the Tower of Heritage. If Annel exceeds the task conditions, then, the highest reward it's the extra mission reward she gets. Chapter 323. Grey World. Tower of Inheritance. Many divine tree masters gathered here. One after another figures came out of the light curtain. During the deadline for this challenge, many people were stuck for time and went to conquer it. Therefore, the number of people is relatively large. If there are some unscrupulous people who want to take action at this time and intercept the treasures obtained by others from the Tower of Heritage, the possibility of being targeted at this time will also be reduced. At this time, several figures appeared from the Tower of Heritage. People from Xiaoya sect. At this moment, Xiaoya took a long breath and felt slightly satisfied with this strategy. 1 million points is already pretty good. With our strength, being able to reach 1 million points is already a pretty good achievement. Let's get out of here quickly. Everyone in Xiaoya sect nodded. They walked outside. At this moment, Qin Feng appeared in front of everyone in Xiaoya sect. Xiaoya sect master, congratulations on earning 1 million points. Your ranking on the ranking list is not small. Qin Feng walked over with a smile on his face. The expressions of everyone in the Xiaoya sect became ugly. Everyone knew that Qin Feng appeared at this time to claim previous rewards and rewards according to the contract. Of course not what a good look you would give this guy. Qin Feng, it's too early for you to speak. According to the contents of the contract, you must at least escort us successfully out of the Tower of Heritage, and we are all safe before the contents of the contract take effect. It has just been released and the content has not been completed yet. Are you so anxious to get a share? Xiaoya's words were full of sarcasm. On the surface, Qin Feng was protecting them according to the contract. In fact, he was no different from a robber. Everyone knows what Qin Feng has done recently. It's just that this guy is trying to divert hatred. That trick is also very good. He actually controlled the information on the world's public screen and successfully dumped the hatred value on the head of the Dark Knight Alliance. From this point of view, Qin Feng is also bold enough. Okay, with my name, Qin Feng, who will touch you? Qin Feng showed a confident smile, and his eyes when looking at Xiaoye were full of greed. Not only was he coveting the treasures in the Tower of Inheritance. Xiaoye herself was also very good-looking, with her pretty face paired with the extremely cold temperament. It is easy to arouse the possessiveness of people like Qin Feng. Feeling the hungry wolf-like eyes, Xiaoye also felt a sense of discomfort, and the eyes she looked at Qin Feng were full of disgust. Just then at this time, a killing god formation suddenly enveloped everyone in Xiaoye. Everyone's expressions changed. There is murderous intent. Qin Feng's expression has also changed. He never expected that someone would actually attack Xiaoye at this time. Could it be that this damn bitch deliberately leaked her information to provoke the enemy? Qin Feng's eyes became much sharper at this time, but when he looked at Xiaoye, he found that everyone in the Xiaoye guild also looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly, a murderous intention gathered. From the shadows, many killers dressed in black appeared. They came in the night, as if they were born to be assassins in the night. In the blink of an eye, they appeared here silently, surrounding everyone. Then even a master of Qin Feng's level felt a sense of murderous intent. Dark Knight Alliance. Why are you here? Qin Feng's expression was uncertain and changed a bit. He was sure that the people ahead were from the Dark Knight Alliance. If there is anyone in the world of the Sacred Tree who can make Qin Feng afraid, then it must be Dark Knight Alliance. However, this location should be kept secret. Why would Dark Knight come here? Qin Feng, you actually asked why we came. During this period of time, you have sprinkled so much dirty water on our Dark Knight Alliance's head, and now you can still ask the question why. Whatever. He's just a dead man. If you ask this question, it won't change your outcome. The killing array filled the air, and countless shadows emerged. From the shadows, a cold voice echoed in all directions. The night suddenly enveloped all directions. Everyone's vision was suppressed to the lowest level in the dark realm. They obviously opened their eyes, but it seemed that he was in a dark eternal night, and could not see anything in front of him. It was as if he had become blind. Qin Feng's heart became a little colder with the appearance of this voice. He could be sure that the person who spoke was he is the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance. Dark Knight. Although his reputation has been extremely bad in the world of the Sacred Tree recently. However, no top Sacred Tree master can compare with the strength of the Dark Knight. In this dark realm, it symbolizes that Yi has realized the realm of the realm. That is a realm that even Sakyamuni would shy away from. The failure in the Tower of Heritage is purely due to the strength of the assassin, who is at a disadvantage when attacking monsters in a large area. Moreover, each skill consumes a lot of money to use. Therefore, the results in the Tower of Heritage are not ideal. But if it is a one-on-one battle, or a battle between Divine Tree Masters, that is Yi's specialty, and it is also his best what Qin Feng is good at. What Qin Feng found most incredible was that Yi actually mobilized so many people just to kill himself. He also understood at this moment. Yi didn't come to trouble Xiaoye at all, but wanted to kill yourself. Huh, do you think you're sure to win? Qin Feng sneered. Having reached the realm of Sword Heart, he has absolute confidence in the sword in his hand. Very good, since the Dark Knight Alliance has come to intercept Hu and my Divine Sword Pavilion, then I, Qin Feng, will do justice for heaven today and kill you, the devil who harms all living beings. Qin Feng's righteous voice seemed to be the protagonist of the righteous sect in the novel. However, people who knew the truth would only cast extremely contemptuous eyes when they heard what he said. And Ye's eyes were even colder. Get up. I wish I could kill Qin Feng directly. However, that Shui Ji is really scary. Qin Feng's mind has communicated with the sword in his body. However, his expression completely froze in the next second. Shui Ji had actually disconnected from him a long time ago. Where is my sword? Chapter 324. Qin Feng's face suddenly froze on the spot. Shui Ji disappeared. When did this happen? No, what exactly is going on? You know, the weapons of the Divine Tree Master are bound to the system panel. Even if you want to transfer weapons, you must go through the transaction panel. If you just steal it, it will be useless. Even if you kill the enemy's Sacred Tree Master, you may not be able to obtain the items in the opponent's system. At most, you will be rewarded with additional sacred trees. That's why they intercepted the Divine Tree Master halfway and threatened them to use the trading panel and hand over everything they got. The weirdest thing is, Qin Feng has no idea what happened. His Xueji disappeared out of thin air in the equipment panel. The only thing left was a relatively good A-level famous sword. But compared with Xueji, who is ranked 7th on the famous sword list, there is no comparison at all. Qin Feng dares to dominate in the Grey World, and he relies heavily on that Xueji, which can nearly double his strength in the realm of Sword Heart. Without Xueji, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to exert even half of his strength, let alone fight against a top divine tree master like Yi. Qin Feng, what are you still doing? If you don't protect us, the contract will be void on the spot. The look on Xiao Yuetzai's side turned cold and she scolded. She clearly saw a look of retreat flashing across Qin Feng's face. He didn't even take out Xueji. This is the rhythm of wanting to run alone. Although Xiao Yu didn't know where the Dark Knight Alliance came from, and it suddenly sent out a strong man of Dark Knight's level. However, in such a crisis, even Qin Feng, who was once an enemy, he could only rely on him to tide over the crisis. However, what Xiaoye didn't expect was that Qin Feng actually wanted to run away. Didn't Xinjian Pavilion pour all the dirty water on the Dark Knight Alliance? He didn't even have the courage to fight against Dark Knight Nun. Then what kind of top-level sacred tree master is this person still bragging about? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. If he could leave, he would have left long ago. However, today's Dark Knight was basically for him alone. Can he escape? To put it another way, if you violate the contract, not only will you not be able to get Xiaoye's share, but you will also lose most of your own strength due to backlash. In addition, if Xueji is gone, then his people will be destroyed. Qin Feng suddenly gritted his teeth and pulled out another sword, pointing at Dark Knight. Bring it on. And Yi narrowed his eyes and saw that the sword in Qin Feng's hand was not Xueji. He was so angry that his eyes were full of killing intent. This guy looked down on himself. He didn't even pull out Xueji. He felt that he was not worthy of showing Xueji. Very good, I will cut you into pieces. And Ye's voice echoed coldly in the ears of everyone on the field. The next second, he turned into an afterimage and killed Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face suddenly changed. Without Xueji, I didn't expect that the gap between myself and Yi was so big. It was too late. Click. In the blink of an eye, Ye's blade had penetrated Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. It's over, why isn't Yi so strong? Why doesn't Qin Feng show his snow spirit? Is there something wrong with this person's thinking? Damn it, let's get out of here. I declare that Xinjian Pavilion has nothing to do with me. I have withdrawn from Xinjian Pavilion. All around, the members of Xinjian Pavilion looked frightened. They knew that Yi was very strong, but they felt that Qin Feng was at least capable of fighting. As a result, he was instantly killed in one encounter. Then where did he get the courage to contact the Dark Knight Alliance before? It's really hard to understand. And Yi didn't even bother to pay attention to the other members of the Divine Sword Pavilion. In his opinion, these improvised guild members were just a bunch of rabble. Then, he looked in another direction. Xiaoye and others disappeared. Leader, we have been staring at the people from Xinjian Pavilion and have not noticed the Xiaoye sect. Several subordinates came to Yi and said slightly apologetically. Forget it, today was not aimed at Xiaoye sect. Yi shook his head, put away the blade, and looked at Qin Feng's fallen body with pity. Then, he said to his subordinates, anyway, the time for the Tower of Heritage challenge has almost passed. Already entered once. Even if you know the strategy, it's of no use. Send this video out and tell everyone, if you come to the Dark Knight Alliance again in the future, this is what you will end up with. Soon. The video of Yi killing Qin Feng instantly was uploaded to the internet. Overnight, Xinjian Pavilion was collectively disbanded. The other guilds that were cut off from each other have also completely restrained themselves and no longer dare to touch the Dark Knight Alliance at will. Among them, the most controversial one is the scene of Qin Feng being killed instantly in the Dark Knight. Isn't Yi really that strong? Didn't someone say that Qin Feng was a first-rate master before? Why was he killed instantly? Wait, look at Qin Feng in the picture, the sword in his hand doesn't seem to be Xueji. You don't need Xueji to fight Yi. This man is so crazy that there is something wrong with his brain. Although Yi was criticized by us, this person still has the ability to kill alone. Fu Xueji is really seriously ill. He's just an idiot, he deserves to die, so that he doesn't have to do anything to cut off the bullshit. Don't blame Qin Feng, this person is not much better than Yi. Many sacred tree masters have been cut off by them, and they still brag that they are righteous people. I feel sick just looking at it. The entire world's public screens have become lively. At this time, The Tower of Heritage once again announced several dark horse, with an unbelievable score of about 5 million, rush to the rankings. The rankings are still facing a wave of shuffles. Everyone is extremely nervous. At the top of the ranking list, Mu Tingfeng's name is still at the top of the list, and no one can shake it. Mu Tingfeng smiled for the first time in a long time. After such a long time, no one can surpass his own results, so it should be stable, right? Next, all he had to do was wait. However, 3 days passed. There are very few sacred tree masters coming out of the Tower of Heritage. But the challenge continues. Mu Tingfeng's expression also became a little more solemn. She remembered that she had conquered the 65th floor and only used it for 3 days at most. Could anyone challenge the historical record? Chapter 325. Boom. The altar shook. Anli's face showed a hint of fatigue. After fighting here, she had already lost a lot of energy. Reaching levels above the 90th floor. SS-level monsters have become endless minions. There are even SSS-level monsters. If it weren't for Anli's sword god template, which has already broken through to the realm of the integration of man and sword, I'm afraid he would be instantly killed if he encountered a monster of this level. Fortunately, with the underworld fruit, the further you get to the back, the stronger your abilities become. SSS-level monsters cannot completely ignore the erosion of the underworld fruit. With the Shui Ji in his hand, Anlu was able to stand here successfully. But her condition deteriorated. The Shui Ji held in his hand was trembling slightly. Being able to come here was quite difficult for Anlu. But her nearly depleted physical strength also made her feel powerless when facing the monster behind her. At this time, in the center of the altar, an extremely huge monster appeared. The monster's body reaches straight into the sky, and even a giant's body looks extremely small compared to it. Annel's blood instantly felt stagnant. The terrible pressure that appeared in front of her made it difficult for her to breathe. Monsters above SSS level. Annel's face looked a little pale. It went beyond the scope of the Divine Tree Master's cognition. A monster that reached the SSS level or above appeared in front of Annel. She couldn't help but feel helpless to resist. This was something she couldn't resist. Enemy. Retreat. This idea came to Annel's mind. At this stage, it is estimated that no sacred tree master can surpass Annel's results. As long as she gets the first place on the list, it is considered a success for her. Why challenge an unknown person? Enemies that can be defeated? However, they have already reached the 99th floor. Only the last floor is left to accomplish something unprecedented and unprecedented. Anlu felt a little unwilling. But facing the invincible enemy. Besides giving up, there seems to be no better choice. Annel subconsciously drives her thoughts, and the teleportation talisman has appeared in her hand. With just a slight squeeze, Annel can leave here. But just as she is about to pinch the teleportation talisman the moment before the talisman was cast, a thought suddenly emerged. If I try to contact the president, will I have a chance to pass the 100th level of this legend? That's right. The tree lover. Annel has been able to reach this stage because he swallowed the fruit of the tree and passed through this incredible level. If the president himself came here, what kind of attitude would you take to challenge where is this Tower of Heritage? Take a deep breath. Annel opened the panel in front of her. She quickly sent a message. Annel, President, I have reached the 100th floor of the Tower of Heritage. The enemies in front of me are already insurmountable. What should I do next? Ding. Divine Tree Master Annel sent you a message. Lu Shu heard a prompt in his ear and immediately opened the chat box panel. He actually broke through to the 99th floor. When he saw Annel's message, he felt a little surprised. Originally, he just wanted the little girl to get the first place in the rankings, but he didn't let her conquer all the inheritance towers directly. What he didn't expect was, Annel broke through to the realm of the unity of man and sword, and his fighting spirit became so strong. After clearing all the levels, he actually reached the incredible 99th floor. If Lu Shu himself passed by, then the 100th floor would be solved, of course there is no problem. But Annel was able to conquer the 99th floor, which was beyond Lu Shu's expectation. The Sacred Tree Master Annel has sent you a memory video. In the picture, a huge monster stood in front of Annel, looking extremely terrifying. Lu Shu was also stunned by this monster. Even if he has passed the Super Nightmare level dungeon, he has never seen any monsters that are so scary. It was as if facing this monster was like facing the entire sky. Then, Lu Shu suddenly discovered something was wrong. The next second, a monster panel appeared in front of him. Jin. Category, Subgods. Danger Coefficient, SSS. Perception Range, Tower of Inheritance Power. 10,200. Speed, 9,150. Defense, 12,120. Skills, Jinn Body, Mental Shock, Divine Inheritance, Sky-Shattering Roar. Description: Jinns come from the heavenly palace. The guarding monsters among them have a certain degree of divinity and were born from the god of gathering spirits. They have huge bodies, and they can shock the minds of their opponents with the virtual image of the giant spirit body, making it impossible for the enemy to exert 100 of their strength. It turned out to be a monster from heaven. Lu Shu's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He suddenly remembered. The great Emperor of Thunder seems to be a powerful man from the heavenly palace. Therefore, this giant spirit was also brought by him. But the race of the giant spirit is not a pure race of gods. It's just a subspecies form derived from the giant spirit god. Their size itself is not so huge, but a phantom produced by an ability similar to the law of the sky and the earth. The real giant spirit, even the level of semi-saint, has not been reached, only SSS level. It seems that the Emperor of Thunder did not set the difficulty of the Tower of Heritage so abnormally. After all, this is the Tower of Heritage, not the life-stealing tower. They are looking for the inheritors. Who would specifically think about how to kill the inheritor? What else should be inherited? The corpse. Therefore, the last level set by the Thunder Emperor looks difficult, but the actual difficulty has not been increased too exaggeratedly. It is also used to test the courage of the inheritors. He is worthy of being a messenger from the heavenly palace. He's really good at playing. Lu Shu shook his head and smiled. Then he opened the chat box and replied to Anil. President, the name of this monster is Jinn. Its strength does not exceed SSS level. It only reaches SSS. It is not invincible. President, relax your mental power, and I will help you kill this monster through mental resonance later. Chapter 326. Tower of Inheritance. Anil's eyes suddenly lit up. I saw a little flicker of light in the lower left corner of the chat box. The president finally responded. Anil opened it instantly and had a look of surprise on his face. It turns out that this monster looks so huge, it's just a mental attack to scare others. Anil, you are still too young to be fooled by illusions. However, the giant spirit itself has reached SSS, which is stronger than me. Being suppressed by it is not unforgivable. The president is so awesome that he even fully understands the final boss of the Tower of Heritage. No wonder he doesn't come to attack this place. He must think it's a waste of time, right? Generally speaking, the types of monsters in the Grey World are relatively fixed. Since Lu Shu can know the news about the giant spirit, it means that he should have seen it, or at least be able to deal with it, to know so specifically. Anil took a deep breath. I secretly sighed in my heart. He deserves to be one of the top men on the list. Sure enough, it is not something that ordinary people like me can imagine. A wave of mental power was transmitted to Anil's body. What a powerful spirit! Anil exclaimed and found that the resonance ability has connected to him. If the Divine Tree Master wants to choose the same Divine Tree Master to resonate, once the other party's consciousness resists, even if the spiritual power exceeds the other party, it will be difficult to successfully achieve it. But just now Lu however, Shu directly forced the resonance, and Anil didn't even have the ability to react for a second. What does this mean? It can only be said that even Lu Shu's attainments in mental power surpassed Anil by a lot. Anil suddenly felt that the more when you come into contact with a big guy on the list, the opponent's strength becomes more unfathomable. It's like the abyss of the sea. Only by constantly exploring downward can you know what exaggerated position you can reach in the deepest part. Only then can you know what's outside the sky. What a vast starry sky. When Lu Shu arrived, Anil suddenly found that his spiritual ocean was turbulent. The next second, the giant image on the giant spirit's body disappeared in an instant. The figure turned into an ordinary giant beast. Although the giant spirit was broken due to its racial talent, its size was not comparable to other monsters. At least it was a bit taller than the giant. But it didn't look that big, it's exaggerated. The intimidation effect will be reduced a lot. The physical resistance of the Jinn is very high, and it is difficult for your sword to cause much damage to the enemy. I will use my mental power to directly suppress the giant spirit. You are responsible for destroying other monsters. Lu Shu's words echoed in Anil's ears. Good. Anil nodded immediately. The sword light in her hand leaped for a while. Behind her, the vast sticks turned into a sea of Wangyang, sweeping across all directions. The underworld fruit absorbed enough monster souls and almost evolved to SSS level. All monsters are unable to resist the sweep of the sticks. Even if they are not submerged, their movements will be greatly hindered. The Shui Jian and Li's hand splits out sword lights that are as bright as white stars, and all the monsters are swept away by the sticks. The movement of the monsters in the river was greatly hindered. The sword light suddenly turned into a deadly harvesting blade. No monster could survive wherever it passed. Lu killed the monsters around him while observing the actions of the giant spirits. In her eyes, other monsters are nothing, only the giant spirits are the real threat. At the same time, Lu Shu said that the giant spirits are left to him to solve. Anil also wanted to know how the leader of the list would help him deal with the unbeatable SSS-level enemy, who is also the strongest monster in the Tower of Heritage, thousands of miles away. However, time passed by minute by second. Anil discovered the giant spirit descended from Lu Shu, and now she has killed many monsters around her without even moving. It's like she's petrified. Etc. The giant spirit was completely suppressed by spiritual power. The president plans to directly use his mental power to obliterate the consciousness of the giant spirit. Anil realized this, opened his mouth slightly, and his emerald pupils flashed with surprise. That's right. It's not that the giant spirit doesn't want to move. After its magic, sky and earth were destroyed, not to mention how angry it was. This is the giant spirit. The racial skills that the spirit is proud of. It has a natural sense of superiority over the weak and humble humans. However, today, the phantom of the giant spirit's legal body was not only broken, but was also suppressed by the mental power of a human being. He doesn't even have the ability to move. How frustrating this is. What's even more terrifying is, in addition to being unable to move, the giant spirit also noticed that his spiritual consciousness was gradually dissipating. The scene in front of him was like a wisp of smoke. Like, constantly drifting from the field of vision to the distant sky. An irresistible sense of fatigue invades the mind of the giant spirit, making it feel particularly frightened. As long as its consciousness is completely dissipated, its consciousness will never wake up. There is no difference from death. The giant spirit is afraid. What kind of terrible enemy can this be to reach such a state? The obliteration of mental power. After swallowing the spiritual ocean fruit, Lu Shu's mental power has completely disappeared. The same. Moreover, he also condensed his own small world. The divinity of the giant spirit has no effect on Lu Shu. The origin is higher than the divinity. Therefore, the personality of the giant spirit loses its effect at this time. The ability to resist is just a piece of paper in Lu Shu's eyes. He doesn't even need to come in person. Lu Shu only needs to use the ability of resonance to intervene his mental power into the Tower of Heritage to kill any monster here. What's the problem? Anil's eyes widened even more. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a terrifying method. That's about it, let's get rid of the other monsters. Hearing Lu Shu's words, Anil nodded immediately. What he had to do was to get rid of the other monsters. The death of the giant spirit had been completely pronounced by Lu Shu. The sword light kept flashing across the area. One after another the monster fell under the light of the sword. Finally, the giant spirit's eyes closed forever. A reminder appeared in front of Anil. Congratulations on clearing the 100-story Tower of Inheritance and winning first place. Chapter 327. Tower of Inheritance. At this moment, many sacred tree masters showed restless expressions. From time to time, they looked in the direction of the Tower of Heritage. At this time, a figure walked out of the light curtain. It was a scholar wearing white clothes. In the world of Divine Tree Master, he is not a very famous character. To put it bluntly, he is just a supporting role. However, the moment he just walked out, everyone focused on him. The scholar was immediately frightened and prayed silently in his heart, I am just a rookie who has only conquered more than a dozen levels. Please don't come to trouble me. What a pity. Life is often so unpredictable. Sometimes, when you don't want trouble to come, trouble will come. He saw a group of Divine Tree Masters and immediately surrounded him. Be good. If you take a casual look at it, you will see that there are probably tens of thousands of people surrounding it, right? The scholar felt like crying. What sin did you do in your previous life? He was able to provoke the Divine Tree Master Guild, which numbered tens of thousands of people, to cause trouble for him. It's so miserable. I saw a big man walking over in front of me, put his hand on his shoulder, and patted him meaningfully. The scholar said with a bitter look on his face, Stop shooting, boss, I will give you all the harvest from the Tower of Heritage. The man was speechless for a while. Who said I was going to steal your stuff? Ah. The scholar was completely confused. So these people didn't come to rob me? Then why did they all come to find me, an ordinary me? Let me ask you, were you the second to last one? The big man asked aloud. The scholar finally understood why these people came to him. He thought for a moment, and then a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, the reason why I released the dungeon so late this time was because I had been avoiding monsters, which was why it took me so long. If we had fought head-on, we would have lost long ago. My energy has been focused on avoiding monster attacks, and I didn't even have time to pay attention to the panel. However, I remember that when I looked at the panel, there were only single digits. As for how many more there were, I don't remember. The scholar's words were not doubted by others. The top sacred tree masters all had some reflections on each other. The big man stopped entangled, turned to the sacred tree masters behind him, and said solemnly, "Go up the one who came out ranked third. He should be second to last." So, that is to say, there is still the last sacred tree master left in the Tower of Heritage. Many top sacred tree masters breathed a sigh of relief. There is only one spot left. It seems that their ranking has been completely stable. Even if there is one more person, it will not have too much impact on the top 100 rankings. Big fluctuations. Among them, the happiest one is Mu Yutingfeng. So far, no one has been able to shake her number one position. With 6.5 million points, she is firmly ranked at the top of this inheritance, the first place in the tower. If my prediction is accurate, the tree-loving man probably won't go to the Tower of Heritage this time. There was a hint of excitement on Mu Yutingfeng's face. She made a prediction and found that Tianji did not appear near the Tower of Heritage. Mu Yutingfeng had always been a little depressed. Ever since she was tricked by the tree man's Tianji backlash, she has to be extra careful when using prediction powers. Especially this time with the Tower of Heritage. There seems to be a layer of mysterious power that prevents her from predicting related content. Mu Yutingfeng noticed everything about the Tower of Heritage, and couldn't after making the prediction, I could only predict whether the tree-lumping man would come here. The result was that the chance was relatively small. And during this period, my ranking has not been shaken. Many people felt that the tree-lumping man might not be interested in the inheritance. The harvest of the tower, so it did not appear. This statement is also reasonable. Even Mu Yutingfeng's prediction is like this. World public screen, everyone's views on this ranking are quite unanimous. The one who ranked first this time is probably Mu Yutingfeng. Yes, the level of the tree raider has surpassed the Tower of Heritage, so he probably won't come again. I don't know when the last person came out. I'm still waiting for the reward to be distributed. This last challenger is too late. How many days have passed and he is still fighting inside? It should be the same as the person above, he kept dragging it on and wouldn't come out. Is there any point in doing this? Challenge rewards are based on points gained from killing monsters, not based on time. It feels like we are wasting our time. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't buy Mu Yutingfeng this time. If the bet is right, I can still make a lot of money. I envy the big guys who invest in Mu Yutingfeng. I also want to experience the feeling of getting rich. Buzz. Finally, the Tower of Heritage emitted a burst of shocking light. Many people immediately uploaded their memory videos to World Public Screen. Everyone's expressions were shocked. The last challenger has finally come out. However, when the light curtain of the Tower of Heritage came, the ranking list suddenly changed. In the list of the top 100, everyone's name is like a boat pushing away from the waves and moving back one space. And a new name, like a rising star, occupies the top of the rankings. Accompanied by a broadcast sound, it resounded in the ears of all the sacred tree masters in the entire sacred tree world. Congratulations to Divine Tree Master and Lu for clearing this Tower of Heritage experience reward. Points, 100 million. Rank, 1. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master Mu Yutingfeng for winning the ranking reward of this Tower of Inheritance. Points, 6.5 million. Rank, 2. How can it be? My first place was snatched away. When these two panels appeared, Mu Yutingfeng was dumbfounded for a moment. 100 million points. What is this concept? The long string of numbers fell into everyone's eyes. At this moment, the entire sacred tree world was silent. Come down. After a few short seconds, the crowd exploded like a boiling cauldron. Chapter 328. Damn it, is it true? The last one really made it to the top of the rankings. It was the old man who just said that people were wasting their time. Sorry, boss, I was wrong. That's outrageous. With 100 million points, is this person cheating? Brothers, put your awesomeness on the public screen. Awesome. Awesome. Not only the nearby melon-eating spectators, but also many people in the entire sacred tree world are paying attention to the Tower of Heritage. Originally, it was already a certainty that Mu Tingfeng would be at the top of the list. Who knew that a dark horse would actually emerge? Among them, the most shocked person was Mu Tingfeng himself. She has a lot of heart for winning the first place in the rankings this time. After all, the tree puller is not here. As the saying goes, if there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkey will be the king. But in fact, even if there are no tigers in the mountains, monkeys are definitely not qualified to be kings. Chen Yaojin came out halfway and defeated Mu Tingfeng tenfold with 100 million points. Can this be called Chen Yaojin? It's like the great Qin sword god has arrived. Peace. Looking at the names on the ranking list, Mu Tingfeng's brows instantly furrowed. She thought the person who appeared on it would be a tree lover. No matter how bad it was a familiar name. But the name Anil had never been heard of. Not only that. Near the Tower of Heritage, many top divine tree masters also had doubts in their eyes. Who is Anil? Have you heard of this name? No. I have never had any impression of this name. Weird, could it be that another big boss came out? Stop it, there are enough bosses. Everyone looked at the door of the Tower of Heritage collectively. Many people were curious. The newly promoted number 1 actually cleared the entire Tower of Heritage. Who is he? The next second. In the light gate, an extremely fast lightning shadow turned into a thunder and flowed past. Before anyone could see who the person was, the other person disappeared in an instant. What a speed! Everyone showed a shocked expression. And Yi was even more surprised. This person's speed is actually much faster than me using my shadow power with all my strength. The subordinates next to him were secretly shocked when they heard this. Even Yi said so. As a top assassin, Ye's speed is naturally not slow. He can identify the opponent's speed, and even faster. That means that the opponent's speed has surpassed the top level in the world of the sacred tree. It has reached the level of a peerless master. A sacred tree master with the thunder attribute came closer, and his feet had completely softened. The attributes of the Thunder Emperor. This is the highest realm of thunder attribute. Could it be said that this person has touched the realm of the realm? This paragraph attracted the attention of others. Domain. Many divine tree masters, through a series of opportunities in the Grey World, also roughly got the concept of domain. Domains beyond the SSS level it is a world of its own. Anyone who fights against a strong person in the domain realm will never be able to defeat the enemy as long as he enters the opponent's domain. Unless he is also a strong person in the realm. Otherwise, this realm is completely inferior to the following enemies. Dimensional Strike. Does anyone know the news about Anil? I'm offering 10,000 top-grade fertilizers. I'll trade it for a diamond-level weapon. For all information about Anil's heavy auction, as long as there is any channel, you can come to me and send me a private message. All the major sacred tree master guilds have released news. They clearly want Anil's message. In their eyes, Anil should belong to the kind of sacred tree master who was relatively low-key some time ago and suddenly became famous later. He is equivalent to a hermit. Master. Usually, such sacred tree masters are rarely involved with guilds. Many guilds want to know if they can attract masters of this level to join their guilds. The conditions are natural. The reward was quite sufficient. However, after a while, there was very little information about Anil. This made many people wonder, who is Anil, and why did he suddenly win the ranking with 100 million points? 1. Mu Tingfeng's face turned gloomy. She was unhappy. She felt particularly unhappy. The first person on the list who was about to get it was poached like this again. I must know who you are. Mu Tingfeng gritted her teeth, and a white light bloomed in her eyes again. The next second, her pupils began to connect with the stars in the sky, as if she could see through everything in the universe. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, a counterattack force invaded Mu Tingfeng's chest. She couldn't help but cough a few times. There was an obvious trace of blood on her red lips. Heaven's backlash. Mu Tingfeng's pupils shrank. With this attribute the feeling actually appeared again. Let's talk about this matter in detail from the beginning, back to before the end of the Tower of Heritage. Anil finally completed all the challenges, and a reminder appeared in front of her. Congratulations on passing all the tests in this Tower of Inheritance, and you have received the SSS-level magical power reward, Thunder Emperor Inheritance. Thunder Emperor Inheritance, the inherited mantle of the Thunder Emperor. Through practice, you can obtain the Thunder Field. Anil's eyes bloomed with light. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the transaction panel and sent a message to Lu Shu. Anil, President, this is the reward for clearing the 100th floor of the Tower of Heritage. I'll give it to you now. President, keep it for yourself. Anil, but you killed the boss. President, it doesn't matter. This thing is of no use to me. You can just use it. Anil's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The president actually rejected the inheritance of Thunder Emperor. This is too domineering. In fact, it would be useful for Lu Shu to come. After all, the field of cohesion has great improvement value for him. However, the level of the previous reincarnation field was too high. It was just a field with thunder attributes and could not meet Lu Shu's needs. Even if the breakthrough speed is accelerated, it will also affect the upper limit behind it, which is not worth the gain. It's better to leave it to Anil. Chapter 329. With Lu Shu's permission, Anil happily used the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. The next second, there was a lightning mark between her eyebrows. Is this the inheritance of Thunder Emperor? Anil showed an expression of great joy. You are being teleported to the Thunder Emperor's Heritage Palace, and you can exchange all your points into treasures within a limited time of 1 hour. As a prompt sounded, the teleportation light curtain descended on Anil. In addition to rankings and rewards for clearing 100 levels, the 100 million points Anil has on hand can also be used to redeem treasures. The next second, Anil opened his eyes again, and in front of him was a palace full of treasures. At a glance, there are all kinds of treasures placed on the huge crystal counter. Lu Shu's spiritual power also followed Anil here. The inheritance of Thunder Emperor is really rich, and he is worthy of being the messenger from the heavenly palace. Spiritual power swept away. There are many treasures here, all above S-level. There are also several SSS-level inheritance props, as well as some special treasures and buildings, and their functions are also amazing. Peace and happiness come first. This is the first time I've been to a place like this, and my eyes are dazzled. There are so many treasures, what should you choose? At this moment, Anil, who has 100 million points, is facing the vast treasure house of the Tower of Heritage, as if he is visiting his own back garden. At this moment, Lu Shu's voice sounded in Anil's mind. You can spend 10 million points to redeem the Time Tower. Then, spend 20 million points and choose the Thunder Emperor initiation to directly maximize the Thunder Emperor inheritance. The next 50 million points can be exchanged for the Thunder Emperor's SSS-level Thunder God Sword, and the remaining 20 million points can be exchanged for the SS-level Lei Kai. This exchange can quickly bring your strength to the peak level of the Divine Tree Master. Anil nodded immediately and took action according to what Lu Shu said. She is full of love for Lu Shu now. Naturally, she would not have the slightest doubt. According to Lu Shu's instructions, Anil immediately found the Tower of Heritage. Time Tower. Do you want to spend 10 million points to get 1 year of enlightenment time? The Tower of Inheritance contains the special time mechanism of Tiangong. As the saying goes, 1 day in the sky and 1 year in the earth. The flow rate of time in the Heavenly Palace is different from that in the Grey World. As the messenger from the Heavenly Palace, the Thunder Emperor also used some means to change the flow of time. Of course, this flow rate can only be used in the Tower of Heritage. It will be invalid after leaving it, and it cannot be brought back to the Sacred Tree Island. Otherwise, if any Sacred Tree Master is given a year to grow, I'm afraid not all products and levels will take off. Lu Shu also felt a little pity. There is a huge gap between practicing in the Tower of Heritage and practicing on your own Sacred Tree Island. If you spend 1 year on the Sacred Tree Island, then take off directly. But if he can only practice in the tower, then it doesn't mean much to him. After all, upgrading relies on the fruits of the Sacred Tree. For Anil, she just took over the inheritance of Thunder Emperor. At this moment, it takes some time to digest this realization. Exchanged Thunder Emperor's sword and Lei Kai. Lei Kai directly turned into thousands of rays and injected them into every piece of Anil's skin and cells. There is no need to wear thick armor. Anil's skin, covered with Lei Kai's ultimate thunder and lightning attributes, has extremely high resistance to physical attacks and mental attacks. The lightning attribute is one of the few elemental attributes that can resist spiritual attacks. He is also the king of elemental attributes. A thought came to my mind. The Thunder Emperor's sword filled with thousands of rays of lightning appeared in Anil's hand. Boom! Thunder is rolling around. Anil felt her arms sink and was extremely surprised. She has reached the state of combining human and sword. Logically speaking, even a legendary divine sword can be used casually. However, this Thunder Emperor's sword gave Anil a feeling of difficulty in using it. It's like a wild horse that runs wild and must be controlled by the best horse trainer. Your level is not enough now. You need to fully activate the Thunder Emperor inheritance and obtain the Realm of Thunder attribute before you can control this sword. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he explained a little more. As a visitor from the Heavenly Palace, the Thunder Emperor's strength has surpassed the ordinary SSS level, and may even have reached the realm of saints and above. Lu Shu thinks that his current strength is still just he is only a half-saint and has not completely surpassed the Thunder Emperor. He still needs to condense 3 different fields to reach the level of a saint. Of course, by that time, Lu Shu will no longer be an ordinary saint. Hearing this, Anil felt even more I'm so surprised. No wonder the Thunder Emperor's sword requires 50 million points. It's so powerful. Xueji is hiding in Li's body and trembles slightly. Well, the Thunder Emperor's sword gives Xueji a strong sense of oppression. It's like a mountain collapsed. As the 7th sword in the world, Xueji's sword soul is also very arrogant. But facing the Thunder Emperor's sword, Xueji suddenly became silent. It can be seen that the level of this sword it has reached an extremely exaggerated level. I am afraid, only the Zhuxian sword in Lu Shu's hand can surpass the sword of the Thunder Emperor. Of course, the ranking of famous swords in the world of Divine Tree Master is also made internally by Divine Tree Master. There is no record of the Zhuxian sword in Lu Shu's hand and the Thunder Emperor's sword in Anil's hand. If these weapons were used, it would be a dimensionality reduction attack. I'm in. Anil took a deep breath and stepped into the Time Tower. At the same time, she also spent 20 million points and chose the Thunder Emperor initiation. A huge Thunder Emperor consciousness was immediately initiated into Anil's body. What a powerful spirit! Anil exclaimed inwardly, and then did not dare to neglect, and immediately used his mental power to fight against the will of the initiation. The remaining consciousness of the Thunder Emperor here helped Anil polish the field of thunder and lightning. According to Lu Shu's calculation, after a year, Anil can pass the initiation and perfectly unlock the realm of thunder. At that moment, she will become a domain-level powerhouse in the world of the sacred tree. Aspire to the top of the rankings. Chapter 330. Lu Shu's mind exited Anil's body. Now, this girl has no problem. Moreover, he didn't want his consciousness to be wasted in the Time Tower for a year, just to see how Anil would break through. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shu returned to the suspicious tomb. With the continuous strategy, the evil aura ahead has become stronger and stronger. On the tombstones on the road, distinct names gradually emerged. Most of the monsters that came out were the same as the dancing girl. Although they were of low status, the skills of the dead souls made Lu Shu also be vigilant. As he continued walking forward, an isolated tombstone in front attracted Lu Shu's attention. I saw 2 conspicuous words engraved on the tombstone. Chao Tomb. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He remembered that the 72 suspicious tombs were the tombs of kings. And that king is named Chao. Could it be said that we have reached the location of the king's tomb? Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a strange sound coming from the side. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he immediately looked around. Surrounding Chao's tomb, the stone tablets suddenly rose from the ground. It is different from the stone monument outside. These stone tablets are all half a person's height. The workmanship is also extremely sophisticated. In addition to the name of the owner of the tombstone, life events are also engraved on it. Only high-ranking officials and dignitaries have such tombstone specifications. Lu Shu immediately focused his attention on the names engraved on the tombstones. The Tomb of General Hazar Chao Hong. Tomb of General Jingxi Xia Hoyuan. Tomb of General Zhonglan Pound. Tomb of Captain Wu Meng, Dian Wei. Dark curtains of light rose from all around Lu Shu. From the tombstone, the figure of the general gradually emerged. They exude a powerful aura. Even SSS-level monsters cannot bring such terrible oppression. Lu Shu's eyes immediately became solemn. This was the first time he encountered an elite-level monster at such a distant coordinate. Moreover, there is a boss suspected to be coming from here. On the tombstone with the inscription, Chao's Tomb, a figure wearing noble robes and an emperor's crown appeared in the form of a shadow. In front of Lu Shu's eyes, a panel immediately popped up. Emperor Chao. Category, Shadow of the Suspicious Tomb. Danger Coefficient, SSS. Perception Range, Kilometer Radius of the Tombstone. Power, 10,200. Speed, 10,150. Defense, 10,120. Skills, Summon Generals, Shadow of the Suspicious Tomb, Emperor's Roar. Description: since the collapse of one emperor throughout the ages, the Han dynasty was destroyed and the world was divided into 3 parts. He was the most promising king to become emperor. Emperor Chao, who had lost his way in the middle way, had great reluctance in his heart. He absorbed the aura of the abyss and cooperated with the immortality technique spread in the heavenly palace to build his tombstone into a realm that could never be breached. After his death, this area became the eternal world of the Chao family. An angry shout sounded like thunder, echoing around. The bold thief dares to break into my territory. Come on, take this person down. Yes. The surrounding generals all burst out with an earth-shattering response. Jian Wei held 2 axes and wore thick armor. His body was like a hill. Every step he took made the earth shake. His figure he jumped, and in the next second, his whole body fell down like a meteorite, erupting with extremely terrifying power. Zheng. The sound of the sword cut through the world. The Zhuxian sword, come out. A bright sword light passed through the dark tomb, illuminating the everything here. Lu Shu's eyes showed a murderous intent. At this moment, he no longer held back. Open the sky with one sword. The sword god template was activated to the extreme, erupting with terrifying sword energy, sweeping the surroundings crazily everything. The expressions of the generals changed drastically, and they all took out their weapons and used their best moves to resist Lu Shu's attack. Town. Chao Tianzi raised the crown on his head high and burst out with a burst of powerful spiritual pressure. The aura of the emperor suppressed everything. The golden light of the emperor's crown burst out that day, and the whole place was illuminated with a dazzling light. Lu Shu was not moved at all, he also released an imperial aura to rival him. His spiritual power reached the SSS level. Among the skills acquired in the Holy Land, the imperial aura was no weaker than that of Emperor Chao. This coercion was simply useless to him. It had no effect. Emperor Chao was shocked and angry, and shouted, "Thieves, how dare you use the Emperor's energy on your own, I will kill you today to take away the destiny of heaven." For Emperor Chao, destiny is everything he strives for all his life. It is also the source of the Emperor's energy. Now, he sees other people can use the same skills. How shocked and angry. Lu Shu can see at a glance that the aura of the Emperor released by the Emperor is simply false. It is not the orthodox aura of the Emperor at all. After all, in the historical records of the times, Emperor Chao did not really receive the destiny, he was just the most promising person. He is in before he died, he accepted the erosion of the power of the abyss and turned from the king of that generation into a complete monster. It seemed that he had gained eternal life in the Tomb of Doubt, but in fact he just created a new abyss for the Grey World. And Emperor Chao has also become one of the monsters in the abyss. The so-called suspicious tomb is just the last fig leaf after his failure. Break! Lu Shu shouted. The sword light instantly shattered the combined defenses of the generals. His sword god template has almost reached the highest level. When he exploded with all his strength reached half-saint, far exceeding the ordinary SSS level. Wanted to break Lu Shu's attack, you must have more than 3 fields and reach the holy level or above before you can hope to defeat him. The suspicious tomb seems to be very strong, but in fact it is just a manifestation of a special field. Lu Shu his body already has the realm of reincarnation, and the power of his sword is no less than that of the realm, symbolizing the ultimate destructive power. Soon, all the projected generals were under the light of the sword, like water waves cutting through the lake, their shadows disappeared. Nothing left. You, how dare you kill me? Chao Tianzi let out a cry of shock and fury. All the generals around him were killed. He was unable to resist Lu Shu's attack. The next second, the sword light slashed towards his neck. Chapter 331. Emperor Chao showed an expression of shock and anger. However, he failed to make any resistance. The Zhuxian sword burst out with a burst of earth-shaking power. The sword light instantly penetrated Chao Tianzi's neck. Chao Tianzi's body exuded a burst of golden aura. The Emperor's dragon luck. The surrounding tombs immediately shook violently. Lu Shu was surprised to find that there was such a dragon-seeking formation hidden in the tomb. The so-called Xuanlong is an ancient emperor-level feng shui treasure. The place that can gather the best luck treasures is to find the dragon. Emperor Chao turned this treasure land of dragon hunting into his own tomb, which shows his extremely ambitious ambition. Break! Chao Tianzi shouted, and the surface of the earth suddenly cracked layer by layer. Waves of golden light burst out from the cracks in the ground, turning into golden luck and surrounding him. That golden luck turned into a shield, protect Emperor Chao in the formation. The bold thief entered my tomb. No matter how capable you are, you will die here. Chao Tianzi snorted coldly, then turned into a stream of light and left the tomb immediately. Lu Shu couldn't help but feel speechless. He thought that this hero was going to use any means. He didn't expect that he would just run away. However, with the help of this emperor, the terrain of the formation, Chao Tianzi's escape speed is indeed impossible to catch up. This tomb is equivalent to a formation, and it is a large-scale formation that condenses the energy of dragon luck. In essence, it is no different from the realm. Oh. Even if Lu Shu uses the realm of reincarnation, he may not be able to successfully keep Emperor Chao behind. It seems that the dragon-seeking terrain here must be destroyed first. Lu Shu immediately realized that the mechanism to break the game was hidden in this tomb. How can we break the game? At this moment, Lu Shu's mental power moved slightly, and he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be another place under the tomb where Emperor Chao was. There's a mystery. He stepped forward, used his sword instead of a shovel, and uprooted the tombstone. Boom! With a burst of blasting sounds, a hole suddenly exploded on the surface of the earth. I saw Emperor Chao in front of him. There is a golden pestle hidden under the tombstone. Ha ha ha, I found you. Lu Shu laughed and said. This golden pestle is a formation prop of the Taoist organization. It has the ability to gather dragon luck. If all these golden pestles are removed, then the formation of the 72 suspicious tombs he couldn't hold on any longer. At that time, Emperor Chao could no longer activate the power of the formation in the tomb, so naturally he couldn't escape and was killed by Lu Shu. The undead here also used the dragon's luck here as energy to survive. Emperor Chao used the method of yin and yang to reverse, and transformed all the dragon's luck that should have blessed this place into the underworld's energy. The dead live on the underworld and remain in this world. Dragon luck is originally the most yang energy. When Chao Tianzi used a specific method to transform the underworld energy into yin energy, it became an underworld energy that can revive the dead. However, this kind of breath cannot truly resurrect the living person. It can only reflect the habitual activities during his lifetime and use this as a command. Emperor Chao has turned into a monster, and these generals who have reappeared in the form of undead are actually no different from the yin soldiers. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Since it is the 72 suspicious tombs, then naturally there are 72 golden pestles. The next thing to do is to find the location of the other golden pestles and destroy them all. In this way, come on, the formation arranged by 72 suspicious tombs will naturally be disintegrated by Honkai. White Dragon Horse, come. Lu Shu shouted. A magical white horse suddenly crossed the void passage and appeared in front of Lu Shu. Go find the location of this golden pestle. Lu Shu uses the power of resonance to transmit the corresponding position information to Bai Longma. As long as he has the first golden pestle, Lu Shu will lock the positions of the second, third, and all golden pestles, find them all. It relies on the ability of SSS-level mental power. Anyone whose mental power reaches this level can cover one side with mental power, which is equivalent to opening a god's perspective and locking all information within the range. Of course, Emperor Chao, there are 72 suspicious tombs and the terrain of the dragon-seeking land. If you are an ordinary divine tree master, even if your mental power reaches the SSS level, you may not be able to see the whole picture of the suspicious tombs. The nearby formation is like a veil, concealed the true appearance of suspicious tomb. But a small world opened up in Lu Shu's body. The original aura of the world tree was higher in rank than suspicious tomb's formation. Even the Xuanlong terrain could not stop it. Lu Shu's consciousness. Therefore, as long as you get the breath of the golden pestle and lock it, you can find the location of all nearby golden pestles. The range of the 72 suspicious tombs is extremely large. The distance between the remaining golden pestles is very large. Far. If it weren't for Lu Shu's extremely exaggerated movement speed, plus the doubling of the speed of the white dragon horse, it would have taken until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to conquer this dungeon. However, Lu Shu rode the white dragon horse and instantly transformed. As a stream of light, it flew away towards the distant place. The leaderless and resentful women around wanted to stop them, but they were instantly left behind by the white dragon horse. All the monsters received orders from Emperor Chao. Kill the intruder. But Lu Shu's speed to deal with these monsters is at the level of dimension crushing. Before he saw the opponent's figure, he had already fled to an unknown distance. He could only stand in a daze. Standing there, silently watching Lu Shu's retreating shadow, unable to say a word. It only takes an hour. Ahead, a tomb appeared again. Lu Shu jumped off the white dragon horse and said with a smile. What, why haven't you come out yet? Do you want me to dig into your tomb directly? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the tomb in front of him again. It was Emperor Chao who had appeared not long ago. At this moment, Emperor Chao looked at Lu Shu, then at the golden pestle in his hand, and suddenly there was a feeling in his heart. It was painful. This was a hard time. However, in order not to lose face, he still said very firmly. "Thief, you will be buried here." Chapter 332. Oh. Lu Shu raised his eyebrows. This guy really loves face. He obviously can't beat him, but the Emperor's face can't be lost. How do you want to put me to death? Lu Shu looked at Emperor Chao with a half-smile. He had no other intention, just to see what other tricks this guy could use. Chao Tianzi took a deep breath. The next second, he held up an emperor in his hand. Imperial order. All generals listen. Take down the thief immediately. Throw him into prison and ask for death. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial order erupted with a burst of golden light. The energy of dragon luck from all directions began to flow towards the token in his hand like a tide. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Tombstones appeared one after another. Nearby, the generals who were killed by Lu Shu before turned into shape again, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands and surrounding him. Not only that. Behind these generals, there were also living guards. The soldiers below were either holding spears, riding horses, or holding bows and arrows. The number was extremely exaggerated. It was just like Emperor Chao back then, mobilizing the power of the entire army to attack a country. Haha, thief, are you still alive today? Chao Tianzi laughed wantonly. In his eyes, so many troops were enough to capture a mere human being. It seems like you really can't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lu Shu smiled and shook his head. While talking and laughing, 100,000 troops rushed towards him. The densely packed bows and arrows pierced the air, making bursts of scalp-numbing sonic booms, as if they were sprinkled with freedom. The dragnet formed by the arrow rain completely covered the Lu tree. However, the surrounding air shook strangely a few times. The arrow rain that covered the sky suddenly fell slower and slower. Like a toy stuck in the quagmire. Gradually, all the arrows stopped flying in the air. Ripples like water waves swayed in the void. At this moment, Lu Shu used the realm of reincarnation. All the generals present were entering Lu Shu's domain. He fell into the whirlpool of reincarnation and was unable to move even half a minute. What kind of sorcery is this? Chao Tianzi exclaimed for a while. Soon, the realm of reincarnation also covered Chao Tianzi. But his activities were not like other generals. He was completely imprisoned and could still maintain his activities. This is because Chao Tianzi is the owner of the 72 suspicious tombs. In a sense, he is also in his own domain. The two different domains compete with each other and cannot suppress each other. Therefore, only Emperor Chao has the ability to move. But he himself, his fighting ability is really unsightly. Using the Emperor's Qi, Lu Shu's mental power cannot be suppressed. The power of controlling dragon luck and the sword spirit combined with the Zhuxian sword are simply incomparable. The only more troublesome human sea tactic is, but it was easily resolved by Lu Shu's reincarnation domain. At this point, Chao Tianzi was in a desperate situation. Now, do you have anything else to say? Lu Shu took a step forward, immediately traveled through the void, and came to the front of Emperor Chao in the blink of an eye. The Zhuxian sword in his hand made a trembling sound. The Zhuxian sword can kill even the gods in the sky. The blood of a mere emperor, how could this sword be seen in his eyes? Emperor Chao felt a sense of fear and trembled. Snort. He snorted coldly, and his body turned into a stream of light again, and fled away into the distance. Although he was in the realm of reincarnation, Emperor Chao could still rely on this method to escape to another area. This is his territory. Unless he will, all the golden pestles were destroyed. Lu Shu smiled softly, and then continued to open the tombstone. The aura of dragon luck in the Emperor's tomb is the strongest. If this area is a place to search for dragons, then the tomb chosen by Emperor Chao is equivalent to a dragon's eye. Can gather the most and most intense dragon luck. Emperor Chao chose to fight here because it had the most dragon luck and could gather all his troops in an instant. Quickly, Lu Shu uprooted the golden pestle buried under the ground again. The next second, all the nearby generals suddenly turned into a dragon's luck and disappeared. After destroying the golden pestle, the dragon eyes in the dragon land cannot play all their functions. The golden pestle is equivalent to a passage, connecting the dragon fortunes of various treasure places in the tomb. When the golden pestle is destroyed, the passage is equivalent to being closed, and then this place is unable to absorb the nearby dragon luck. These generals were able to manifest themselves with the help of the power of dragon luck. At this moment, the dragon luck has been destroyed. These generals will naturally disappear. Continue. Lu Shu continued to move towards the next golden pestle, killing it. The white dragon horse passed through the deep tomb. Then, an area where the dragon eye appeared again in front of him. Emperor Chao manifested himself again. This time, he finally no more naughty words. Kill! A decisive roar echoed in the dark tomb. The next second, a large number of generals continued to emerge around. But Zhang Xian's mental power could clearly sense that these generals were no longer as strong as before. The tombs when dragon luck is complete, the enemies here are the strongest and the hardest to kill. If the enemy finds a breakthrough, then Chao Tianzi's defensive ability will decline. After dragon luck's aura is blocked, equivalent to the total amount of dragon luck in the entire 72 suspicious tombs, has also dropped. These generals seem to be no different from just now, they all came in droves, but in fact their strength has been reduced by 70 compared to last time. 1/2. Lu Shu has solved them once, so he can naturally solve them a second time. The realm of reincarnation is unfolding again. All the generals are like wooden men again, unable to move. The figure flickers. Lu Shu once again arriving in front of Emperor Chao, he smiled and said. It would be a bit boring to continue chasing like this. Why don't we make a deal? Give me the imperial order in your hand, and I will let you live. Chapter 333. This is the Emperor's imperial order, how can a thief like you get it? Chao Tianzi's eyes widened with anger, and his eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he protected the golden token in his hand even more. With that posture, it seemed that even if Lu Shu killed him, he would never get the token from his hand. In fact, the Emperor's imperial order is the whirlpool of luck in the land of dragon hunting. As long as you hold this order, you can control the luck of the entire area. In the eyes of Emperor Chao, this sacred object is second only in value to the destiny under. If you give the token to someone else, it is no different from killing him. Lu Shu naturally knows that he cannot easily get more of this token. If he really takes it, it will be equivalent to Emperor Chao changing ownership. The entire tomb will also become the control of Lu Shu. In this case, Lu Shu will no longer be polite. The Zhuxian sword once again cut a long line. The bright sword light, with the Milky Way like a stream, headed towards Emperor Chao. He slashed straight through the neck. Emperor Chao knew that he was no match for Lu Shu, so he turned into a stream of light and escaped again. As for the golden pestle under the tomb, this thing itself is placed in a position of the dragon's eye to be effective, even if Chao Chao the Emperor pulled him away directly, which was actually not much different from being robbed by Lu Shu. Chao Tianzi's flying escape technique can only achieve the effect of instant movement with the help of the dragon's luck gathered by the golden pestle. Once the golden pestle is pulled away, then he would not be able to teleport here again. If he wanted to take the golden pestle away with him, he would be killed by Lu Shu's sword. After all, after condensing the sword's soul, the Zhuxian sword in Lu Shu's hand, the speed is really too fast. If you don't use the method of teleportation, you can't even survive a single move, and I'm afraid you will die. That's why. Emperor Chao looks so embarrassed. Lu Shu repeated his old trick and smashed the golden pestle on the ground. He pulled it out directly. The generals around him gradually disappeared. Go ahead and head to the next location. Lu Shu ordered the white dragon horse. Very quickly. This mythical creature immediately jumped from the void and continued the chase. I have to say that the speed of the white dragon horse was too fast. It seemed that not long had passed. Emperor Chao met Lu Shu again. We meet again. Lu Shu smiled and said hello. But how could Emperor Chao have such thoughts? When he saw Lu Shu, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Emperor Chao took a deep breath, took out the Emperor's royal order, and continued to summon the people around him. The generals. However, the result is the same. Lu Shuzhao kills them without fail. As for the other sacred tree masters, if they attack this place, even if they can kill all the generals, they will probably be eaten alive. Don't forget. In addition to these generals, there are monsters such as the Headless and the Resentful Girl in other places in the tomb. Just on the way, the monsters will kill them. Let alone any place where the golden pestle is placed. In the place of suspicious tombs, these generals have to be killed again, 72 times in total. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that they would not be able to bear this torture long ago. They would be teleported back to their own sacred tree island on the spot, and they would be killed in minutes. The rhythm of collapse. However, for Lu Shu, his speed directly outstrips the monsters in the tomb, and he can directly kill the land of the golden pestle. Moreover, it is useless for all the generals to adopt the human sea tactic. A field of reincarnation can imprison the actions of all military generals. The immortal killing sword points directly at Emperor Chao. 4 other divine tree masters. The 72 doubtful tombs are an endless monster level, and there seems to be no hope of ever clearing it. We can only use some specific methods, either find a way to get the Emperor's Imperial Order, or design a trap to isolate the dragon's luck and trap Emperor Chao here. Do not give the other party a chance to escape. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to clear this desperate dungeon. But for Lu Shu, strength is the key to breaking everything. With his domain and various top-level skills, he will not be afraid of the 72 suspicious tombs. No matter what the opponent does, he can change his moves and defeat all kinds of magic with his strength. This is absolute strength. As he kills round after round, Lu Shu has dozens of more golden pestles in his hand. He can almost count them all. The generals of Emperor Chao have been killed by Lu Shu many times. They came to the land of the golden pestle again. This time, Emperor Chao once again transformed into a phantom from the tombstone, wearing a dragon robe, wearing the emperor's crown. But under the crown, the expression no longer shows any trace of majesty, and has become completely distorted. What do you want? Chao Tianzi's tone was extremely tired. At this moment, the dragon luck in the dragon's searching land has become much thinner than before. The golden pestle was pulled out. Chao Tianzi felt that the energy in his body he is getting weaker and weaker. If he continues, he may really be killed by Lu Shu. Although he has turned into a monster, he still maintains the human instinct of greed for life and fear of death. That majestic king's look, at this moment, he looked more pleading and looked embarrassed. Jiang Xian smiled lightly and said, "What do you think I want?" "Emperor." Chao gritted his teeth, took the Emperor's Imperial Order in his hand, and said, "I can give this token to you, but you must sign the contract of heaven, don't kill me." Tiandao contract? Lu Shu frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a thing. At this time, the voice of the Sword Soul suddenly echoed in Lu Shu's mind, explaining. "Master, the contract of heaven is a contract linked to the heavenly palace. If you violate it, you will be punished by the calamity. For creatures below the level of immortals, calamity is almost a divine punishment of certain death. With the master's strength, even if he is robbed, he may not die, but it will affect the origin of Dao cultivation, so it is better to sign the contract easily." Lu Shu showed an unexpected expression. It turned out to be a contract related to the Tiangong. This Emperor Chao seems to have a lot of background. The construction of the suspicious tomb, the search for the dragon-hunting terrain, and a method that is close to achieving the art of immortality, there are indeed many doubts about this guy. Including the undead in the tomb. Lu Shu suddenly laughed, looked at Emperor Chao and said. "Who said I want the Emperor's imperial decree? What I want? It's your life." Chapter 334. Emperor Chao's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around hastily, trying to escape. He felt the danger of death. When this guy who is afraid of death really faces death, he can no longer control the majesty of the king. After all, after being corroded by the abyss, the once heroic heroes of the Grey World have completely lost their previous heroic spirit and turned into monsters. But before he could take 2 steps, the sword light suddenly penetrated Chao Tianzi's body. His whole body suddenly trembled, and he froze in place, unable to move any more. After a while, those pupils gradually lost all their sparkle, and the body fell stiffly to the ground, turning into a cloud of grey mist and dissipating. Emperor Chao is dead. After 72 hunts, all the golden pestles have been demolished. He no longer has any means to avoid Lu Shu's pursuit. Call. Lu Shu took a long breath. After killing Emperor Chao, he sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering a little of his lost true energy. After chasing for so long, and using the Zhuxian sword to kill so many peak attacks, even if no matter how high Lu Shu's realm is, he will still feel tired. "Master, thank you for your hard work." At this time, the sword soul ran out and rubbed Lu Shu's back. It wasn't as simple as a massage. The sword soul, which was born from the original breath, would inject an original essence into Lu Shu's back when he slapped his back. This essence chi is more advanced than ordinary real energy. Injected into the body, it can quickly replenish the lost real energy and mental power. Lu Shu suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. At this moment, a series of panels popped up in front of him. You have passed the legendary copy of the Wailing Abyss 72 Doubtful Tombs. Obtain the Emperor's Robe, Legendary Level, X1. Obtain the Heart of the Emperor X1, the Soul of a Generation of Heroes X1, Emperor Chao's Military Order X1, and the Synthesis Route of Emperor Chao has been unlocked. Obtain Searchlight Flame X1. Get the Heavenly Palace Key X1. Obtain the 72 Golden Pestle, the Dragon-Seeking Ground Formation, and the Emperor's Royal Order. Obtain the Tiangong Skill Illustrated, Summoning of Heroic Spirits, SSS-level. Congratulations on getting the first kill reward of the legendary dungeon and a special prop, the Dynasty Hegemony map. At this moment, in the Grey World, many Sacred Tree Masters are still thinking about how to conquer the Nightmare level dungeon. Most of the Sacred Tree Masters have embarked on a journey to find Nightmare level copies. After all, the number of dungeons reaching the Nightmare level is already very rare. I don't know how many coordinate distances have to be crossed to find a copy of such a level. It is quite difficult. Now, many super guilds have already posted bounty information on the Divine Tree Masters forum. Anyone who collects any information about the Nightmare level copy will be rewarded with a large sum of money. However, despite these bounties being made public, very little information can be harvested. First, after reaching the Nightmare level dungeon, the number itself is very small, and once the Divine Tree Master casually enters, the price is likely to be death. The Divine Tree Master of a sufficient level disdains the reward of exchanging information. Later, several Nightmare level dungeons were conquered by Lu Shu. Coupled with the small number and the strength of many Sacred Tree Masters now, they gradually improved. With the capital to challenge the Nightmare level dungeons, even the need for intelligence was demand exceed supply. This situation is even more difficult. Many people have even begun to explore more advanced copies. But for now, the highest level dungeon that appears in the Divine Tree game seems to be a Nightmare level dungeon. No matter how advanced the copy is, I have never heard of it. Some players are also speculating, will the highest level in the Grey World be a Nightmare level dungeon? Otherwise, why haven't we heard of existences above the Nightmare level appearing in the sight of the Tree Master for so long? Also, Lu Shu has achieved the clearance achievement of Nightmare level dungeon a long time ago, so he should explore more advanced dungeons next. But even the Tree Man did not achieve this achievement, and instead went to explore the abyss. In the eyes of a few people, perhaps the Tree Man discovered the highest level dungeon in the Grey World, which is a Nightmare level dungeon. Therefore, we went to the abyss to explore. In the short term, I'm afraid it won't appear in the Grey World. This statement is recognized by many people. After all, not long ago, Lu Shu also obtained the achievement of exploring a 10,000-meter sea area. It seems reasonable to continue exploring under the sea. At this time, a system announcement suddenly resounded in the minds of all the Sacred Tree Masters, causing everyone to be shocked. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master, Shuren, for completing the achievement task of conquering the legendary dungeon and unlocking the exclusive reward. When this news popped up in front of all the Sacred Tree Masters, the world's public screamed. All the Sacred Tree Masters are crazy. Damn it, a legendary copy? What copy is this? Have you heard of it, brothers? No, but it must be a higher level dungeon than a Nightmare level dungeon. Just leave it alone. Every time the system notifies you, it will only prompt you once. Who doesn't know that this is the most advanced copy? I will give you the whole nonsense literature all day long. Hahaha, listening to you is like listening to a speech. So, the higher level Nightmare level dungeon should be the legendary level dungeon, right? I thought it would be a hell level dungeon, or a disaster level dungeon or something, but I didn't expect that it would suddenly become a legendary level dungeon. This change of vocabulary caught me off guard. Could it be related to some legend? I don't know, but according to some big guys, there is civilization in the Grey World, and there may be some unexpected things in the legendary dungeon. TSK, only the tree-loving boss knows what this is. Until now, it seems that only the tree-playing boss knows what the god-level rewards are, and now a legendary level copy is also added. Chapter 335. The news that Lu Shu obtained the legendary dungeon reward quickly spread throughout the Grey World, triggering a frenzy of discussion among countless people. Almost everyone is speculating on this more advanced copy. The Dark Knight Alliance even issued the highest order, asking all shadow assassins to search for traces of this copy. The Ancient Buddha Guild, Xingqian Pavilion and other forces are also ready to make moves and release some news from time to time. The recent Divine Tree game has been full of rumors, countless memory videos have been uploaded, and countless people have fished in troubled waters during this period. The overt and covert struggles between various forces have never stopped. This matter also reached the ears of a guild. On a mysterious floating island, the woman wearing a veil had a copy interface pop up in front of her. She looked at the various information on it with a thoughtful expression. A legendary copy? Mu Yutingfeng's eyes moved slightly. This was the first time she heard such a copy. Is this a higher level dungeon than a Nightmare level dungeon? My mental power has been improved some time ago, so I should try to figure out the location of the legendary copy. Mu Yutingfeng took a deep breath. The next second, a dazzling pure white light burst out between her eyes. Endless secrets seemed to be flowing through Mu Yutingfeng's eyes. Mu Yutingfeng's confidence was also true. It comes from her SSS-level ability to calculate heavenly secrets. Of course, she only has this SSS-level talent. But it is enough for Mu Yu Tingfeng to stand out from the crowd and become the leader of the top guild in the Shinshu game. However, Mu Yu, the aura on Tingfeng's body suddenly shook, as if she had suffered some kind of backlash. Her whole body felt as if she had been electrocuted. Cough, cough, cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out from between her bright red lips. Vomiting blood. Another backlash. Mu Yu Tingfeng suddenly acted like a bullied little girl, with grievances written all over her face, and her pink fist suddenly clenched, punching the earth into a deep pit. Why are there so many secrets in this grey world? At this moment, Mu Yu Tingfeng can't wait to start her life again, just to get some SSS-level talents. Deducing secrets is a waste. The grey world is full of unpredictable secrets. So what is the use of this SSS-level talent? Mu Yu Tingfeng suddenly felt that he might have awakened a fake SSS-level talent. Hello, boss. Can you refund the money? Grey world, coordinates, 299, 276. 72 suspicious tombs. The surrounding space suddenly appeared like a broken mirror, with strange cracks appearing. The ground shook violently, and everything in the tomb began to disintegrate amid violent turmoil. Like a shattered dream. Everything here is just a mirror, and when you wake up from the dream, everything will be empty. The huge tomb that Emperor Chao worked so hard to create is, in a sense, a more terrifying abyss. The power of this abyss will change the terrain of the grey world and turn it into a twisted zone, giving birth to monsters and destroying living things. All abyss have common attributes. After Lu Shu killed Emperor Chao, the created abyss completely collapsed. The formation dissipated, and the tomb also disappeared. What is revealed in front of you is a barren land. There is no life, no sunshine, even the air is turbid. Just like the name of the grey world itself, everything is grey, barren, and dead. Only Lu Shu stood alone on this empty land, holding the Zhuxian sword in his hand and riding an extremely handsome white dragon horse. It's over. Lu Shu murmured to himself. In front of him, a lot of reward items popped up. It was really dazzling to see. First of all, the Emperor's robe. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the first reward item. Emperor's robe. Type, armor. Grade, legend. Attributes, defense 5000, physical resistance 1250, critical hit reduction 80, immunity 50, mental resistance 50, restraint immunity 50. Skill, Imperial Dominance. Imperial Haki, can release a king's aura, weakening the basic attributes and mental resistance of surrounding monsters. When your mental power is strong enough, you can directly use Overlord Color Haki to directly kill the enemy with Mind Blast. This skill can be combined with my Emperor's Haki to have double the effect. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. The legendary equipment produced in the grey world still has something. Moreover, although this Emperor's robe is only legendary in grade, it seems to have Tiangong's handwriting in it. Emperor Chao was able to become a generation of heroes is also inseparable from this piece of equipment. As for Heart of the Emperor, the soul of a generation of heroes, Emperor Chao's military order is a fusion of Emperor Chao's materials. Anyway, keeping these items seems to have no effect. When Lu Shu realizes that he will return to the Sacred Tree Island, he will create Emperor Chao and add a top-level combat power to his monster army. The increased perception range of the searching holy fire is relatively useless to Lu Shu now. After all, even if Lu Shu now does not rely on perception, he can still rely on his supermental power and the origin of the world he has opened up to sense the slightest movement in the grey world within his field of vision. As for 72 Golden Pestle Xuanlong Ground Formation, Emperor's Royal Order is a set of combined equipment. That's right. It is the formation prop that Emperor Chao can transform into the energy of Dragon Luck into Yin energy. The craftsmanship looks extremely advanced, and the metal surface that exudes a faint golden glow reveals a divine aura. Lu Shu had good reason to suspect that these props came from Tiangong. Emperor Chao might have had some contact with people from Tiangong before and gained power from them. Then, the remaining one is Tiangong Key. Even if you don't read the description, judging from the name, it is also a prop that leads to the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 336. Heavenly Palace Key, used to open the legendary Heavenly Gate. Tianmen. Lu Shu immediately thought of his own Divine Tree Island. Among the god-level buildings he obtained, there was a Tianmen. However, the Tianmen he owned was still incomplete. Moreover, after exploring for such a long time, the search for the Holy Land seemed we're stuck here. After all, Lu Shu still wants to go to the place where the Eternal Emperor is to see what's going on there. The search for the Holy Land has been put on hold for the time being. Of course. It's also because he hasn't encountered the Holy Land recently. Although the God-level luck critical strike of the 5-color altar has always been in possession, it may be limited by the rules of the Grey World, so it has never been found. Do you choose to learn the Tiangong skill illustrated, Summoning of Heroic Spirits, SSS level? Lu Shu thought in his mind, and the skill illustration immediately turned into a golden stream of light and escaped into the center of his eyebrows. At the same time, a massive amount of information was transmitted to Lu Shu's brain. This is an ancient ritual from the Heavenly Palace. Can use the power of dragon luck to summon ancient heroic spirits to fight for themselves. It's equivalent to a summoning ability. However, the conditions for summoning heroic spirits are very strict. Either you must have some kind of contractual relationship with the heroic spirit, or you must possess the items from his lifetime as holy relics to summon the heroic spirit. Although it is an SSS level skill, it may not be of much use to me right now. Lu Shu frowned, temporarily unable to think about what effect the summoning of heroic spirits would have on him. After all, the Grey World is full of monsters. The skill of combining monsters is really useful. Push along the way, kill any monsters, and just drag them into your own legion and that's it. But what the hell is the summoning of heroic spirits? He explored the Grey World for a long time, but couldn't find anyone related to the heroic spirits. But Emperor Chao used this skill to summon all his subordinates during his lifetime, and formed an army. But for Lu Shu's current level, Emperor Chao's entire army is not enough for him to fight alone. It would be better to just pull out the Zhuxian sword and chop them all down. By the way, there is one more item left. Lu Shu almost forgot that he still had the last item he had harvested and did not check it. That's the first kill reward for getting the legendary copy this time. Dynasty Struggle for Hegemony. With a thought in his mind, a drawing was immediately spread out in front of Lu Shu's eyes. There is actually a map of the Grey World above. However, this map does not mark coordinates, but a dynasty hegemony map that divides a large area. Qin, Han Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, 3 kingdoms. These dynasties from previous lives actually exist in the Grey World at the same time, competing for hegemony. Among them, the Qin state, where the Eternal Emperor lived, almost destroyed all the dynasties. Emperor Chao was considered the strongest commander among the 3 kingdoms, but the Qin state only sent an ordinary general and killed 600,000 navy troops. How powerful was the Eternal Emperor back then? No wonder he seeks eternal life. But it is a pity that even such a powerful dynasty cannot prevent the fate of destruction. There may be shadows of the Heavenly Palace and the Kingdom of God behind the scenes, controlling these things. But what are the origins of these 2 forces? What is the truth about the Grey World? Why do countless dynasties stand in the Grey World? Why do legends, epics, and fantasy monsters exist in this world at the same time, and continue to exist according to the laws of chaos? What truth is hidden in this world? For a time, countless questions emerged in Lu Shu's mind. After exploring for such a long time, he discovered that in the Grey World, there were actually many legends from previous lives and familiar history mixed in, forming a strange and bizarre world. Lu Shu discovered that this arrival may not be as simple as simply entering a game. But the truth is not yet known. This time, the legendary first kill reward does not have any skills or any magical weapon, but it brought a legend, or in other words, a piece of information about the truth about the Grey World. At this time, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, an information panel suddenly popped up. Xiao Chang'an, President, we have arrived at the coordinates, 100, 343. Xiao Chang'an sends you a memory video. Immediately open the video and take a look, in the middle of the screen. A sea area appeared in front of Xiao Chang'an and others. It's hard to imagine, there is such a sea in the Grey World. However, this sea area seems to be an inland sea and will not be connected to the endless sea area outside. The airship of Xiao Chang'an and others stayed near the sea. Various high-tech detection flight tools, carrying metal radars, began to scan the sea area. With the previous experience in the Giant Kingdom, Xiao Chang'an realized that the farther the coordinates are from the Grey World, the stronger the monsters they encounter will be. If it hadn't been for this mysterious president who gave them all SSS-level sacred tree fruits, with their original strength, it would have been impossible to explore such a far place. Even if there is enough time in the future, who can be sure whether he will be eaten by a monster? Therefore, Xiao Chang'an and the guild members around him all respected Lu Shu like a god. Not only because of Lu Shu's strength, but also because he has provided enough benefits to make everyone stronger. President, relax your mental strength and don't resist. Xiao Chang'an couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the reply popping up in front of him. Mentally relaxed. What does this mean? The next second, a huge amount of spiritual power suddenly descended on Xiao Chang'an. Xiao Chang'an was shocked. What a powerful spirit. It turns out that the president is going to use my body to come. He suddenly thought that in a guild member's contract, there was a rule that members could allow the president to have spiritual resonance. The next second, a teleportation array appeared on the ground. Following a curtain of light, it fell on the formation like a galaxy. From the light gate, a figure stepped forward. He is the president of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 337. I saw only one person, stepping on the stars, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, as if he could see through all the illusions. The expressions of Xiao Chang'an and others immediately became respectful. That's right. The person who stepped out of the light curtain was none other than Lu Shu. What a powerful breath. In the team, a girl with a face as bright and pink as a porcelain doll used her own perception ability to slightly feel the aura on Lu Shu's body. Her cherry-like mouth couldn't help but open wide, forming an O shape. Then the energy in the body seems to be dormant under the calm surface of Wang Yang Sea. Under the seemingly calm sea, there is unparalleled power lurking. The aura of life that is transcendent above all living things makes the girl unable to see through Lu Shu at all. What level is it at? The strength of the president is really unfathomable. The girl secretly transmitted the message to Xiao Chang'an. As the strongest person here and the team leader of this operation, Xiao Chang'an is respected by everyone for being modest and good at taking care of the members around him. Xiao Chang'an nodded vigorously, and a light burst out from his eyes when he looked at Lu Shu. He did not share his guess with the other members, but the person in front of him is probably the legendary number one on the list. After all, Xiao Chang'an's talent is technological manufacturing. Not only can he use it himself, but he can also sell it and exchange it with other divine tree masters for superpowers. After going back and forth, he has interacted with many people in this game. However, he has met so many top bosses, but he has never had any influence on Lu Shu's appearance. It may be a deliberate disguise by the other party. But the greater possibility is that this person not only has extremely strong strength, but also people from the grey world rarely see their true colors. Xiao Chang'an prefers the latter. After all, after joining the guild, he signed a contract. It is impossible for group members to do anything unfavorable to guild members, otherwise it will be regarded as violating the contract. There is no need to hide your true identity. This kind of contract signed on the soul can sense various small operations, so you can't do bad things secretly, because it will be discovered by the contract. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Lu Shu had just arrived here and suddenly gave a sincere smile to everyone present. The guild members were a little overwhelmed. In other words, they thought that the president would reveal his majesty when he came here. Say, let's lead them to explore things nearby. After all, the president has come here in person, and what he wants to do is certainly not that simple. I didn't expect that the first sentence is too down-to-earth, right? Xiao Chang'an smiled and said, President, we are not working hard. We have been able to improve by leaps and bounds during this period and successfully came here. It is all thanks to the superpower fruit you gave us. Lu Shu paused, then waved his hand, and more than a dozen fruits appeared in his hand instantly, turning into streams of light and flying into the hands of each member. Well done to you for being here. As a member of our guild, as long as you can complete the tasks assigned by me, then the rewards will definitely be indispensable. This fruit is my reward for you. Although it cannot greatly improve your strength in a short time, it can give you another choice of path. When Xiao Chang'an and others received the fruit in their hands, their eyes were filled with joy. President, can we eat now? Certainly. Lu Shu nodded. Everyone was so excited. They ate all the fruits quickly. With the previous improvement in strength, their trust in Lu Shu has also reached the level of worshipping him like a god. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Everyone ate the fruit. After a moment, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in Xiao Chang'an's eyes. It turned out to be the sword god template fruit. Wait, this fruit can unlock the most extreme sword attributes. If you practice to the peak, it will be equivalent to an SSS-level superpower. No, not only that. The highest level seems to be beyond the SSS level. Not only Xiao Chang'an, but also other guild members showed extremely shocked expressions. A fruit that exceeds the SSS level. Although it takes a long time, and even a certain amount of luck and opportunity, to get the sword god template fruit, cultivation to the highest state. But what they saw was, beyond the SSS level. This is a field that no one has ever reached in the current Divine Tree game. It is generally believed that the highest state is actually the SSS level, many of them after people reach the S level, they almost think that they are almost invincible. But who knows, the SSS level may be just the beginning. There is a broader sky above. If you only stay within the SSS level for the rest of your life, that's just living another kind of mediocrity that is envied by the mediocre. At this moment, Xiao Chang'an and others' breathing became heavier. What kind of superpowers could the Sword God Template Fruit give them? It is a line that can break the limits of human beings, surpass the SSS level, and reach a height close to the realm of gods. For any divine tree master, if they can get such an opportunity, they will probably go crazy. In the team, a man with a back the swordsman, who was wearing an ancient sword and a grey raincoat, had gleaming eyes. He looked at Lu Shu with a look full of admiration. Having unlocked the S-level swordsmanship talent, he clearly realized that, what does the Sword God Template Fruit mean? It turns out that the sword in my hand has not even reached the realm of Sword Heart. But I thought I had mastered the best swordsmanship in the world. If I hadn't joined the Akatsuki organization, I'm afraid I would still be like a frog in a well, short-sighted and unable to see that there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the world. After getting this fruit, I must cultivate the strongest swordsmanship. The swordsman silently made an oath in his heart. The next moment, he suddenly released a lofty sword intention, which seemed to be able to shatter the sky. Seeing the farther road, the swordsman clearly understood the intention of his sword, and in his hand the sword suddenly made a trembling sound of excitement. Everyone turned around in surprise and looked at the swordsman. Lu Shu stood there with a calm expression, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and nodded. Road. Yes, as soon as I swallowed the Sword God Template Fruit, I actually entered the realm of Sword Heart. Chapter 338. The aura fluctuations on the swordsman's body briefly turned into fierce sword intent, sweeping in all directions, but then quickly converged. He opened his eyes, felt the changes in his body, took a deep breath, came to Lu Shu with a solemn expression, clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Thank you, President, for the gift of fruit. I am deeply grateful. May I have your name?" Lu Shu asked. "The Prodigal Sword." "Very good. Just after swallowing the Sword God Template Fruit, you have entered the realm of Sword Heart. You will definitely have a good future in the future." Lu Shu praised a few words, and there was even more excitement in Liang Zijian's eyes, and he hit his right chest with his fist. "I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Xiao Chang'an always felt itchy in his heart. After hesitating, he came to Lu Shu and asked with curiosity, "President, can I ask to what level your Sword God Template has been cultivated?" At this time, other guilds also cast expectant glances. Liang Zijian frowned slightly. It wouldn't be polite to directly ask the president about his realm strength, right? Xiao Chang'an's expression instantly became awkward. "If it's inconvenient, then forget it." "No problem." Lu Shu smiled and shook his head. "There's nothing I can't say. After all, my realm is still one level away from the peak realm. My level is just average." As soon as these words came out, all the members' jaws dropped to the ground. The president is only one level away from the peak. Isn't that close to the SSS level? Be more confident and remove the word close. The peak Sword God realm has surpassed the ordinary SSS level and reached a higher realm. If there is only one realm missing, then by calculation, the president should have reached the SSS level. You are too strong. President, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Is our guild originally so powerful? Everyone laughed and laughed. It was not a deliberate compliment. In the grey world, strength is everything. If you have strength, you can gain the respect of others. Lu Shu blew himself up about his strength, which is equivalent to trusting the members of the guild, which makes Xiao Chang'an and others feel quite happy. After the information barrier is broken down, everyone's feelings will be more tacit, which will be conducive to the next action. That's right. Lu Shu smiled incredulously. But his own strength is of course more than that. When the sword soul is used in conjunction with the Zhuxian sword, it can completely explode beyond the SSS level and reach the level of attack in the semi-saint realm. And what he really relies on is, and the field of reincarnation. The attainment of swordsmanship is only part of the strength. It's okay to say it. The look in the eyes of Luangzi's sword looking at Lu Shu is full of deep admiration. Every qualified swordsman, in his heart, everyone yearns for the strong. Being able to get along with someone like Lu Shu, in the eyes of Liang Zijian, is a rare honor in life. Okay, I'll stop here for the unnecessary words. Now let me announce your next mission. Lu Shu waved his hand, and the people in the team immediately became quiet. Next, you will continue to move towards this coordinate point, heading to the coordinates of 100, 521. On the way, you can take a detour and pass by 110, 414. If my information is correct, there is a sword field here. You can hone the realm of the Sword God Template in that sword realm first, and then go explore further afield. For coordinate locations beyond 500, it is best to have strength above the SSS level, otherwise it will be a bit dangerous for you. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the people in the team suddenly became excited. After they swallowed the sword god template fruit, they were worried about how to quickly improve the level of swordsmanship. After all, there was only one person present, Liang Zijian, who used the swordsmanship ability. Yes. None of them have the ability to use swords. Obtaining this fruit does not directly improve your swordsmanship. It also requires practice. President, why don't we continue to explore this sea area? Xiao Chang'an was moved in his heart and suddenly raised this question. He thought that the next mission was related to this sea area. After all, the president himself came here in person. It doesn't matter, I will explore this sea myself. Your mission is to go to the designated location first and leave a teleportation array for me. I will help you when necessary. Lu Shu explained. Xiao Chang'an and other guild members nodded immediately. They also understood what their mission was. The guild leader probably has things to complete in other places, so he doesn't plan to waste time on the road. Therefore, someone needs to help him go to other locations and leave a teleportation array to get here quickly. In this way, he does not have to spend time on the road. Xiao Chang'an couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that it took him a long time, they are just in a hurry. However, without Lu Shu's help, Xiao Chang'an and others would not be able to explore such a long distance. At this range, it will take a lot of time to cross a coordinate. Not only because of the monsters it has become stronger, and the area in the grey world seems to have changed spatially because it has reached a deeper area. Walking in the grey fog, without the fate pointer, it is really difficult to explore a specific coordinate area. The airship made a trembling sound and continued to explore farther away. In the grey world, there are countless relics symbolizing ancient civilization, which attracted Lu Shu's attention. If he alone one person's energy cannot cover all areas, so he needs to recruit his own guild members. Next, Lu Shu set his sights on this seemingly calm sea. Where is the treasure map? From Old Man Su, Lu Shu obtained a treasure map recording the direction of the lost mirage. But here a sea area appeared strangely. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. This sea area is a bit weird. The spatial fluctuations here are completely distorted. If there is no space means, it will be difficult to move forward. The next second, with Lu Shu's thought, the white dragon horse came across the sky. Chapter 339. White Dragon Horse, let's go. Lu Shu thought, and the white dragon horse immediately tore open the surrounding space and stepped in. Just as he entered this sea area, the space above the sea began to twist strangely. The waves surged and rose crazily, it was as if someone had invaded the Poseidon's territory and was offended, launching an endless ocean wave, trying to completely sweep everyone who came here to death. Lu Shu's eyes were very calm. He had long sensed that there was something hidden in this sea area. It's a secret and doesn't want people to get close. From the outside, the sea seems calm, but in fact the space here is distorted by a divine power. If ordinary people step into this place, they will only fall into the vast sea with no return. But the white dragon horse is a high-level mythical creature. The divinity it possesses can completely travel through the distorted space of this sea. The violent wave cannot cause any damage to the divine tree master of Lu Shu's level. The influence. Riding on the waves. At this moment, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Tip, a mythical object appears ahead, a mirage. Is this the location of the treasure map? Lu Shu came to the center of the sea. At this moment, the violent airflow began to gradually calm down. It was like coming to the eye of a storm. In front of him, an inconspicuous crack was suspended on the sea surface. Lu Shu he walked over and smiled, it's been a long time since I've explored the Holy Land. The next second, his figure escaped into the gap. A certain light and shadow seemed to flash across the surrounding sea surface. But the light and shadow disappeared in an instant. After the storm calmed down, the dead sea surface looked like the past. It was so quiet, like an eternal picture. However, the person in the picture entered another space. Mirage. Level, Myth. Notes, a ship that can cross endless seas was created by an emperor through the ages using the means of the heavenly palace. Opening his eyes, Lu Shu found that he was on an extremely luxurious boat. Suspended high in the sky, leaning down to look, this holy land is a divided ocean. It's like a created field. I see. This sea area is not naturally formed in the grey world, but someone moved part of the endless sea here through certain means. The mirage was created by one emperor throughout the ages. It is a divine object that can pass through all sea areas. Now that it is hidden here, it naturally does not want to be obtained by others. If I can obtain the mirage, then I can continue to explore the abyss ahead. Lu Shu thought secretly in his heart. In fact, up until now, the exploration of the abyssal sea has been stagnant. For no other reason, just because there is an abyss ravine ahead. The whirlpool there will tear everything apart, and you have to dive 5,000 meters under such a terrifying whirlpool. The deeper you dive, the stronger the tearing energy will be, reaching the highest level of God level. Therefore, Lu Shu's abyssal sea area has almost been explored. The realm of the Sea of Gods. If you continue to dive, you will encounter a lot of gods. If there are no mirages, it is very dangerous to go down hastily. The Black Moon clan alone controls so many Poseidon clans. Next, if that Black Moon clan artifact is used in the ancestral land, even if Lu Shu's pet army attacks, it will probably cause damage. Go deeper into the sea below, break through this watershed, and the future journey naturally it will be more difficult. Let's get the mirage first. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and then his figure landed at the top of the mirage. The mirage floated quietly above the sea, like a sleeping giant. The moment Lu Shu stepped onto the mirage, the entire hull seemed to be shaking slightly, like a sleeping monster, about to wake up. The sea surface was already shaking, and the shaking of the ship didn't seem to be a big problem. Lu Shu explored from the top of the mirage downwards and go. I still don't know how this big guy should be transformed into my own props. It's better to explore it first. Arriving at the center of the mirage, here is an antique corridor, built in the style of an ancient palace art. The cherry blossoms outside the courtyard are flying all over the sky, floating in the sky, like the habitat of gods. When Lu Shu saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but have an illusion, as if what he came to was not a boat, but a palace. At this moment, he frowned slightly. Something's wrong. The mirage stands alone on the sea. After an unknown number of years, the former eternal emperor has long since fallen, and this mirage has no signs of life. So, how did these cherry blossom trees grow? You know, there is no spatial fluctuation in the mirage. If no one takes care of it, logically speaking, these cherry blossom trees will wither. Even if this is not the case, then the trees cannot grow so delicately, as if someone has specially taken care of them. Soon, Lu Shu discovered the clues. Entering the corridor, there were many attics and rooms. However, when he opened the door of a room, he found that he had come directly to the Sakura garden. He opened several. Suddenly, crash dash. A burst of spring rain came here. It was a sunny and windy scene just now. Why is it raining suddenly again? Lu Shu continued towards the corridor, walked forward, and opened the door again, the doors of several rooms. At this time, the climate of the courtyard has changed again. Just now, there was a burst of spring rain, falling in patter, but now it has turned into a scene of flying snow. There are no more cherry blossoms outside the courtyard. Instead of petals, they were completely dead. A lonely winter scene. Even the temperature gradually dropped. Lu Shu raised his brows slightly, feeling the cold air blowing on his face, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Now it gets interesting. Looking back again, this corridor was like an unfathomable maze, and he was already trapped in a formation and didn't know where the way back was. The next second, Lu Shu's mental power began to cover this place. An area. Chapter 340. I see. This is actually the case. The changing pattern of the corridor is based on the location of the place. If you walk towards the west, the scene in the courtyard will continue to be wintry, and the door to the room will change. In other words, you have to observe the 4 seasons in the courtyard and walk to the opposite east side to get out of this place. Lu Shu looked up at the sky. At this moment, the winter was covered with a thick layer of white snow, and the sky became invisible. If you want to use celestial phenomena to judge the direction, there is no way. But Lu Shu took out the backhand destiny compass. Consume your soul to guide the direction to the east. The compass pointer trembled rapidly. The next second, it pointed to the back of Lu Shu. Following the direction pointed by the pointer, he opened several more doors in succession. When he opened a door again, the courtyard in front of him fell. A spring rain, the drizzle of raindrops fell on the bluestone on the ground, making a crisp and sweet sound. Came back. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and then he continued to follow the guidance of the destiny pointer and returned to the spring courtyard. If he continued walking towards the east, he would be able to leave this corridor. After all, there is something weird here. Even Lu Shu has reached such a state, I would have been trapped there for a while. If I hadn't had the compass of destiny in my hand, I wouldn't have been so lucky to come out of the corridor so quickly. Wait, What if this corridor can only move in the 4 directions of east, west, north and south? Doesn't that mean it won't go to the center? In this case, what kind of place will be at the center of this corridor? The 4 seasons of the courtyard will move with the direction. Only the east gate will be the exit. The further west you go, the deeper you go into the maze, and the more difficult it is to get out. This gate the formation seems to be to trap unimportant visitors and prevent them from getting close to something. Is there any other place in the mirage that needs to be guarded by the maze formation? Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very sure in his heart, the mirage will never set up a maze painlessly. Is it just to play hide and seek with the people here? Thinking from the perspective of an emperor creating a mirage through the ages, of course the people who can set foot on this ship are all. There is no need for our own people to set up such a set of formations internally. Then, what we are guarding against are thieves. This formation can trap Lu Shu because it communicates the natural avenues of heaven and earth and forms the rules of heaven, so that it can restrict those who come. If you don't understand the rules, you will be trapped here indefinitely. Even with brute force, you can't break through. But if you can discover the rules, it will be easy to crack. Lu Shu can get in from inside, coming out again is just a matter of understanding the simplest rule. But if this rule alone can only support him to successfully come out after entering the corridor, he will not be able to get close to the center. This corridor should cover 99 and 81 courtyards. Wait, if you enter from the east, follow the pointer toward the west, and go around in a circle, you will not come out from the east, but will enter the next square. I understand that if you want to enter the center of the 4 seasons courtyard, you need to follow this sequence and go around the courtyard through 9 4 seasons corridors. When you enter again for the 10th time, you will arrive at the very center of the corridor. It turns out that there is such a law hidden in the mirage, and it is consistent with the way of reincarnation. After 9 reincarnations, when we reach the 10th life, we are about to achieve the results of cultivation, so we can reach the core place. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately started to move towards the inside of the mirage in this order. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. After walking through the 4 seasons corridor, Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that this corridor is not the same as the one outside. The exits are connected together. Instead, we enter another square. Among the squares composed of 81 rooms, there are also 18 long corridors corresponding to 9 horizontal and vertical ones. If we say, the one leading to the exit is the corridor at the top, near the east side, and the corridor where Lu Shu is now is at the bottom. If you continue to go down in this order, you will come to the 3rd and 4th corridors. 4. Keep walking. Lu Shu was sure that he was in the right place. The pointer on the compass was shaking. Lu Shu kept adjusting the direction he wanted. Every time he entered a new season, he had to consume his soul again and point out the direction again. Anyway, I have obtained an unknown number of souls in the previous stages of the invasion of the Grey World, and I can't use them all in a lifetime. Lu Shu naturally let go of his hands and feet and positioned them casually. Finally, a bronze gate stood tall in front of Lu Shu. He sensed that there seemed to be the aura of myth stored in it. Lu Shu took a deep breath and gently opened the door. When the bronze door opened, it turned out to be a space of its own. It was like a fairyland. The extremely gorgeous fairy mountain stands in the distance. A majestic gate of heaven, like a giant across the sky. Cranes are auspicious, and white birds gather. The aura of this place is quite abundant. The ethereal sacred mountain in the distance glows with a vague appearance. The divine light. It was like coming to the Holy Land explored by the treasure map before. Lu Shu's eyes slightly enlarged at this moment, and his mind was slightly shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. He never expected that, there is a Holy Land sealed in the center of the mirage. It is similar to the Holy Land of the sky that I have explored before. I dare to love the Eternal Emperor, and he has moved all the Holy Lands to the mirage. Isn't this too domineering? It's okay, my little ones haven't been out and exercised for a long time. Lu Shu grinned, and then carved a teleportation array on the ground to communicate with the Divine Tree Island. As the teleportation light curtain fell, the pet troops of the Divine Tree Island gathered here again. Pick up. Pick up. Pikachu has been bored on the Sacred Tree Island for so long. He is tired of playing everywhere. When he sees that he can come out, he screams excitedly. The little cuties around him also look excited. That's right. Explore. How could you forget about pets when it comes to a holy land? March on and plunder all the treasures here. Chapter 341. Pick up. Pick up. The little guys immediately screamed with excitement. After not exploring the fairy mountain for so long, they were finally able to come out and do some activities, and they also did their best robber mission. It was like being beaten to death, completely. Come to life. Yumi instantly possessed Pikachu. Pikachu released the secret of thunder, turned into a stream of light, and instantly flew away towards the sacred mountain in the distance. The Emperor Blue Hidden Dragon and Shenderman used curiosity till they looked at this fairy mountain with their eyes. They had not explored the Holy Land much, and it was the first time they saw a place similar to Lu Shu Island, and they couldn't help but feel surprised. Why don't you all go see what good things are nearby? If you find something that looks valuable, just collect it. Nothing to do but hang out. Lu Shu gave a few instructions to the little guys who had never done the Holy Land mission. Anyway, with the ability of resonance, even if these divine beasts ignore some good treasures, Lu Shu can still see them. The worst is to make one more trip. The Emperor's Green Hidden Dragon and the Divine Dragon Beast all nodded, and then dispersed one after another. Under the leadership of Pikachu, Little White Fox and many other seniors, they learned how to be a qualified robber. Lu Shu rode a white dragon horse, turned into a stream of light and came near the Tianmen. At this moment, he felt a faint vibration coming from the Tianmen. It seemed that he sensed a similar aura on Lu Shu's body, so he resonated with it, after all. Lu Shu's true self sits cross-legged in the sacred tree island all day long, meditating and practicing, and his body is more or less contaminated with the aura of the heavenly palace. Receive. With a thought in his mind, Lu Shu immediately included the Tianmen into his own Divine Tree Island. Rumble. Divine Tree Island. The third Tianmen appeared on the island. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the entire Divine Tree the island once again has a magnificent gate. The golden light is shining everywhere, making the whole world a glorious place. 3 heavenly gates. Lu Shu looked at the scene on the sacred tree island, and his mind was in a trance. He felt that there was still something missing. There were 3 Tianmen, each occupying the west, north and south of the sacred tree island. It seemed that the eastern Tianmen was still missing. But that's not necessarily the case. After the gathering of Tianmen from all directions, it seems that there is still something missing. Perhaps, there are 5 legendary heavenly gates. If all the heavenly gates are gathered together, something different might happen. Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. There is an extra Tianmen behind the island. Mythological ruins. Tianmen. Attack 50, Puncture 1200, Blessing 175, Comprehension 140, Domain Suppression 35, Domain Amplification 15, Immunity Ignore 20. Skill, Ancient Suppression. My sacred tree island, now even an ordinary mob, has received so many bonuses, is invincible. Lu Shu looked at the luxurious attributes on the panel and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Even a pea shooter, after adding such terrible attack special effects, could hit even an A-level gray monster with one bullet. They can't bear it. There are 10,000 such pea shooters in Lu Shu. After the attributes of the mythical buildings are superimposed, any combat unit on the sacred tree island is equivalent to having god-level equipment attached. A pea shooter is not any monster can withstand it. If the Grey Realm army is guarding the sacred tree island, then every combat unit can burst out with an attack power of 9,999. In this way, Lu Shu's sacred tree island has already almost invincible. The consciousness returned to the sacred tree island. At this moment, Pikachu, Little White Fox and many other pet armies placed a pile of shiny stones in front of Lu Shu. These are. Through resonance, Lu Shu knew that these ores came from the sacred mountain of Mirage. Soon, a message popped up in front of him. Ding! You have obtained Fang Jade X100000, a mythical ore, which can be used to build a mythical defense line. Mythical ore. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. His most advanced ore was a legendary ore before. It could only resist ordinary A-level monsters. If it were a legendary ore, the effect should be extraordinary, right? It's just. To build mythical ore, you need to obtain mythical construction skills. Heaven creates things. Lu Shu was a little worried. The building level is not enough. And where can I find this book Tiangong Kaiwu? In the distance, a Pikachu turned into lightning and rushed to Lu Shu at lightning speed. He was holding a thick ancient book in his hand. The cover of the ancient book exuded a faint golden shimmer, as if it contained divine power. Very dazzling. Those big characters on the cover completely caught Lu Shu's attention. Tiangong Kaiwu. Isn't this the mythical construction skill Lu Shu wants to find? It turns out that there is something inside this mirage. You did a great job, little one. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He took this Tiangong Kaiwu in his hand and opened it immediately. A prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! You have obtained the Tiangong Kaiwu Skill Book X1, have you unlocked the God-level construction technology? Do you still need to choose? Of course, choose, yes. The next second. Lu Shu had many more mythical construction skills in his mind. It was a picture of ancient times. Countless giants used incredible forging techniques, turned the thunder and calamity in the sky into tempering methods, forged magical weapons, and built incredible giant walls. As a god-level or, a Fanjiu's strength is extremely exaggerated. Even if it encounters the sword god's full sword, it may not be broken. Only mythical construction methods can build these ores into a magnificent defense line. Lu Shu came to the surrounding area of the island. Since the island expanded, new space has been freed up, and one more city wall can be built again. Do you want to spend 100,000 Afang Jade to build the Great Wall? The next second, white light suddenly enveloped the entire Sacred Tree Island. Chapter 342. Do you want to spend 100,000 Afang Jade to build the Great Wall? The next second, white light suddenly enveloped the entire Sacred Tree Island. A coastline stretching for tens of thousands of miles, a magnificent Great Wall, emerged from the white light. Boom! A Fanjiu was tempered for a while like a thunder hammer, and was condensed into shape under the blows of divine power. In an instant, Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island had a city wall building as magnificent as a giant. That majestic aura exudes the vastness of time, and faintly reveals a sense of suppression, as if there are thousands of troops standing in front of you. All enemies coming from the Grey Realm, no matter what type they are, if they cannot break through the Great Wall defense line, then they are not even qualified to go in and take a look at the Tree Island. This city wall is also connected to the formation of the Tianji Formation, integrating the ancient stone tablets and the divine power of the Tianmen. Even if a divine tree master wanted to capture his island, it would not be an easy task. With this line of defense, my Sacred Tree Island defense is fully loaded. Coupled with the Tianxian cannons placed in the center of the island, I will blast as many monsters as they come. Lu Shu's eyes glowed with joy, and he was happy for the enhancement of the Sacred Tree Island. In this way, his body will become safer. Then, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! Your life fruit X100 successfully gives birth to life, and you get Judgment Angel X100. Under the sacred tree. 100 golden fruits of life released a slight trembling sound. Click. Click. There were sounds of shattering. The vitality contained in the golden fruit for several days suddenly began to explode. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The fruit of life is finally ripe. Judgment Angel. It turned out to be another creature from the kingdom of God. I don't know what kind of ability it has. The next second, from the golden light curtain hatched by the fruit of life, a girl with 2 pairs of wings, an indifferent expression, and wearing clerical clothing took a step forward, exuding a powerful divine aura. Judgment Angel with an extremely beautiful appearance, they are different from the affinity with nature possessed by the angels of life. They are more like judges standing on the scales. Their sharp eyes seem to be able to penetrate everything. Father. When the Judgment Angel hatched from the fruit of life, he bowed slightly. At the same time, a panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Judgment Angel. Type, Angel. Powers, Judgment of life and death, insight into all things, knowledge of the kingdom of God. Physique, S. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive potential, SS. Judgment of life and death, Judgment Angels can judge the existence and disappearance of all things. When their spiritual power is sufficient, they can completely obliterate the existence of the things being judged. Insight into all things, the Judgment Angel's gaze can detect the most essential form of all things, thereby detecting the attributes and existence methods of objects, and using this as the basis for judgment. Any illusion in the world is just a mirror in the eyes of judgment. Knowledge about the kingdom of God. There is some knowledge about the kingdom of God in the memory of the trial, but this knowledge can only emerge from the dusty memories when they encounter relevant items and see their existence. Is this ability too strong? After Lu Shu saw the ability of the Judgment Angel, he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Just a life and death judgment is already a heaven-defying skill. Determine the existence of all items and directly obliterate them. This means judgment monsters without any attributes are immune to the attacks of angels. They are equivalent to a species that can kill gods. Of course, it depends on the basic attributes of the Judgment Angel. Any superpower needs to be based on mental power to reach its maximum function, and the innate mental power of judgment is not very high. If it cannot be cultivated to SSS level or above, then the help for Lu Shu's future tasks will be very limited. After all, most of the enemies Lu Shu faces now are a semi-saint level, and it is even possible to encounter gods from the Grey World in the future, or even powerful beings like the Eternal Emperor. Therefore, the ability of the Judgment Angel needs to be improved in time. Judgment, there are a lot of fruits of the growth of the Holy Spirit there, go and eat them. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he discovered that there were 100 mature Holy Spirit growth fruits on the Sacred Tree Island, which had grown together with the Judgment Angel's life growth fruits, but they were kept unused. Thank you, Father, for your gift. The faces of the Judgment Angels showed pious gratitude. Then, they came to the side of the Holy Spirit growth fruit tree. With incomparable grace, they picked off the fruits one by one. It didn't take long for the Judgment Angels to pick all the fruits. They all swallowed the Holy Spirit growth fruit. Waves of gentle divine power erupted from their bodies. The divine aura was greatly improved after swallowing the Holy Spirit growth fruit. The next second, in front of Lu Shu, the Judgment Angel information panel pops up again. Powers, judgment of life and death, insight into all things, knowledge of the kingdom of God, judgment field, new. Physique, SS. Speed, SS. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive potential, SSS. Judgment field, 100 Judgment Angels can form a judgment formation and expand the field. Everyone or anything in the realm will be judged. Things that cannot be judged will have their life breath, life level and spiritual power greatly suppressed, and their personality will also be temporarily suppressed. Chapter 343. Field. The Judgment Angel has actually acquired such a powerful skill. It turns out that if 100 Judgment Angels come together, can they still obtain such powerful skills? Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Any skill that reaches the level of the field can be said to be quite unbelievable. After the judgment field is launched, all enemies in this field will be judged. If their spirits, the power is not as high as that of the Judgment Angel, and when one's own personality cannot support its existence, then, it will be instantly killed. Enemies covering the entire range will be killed instantly. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Even if you encounter a bit species with relatively high levels that cannot be instantly killed by judgment, will be greatly suppressed in terms of life breath, life level, and status. This is equivalent to the fact that as long as the monster does not die, it will automatically drop a large level. With the addition of judgment, this makes Lu Shu even have the capital to fight against the saint-level powerhouse. Even if the saint-level powerhouse comes, if he is in the judgment domain, his strength will automatically be reduced to a semi-saint. This means that Lu Shu has full power capital to deal with holy-level monsters, because now he can easily kill most semi-holy level enemies. Father, as the judges of the heavenly palace, when we gather a certain number, even if we are insufficient, after we expand our territory, we can suppress any enemy. The Judgment Angel came to Lu Shu and said confidently. The judge? Yes. Does the kingdom of God have judges like you? Judgment Angels are a profession from the kingdom of God. As long as the Holy Spirit meets the conditions, they will be selected by God and given corresponding divine power. The Judgment Angel's explanation made Lu Shu fall into thinking. Regarding Tiangong, Lu Shu has already had partial contact. But as for the kingdom of God, only our own angels are the messengers from the kingdom of God. Judgment, do you know anything else about the kingdom of God? It is the kingdom of God, my home, and the place where I was born. Anything else? It's my hometown. Come on. Now Lu Shu finally understood that the Judgment Angel did not know much about the kingdom of God than he did. With so many words, don't you know that God's kingdom is your hometown when you co-authored it? Saying it is the same as not saying it. The skill of the Judgment Angel, knowledge of the kingdom of God, also requires touching items related to the kingdom of God in order to remember related things. This means that unlike the Angel of Life, she is a combat unit that needs to go to the Grey World with a large army of pets. That's okay, anyway, after the Judgment Angel swallows the fruit, he is already so strong, so just take him over to join the battle and that's it. In fact, the Judgment Angel is a combat unit of the kingdom of God. Even without training, it can still have a strong sense of combat. With the flash of a teleportation light curtain. Soon, the Judgment Angel was teleported to the Mirage. In the Fairy Mountain, follow the other pet troops and carry out the robber mission together. Grey World, coordinates, 100, 343. On the Fairy Mountain of Mirage. Ding! You have obtained Emperor Silk Satin X20000, which can be used to create legendary limited-level suits. 100 little white foxes came to Lu Shu with piles of high-grade fabrics like a hill. With these clothes, we can make more advanced suits. Lu Shu whispered to himself. As for the means of synthesis, it already meets the conditions. The Tiangong Kaiwu I just got is not just as simple as having mythical construction methods. Including cooking skills, construction techniques, and various improvements, as well as additional elegances such as piano skills, chess skills, painting skills, etc., all of which can reach a superb level. According to the introduction of Tiangong Kaiwu, it is said that the highest state of these miscellaneous studies is to return to nature. As for reaching perfection, it is still one level short of the highest state of returning to one's original nature. But this level directly reaches the profound realm of Tao. Even if it is such a small realm, it is difficult to cross. Father, I sense that this ship has construction technology that is no less than that of the kingdom of God. The judgment angel wandered around for a while, then came to Lu Shu and reported. During this time, Lu Shu also asked some judgment angels to leave the fairy mountain and go to the mirage. After all, the kingdom of God and the heavenly palace both symbolize two extremely high-level areas in the grey world. Therefore, Lu Shu was wondering if there might be any connection between the two. I asked the judgment angel to explore it. I didn't expect that a discovery would be made so quickly. Oh, tell me. This ship is made of the divine stone of the kingdom of God. It is also the most advanced product of the kingdom of God and contains powerful divinity. However, there are some things about the formations inside that I cannot decipher, and they do not seem to be within the scope of my knowledge. Is that so? Then go explore the nearby information and see what else you gain. Yes. After receiving Lu Shu's order, the judgment angel quickly left the fairy mountain and continued to explore other places in the mirage. As for the four-season formation isolated outside the fairy mountain, there was no way to stop the judgment angel. Although she could not see the formation the source of the law, after all, it is a product of the heavenly palace, not the kingdom of God, but the ability to break through all things allows the judgment angel to instantly break through the formation rules. If you want to break through the formation rules of the Four Seasons courtyard, for the judgment angel it's too simple. Lu Shu was lost in thought. In other words, this ship not only integrates the technology of Tiangong, but also combines the crystal stones of the kingdom of God. It seems that the Eternal Emperor is not as simple as I imagined. After all, he is also in existence located at the coordinates, 999, 999, of the Grey World. I really want to go to this place quickly and see how magnificent the empire in the Grey World is. At this moment, Pikachu returned here holding a stone tablet. Tiandao Stone Tablet. Chapter 344. It turned out to be the Heavenly Dao Stone Tablet. When Lu Shu saw Pikachu, he actually hugged back a Tiandao Stone Tablet, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Pick up. Sensing Lu Shu's emotions, Pikachu put his hands on his hips, looking like he wanted to take credit. When I get back to the island, I'll cook you a delicious meal. Lu Shu smiled and touched Pikachu's head. Delicious. Pikachu seemed to have caught some key words, and his eyes suddenly appeared. At this moment, the judgment angel returned to Lu Shu. Father, I see something special on this ship. Oh. Lu Shu showed a curious expression. Can you tell me? The judgment angel took a deep breath and said, this ship seems to have been mentioned in the kingdom of God. It was forged from the core left over from the ancient divine war, and has the power to open up all oceans. This ship can open the passage between the divine realm and the mortal world, leading to wherever you want to go. It has a personality no less than that of a true god. It can be said that if you think about it from a personal perspective, then this ship is a walking god. A god? Lu Shu was slightly in a trance. The value of a mirage built by an emperor through the ages naturally does not need to be considered. But what really concerns Lu Shu is, the passage leading to the divine realm and the mortal world. The realm of gods should refer to the heavenly palace and the kingdom of gods. Mortal world should be the grey world. Gods and ordinary creatures do not normally interact with each other. The grey world is far away from both the heavenly palace and the divine kingdom. Even if the true god comes down, he will have to pay a huge price. However, why did the grey world become a twisted area? What happened to the gods from the heavenly palace and the kingdom of God back then? Since the Eternal Emperor can communicate with the gods and create mirages, it must be related to the heavenly palace and the kingdom of God. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. There may be a shocking secret hidden in the mirage. Like any lost holy land, there are stored divine objects from the heavenly palace. We must explore it carefully. Exploration of the immortal mountain has come to an end. Many little guys have picked a lot of spiritual herbs on the sacred mountain and are transporting them back to the sacred tree island one by one. According to the introductions of old people like Little White Fox and Pikachu, there are many delicious foods, which are made from these spiritual herbs, are very important cooking accessories. After hearing the introduction of these little guys, the eyes of Shenlong Beast and Green Hidden Dragon were shining, and they stopped exploring other places, so they went to look for these spiritual herbs. Grass. Especially the fairy grass that smells better. Basically, if you see one, take one. It is more exaggerated than the locusts sweeping across. Wherever they pass, nothing is left. The spiritual grass cultivated by the emperor through the ages is indeed, the value is extraordinary, and many varieties are very rare. But Lu Shu's island already has a spiritual medicine garden after all, and this level of spiritual herbs is not a big improvement for his level. Forget it, these guys are finally out for once, let them do whatever they like. Shaking his head, Lu Shu personally began to explore the fairy mountain in the mirage. At this moment, on the fairy mountain in the distance, a fairy grass emitting a white light swayed gently in the divine light. What a rich breath of life! Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and he rushed towards this aura. Having condensed the origin of the world in his body, he could clearly feel that this immortal grass was quite extraordinary. It turned into a stream of light, and Lu Shu immediately tore it apart. He entered the void, took one step forward, and came to the top of the sacred mountain. That immortal grass contained infinite life breath. Lu Shu walked towards it. Boom! An invisible divine aftermath suddenly appeared like ripples. They spread out in all directions, blocking Lu Shu from outside. I can't get close. Lu Shu took a few steps back slightly, with a look of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that the status of this fairy grass was so high. Even I couldn't get close to this fairy grass. I'm afraid it wouldn't even be as good as a mirage. The character of fairy grass. A Pikachu appeared near Lu Shu, and made a helpless gesture like a little bear spreading its hands. It said that there was nothing he could do with it. My own pets are masters of taking good things when they see them. There is no reason why such a good thing cannot be discovered. There is only one reason why I haven't taken it back yet, that is, it really can't be taken. Lu Shu pondered for a moment and mobilized the original power in his body again. When he tried to get close again. The result. An invisible barrier appeared again in the void, isolating Lu Shu. This resistance was like the distance between the divine realm and the mortal world, insurmountable and unbreakable. Lu Shu felt that I can't get close to the grass jelly because of my personality. What is the origin of this fairy grass? You can't even get close to me. Could it be that I have to wait until I truly enter the realm of a true immortal before I can get this fairy grass? Doubts could not help but appear in Lu Shu's mind. At this moment, the judgment angel came to Lu Shu's side. Her eyes were on the fairy grass, and she suddenly showed an expression of great surprise. Lu Shu noticed from the side judgment angel's mood changed, and he quickly asked, Judgment, have you seen the origin of the fairy grass? The judgment angel took a deep breath to calm down the extremely shocking emotions in his heart, then nodded and said. This fairy grass is the supreme immortal grass. It is said that it can be used to refine the legendary elixir of youth. In fact, this is a key from the mortal world to the realm of gods, and it is also a path for all living beings to transform from ordinary people into true gods. Road? Key? Lu Shu immediately noticed something different. Logically speaking, these immortal grasses are not for eating. Why are they described in such terms? It feels completely irrelevant. Judgment angels focusing on Lu Shu, he said slowly, Father, I notice that you have the ability to accommodate this kind of key. Or. You are one of them. Chapter 345. One of them. Lu Shu savored the words of the judgment angel over and over. The key should refer to becoming a true immortal, or obtaining a godhead, which can open the passage from the mortal world to the divine realm. And he is one of them. Could it be that you are talking about cultivating immortals? Lu Shu suddenly remembered that his cultivating immortals seemed to be the only rare profession in the grey world, and he was also the only one who cultivated immortals. He thought that just the attributes of cultivation would be different from others, but it turned out that there was still something hidden properties of heavenly palace and divine kingdom. Perhaps, my way of cultivating immortals can directly unlock the key to the heavenly palace. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Then, this fairy grass will be his next step, and it is very likely that he will step into the realm of true immortals, a particularly key. There are so many good things hidden in the mirage. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. The immortal grass cannot be obtained for the time being. But as the realm improves, Lu Shu's world tree condenses enough origin, and he can obtain sufficient qualifications. We have to take down this mirage. Lu Shu's eyes sparkled. Today's harvest is really great. Not only did he obtain several mythical props, there were even good things like immortal grass hidden in the mirage. Suddenly, another judgment angel used the ability of resonance to send a message to Lu Shu. Father, I was exploring inside the mirage and found that there is a treasure palace that stores many things. The exploration of Fairy Mountain is almost over. Now. Lu Shu had already left the Fairy Mountain, came out of the Four Seasons corridor, and went to the depths from the spiral corridor in the center of the mirage. There is the treasure pavilion that the Judgment Angel mentioned. Looking up, you can see the house number above, engraved with 3 simple Chinese characters. Yunzhong Pavilion. Some doubts flashed through Lu Shu's heart. Could this be the place where Lord Yunzhong lives? Entering the treasure pavilion, rows and rows of medicine cabinets are displayed in the huge space. I don't know what kind of sacred wood they are made of. If you go in and take a whiff, you can smell a strange fragrance coming out of the wood. Is it a cabinet for storing elixirs? Lu Shu immediately smelled the clues from the fragrance of the medicine. It turned out to be a place where the elixirs were displayed. But, when Lu Shu opened the cabinets one by one, he found that the elixirs inside were also empty. Even if it is still preserved, it is hard to say whether the elixir will expire and deteriorate after such a long time. Moreover, it is not known what the elixir was refined for the Eternal Emperor. Lu Shu I continued walking and exploring this place. A group of curious Pikachu followed behind me. The Fairy Mountain was basically hollowed out. These little guys followed Lu Shu to the mirage. Of course, there were Judgment Angels following them. Even if any danger is discovered, it can be predicted in advance. So there is no need for Lu Shu to worry. At this moment, a Pikachu suddenly found a book from a cabinet, and then ran to Lu Shu. Sure. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Pikachu felt like he was born with good luck. He can find any good things immediately. Open this book. There are a few big characters engraved on the simple cover. When I opened the Book of Alchemy, I saw that it turned out to be a book about alchemy. Lu Shu has now absorbed the experience of countless secret books on cultivating immortals, and he can understand the contents with just a few clicks. Alchemy. Ancient Qi refiners often used furnaces to infuse the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine elixirs in order to break through the realm of mortals. The Eternal Emperor even hopes to refine the elixir of immortality. The sacred grass in the Fairy Mountain is probably what he got. Could it be the immortal grass obtained by the Eternal Emperor? Was it found in the Endless Sea? Lu Shu suddenly thought of something. According to the records in the Samsara library, the Emperor spent a lot of effort just to explore the Endless Sea. He built the most powerful ship in the world, Mirage, just to conquer the Endless Sea. Its purpose may be to refine the elixir. Otherwise, why would this ship be equipped with so many elixirs, and even invite elixir masters like Yun Zhongjuan to rush to the Mirage together? This magnificent Fairy Mountain, Tianmen and the Tiandao stone tablet are just foils, the real value is the immortal grass. Keep looking inside. Lu Shu continued to explore Pikachu's location. In the corner. Suddenly, the dusty pages of a book, like stacks of discarded handwritten books, were placed in a dusty, uncared-for corner. It's like throwing away rubbish casually. However, there are not many mortal items in the Mirage. Along the way, except for treasures, there was no rubbish. These separated pieces of paper naturally attracted Lu Shu's attention. I picked it up and took a look. There were some ancient words written on it in messy calligraphy. These words are the same as the secret information that Lu Shu obtained after eating the immortal cultivation fruit. After swallowing so many secret fruits of cultivating immortals, Lu Shu can easily understand these words, although the writing is a bit sloppy. Diary of Elixir Refining. Everything is ready. Dragon beard grass, spirit pill, joyo flower. These auxiliary ingredients are all proportioned according to the heavenly palace and are ready. However, the divinity of immortal grass is so powerful. Even I can't get close to something like this. That's all. We can only take all these things back first. Your Majesty may have a way of using them. This scrawled diary entry seems to record some insignificant things. However, it contains a very important information, the refining method of the immortal medicine. Even the proportioning method is written on it. Go up there. As a mortal god who makes alchemy, Yun Zhongjuan has put in hundreds of times more effort than ordinary people to achieve this goal. Even in his essays, he has to write about the refining. It was an unintentional move, but he left an extremely precious formula to Lu Shu. Lu Shu's eyes instantly lit up and he smiled. Thank you so much Yun Zhongjuan. Chapter 346. While Lu Shu was exploring the Mirage, Mu Yutingfeng suddenly opened his eyes with a horrified expression. In the Grey World, endless changes are likely to occur. At this moment, she, who has the power of divine prediction, suddenly feels that everything in the Grey World is full of unknown variables. This variable is like a huge whirlpool that will swallow everyone up. So what happened? Mu Tingfeng murmured to himself. At the same time. Gray World, coordinates, 111, 111. A few people are around here, exploring. At this time. One of them said, "Boss, come and take a look here. There is a crack." Everyone immediately walked towards the crack. The leader is also a senior member of a well-known guild. The experience is also quite rich. When he saw the crack for the first time, his pupils immediately stared. Isn't this the Linyuan mission from last time? What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The boss spread his hands helplessly. It was the last time that an army of undead appeared and overthrew the monsters of the Dark Knight Alliance. That's it. The others then remembered the origin of these cracks, and the memories from a long time ago gradually came to mind. The boss frowned. Since then, it is actually very rare to hear that these undead armies appear again in the Grey World, and there is nothing. People saw them appear again. Since then, the army of the undead in the Linyuan mission has also become a legend. Just like the yellow-skinned rat in the Grey World, they are all unsolved mysteries. Boss, let's go quickly, it feels very dangerous here. A young man standing like a henchman said in a trembling voice. He always felt that people were not very safe here. The boss slapped him on the back of the head and said, "What are you afraid of? How long ago were all the Linyuan missions? Moreover, since then, no one in the Grey World has heard about that day, let alone seen these monsters. There are only two possibilities. 1. Either these monsters have been destroyed. 2. There is something fishy about this matter. Come with me if you are not afraid of death." What kind of man does he look like? The boss walked towards the crack as if he was not afraid of death. The other followers were a little timid at first, but seeing that the boss was so brave and what he said made sense, so they followed. Let's take a look. Maybe nothing happened. Stepping into the crack. At this moment, everyone felt their bodies sinking for a while. Then, a new world appeared in front of them. This is a vast land and incomparable fairyland. The scene of an immortal family appeared in front of them like a dream. There was a huge conflict with the dead scene of the Grey World. This group of people came here, looked at the scene in front of them, and stood there blankly. For a moment, I forgot my words. After a while, the boy next to me asked in a trembling voice, "Boss, have we traveled through time?" "Time travel, you big-headed ghost." The boss patted his head and said, "Open the panel and see for yourself. Isn't the system still usable? Being able to open the system means that you are still in this game. But what exactly is this place? It looks so different from the Grey World. The ethereal sacred mountains in the distance are emitting bursts of light. It's like it contains endless opportunities and treasures. Let's all go over and take a look." The boss took the lead and walked at the front of the team. Others followed. What a pity. After some exploration, the sacred mountain is empty. Nothing was left behind. On the way, we could occasionally see some residual gray and fragments of spiritual grass. Everyone picked them up and were curious about these things. What on earth is this? Well, this place has long been swept by Lu Shu's pet army. Now, when others enter here again, they can only explore some residue. The flowers and plants that fell on the ground were all the remnants after being swept away by the pet army of locusts. They left the sacred mountain, a little disappointed, but their eyes soon focused on the palace in the distance. This looks like a place with good stuff. Pity. After entering the palace, there is nothing inside except the beautiful buildings and jade rooms. Boss, how about we smash the palace here and bring back the glazed tiles here? They look very valuable. You idiot, the only valuable things in the Grey World are fruits that can improve abilities. What do you think these things can be exchanged for? Can I give you an E-level fruit instead? It seems like, but it's better than taking nothing, right? If you take it back with you, you can keep it as a souvenir. In the end, the boss sighed helplessly. After breaking into such a good place, there was nothing here except looking at the scenery. Do you want to be a tour guide in the Grey World in the future, specifically leading others to this wonderful place? Visit a place and then charge a service fee? What nonsense. A few guys are already recording memory videos. For them, since there is nothing here, if it is announced to other sacred tree masters, then they will increase their numbers. Famous? Rumble. Suddenly, this fairyland shook violently. What happened? The boss's expression changed. The sacred tree masters present suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from the body, falling on everyone. It was a feeling as if they were facing gods. This sense of pressure, everyone couldn't even stand on the ground. Boom! On the other side of the sky, a hole was suddenly torn apart. In the endless divine light, a figure descended here. It seemed like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was wearing noble silk and satin that did not belong to the world, and a misty cassock, which set off the woman's unparalleled appearance and figure. But her cold face was devoid of any emotion, and her indifferent pupils swept towards this world, and she suddenly said to himself. Someone actually touched the items in Tiangong. Could it be that? In this era, will the Destiny Man appear again? Chapter 347. The next second. The goddess's eyes suddenly turned and fell on the few people who came in. Mortal. It's quite a bit powerful. Did they just enter here unintentionally? That's all, no need to pay more attention. The goddess murmured a few words to herself. Her gaze suddenly cast into the distance, and her eyes became a little deeper. Hope it's still too late. After finishing speaking, the figure of the goddess turned into a stream of light and escaped. At this moment, the several sacred tree masters below took a long breath. Boss, who is that woman? When she looked at me just now, I didn't even dare to move. Moreover, she seemed to have called us mortals just now. Could it be a god from heaven? The boss took a deep breath and slapped it down. You ask me, who the hell am I asking? Everyone was silent for a while. What happened today was really beyond their cognitive scope. They saw the cracks in Ling Yuan's mission, the Wonderland, and the fairies again, and they almost died. If it weren't for the goddess has no interest in them at all. She is afraid that she can kill people like her with just one look. Boss, should we tell everyone in the Grey World about this? The boy next to me suddenly asked quietly. You can do it if you want, but if something happens next, the goddess will come to kill you, don't say you know me. The boss said coldly. Everyone shut up immediately. Everyone knows that they can survive because the goddess doesn't take them seriously at all. If this news is announced, the entire Grey World will know it. This matter. Then, if the goddess comes to attack, they will not be able to stop her. Go now. Go now. Next time you see a crack like this, don't come in again. If you don't say anything, you can't get anything, and you almost risk your life here. What a bad day today. With a few younger brothers around him, the boss left the crack cursing. The world is as peaceful as ever. Mirage. Leaving Yun Zhongjuan's treasure pavilion. Lu Shu moved slowly towards the top of the mirage. The judgment angel suddenly said, Father, I sense strong energy fluctuations here. This energy is very close to the power of the kingdom of God. Although its nature is different, its status is not inferior at all. If you want to continue moving forward, be sure to be careful about the formation here. Formation? Lu Shu pondered for a moment. It is absolutely normal that there is a formation from the heavenly palace in the mirage. Or rather, it would be unreasonable if there is no means of defense. Okay, I get it. Lu Shu nodded and continued to move forward. At the top of the mirage is a magnificent palace. It is full of gilded buildings. The carved beams and painted buildings depict various mythical beasts from ancient times. The appearances of many mythical beasts are quite similar to those in the classic of mountains and seas. Passing through the numerous murals, there is a long corridor inside. Lu Shu walked forward along the corridor. At this moment, suddenly, a crisp and sweet music came to his ears. The sound is like the beautiful echo of clear water dripping into a blue lake and flowing in a natural mine. Anyone who hears this music will have a feeling of being temporarily enlightened by listening to fairy music. Lu Shu's steps suddenly stopped. He felt that his mental power seemed to be affected by something. The long corridor in front of him gradually became blurred with the outline visible to the naked eye. The picture that gradually emerged before my eyes, turned out to be my own sacred tree island. Father! Father! The voice of the judgment angel suddenly came from the side. A ray of light as bright as day suddenly flashed in front of Lu Shu's eyes. His expression was slightly dazed. The long corridor in front of him suddenly reappeared its outline. The clear and cold face of the judgment angel reappears in view. Father, there is a strong illusion in this music. It allows you to see the pictures deep inside your heart. The closer you get to the source of the sound, the more powerful the illusion becomes. If necessary, you can use my eyes to move forward. The picture deep inside. Lu Shu was slightly startled. The picture deep in my heart is actually a sacred tree island. Wrong. It's my world tree that helps me offset this effect. The world tree grows on the sacred tree island. I should have seen the picture deep in my heart, but because I awakened the world tree, its personality is transcendent from divinity, but it is not mature enough. Although I can't resist the power of illusion, it allows me to see a fixed picture as a reminder. Thinking of this, Lu Shu looked at the Angel of Judgment. The Angel of Judgment has the ability to break through illusions. Even this music can't make her fall into illusion. Judgment, I will use sensory resonance on you next. Lu Shu said. The Judgment Angel immediately nodded. It is my honor to serve my father. Consume mental energy, very quickly. Lu Shu was connected with the Judgment Angel's eyes. This is a very transparent feeling. It seems that everything in the world, under these eyes, will be the most primitive and unremarkable. The disguised form appeared in front of him. What he was playing was reality. Next, the phantom sound still echoed in his ears. However, the picture in front of him did not change. He walked all the way. This music, from the original Misty, it's getting clearer now. At the end of the field of vision, a room appeared. Father, be careful, I feel there is a very strong force there. The Judgment Angel said solemnly. Lu Shu also nodded. He has already felt. The core power of the mirage seems to be sealed in this room. If you want to obtain the entire mirage, then this room is one of the levels. And, there seems to be a huge challenge waiting for you behind. Go in. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Anyway, what he is standing here is just a clone. Even if he dies, at worst, another clone will come over. Squeak. The door of the room is opened. On the wooden table in the center, there is a rotating treasure box. The phantom sound comes from this treasure box. Chapter 348. The 5-story exquisite pagoda is extremely exquisite in workmanship. If you get closer and listen carefully to the music, you will feel more and more immersed in it. Right in front of the treasure box are engraved 2 ancient Chinese characters. Phantom sound. The face of the judgment. Angel changed and he said, could it be that, this treasure box was made by that god? Judgment, what do you know? Lu Shu's eyes immediately looked at Judgment. Her skills must have reminded her of something the moment she saw the phantom sound treasure box. The Judgment Angel took a deep breath and said, that is a god at the highest level in the field of illusion. Create a world using illusion. Legend has it that she sealed a very important source of the world in a treasure box called Phantom Sound. People in the divine realm call this treasure box Phantom Sound treasure box. If nothing else, the music box placed here is the legendary Phantom Sound box of the god of illusion. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Using illusions to create a world, at least it condensed the origin of his own world. With the other party's long origin from the heavenly palace or the kingdom of God, the realm is at least that of his own world tree after it has fully matured. Personality is a true god who is much higher than Lu Shu. How could a god's most important treasure box be obtained in a mirage built by one emperor through the ages? Lu Shu couldn't help but ask this question. The Judgment Angel shook his head and said that he didn't know either. The moment she saw the Phantom Sound treasure box, she only knew the information related to this treasure box, but could not know anything else. All the information. Unless she is allowed to witness the Eternal Emperor with her own eyes. Otherwise, I am afraid this problem will never be revealed. Father, I feel that the core of this mirage is hidden in the treasure box. You mean, the core of the mirage was sealed in the world of the treasure box by the Eternal Emperor, just like the fairy mountain before? Similar, but different to be precise. The Judgment Angel paused and explained, the location of the Immortal Mountain just changes the size behind the bronze gate based on spatial coordinates, so that Shumi can accommodate the vast world. Although Mirage has not yet reached this level, the principle is similar. However, this Phantom Sound treasure box is truly a world of its own, which is much more dangerous than the Fairy Mountain. The danger mentioned by the Judgment Angel made Lu Shu frown slightly. It is obvious that the Eternal Emperor placed the control of the Mirage in such a treasure box. It is enough to show that he attaches great importance to the core. Even at all costs, we must bring out the handiwork of a god. Although there is no life in the mirage, there are traces of gods everywhere. What is the origin of an emperor through the ages? Has he become a god? However, since he has become a god, why are you still in the gray world? Trial, how do I get in? Lu Shu asked. The Judgment Angel replied, you need to break the illusion of the Phantom Sound box in order to enter that world. But haven't we cracked it now? No, it's just that my vision is not affected by the Phantom Sound box, but it is impossible to break this illusion. After Lu Shu heard this explanation, he realized that not being affected by illusion is essentially different from breaking the illusion. But, how to break the illusion? Could it be that the key lies in the Phantom Sound box? Lu Shu trying to turn off the Judgment Angel's sensory resonance, the next second. The image of the Divine Tree Island appeared in front of me again. Cannot be done. Lu Shu shook his head. He was too close to the Phantom Sound treasure box. No matter what, this is a precious thing left by the true God. Only in his current state can he cultivate a small sapling of the world tree. Follow him. Compared with the true gods above the heavenly palace, they are still far behind. Their spiritual power has not even broken through to the saint level, let alone the god level above that. What should I do? Lu Shu fell into deep thought. With his current status, it is definitely impossible to crack the phantom sound box with brute force. There are only two options: either use the vision of the judgment angel to break the influence of the illusion, or just stare at it. Look at his own sacred tree island. No matter what, it seems that he can't break the illusion. At this moment, Lu Shu felt a strange sound coming from his reincarnation field. What happened? He immediately used his eyes to examine his realm of reincarnation, only to see that Old Man Su had been knocking hard on the door of the reincarnation library. He was trapped inside and could not do anything. Even every book here was written by forged from Lu Shu's spiritual power. With his strength, he couldn't even tear the book apart. He could only use his indestructible head to knock on the door of the Samsara library with his head. There was really a faint movement. Lu Shu noticed something strange about Old Man Su, and his heart moved slightly. By the way, Old Man Su is on a mission related to this mirage. It seems that he was the initiator of the establishment of mirage back then. There seems to be no one here who understands mirages better than Mr. Su. After some hesitation, Lu Shu finally chose to open the Samsara library. Release Old Man Su from inside. Although this is a risky thing. If Old Man Su returns to the mirage, which is the area he is most familiar with, no one knows what will happen. But if you want to crack the phantom sound treasure box, then Old Man Su may be the only person who can do this. A gray screen of light flashed. Old Man Su withdrew from the whirlpool and appeared in front of Lu Shu. Sensing the aura of the mirage, Old Man Su seemed to stiffen instinctively. This is a familiar smell to him. Sure enough, there was a reaction. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed instantly. He stared at Old Man Su. If the other party did anything unusual, he must be taken back to the realm of reincarnation immediately. This undead cannot be killed by any means. His character is definitely not simple. Lu Shu would not be naive to think that he could really control the people around the Eternal Emperor. The next second, Old Man Su suddenly rushed towards the phantom sound treasure box. He saw his withered body. He twisted his hands on it. Click. The music stopped suddenly. The phantom sound box was cracked. Chapter 349. Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. The phantom sound treasure box was actually opened by Old Man Su. The next second, from the phantom sound treasure box, a huge suction force instantly came out. The teleportation light curtain descends. It seems that there is a new world in front of you, and the door has opened. Lu Shu and Judgment Angel were caught off guard and sucked into the world of the phantom sound box. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's true self opened his eyes. My clone has lost contact with my true self. His brows couldn't help but frown. The space inside the phantom sound box is a world. A world created by gods. Under other people's rules, Lu Shu could not penetrate his spiritual power. But he could sense it. My own clone still exists. If the clone dies, the worst-case scenario is sending another clone in. As long as you can successfully come out of it, you can unlock all the memories and information acquired by the clone. Hope it goes well. Lu Shu stared at the sky of the divine tree island and murmured to himself. At this moment, the next invasion of the Grey World is getting closer and closer. Countdown, 10 days. Crossing so many coordinates and exploring so many dungeons. The next battle on the Grey Island will probably be a stormy attack. Inside the mirage. Lu Shu opened his eyes. Desert. Sky. Tower. The world in front of me is barren. Only the towers in the distance show traces of civilization. Here it is. Lu Shu's eyes became deeper. At this time, the voice of the Judgment Angel came from the side. Father, we have arrived at the world of the phantom sound box. Is it the phantom sound box? Lu Shu looked around. He was looking for Old Man Su, but found that Old Man Su was missing. The Judgment Angel and himself were both at the same location. Where did Old Man Su go? There are variables on the field. Lu Shu had to carefully consider every next step. In addition to coming to the world of gods. I don't know what kind of abilities that mysterious Old Man Su has. Judgment, can you perceive what this world is like? Lu Shu asked. In this case, it is better to first find out what kind of world this is. The Judgment Angel looked around and said, "Father, this phantom sound treasure box has been modified by the Eternal Emperor. Now used to defend against external enemies and protect the core of the Mirage. Perhaps we should head over there." The Judgment Angel pointed to the castle tower in the distance and said, "I sense the breath of the core of the Mirage there." Lu Shu nodded. Since it is a judgment of judgment, then there is no need to think about anything more. After all, judgment can break through illusions. This world would be much more convenient if it had the ability to judge. Etc. Let me see if I can draw a teleportation array here. Lu Shu tried to leave a teleportation array on the ground. The place of communication was the Sacred Tree Island. He concentrated his mental power and slowly carved. He thought he was about to fail. As a result, the mark of a teleportation array gradually took shape here. Lu Shu showed an unexpected expression, but he quickly reacted and said in surprise, "My Sacred Tree Island has many mythical buildings. Although these buildings temporarily provide me with properties within the island. But this also makes my Sacred Tree Island have a status no less than that of the god of phantom sound. After all, the Golden Dragon, Koi, Wudong Phoenix, Moon Rabbit and other guys are all genuine mythical creatures from the Heavenly Palace. Although they have not evolved to the awakening of the mythical bloodline. But with such a large number added up, the status cannot be said no worse than an ordinary god. Judgment, let's go and take a look," Lu Shu said. For the sake of safety, Lu Shu will only let Judgment follow him for the time being. If he rashly summons a large army of pets. What if something unexpected changes here? Then the lost troops cannot be repaired. Yes. But Lu Shu brought the Grey Realm Legion over. As long as they encounter enemies, the Grey Realm Legion's numbers still have quite powerful attack power. Walked some distance. Boom. At this moment, there was a strange sound in the ground. "Father, be careful, there is a monster down there," the Judgment Angel reminded loudly. Lu Shu's body suddenly jumped into the air. The next second he left the ground, a desert poisonous insect hundreds of meters in size suddenly emerged from the ground. Chi chi chi. It made an unpleasant cry from its mouth. It seemed to be very angry for not attacking Lu Shu. At the same time, a monster panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Type, Desert Poisonous Insect. Danger Coefficient, SSS. Perception Range, 1000 meters. Strength, 17,300. Speed, 15,250. Defense, 14,420. Skills, Poisonous Insect Tornado, Hard Armor, Immortal Body, Poisonous Insect Fawn. Description: they were captured and raised directly by an emperor who conquered the southern wilderness through the ages. The desert poisonous insects have been refined by the immortal body. They have extremely strong vitality and defense power and cannot be dealt with by extraordinary dust attacks. The desert poisonous insect launched another attack on Lu Shu. Its head has two horn-like teeth. However, if the teeth touch the skin, the SSS-level toxicity will cause death instantly. Although Lu Shu's cultivation level is very high, if he receives such a blow from the front, it won't be particularly uncomfortable. Good thing. Lu Shu's reflexes and speed were extremely fast. An afterimage flashed past. The desert poisonous insect's attack failed immediately. Immediately afterwards, he took out the Zhuxian sword from his waist. A bright sword light flashed across the sky and earth like a horse. The poisonous insect's body was immediately split into two halves. The immortal killing sword ignores the immunity attached to it and can kill even the undead. There is no comparison between the poisonous insect's immortal body and the real immortal, Old Man Su. Just like the undead warriors encountered in the 72 suspicious tombs, but using another method to achieve a state close to immortality. But it is not completely immortal. In this case, the Zhuxian sword can play a restraining role. Chapter 350. Chi Chi Chi. The mouth of the desert poisonous insect once again made a harsh and unpleasant sound. There was a faint hint of pain. It was cut in half at the waist, but it didn't die immediately. The next second, the two parts of the desert poisonous insect's body suddenly bounced. They stood up and spliced together in the air. The injured and broken parts healed together in seconds. This can no longer be said to be a recovery speed visible to the naked eye. It is a perverted level of repairability. It is indeed an unkillable existence. Lu Shu's he frowned slightly. What a powerful vitality. There was a sudden sound of earth shattering around the desert. Looking around, endless poisonous insects emerged from the desert. It turned out that a large army of poisonous insects came. If it were just a desert poisonous insect, then, Lu Shu can still rely on the restraining effect of the Zhuxian sword to slowly grind the desert poisonous insects to death. But if a group comes, with their repair ability, they will be a group that is almost unkillable. Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. The situation in front of me cannot be said to be very optimistic. Next, how should we break the situation? Father, we can use illusion to trap these desert poisonous insects first. Judgment Angel said. Illusion? Lu Shu's expression was slightly startled. Then, he opened the eye of reincarnation. At that moment, all the desert poisonous insects temporarily quieted down. It worked. Judgment Angel said, these desert poisonous insects, it's a monster brought here by the Emperor of the Ancients to protect this place for him. But poisonous insects are not very resistant to illusions. Because this box is an item belonging to the god of illusion. Therefore, Qiangu Yi just borrowed it for use, but he still had to give the god some face. The poisonous insects here have chosen species that are relatively low in illusions. Lu Shu suddenly realized. It turns out there is such a relationship. If you are a sacred tree master who is good at illusion, you will get twice the result with half the effort by coming here. Your life aura is almost immortal, what about your mental abilities? However, Lu Shu was too lazy to use his mental power to obliterate the consciousness of all these poisonous insects. There were too many of them. His mental power must be reserved for the future, to prevent unknown variables. As for these desert poisonous insects, although their abilities are very strong, their range of perception is not very large. As long as you leave the nest of the insect swarm, they will give up attacking. Imprinted teleportation array. Summon the white dragon horse. With the blessing of speed, Lu Shu will leave faster. Even if there is any danger, with the speed of the white dragon horse and his various skills, the ability to control battle damage is adequate. Therefore, Lu Shu chose to call Bai Longma over. The next moment, the white dragon horse suddenly turned into a stream of light, carrying Lu Shu and the Judgment Angel, and left the desert poisonous insect's lair. Before leaving, Lu Shu didn't forget to take away a poisonous desert insect. The vitality of this thing is so strong, it would be a pity not to take it back and slice it for study. Even if you kill it, you should still be able to drop some good items. After all, it is a monster in the divine domain, the output should be pretty good. Flew some distance. The desert poisonous insect's nest seems to be getting further and further away. But the towers in the distance still looked like a mirage, vague and mysterious. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly based on the speed of the white dragon horse and my judgment, after walking for such a long time, why are we still not close? Just when this question appeared in his mind. Roar. At this moment, there was a roar of dragons in the sky. Lu Shu Dingqing took a look. In the distant sky, densely packed flying dragons rushed over in groups. They had wings, but they had the structure of a dragon. Covered with ferocious scales, it turned out to be a monster even more powerful than the desert poisonous insects. They came in groups, as if a dark cloud was pouring down. There was a deafening roar. At the same time, Lu Shu also popped up in front of his eyes. Created a monster panel. Type, Desert Flying Dragon. Danger Factor, SSS. Perception Range, 3,000 meters. Power, 15,300. Speed, 17,250. Defense, 12,420. Skills, Desert Storm, Swarms, Sonic Attack, Immortal Body. Description, they are eternal. The first emperor conquered the southern wasteland and directly captured and raised the desert poisonous dragons. After being refined into the immortal body, they have extremely strong vitality and defense power, as well as quite fast flying speed. Their attack methods are extraordinary. A monster is here again. Lu Shu's brows raised slightly. The next second, he followed the same method and used the spiritual ocean. The imperial aura instantly enveloped the entire audience. A powerful coercion lowered the defense of the desert flying dragon. Immediately afterwards, he then used extremely powerful illusions to cover all the desert flying dragons. Some of the desert flying dragons immediately stopped flying and fell from the sky one after another. But there was another part of the flying dragons who suddenly opened their mouths and let out a roar. Warn! The desert flying dragon is using sonic attacks, which will shatter all mental fluctuations. Endless sound waves cover the entire world above the desert. Even with Lu Shu's physique, his eardrums were buzzing from the roar of these flying dragons. That terrifying sound wave turned into one wave after another, and it actually dispersed Lu Shu's mental attacks. Lu Shu frowned slightly. At this time, the Judgment Angel said, "Father, their attacks will disrupt the spiritual series of methods. Although the Eternal Emperor gave the God of Illusion face, he also left some preventive measures behind. After all, even the God of Illusion might pay attention to mirages. These flying dragons are here to interfere with the gods. Father, what should we do next? The Judgment Angel asked with a worried look on his face. These flying dragons are just like poisonous insects, they also have immortal bodies. Such a large number cannot be killed. They are also immune to mental attacks, it is difficult to solve. Don't worry, they can't catch up with us. Lu Shu smiled. The next second, the white dragon horse turned into a stream of light and escaped instantly. Chapter 351. Soon. The desert flying dragon that came over in droves was immediately left behind by Lu Shu. At their speed, it's almost impossible to catch up with Lu Shu plus the speed bonus of the white dragon horse. However, it continued flying for some distance. At this time, there are many desert poisonous insects underground. Attacked Lu Shu again. The surrounding desert dragons also attacked from all directions. One sword opens the sky. Lu Shu took a deep breath. The next second, a sword intent that destroyed the heaven and earth erupted from his body. The tip of the Zhuxian sword shot out a sword light with a long rainbow penetrating the sun. At this moment, the world seemed to it will burst apart. A sword turned into a huge aftermath, sweeping around. The light of day swept across the desert in all directions, leaving countless deep ravines on the ground. Like abyss, they were all shattered by the sword light. All the desert poisonous insects and desert flying dragons that touched the sword light were turned into a piece of powder and disappeared. You killed the desert poisonous insect and obtained the immortal body X1. You killed the desert dragon and got immortal wings X1. You killed. Several prompts popped up in front of me. Many monsters, under Lu Shu's sword, didn't even have the ability to recover. He was instantly killed by the sword light. The pieces of meat that were shattered on the ground continued to make sizzling, grilling sounds. The terrifying energy destroyed all the cells that could regenerate infinitely. The killing prompt that popped up in front of him allowed Lu Shu to obtain a large amount of item output and be able to fuse the monster legion. However, there were still many monsters that erupted far away from the center of the Zhuxian sword and were scattered around, but they were not completely killed. At this moment, their bodies began to twist strangely, and every piece of meat was crawling towards the center, the next second. These pieces of meat slowly fit together. Reform a huge army. Lu Shu frowned slightly, this sword only killed 1/10 of the number. Don't look at this sword, there are many poisonous insects and flying dragons that can be killed instantly, but the number of these monsters is too much. And, a sword that opens the sky can only have the greatest power when it is in the center. Another part of the monsters scattered around the periphery were attacked by Lu Shu, but they did not die immediately and could recover. Although immortal monsters are not immortal in the true sense, their recovery abilities are too exaggerated. Even if the power is not enough, or if you give them a few more seconds, they can return to their uninjured appearance. It's really too difficult. I can't use this sword again right away. Moreover, even if you really need to use it, if you use it a few more times, it will be exhausted. I don't know if there are only these monsters in the desert. Lu Shu shook his head and gave up his plan to continue killing all the enemies with sword light. This consumes too much real energy. What's more, there are no enemies behind. There is also a city where the judgment refers. If just dealing with these peripheral monsters will consume all your strength, then how can you deal with the monsters further inside? Father, what should we do now? The Judgment Angel looked around and asked. At this time, she was not paying attention. Although she can see through the essence of everything in the world, she may not be able to find the best solution instantly. These poisonous insects are indeed a bit tricky. Get out of here first. Lu Shu rode a white dragon horse and killed him through the gap. The flying dragons and poisonous insects were cut into the sky by a sword, and the number of flying dragons and poisonous insects was reduced by 1/10. A huge space has been made. At this moment, the extremely tight encirclement, a hole was torn open. The white dragon horse continued to turn into a stream of light and flew away into the distance. Behind him, endless flying dragons and poisonous insects continued to be left behind until the trace completely disappeared. Flying some distance again. Lu Shu controlled the white dragon horse and suddenly stopped. The Judgment Angel noticed this strange behavior and asked, Father, what happened? Have you noticed that we are always the same distance away from that city? Lu Shu's deep eyes looked at the shadow in the distance. It's like a fake place, you can only see it, but you can't reach it. In other words, there is something blocking Lu Shu and Bai Longma from heading there. The Judgment Angel pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. I can't sense what's going on there, maybe it's too far away. Too far away. Lu Shu pondered for a moment. It stands to reason. With the speed of the white dragon horse, after flying for such a long time, it should have reached its destination long ago. However, the spatial distance here has not changed at all. Bai Longma is proficient in the talents of the time and space series. However, in the domain of the god of illusion, the power related to time and space is not noticed. Judgment, please take a quick look at our distance to see if it changes as we move. Lu Shu suddenly said. Judgment was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes, which could see through the essence of all things in the world, began to scan the surrounding environment. The white dragon horse continued to move forward. After a while, Judgment Angel's gaze as soon as he moved, he suddenly said in surprise. I know what the problem is. Lu Shu turned his head away. The Judgment Angel took a deep breath and explained, this place uses illusion space to shield our perception. In fact, we have been staying in one place, but we have never been able to get close to it. It seems like we are walking, but what the illusion changes is our perception of distant scenery. We feel as if we are moving forward, but in fact we are not, we are just spinning in circles. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. So that's it. We've finally found a solution. No wonder we got rid of the flying dragon just now, but ended up re-entering the encirclement. Roar. At this moment, roars came from all directions again. The monsters in the desert were killing Lu Shu again. Chapter 352. At this time, a group of snakes with wings appeared in the distant sky. They spit out long messages and followed the flying dragon to kill them. There are more than before. There is also a new kind of monster. At this time, a new monster panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Category, Desert Flying Snake. Danger Factor, SSS. Perception Range, 2,500 meters. Power, 17,300. Speed, 16,250. Defense, 11,420. Skills, Venomous Snake Fawn, surrounded by Poison Cloud, Snake Xing La. Description of the immortal body. They are desert flying snakes that were directly captured and raised by an emperor through the ages. After being refined by the immortal body, they can secrete extremely strong venom, and there is also quite a lot of venom. With its fast flying speed, its attack methods are extraordinary. There's even an extra kind of monster added. Lu Shu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had long expected that the monster would come to encircle him. Therefore, the white dragon horse suddenly accelerated its speed. It tore through the void in an instant. He planned to break out of the encirclement directly. At this moment, the desert flying snakes in the sky suddenly spit out the snake letter. I don't know what kind of magic power the snake letter has. It was instantly attracted to the bodies of Belongma and Lu Shu, and then produced a strong pulling force. The speed of the white dragon horse suddenly dropped to 1/10 of its original speed. Lu Shu's expression also changed accordingly. Warn. The desert flying snake is using snake's pull on you, and its speed is reduced to the original 10. When the Judgment Angel saw this scene, he said solemnly. Father, this flying snake has the effect of being blessed by the god of illusion. Able to turn fantasy into reality. This snake letter is not an entity, but a product of the environment. But it will be connected to the divine realm. Essentially, it is not the flying snakes that are pulling us, but this divine realm that is pulling us. Lu Shu was slightly startled. That's right. The white dragon horse understands the way of time and space. If it is just a simple physical pull, it is impossible to reduce the white dragon horse, which has the ability to transcend time and space. What's more, the white dragon horse is a mythical creature. No matter what you say, you have to beat these flying snakes. Therefore, there is only one possibility: these flying snakes are not monsters, but products of this divine domain. Their abilities seem to be monster attacks, but in essence they are a defense mechanism of the divine realm. Lu Shu now understands a little bit. At this moment, he is not simply fighting monsters. He is fighting against the rules of the divine realm. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Lu Shu snorted coldly and directly communicated with the origin of the world tree in his body. Since we have to fight with the original rules of creating the world, then, we might as well let this divine realm feel our true strength. The next second. A bright light. The sword light cut through the sky and the earth, illuminating the day. Use one sword to open the sky again. However, this sword is integrated with the world tree bred in Lu Shu's body, and its power is even greater. All the flying snakes, after being swept by the sword light, snake Shinzi was all cut into 2 pieces. Hiss. The flying snakes made extremely painful sounds. Even though their tongues will grow back after being cut off, the process is extremely painful. Just before they rolled over, a shocking sword light swept across the sky again. All around. At that moment, light seemed to illuminate the world. The endless flying dragons, flying shoots, and poisonous insects all seemed extremely small in the surging light like ocean waves. When the light gradually dissipated, the surrounding space suddenly became empty. Numerous kill prompts also popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You killed the desert poisonous insect and obtained the immortal body X1. You killed the desert dragon and got immortal wings X1. You killed the desert flying snake and received the immortal snake letter X1. In the distance, pieces of meat were still crawling slowly. Although this sword did kill a lot of monsters. The materials in Lu Shu's warehouse are about to exceed 1 million. Although I don't know how many materials are needed after the fusion of these monsters, with such a large amount, I can upgrade almost all my monster legions into undead legions. When the time comes, these monsters go to the Grey World, and I am afraid that some players who are not strong enough will not be able to kill even one monster. It can be called a walking legendary copy. You know, in the current Grey World, there are not many sacred tree masters who can break through the nightmare level copy. Not to mention a legendary copy. If Lu Shu had not received a first kill reward last time, no one would have known that there was such a dungeon. If a walking legendary dungeon were created, it would make countless divine tree masters completely despair. Judgment, you watch the direction we are walking and remember not to take any more detours. Lu Shu turned to look at Judgment and solemnly instructed. Although Judgment cannot see the true appearance of things in the distance, but these nearby spaces can be controlled. As long as they make sure they are walking in a straight line, then from a certain place to a certain extent, you can ignore the barrier arranged by the god of illusion. Yes, Father. The Judgment Angel nodded. Compared to those little guys, his knowledge and analytical skills are quite reliable. Especially in this unknown field, he can stay by Lu Shu's side and act as a strategist. Next. Lu Shu followed this method and asked the judge to slowly determine the direction and distance. The towers in the distance were getting closer and closer unexpectedly. It works. Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he showed a slightly excited look. After being trapped by this rule for so long, he finally found a way to break through. As the city tower got closer and closer, the desert monsters around him also went crazy. Same, chasing after Lu Shu. Lu Shu could only secretly say that it was a pity. His spiritual power could not be immediately connected with the true form of the sacred tree island. If not, he could fuse these materials with the monster legion to create an immortal legion. Help yourself to resist these difficult guys. Since this method doesn't work, the only way is to be tough. The next second. Lu Shu used the immortal killing sword again and slashed at those monsters. Chapter 353. Boom. A sword sacrifice. At this moment, all the monsters within the reach of the sword light were killed again. A series of killing prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes again. You killed the desert poisonous insect and obtained the immortal body X1. You killed the desert dragon and got immortal wings X1. You killed the desert flying snake and received the immortal snake letter X1. Directly in front, there was a huge gap, and he was killed. The bodies of desert flying dragons, desert flying snakes, and desert poisonous insects were scattered on the ground. The picture is terrible. The so-called encirclement, under the crushing force of absolute strength, has been broken through. Judgment, what's the direction now? Lu Shu looked around at the scene and asked immediately. From his perspective, the direction he was heading was exactly the tower in the distance. However, is the real direction of progress this direction? It's hard to say. Father, please walk to the right. The Judgment Angel examined it for a moment, and then immediately gave a direction. Good. Lu Shu no longer hesitated and turned into a stream of light and ran away in that direction. Something strange happened, the location of the tower continued to get closer and closer. In the past, this place could only be seen in the distance of the field of vision. But now, the tower is getting closer and closer to him. At this time, the Judgment Angel suddenly brightened his eyes and said, Father, I got the information about that place. Lu Shu was stunned. Got it so quickly? It should be because the distance is getting closer. The knowledge of the Judgment Angel must be close enough to obtain the information. Not long ago, the distance between the towers was it is still relatively far away. Therefore, the Judgment Angel cannot get the information immediately. But the distance is enough now. Therefore, I got the information from the tower. In the trial, you will tell all the information you have obtained. Lu Shu's eyes bloomed with light. His intuition told him, the origin of that tower was not that simple. The judgment angel took a deep breath and said, "That's Lulan over there." Lulan. Yes, it is said that there is a mysterious kingdom between the kingdom of God and the mortal world, which connects the messengers in the sky and the creatures on the ground. But this country only exists in legends, and no one knows where it is. We all call this place Lulan. Lulan. Lu Shu recited this word silently in his mind. The kingdom between the divine realm and the mortal world, the origin of Lulan is too big. What kind of capable person is the Eternal Emperor? He can even get Lulan into a mirage. Lu Shu couldn't help but look at the ocean and sigh. At this moment, the judgment angel explained one more sentence. There is more than one place in this world where Lulan is. As long as the divine realm is connected to the mortal world, this name can be used. The Lulan obtained by the Eternal Emperor should only be part of it, not all of it. But Lulan is also part of the divine realm, and it is mysterious and unpredictable. There is no telling what will happen inside. Father, you need to be more careful next time. Lu Shu nodded. The trial is right. After all, Lulan is part of the god's domain. Everything in it is probably related to divinity. I don't even know if there are aborigines in the god's domain. If a battle breaks out, if the current level of World Tree is too low. Lu Shu secretly sighed. If he could find a way to quickly improve the World Tree, it would give him more confidence for subsequent explorations. However, in order to improve the World Tree, what he needs is the original attributes. At present, he has not yet reached the state of harmony. You need to collect the remaining 2 Dao patterns as soon as possible, and then swallow enough fruits to quickly upgrade your realm to He Dao. Lu Shu has already felt that his own cultivation has caused a bottleneck in improving his strength. This feeling has never appeared in the past. However, now, since this feeling has appeared, Lu Shu's heart also rises. There was a full sense of urgency. Tip, the mythical realm, Lulan appears ahead. The risk factor here is extremely high. It is recommended that you have strength above the saint level before entering. Several prompts appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. With the appearance of these few paragraphs, Lulan is already close at hand. Is it saint level or above? Lu Shu's eyes moved. To be precise, his current strength is still at the semi-saint level. You can just rely on various abilities to achieve destructive power above the holy level. But it cannot be said to be a holy level in the true sense. However, Lu Shu has no way out now. The person leading to the phantom sound box space is Old Man Su. Now, Old Man Su has gone to who knows where. If he goes out from here, it will be difficult to come back in. Even if he wants to go out. Without Old Man Su, Lu Shu doesn't know how to go out for the time being. Just keep going. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. The desert monsters behind him once again turned into a sandstorm and swept over. Lu Shu had arrived at Lulan's territory. He turned around and stared at the dark shadow in front of him, his eyes unmoved at all. He pulled out the Zhuxian sword from his waist. Big deal, one more strike. Boom. The sound of galloping in the distance was like being in the center of a tsunami, being struck by countless people. Swept up by the storm. But after a while, all the noise suddenly stopped. These monsters came to Lu Shu, but their movements stopped strangely. They happened to be stuck 10 meters away. It was also Lulan, the boundary of the domain. All the monsters stared at Lu Shu. To be precise, it was the piece of Lulan behind him. It seemed that there was some terrible and taboo existence inside, preventing the monsters from making the next move. After a moment, crash. Tens of thousands of desert monsters retreated like a tide. They all seemed to have a common tacit understanding in their hearts. Lulan is a sacred and inviolable forbidden land. They will only stay in the outer realm and will never set foot inside. Chapter 354. They all retreated. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. Lulan is a land of gods, sacred and inviolable. These desert poisonous insects, desert flying dragons, are simply not worthy enough to step into this place. Even with SSS-level power, it is because of the Eternal the One Emperor applied the research results in the field of immortality to them to have such an ability. However, in fact, it is obvious from the results that the immortality technique of the Eternal One Emperor is definitely not pursuing the infinite recovery of life cells. Simple. These monsters have lost consciousness and mind, and can only rely on instinct to move, including Old Man Su. It is conceivable that the immortality developed by the Eternal Emperor must have to pay a huge price. If you want to gain eternal mobility, you will lose your will and soul as life. This is no different from killing yourself. Obviously it is not the immortality you are pursuing. After all, the desert monsters are just a group of experimental subjects who failed. The instinct makes these creatures fear Lulan and that sacred place. Father, these monsters cannot approach Lulan's territory. They are just responsible for guarding the periphery according to the rules of this divine domain and preventing others from easily entering Lulan. But as soon as we come to Lulan, they can't do anything to us. Judgment Angel explained. Well, let's enter Lulan. Lu Shu nodded. He looked towards Lulan in front of him. The magnificent city gate seemed like a giant standing in front of him. The mysterious country was blocked by a towering city wall. It was like a veil covering his true face. I don't know what it is like inside. Lu Shu walked forward. At this moment, two phantoms suddenly appeared at the door. A Gulen man who was 3 feet tall, wearing armor and with a majestic face, stood in front of Lu Shu and roared. This is the important place of Lulan, no one cares, retreat quickly. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and he felt that these two figures did not really exist. But they had good fighting abilities. A panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Lulan Warrior. Category, Tiangong Guard. Danger Factor, SSS. Perception Range, 5,000 meters. Power, 27,300. Speed, 25,250. Defense, 24,420. Skills, Lulan Amplification, Fighting Will, All Weapon Mastery. Description, the warriors in Lulan have been powerful since ancient times. Fighting Thoughts. They guard the connection between the divine realm and the mortal world, and any outside existence must pass their test. Father, they are very powerful. The Judgment Angel said solemnly. SSS-level, almost the domain of a semi-saint. Moreover, unlike the desert monsters outside, the Lulan warriors here, even though their attributes are only a little higher, they are the natives of the god's domain. Looking at the skill list, Lulan's increase is the most noteworthy thing. Lulan is the land of the gods. If you obtain the increase in the divine realm, you will already be out of touch with the mortal world. Not that easy to deal with. Judgment, you watch from behind first. I'm going to fight them. Lu Shu said. Judgment nodded, knowing that his strength was too weak. If 100 Judgment Angels came over, it would be okay, and he could use the Judgment Domain. But in order to control the battle damage, Lu Shu only let one Judgment Angel come here and act as your own military. The power of a single Judgment Angel is a bit insufficient in this kind of land of God. You know. Even the 2 guards at the door have reached the level of semi-saints. One can imagine what a terrifying place Lulan would be. Lu Shu's body erupted with an aura. The next second, his body showed the aura of the World Tree. The immortal killing sword behind him had also appeared. Scabbard. When encountering a strong enemy, the sword god template suddenly burst into a very high state, and the sword soul was also attached to the Zhuxian sword. The tip of the Zhuxian sword trembled slightly, as if eager for a hearty battle next. Turns out to be a demigod, no, a pseudo-god level figure. The 2 Lulan warriors suddenly shouted softly. They looked at Lu Shu with a little more caution. No, you are not a demigod or a false god. The realm is not yet Hedao, but it has condensed its origin. Could it be that he is the Holy Son from heaven? Holy Son. Lu Shu frowned slightly. These 2 Lulan warriors should have felt the aura on their bodies and regarded him as a similar person in the heavenly palace. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately tried to use this identity and said coldly, "Road. I have something to do when I enter Lulan. Please retreat as quickly as possible." The eyes of the 2 Lulan soldiers showed doubts. They looked behind Lu Shu, feeling even more strange. Why did the envoy from the Kingdom of God come with him? Aren't the Kingdom of God and the Heavenly Palace always at odds with each other? Why are you following someone who is suspected of being the Son of God? All kinds of doubts lingered in the hearts of the Lulan warriors. The 2 men looked at each other, but then quickly shook their heads and said, "Sorry, even if you are the Holy Son of Heavenly Palace, we cannot let you go forward without a pass." Pass? Lu Shu suddenly thought that after killing Emperor Chao, he seemed to have obtained a key to the Heavenly Palace. Could it be that, this key is the pass to the Divine Realm? Lu Shu thought. A gold-plated key, exuding a faint divine radiance, appeared in his hand. He shook the Tiangong key. Lu Shu shouted and asked, "Is this the pass you are talking about?" The Lulan warrior was stunned. What he took out from the opponent's hand was indeed a pass. But, there seemed to be something hidden. The Lulan warrior still shook his head. Although what you took out is indeed a pass. But the level is still not enough. Even if you take out a pass with sufficient qualifications, we are ordered to guard this place. No one is allowed to enter Lulan without his permission. Even if the Holy Son of Heavenly Palace comes in person, it will be the same. Chapter 355. It seems that these two Lulan warriors have specially guarded this place under the orders of the Eternal Emperor. Lu Shu has already made a judgment in his heart. In this case, even if the other party really thinks that he is the Holy Son, he will not let him go easily. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zhuxian sword in Lu Shu's hand turned into an afterimage and was slashed away. What a fast sword! The eyes of the two Lulan warriors showed a hint of shock. They knew that Lu Shu's strength must be quite good, but they didn't expect that he could be so powerful. Hey! The Lulan warrior's body emitted a burst of golden light. Under the blessing of the domain, the two people turned into a little golden man. Lu Shu struck Jin with his sword, making a clanking sound. Is it the blessing of the field? The sword was knocked away, and Lu Shu frowned slightly. With the blessing of the domain, the Lulan warrior's defense was extremely high. After this sword strike, he relied on the purest defense ability to resist Lu Shu's attack. As an artifact with immunity, the Zhuxian sword is naturally 100 powerful and can hurt the opponent. But the Lulan warriors successfully resisted this sword, which only shows that their own strength is extremely powerful and they can shake it head-on. Lu Shu's full blow. Sword Master, these two people are difficult to deal with. The sword soul turned into a phantom, floating next to Lu Shu. Lu Shu nodded, his eyes a little solemn. A fierce battle is inevitable. The two Lulan warriors said solemnly, Your Excellency, your military power is indeed extraordinary, but with Lulan's blessing, you will never be able to defeat us. Is it? Lu Shu smiled, that's not necessarily the case. The words fell. The realm of reincarnation unfolded. The endless reincarnation turned into shadows and surrounded the two Lulan warriors. What a powerful illusion aura. His attainments in this field seem to be no worse than the god of illusion. Why does this person have such a strong cultivation level when he is so young? The Lulan warriors' eyes were horrified. The next second, the realm of reincarnation was unleashed. They seemed to have fallen into endless reincarnation, and every move seemed like they were stuck in a quagmire. Their movements were stiff and slow. Lu Shu struck down with his sword again. Boom! Lulan the warrior had to rely on his own defense to resist. The state of the golden body could only last for 1 or 2 seconds, not for too long. The hegemony of such an object must consume a lot of energy. With the blessing of Lulan domain, Lulan warriors can use this hegemonic body to avoid most damage, but that doesn't mean it can be turned on all the time. After Lu Shu turned on the reincarnation field, both their reaction speed and action ability were greatly reduced. This is still thanks to Lulan amplification, we can resist Lu Shu's realm of reincarnation. If not, I'm afraid he would have been deeply trapped in reincarnation and unable to extricate himself. Another sword strike. The figure of the Lulan warrior flew upside down. Get out. His body hit the wall hard, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. Another Lulan soldier, seeing his accomplice suffered such a blow, almost lost the ability to resist, knowing that if he continued like this, he was about to lose. A look of perseverance suddenly flashed across his face, and then he made up his mind and bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth. A trace of blood flowed from his lips. The Lulan warrior's eyes suddenly bloomed with a golden light. Mang! The next second, the aura on his body suddenly increased a lot. Warn! The Lulan warriors used the Lulan blood pressure technique, and their overall strength was 400. The strength increased instantly. The Lulan warrior suddenly felt his body relax. The realm of reincarnation entangled around him, as his body struggled several times, he successfully got rid of its shackles. The next moment, his figure quickly rushed towards Lu Shu. Lu Shu snorted coldly, and then swung his sword with his backhand again. Clang! There was a sound of iron weapons clashing together, and the reverberating sound was like a loud bell. If ordinary people stood here, their ears would be deafened. The Lulan violent blood technique was used. The aura in the Lulan warrior's body has risen a lot. Reached the true semi-saint realm. With the blessing of Lulan amplification, this aura is stronger than imagined. The duration of the violent blood spell is limited, which means that Lulan warriors must quickly resolve the battle in a short period of time. He was like crazy and launched a crazy attack on Lu Shu. The fire that erupted from the tip of the gun was like a hail of bullets, and endless shadows swept over one after another. 5 elements pattern. Lu Shu slapped the ground with his right hand in the next second. Boom! The terrain under his feet suddenly changed. The ground of the Lulan warriors sunk. Cracks cracked and opened on the ground. The cracked land was like walking. The earth dragon kept entangling towards the Lulan warrior and quickly sent Lu Shu to another Lulan warrior. Not good. The Lulan warrior secretly exclaimed. Seeing that another of his companions was about to be killed, his eyes turned red. He bit his lip again, the second violent blood spell. Warn. The Lulan warrior once again overdraws his life breath and uses the blood-bursting technique, increasing his strength by 200. This 200 is an increase from the original 400. It's already the limit. No matter how powerful the saint-level power is, it will burst the body of the Lulan warrior. With his current status, he simply cannot control such a huge and terrifying power. However, even if it reaches the limit, the Lulan warrior at this moment is infinitely close to the holy level. The influence of the field on him has become extremely weak. His figure passed by like an afterimage and rushed towards Lu Shu. The violent wind and fire summoned by the 5 elements Taoist patterns hit his body without any impact at all. It's a pity. Even so, he was still a step too late. Lu Shu's swordsmanship is faster. That sword had already passed through the neck of another accomplice. The sharpness and killing power of the Zhuxian sword, as well as the ability to seal one's throat with one sword, would not be able to withstand even a god, let alone a mere Lulan warrior. Now. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Congratulations on killing the Lulan warrior and getting Lulan's Soul X1. Chapter 356. Soul of Lulan, a consumable item. When you use the Soul of Lulan, you can become a Lulan warrior and gain 100 breath. Duration, 3 days. After Lu Shu killed the Lulan warriors, he was stunned when he saw consumables dropped here. In the distance, the Lulan warrior saw his accomplice being killed, his eyes became extremely red. The aura on his body also became violent. Lu Shu possesses the immortal mark, so even if he is hit from the front, he will not die immediately. As long as he can survive the violent period of the Lulan warriors, he will quickly lose a lot of combat power due to the sharp decline in his life level, and will be defeated by Lu Shu. However, Lu Shu felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, Lulan soldiers are just guards guarding the door. Where do they have the opportunity to create such deep feelings for each other? There seems to be some clues here. The madness of the Lulan warriors made Lu Shu feel that something was wrong. Which normal soldier is not used to death? If a brother next to him dies and starts such an extreme crazy mode, he doesn't look like a battle-hardened warrior at all. In any battle, you need to maintain absolute calmness in order to defeat your opponent. Lulan's failed move made Lu Shu feel a little instinctive abnormality. Try it. Lu Shu's heart suddenly moved. The next second, a prompt popped up in front of him. Whether to use Soul of Lulan. Yes. A flash of white light. Lu Shu's whole body suddenly turned into the look of the Lulan warrior just now. The Lulan warrior who rushed over suddenly froze. The killing intent in him suddenly disappeared. Now. The look he looked at Lu Shu was no different from the way he looked at his previous comrades. It's like that crazy look just now was just an illusion. The violent state of Lulan warriors has been lifted and they have entered a weakened state. All attributes have been reduced to 10% of their original value. Within 7 days, you cannot use the bloodshot technique again. When this text appeared, Lu Shu decisively chopped it out. That Lulan soldier didn't even have the slightest precaution, and was killed by Lu Shu's sword. Before he died, he stared at Lu Shu, as if he didn't understand. Why did his teammates take action against him? You killed the Lulan warrior and got Soul of Lulan, X1. Sure enough. Lu Shu showed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder the Lulan warriors acted so crazy. It turns out that all this is a mechanism. The emotions shown by the Lulan warriors are actually all fake. As long as an accomplice is killed around him, then Lulan warriors will trigger the rule mechanism and use Lulan blood pressure technique, showing very crazy emotions. The enemies here seem to have human thinking abilities, but in fact they still operate according to the rules. They do not really possess human beings. Emotions. It just simulates behavior patterns similar to humans. The Judgment Angel came to Lu Shu's side in confusion. Looking at the 2 corpses of Lulan warriors at his feet, he couldn't help but ask. Father, why did the Lulan warriors suddenly stop just now? Although the Judgment Angel can clearly see the essence of all things, but it cannot see through all the laws. If this is the case, the amount of information in the various rule settings of this world can be overwhelming. The brain capacity of living beings. Most of what the Angel of Judgment can see through is still false, but there are still some shortcomings that cannot be realized. Lu Shu explained, actually, these Lulan warriors are all rules created in the divine domain. They will only operate according to the rules, simulating combat, human emotions, and mechanisms such as touching blood. But as long as I kill a Lulan warrior, I can get the soul of Lulan and become like them. According to Lulan's mechanism, as long as I use the soul of Lulan, it is equivalent to invading and becoming one of them. This is quite dangerous for Lulan. Therefore, under this mechanism, the Lulan warriors want to kill me even if they give up their own lives. But after I used Soul of Lulan, his intention to attack me completely disappeared, and the bloodshot technique would also end instantly. As long as one Lulan warrior is eliminated, theoretically speaking, the other Lulan aborigines need not be taken seriously. The Judgment Angel's eyes lit up. It turns out that there is such a rule in it. No wonder the Lulan warriors suddenly stopped attacking Lu Shu. They are just the products of the rules, not real life. They seem to be very powerful, but rather than saying it is the strength of the Lulan warriors, it is better to say that this is the defense rule mechanism that exists in the divine domain itself. As expected of his father, he saw a way to break through so quickly. The Judgment Angel admired from the bottom of her heart. She thought that she could see through the essence of all things, and her intelligence was already very high. However, for a more in-depth exploration of the rules, it seemed a little inadequate. Lu Shu smiled and said any thinking mode will have corresponding pros and cons. If people can really take everything into consideration, obtain all information, and know everything, then there is no difference between him and God. The Judgment Angel nodded, convinced. In fact, even God may not be truly omniscient and omnipotent. Judgment, you swallow this, soul of Lulan. Next, we will look like Lulan warriors, and we should be able to easily blend into Lulan. Lu Shu thought, and another Lulan soul fell from the Lulan warrior, just like the same one. Heart made of pure white crystal. Handed in front of the Judgment Angel. The two Lulan warriors just now recognized the identity of the Judgment Angel from the Kingdom of God, and revealed a very key piece of information: the Kingdom of God and the Heavenly Palace are incompatible. This means that in the next actions, the identity of the Judgment Angel must not be easily exposed. Chapter 357. Prerequisites for entering the city of Lulan. 1. Key to Heavenly Palace. 2. Lulan's identity. Test: you have passed all the conditions and can enter Lulan City. As an interface appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. When he stepped into Lulan City Gate, a transparent light curtain swept over Lu Shu's body. If he did not use Soul of Lulan at this time, his identity would be detected as inconsistent and Lulan's alarm device would be triggered. At the gate of the city, a row of Lulan soldiers are patrolling here. Father, there are so many warriors here. The Judgment Angel was slightly shocked. Not long ago, the battle between Lu Shu and the Lulan warriors left a deep impact on her. It was a semi-saint level battle. Even infinitely close to the saint level. Judgment Angel's current level is still at the SSS level, it is still the domain of the mortal world, but Lu Shu and the Lulan warriors have shown strength that is almost above that of the mortal world, and the scale of their battles is simply shocking. Good. Lu Shu nodded and said through a message, when you get here, you should have truly entered Lulan. The rules of the divine domain are everywhere. Next, we must be extremely careful in our actions. Moreover, as for your identity from the Kingdom of God, try not to let anyone here discover it, otherwise it will bring unimaginable consequences. The Judgment Angel nodded immediately. Now. Whatever Lu Shu said, she would strictly abide by it. After the battle just now, the Judgment Angel already admired and respected Lu Shu from the bottom of his heart. At this time, a soldier next to him shouted, "You too, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and join the team." The soldiers coming and going around have gathered into a formation. Among so many people, only Lu Shu and Judgment Angel stood in the open space. It seems a bit abrupt. Father, he seemed to be talking about us. Judgment Angel whispered. It should be the rule in Lulan. Let's follow the big army first. Lu Shu's eyes moved, and he immediately pulled Judgment and entered the team of soldiers. Seeing these two soldiers entering the team, the Lulan soldier who shouted put away his eyes, and then led the team towards the other one. He explored the direction. At this moment, Lu Shu looked at the general walking at the front and narrowed his eyes. A monster panel popped up in front of him. Lulan General. Category, Heavenly Palace Guard. Danger Factor, Semi-Saint. Perception Range, 10,000 meters. Power, 37,300. Speed, 35,250. Defense, 33,420. Skills, Lulon Amplification, Fighting Will, All Weapon Proficiency, Commanding 10,000 Arms. Description: some of the outstanding warriors in Lulon will be selected as the general to lead the army and lead the soldiers in Lulon. Command the armies. Lu Shu immediately noticed that the Lulon generals had a very crucial skill more than the Lulon warriors. This skill allows all Lulon warriors to obey the general's command and arrangements. His attributes and personality are also much higher than other Lulon warriors. If you can kill Lulon Advent once, maybe the next actions will be much easier. Lu Shu thought secretly. There were too many Lulon warriors around him. They were lined up in rows. At a glance, they could see that the number was no less than 5,000. It was obviously unwise to take action at this time. We must find them. It would take a suitable opportunity. Lu Shu would stand with the Judgment Angel and blend in with the team first. As for the duration, there is not much of a problem. Soul of Lulon can last for 3 days. As long as you find a way to assassinate a Lulon warrior in the corner before it expires, you can continue to maintain it. The question is, how to kill General Lulon. If he could get a consumable product like the general's heart and become a Lulon general, Lu Shu's range of activities in Lulon would become much larger. For now, it is better to follow these warriors, wait and see Lulon's situation, and look for a suitable opportunity. During the following period, Lu Shu has been following the patrol. The mission seems to be very simple. Just follow a deng and inspect everything in Lulon. If any abnormality is found, troops can be dispatched quickly. In fact, he is no different from a patrol officer. The only advantage is, by joining this team, you can observe the general situation of Lulon. After wandering around for a while, Lu Shu already roughly knew what the distribution of Lulon was like. The center is the core area of Lulon. The generals stationed there are usually Lulon generals. It is said that there is also a higher-level Lord Lulon. I don't know if he has appeared here. There are observation towers everywhere, where you can see everything in Lulon. Lulon's watch soldiers are stationed here, which is equivalent to a surveillance unit. Every place is heavily guarded by Lulon troops. If you want to pass through Lulon, you must have an imperial order. However, I don't know where this imperial order is. Lu Shu frowned slightly. At this time, he suddenly saw a sneaky figure in the distance, sneaking in here. That figure was wearing tattered clothes, and among the Lulon warriors wearing armor and looking majestic, he was even more conspicuous than a stranger. Lu Shu recognized the other party at first sight. Old Man Su. This guy actually appears here. Lu Shu couldn't help but be stunned. Speaking of which, Old Man Su was never seen in the peripheral areas. Could it be that he teleported himself directly here? The surrounding Lulon soldiers walked past Old Man Su in groups. However, no one even glanced at Old Man Su. It's as if that person standing here is like air. Went over easily. This guy does have quite a secret. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Old Man Su was able to make these Lulon warriors not react at all, which was a bit beyond Lu Shu's expectations. It seems Lulon this time may not be as simple as imagined. Chapter 358. The Judgment Angel's eyes moved and he obviously noticed Old Man Su. Father, that person seems to belong here. He is specially allowed to walk freely and has extremely high authority. Should we arrest him again? If we let him act alone, it might be very detrimental to us. Permission? Lu Shu's heart moved. Obviously, Old Man Su's identity is too big in Mirage. Even if he comes to Lulon in the core area, he is still a person who is allowed to walk freely. Therefore, crazy Old Man Su, no matter how even the Lulon soldiers will not stop this action. This has many disadvantages for Lu Shu. Fortunately, Old Man Su has not regained all consciousness yet. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he noticed that Old Man Su was rushing in a certain direction crazily. He had obviously not yet regained consciousness. But after arriving at the Mirage, it seemed that he had some unfulfilled wishes, and that instinct was driving him to complete things that he had never done before. Soon, Old Man Su's figure turned a corner and disappeared from Lu Shu's eyes. However, before the other party left, Lu Shu had quietly left a spiritual imprint on Old Man Su's body. Thus, no matter where Old Man Su goes, he will be noticed by his spiritual power. This guy's actions made Lu Shu feel that he was well prepared. Maybe, if you follow Old Man Su, something unexpected will happen. Now we need to find an opportunity to escape as soon as possible. Judgment, please pay attention to the timing of your action. When we have the chance, try to get rid of the leading soldier. Lu Shu signaled General Lu Lan with his eyes. The judge immediately understood what Lu Shu meant and nodded quickly. Don't worry, I've found a great opportunity. Lu Lan is just like the normal world. Have day and night. It is completely different from the chaotic attributes of the Grey World. This place is like a more sacred island of sacred trees, with a quiet and harmonious natural environment. When night fell, General Lu Lan looked around at his soldiers, with a slightly satisfied look on his face, and praised. You all performed well today. Now, you can go back and rest. There will be other soldiers to replace your squad. After a tiring day, the Lu Lan soldiers returned to their camps one after another. Soon, only General Lu Lan, Judgment, and Lu Shu were left in a huge field. At this moment, General Lu Lan seemed to notice the two soldiers. Abnormal, he immediately came over and asked with a stern face, why are you two still here? General, while we were patrolling during the day, we noticed something wrong. Lu Shu walked to General Lu Lan and whispered a few words. Are you saying that some suspected intruders were found here? General Lu Lan's expression changed. General, we just noticed a similar aura and saw some traces. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He entered a more advanced territory, and his subordinates did not have the authority to enter there. What's more, the subordinates were not sure whether it was an intruder or not, but they just saw a suspicious figure. Lu Shu continued in a vague tone, General, if you want to know more, please ask your subordinates to take you to find it. General Lu Lan nodded, hurry up and lead the way, don't let anything go wrong. Under the leadership of Lu Shu, the three people came to a desolate place. Many scattered buildings collapsed here. In the distance, there was an abandoned tower. The height of the building was very high, and it could just block the watchtower from here. Sight. Did the suspicious person you mentioned appear here? General Lu Lan was a little confused. When they patrolled during the day, they didn't seem to be in this place. Did they see any suspicious characters? Just when General Lu Lan was about to turn his head, a sword suddenly sealed his throat. It was only then that General Lu Lan realized something was wrong. However, it was too late. Lu Shu did not give the opponent any chance at all. After sealing the throat with a sword, he was instantly pulled into his own realm of reincarnation and sealed tightly. Get up. Judgment was also there to help exert mental pressure. He was fatally injured. Although General Lu Lan did not die immediately, with his strong vitality and willpower, he was still fighting tenaciously. However, the vital part was struck by the Zhuxian sword, it was difficult for him to exert even one of his strength, and he was restrained by Lu Shu's reincarnation domain. In the end, there was an unwilling struggle. General Lu Lan finally lost his last breath. You killed Lu Lan General and obtained Lu Lan General Order X1. Lu Lan General's Order, with this order, you will obtain the status of Lu Lan General, and in the form of Lu Lan Warrior, unlock the skill of, Command the 10,000 Arms. Judgment, this place you chose is really good. Lu Shu said with a smile. This place happens to be the blind spot of Lu Lan Observatory. As long as the Lu Lan generals are executed here, and then take on a new identity, almost no one will doubt what happened here. Are we going to find Mr. Su next? The Judgment Angel asked with concern. She was very concerned about Old Man Su's movements. This worry is not unreasonable. Old Man Su's authority is too high, so high that he can even move around in Lu Lan. If you let such a person go, in Lu Lan activities here are not particularly safe for Lu Shu and Judgment Angel. Don't worry, this guy's location has been marked by me. Lu Shu narrowed his eyes. However, next, he still has to play the role of General Lu Lan. Lu Lan's rules are very strict. If there is a problem in one link, then it is very likely that Lu Lan's alarm device will be triggered. At that time, the situation will only be more dangerous. Lu Shu returned to the team with the Judgment Angel among them. New warriors have come to take over. Chapter 359. However, Lu Shu quickly took advantage of his newly acquired identity and ordered. You should form a queue immediately and step up patrols nearby. Something has happened in Lu Lan recently. The general has some things to deal with temporarily. Come here. Next, you are responsible for leading the team and patrolling along the original route until the general comes back after finishing his work. Understand? The Lu Lan soldier who was called showed a flattered expression. It seemed that he had temporarily gained the ability to lead the army, which was a great honor for him. My subordinates will definitely live up to the general's mission. The Lu Lan soldier said with excitement. This is a good opportunity to earn military merit. If he accumulates enough military merit, one day, he can also become a proud Lulan general. Lu Shu nodded casually. Then, he pointed to the judge and the team and several other soldiers in the team, come with me. Then, a group of people, led by Lu Shu, left the team and hurried over to where Old Man Su was. You killed the Lulan warrior and got Lulan's soul X1. In front of Lu Shu, several kill prompts appeared in succession. In the warehouse. The soul of Lulan that had been used up before is now in stock again. Judgment, those of you are with you. These souls of Lulan should be enough for further exploration. Lu Shu took out a few Lulan souls and handed them to the Judgment Angel. Judgment nodded, but then he was a little confused. Father, don't we call out a few more soldiers? No need. Lu Shu shook his head. First of all, if we, as generals, kill too many Lulan warriors, we may attract the attention of the gods. Secondly, there is only 1 week left for the Grey Realm invasion. A single soul of Lulan lasts for 3 days. After the effect ends, we will all return to the Sacred Tree Island. Grey World Invasion. Sacred Tree Island Station. The Judgment Angel was stunned. I haven't heard of these words before. You will know then. Lu Shu noticed the doubtful look on the Judgment Angel's face, and suddenly remembered that this guy was born not long ago. He has never even participated in the Divine Tree Island Station. He is not the old fools like Pikachu and Little White Fox. No wonder. The Judgment Angel, his performance is so smart. Following Lu Shu is like the relationship between Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang. I almost forgot that this guy was just born. Okay, let's go there quickly. After disposing of the corpses of these Lulan soldiers, Lu Shu immediately took the Judgment Angel and rushed towards Old Man Su's position. In order not to attract the attention of the guys at the observation deck, Lu Shu specially found a remote blind spot to execute. It took a lot of time to capture these Lulan warriors. If we don't rush over, Old Man Su's shadow may be lost. Once here, Lu Shu didn't dare to summon the White Dragon Horse easily anymore, worried that it would cause the attention of other Lulan warriors. What's more, the White Dragon Horse is a mythical creature. It may have a different aura on it, which is easily detected by Lulan. When Lu Shu walks, he must also consider the speed of the trial and the height of the observation tower. Monitoring soldiers. So. Don't walk too fast. It took a while. Under the cover of night, 2 figures came outside the central city. The security here is a bit tight. Judgment said from the side. At this moment, 2 generals came to Lu Shu, frowned and asked, this place is a central forbidden area, and no one is allowed to enter at will. I want to go in and investigate the situation. Lu Shu took out the general token from his waist. The 2 generals looked at each other, frowned and asked, what's going on? There seems to be an intruder in Lulan recently. I'll take one of my subordinates and go in to be more vigilant. If things are delayed, are you responsible? Lu Shu's voice became a little louder. The 2 generals froze. This sentence seemed to have a deterrent effect on them. The 2 of them looked at Judgment, showing hesitation. This is my accompanying person. If I go on an exploratory mission alone, my eyes may not be able to see what's going on behind the scenes. Could it be that you want to carry out this mission with me? Lu Shu asked back. At this point, the 2 Lulan generals said nothing more. They seemed to be afraid of taking responsibility, and what Lu Shu said was indeed very reasonable. As Lulan generals, these 2 people also have their respective tasks must be completed. It's impossible for 2 generals to go on a reconnaissance mission together, right? You know, the position of Lulan general is quite rare, and it is equivalent to the top management in Lulan. It costs 2 generals' strength to carry out exploration tasks, is really overkill and not a reasonable allocation of resources. Go in. The 2 Lulan generals finally stopped saying anything and moved out of the way, allowing Lu Shu and Judgment Angel to pass. Bypassing this row of heavily guarded soldiers, we arrived at the core of Lulan Center. At this time, the Judgment Angel was slightly relieved. When he looked at Lu Shu, his admiration became even stronger. Father, you are too strong. He actually convinced them. The Judgment Angel said from the bottom of his heart. You must know that these Lulan generals do not actually have the logic of normal people. They are products of the rules of the divine domain. However, Lu Shu answered them fluently. This made the Judgment Angel have to admire. How on earth is it done? Lu Shu smiled and said, actually, as long as you carefully observe their patterns, you will find that each general has different responsibilities and simulates human activities. As long as you know this, you are equivalent to grasping their rules. Hearing this, the Judgment Angel's face became even more respectful. Chapter 360. Hear the words. The face of the Judgment Angel is even more respectful. Like a devout student, listening to Lu Shu's teachings. What are you here for? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind the two of them. Lu Shu looked back. At some point, a scholar who was over 70 years old and wearing white robes appeared behind Lu Shu like a ghost. He was holding a book in his hand. At the same time, a panel immediately popped up in front of Lu Shu. Lulan Archaeologist. Category, Tiangong Scholar. Danger Factor, Semi-Saint. Perception Range, 20,000 meters. Power, 37,300. Speed, 35,250. Defense, 34,420. Skills, Lulan Amplification, Ancient Civilization Mastery, Historical Gap, Lulan Will. Description. There are many in Lulan scholars with high status, mainly archaeologists, specialize in digging up the history of Lulan's disappearance. They have incredible divinity and can obtain various disappearing powers from the gaps in history and transform them into incredible attack methods. When this man came over, I didn't even notice his presence. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He realized that this Lulan archaeologist is not an easy character to deal with. Judging from the panel alone, his strength has reached that of a semi-saint. He is no less than himself. He can still evade his spirit. With powerful exploration, he came up behind him silently. It was a very dangerous mission. Judgment was obviously surprised by the appearance of this man. Don't panic. At this time, Lu Shu's voice appeared in her ears. The gentle words were like a bathing spring breeze, sweeping away all the panic in the Judgment Angel's heart. If there were too many emotional fluctuations, Lulan archaeologists might not be able to spot the clues. After all, the other party is a semi-saint level powerhouse. No matter what, he cannot be underestimated. Faced with this problem, Lu Shu's brain was running fast, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. We came here to investigate and confirm that there are no traces of intruders here. Intruder? Yes, one of my subordinates told me that there seemed to be an intruder in Lulan recently. Since I am the general of Lulan, I should take better precautions to prevent any mistakes in Lulan. What Lu Shu said was so categorical. His heart didn't even beat a beat. When the Judgment Angels heard the righteous tone of these words, they were a little curious about how Lu Shu was able to say these words without blushing. You said it out loud. Aren't you the intruder yourself? And what the hell is this look of duty bound to restore Lulan's glory? Even the movie stars can't do this, right? Lulan archaeologists also seem to like this. He hesitated, then nodded. In that case, just go and review it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lulan archaeologist turned around and walked towards the library. Bang! There was a sound of closing the door from behind the dark attic. The Lulan archaeologist entered the library, and there was no doubt that he was reading. It's hard to say. Imagine, the people in Lulan are actually products of the rules created by the gods, but they have living habits that are so similar to human society. When the Lulan archaeologists left. Father, Lulan archaeologists are the brains of God's domain. These words you said were actually able to be hidden from even him. Is this too strong? The Judgment Angel suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Lu Shu with eyes filled with admiration. The brain of the divine realm? Judgment, tell me, is there any difference between this Lulan archaeologist and other Lulan warriors and commanders? Some. The Judgment Angel organized some words, and then explained the Lulan archaeologists have the independent brain thinking ability of the god's domain. Simply put, he has higher authority than General Lulan. If there is a problem with the system of God's domain, the mechanical actions led by Lulan will not be able to meet the needs of maintaining Lulan. At this time, Lulan archaeologists will come forward to seize command, and then take over the command of Lulan. However, Lulan archaeologists usually only study in Lulan's bookstore, and generally do not interfere with the actions of Lulan generals. If Lulan really suffered a devastating blow, then, there is a high probability that the person who will come forward is not the Lulan archaeologist, but the highest owner of Lulan. When Lu Shu heard these words, he showed a thoughtful expression. In other words, if Lulan is in crisis, Lulan archaeologists are equivalent to an intermediate transition between the leader of Lulan and the highest level figure in Lulan. He is very powerful, but he will not easily intervene in Lulan's affairs, and he has enough thinking ability. Thinking of this, Lu Shu sent a message to the Judgment Angel and said, perhaps, we have a chance to kill the Lulan archaeologists once. If we seize the items with higher permissions can be used by you. The Judgment Angel nodded quickly. That's right. The current Judgment Angel is still a small soldier. Lu Shu needs to use his identity as General Lu Lan and in the name of following his subordinates to complete the mission, so that the Judgment Angel can legitimately follow him, so that he will not suffer any consequences. Other commanders in Lulan, as well as Lulan archaeologists, are suspicious. But if you can obtain the higher-level identity of Lulan archaeologists, then the identity of the Judgment Angel will be less likely to be exposed. After all, Lulan archaeologists have higher authority. Moreover, his usual task is to go to the library to read. In addition, he may also wander around. If he can obtain this level of identity, then Lu Shu and the Angel of Judgment, next in Lulan action will gain a higher degree of freedom and become easier. Etc. Old Man Su is over there. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly moved and he realized that Old Man Su was upstairs. Judgment, follow immediately. Lu Shu said through the message. The two of them immediately walked up the stairs quickly. When they reached the second floor, Old Man Su suddenly passed through the door guarded by the two commanders. Chapter 361. Father, he seems to have entered a place with higher authority in Lulan. The Judgment Angel's face became a little solemn. Lu Shu nodded. That passage was guarded by two Lulan commanders. According to the information obtained by the Judgment Angel, if one passes through that passage, it is the highest level control center in Lulan. Even the Lulan commanders, you can only be a gatekeeper there. If you want to get permission to enter there, unless you get the identity of Lulan archaeologist. Lu Shu walked over there, planning to give it a try first. When he walked two in front of Commander Lulan, the two men immediately raised their spears and shouted angrily. This place is the centerpiece of Lulan. Anyone who doesn't care should get out of here quickly. Lu Shu took out the command token and said, I am leading my subordinates. I noticed that something might happen in Lulan, so I patrolled here and there. The two Lulan commanders looked at each other and continued, then, please lead your subordinates to check around here. What this sentence means is that you can't go in. Even if there may be some abnormal situation. Lulan's control center cannot be entered by General Lulan casually. The Judgment Angel showed a somewhat disappointed look. It seems that we can only go back temporarily. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and he continued to mark the location of Old Man Su here. However, when he got here, Old Man Su's movement suddenly slowed down. This is the spiritual imprint left by Lu Shu. It worked. According to the structure of Lulan's illusion, he made the maze of the realm of reincarnation to look like the outside of Lulan. Old Man Su seemed to be heading towards the target location. However, he started spinning in circles. In this way, he could the incident that delayed Old Man Su from completing his target mission. Let's buy Lu Shu more time. Return to the location of the bookstore. Lu Shu stopped at the door, then knocked on the door. Boom. A squeak. The door is opened. The person who came out was the former Lulan archaeologist. General, do you have anything to do with your excellency? He looked at Lu Shu with doubtful eyes. Generally speaking, there is no overlap between Lulan generals and Lulan archaeologists. In addition, Lulan archaeologists also have the ability to think independently. Lu Shu's move made he felt confused for a while. He couldn't figure it out. Old-timer, while exploring recently, I discovered something bad. In order not to affect the order of Lulan, this matter was not announced. This time, in addition to confirming that there is nothing unusual about Lulan, I also want to see my senior and answer my doubts. Lu Shu said with a humble attitude. The general is humble. The Lulan archaeologist suddenly smiled, seeming to be very satisfied with Lu Shu's attitude, and then said, since you are here, I will go and have a look with you. Thank you, senior. Lu Shu smiled. On the road of walking. The Judgment Angel couldn't help but curiously transmitted the message, Father, how did you convince the Lulan archaeologists so quickly? In her eyes, Lu Shu simply made an invitation. Lulan archaeologists, you actually agreed? Is it that simple? Haven't you noticed the hidden pattern here? Previously, when I called a soldier to take over my duties, the other party will appear very happy. Therefore, I guess Lulan also has a setting for human behavior. That is, every Lulan person will sacrifice his glorious life for Lulan as his mission. They are also quite proud in their hearts. If they are recognized by others, or can perform the duty of protecting Lulan, then they will usually behave very actively. This setting was actually designed by Lulan to simulate normal human behavior. But this is only a very one-sided imitation of human beings, but it ignores that many people have deep inner thoughts. Therefore, if you use this to convince these people in Lulan, you can use the rules skillfully and use less words to create conditions. Hearing this, the Judgment Angel was already in admiration. That Lulan warrior just now was so active. The Judgment Angel didn't see the rules and profound levels inside, and just thought it was all natural. After all, that Lulan warrior, the soldier, said these words from the heart. There is nothing false. Therefore, the Judgment Angel's ability to see through illusions did not find any clues. But Lu Shu's thinking was based on the design of Lulan Divine Realm. From the perspective of Dinghe, we explored what kind of activity patterns the people here have. Therefore, we thought of the blind spots that the Angel of Judgment could not consider. Even the top Divine Tree Master may not be able to think of this right away. While chatting, unknowingly, in front of the field of vision, a collapsed ruins and the towering city wall appeared. That's right. This is the place where Lu Shu killed several Lulan warriors. General, I wonder if there is anything special here. The Lulan archaeologist looked around everything and asked in confusion. Seniors, please take a look. Lu Shu dug out all the corpses that had been buried before. They were the Lulan warriors he had killed before. This is the corpse of our soldier. The Lulan archaeologist's pupils shrank instantly. He looked at Lu Shu and asked seriously. General, when were these bodies discovered? Lu Shu said, just when I was patrolling yesterday. Could it be that? Is there an intruder in our Lulan? The Lulan archaeologist took a deep breath, his eyes full of worry. General, please check how these Lulan soldiers died. Lu Shu's tone was very sincere, which made the Lulan archaeologist feel that there was nothing unusual. He immediately squatted down and began to explore the corpses back and forth with doubtful eyes. At this moment, a sharp sword penetrated the hearts of Lulan archaeologists. Chapter 362. The Lulan archaeologist turned around in horror and looked at Lu Shu, his eyes filled with disbelief. Turn out to be. You are the intruder in Lulan. Haha, I should have thought of it earlier. The Lulan archaeologist said a few words intermittently, and wanted to overdraw his life breath to maintain his life. I'm almost dying, yet I still talk so much. Lu Shu shook his head and continued to pierce several swords towards the Lulan archaeologists. Use the power of the Shadow Kill Dao mark. The Zhuxian sword can wipe out the vitality of the Lulan archaeologists. Coupled with the power of the divine sword itself, if he is directly hitting the vital point, even a semi-saint level expert can't maintain much life. What's more, the Lulan archaeologist is not a warrior, his ability is extremely powerful spiritual power, and he can summon matching power through the gaps in history. But compared with other Lulan warriors, his own defense power can be said to be relatively weak. After being assassinated by the Zhuxian sword, Shadow Kill Dao continued to destroy the vitality of his body, and the sword spirit also invaded the Lulan archaeological site. In the scholar's sea of consciousness, his mental power was suppressed. He cooperated with the Angel of Judgment and used the judgment technique at the side. After struggling for a few minutes, the Lulan archaeologist completely died and lost his life. At the same time, Lua prompt also popped up in front of the tree. You killed the Lulan archaeologist. Get Lulan Scholar's Robe X1. Get Lulan Scholar's Book X1. Obtain Lulan Scholar's Staff X1. Get the legendary skill book Historical Gap Summon X1. Do you want to learn this skill book and unlock new skills? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. A skill book was revealed. The rewards for the Lulan archaeologist were much richer than he had imagined. Yes. Lu Shu immediately chose to study. Ding! You have unlocked a new skill, Historical Gaps. Historical Gap, you can summon the corresponding historical power from the history you study. It can be a character or a weapon that existed in the past. The power you can summon is determined by your personality, mental strength, and detailed understanding of history. The duration is the same as above. What a powerful skill book. Lu Shu's eyes moved for a moment. Wait. If this skill can summon the historical figures he knows from the gaps in history, then, if it summons the Emperor of the Ages, what will happen? Woolen cloth. Judgment, you take this token. Lu Shu handed the Lulan General's token to the Angel of Judgment. As long as you hold this token, you can be upgraded from a Lulan warrior to a Lulan General. As for Lu Shu himself, he changed into the costume of a Lulan archaeologist, and he held the book in his hands. Since the skill book had been learned by himself, therefore, it would be safer for Lu Shu to complete the role of Lulan archaeologist himself. The Judgment Angel nodded and placed Lord Lulan. I took the token and turned from a Lulan warrior to a general on one side of my waist. Let's go there now, there should be no problem. Lu Shu and Judgment Angel walked towards the central tower again. We came to the stairwell we visited before again. The two Lulan warriors saw Lu Shu and Judgment Angel again. They frowned in unison, and were about to speak to stop him, at this moment. His eyes suddenly focused on Lu Shu. His expression suddenly became startled and he said, "Sir Scholar, why are you here?" "I had a chat with the general. I sensed that something was indeed wrong with the recent situation in Xinjiang. Therefore, I plan to follow him and go to the central tower to see the situation. I dare to ask you, who is in favor and who is against?" Lu Shu showed the majesty of an old scholar. This sentence can be said to put Lulan's safety first. If something goes wrong, will these two Lulan generals be responsible? The two of them met again. He glanced at it and showed a slightly embarrassed look. However, the words of Lulan archaeologists will play a key role when Lulan is about to face a crisis. His authority is even higher than that of Lulan generals. He cannot bear this responsibility, and not as powerful as the other party. But there is no obvious abnormal situation in Lulan now. If Lord Lulan is just investigating such a small matter, it would be too much to make a fuss. Although General Lulan's status is slightly higher, but not so exaggerated as to invite Lord Lulan. "General, sir, please." The two Lulan generals had no choice but to move out of the way. Finally, Lu Shu and Judgment Angel arrived at the third level here. There are very few people around Lulan. Whether they are soldiers or generals, they rarely appear here. What lies before you is a deep and dark corridor. There are various murals carved around the corridor. "Father, these murals seem to hide some kind of divine power. You must be careful." The Judgment Angel frowned and warned from the side. Lu Shu nodded. In fact, Judgment doesn't need to say more. He has already sensed that this mural is not that simple. It seems like a divine beast that has been sleeping for many years, hibernating among these scrolls, waiting to come out at any time. There is absolutely no way Lulan is as simple as just warriors and commanders. If there are only these characters, it would be too easy to deal with. It is impossible for an emperor to have such a grand plan through the ages. The core is exposed in such a flawless place. There must be enough backups. Behind these murals, it's like entering another world. Lu Shu used his mental power to sense the murals around him and frowned slightly. These murals contain terrible power. The Judgment Angel seemed to want to see the origin of these murals. However, after trying hard, she found that she could only see the tip of the iceberg, but could not get a glimpse of the whole picture. Walking forward again, Old Man Su appeared in front of him. Chapter 363. "Father, Old Man Su has appeared." The Judgment Angel's eyes lit up instantly and he looked at Old Man Su and said. After struggling for so long, in Lulan, he finally met Old Man Su again. After all, Old Man Su was the one who opened the phantom sound box. If we lose him, if so, Lu Shu will lose his second chance to enter the world of the phantom sound box. Now, he has found Old Man Su again. Even if he goes out from here and comes in again, he will have one more chance to explore. Don't worry, let's see what Old Man Su wants to do first. Lu Shu's eyes moved, and then he unlocked the illusion on Old Man Su. With the two of them here watching, if Old Man Su does anything abnormal, he can immediately be locked into Lu Shu's realm of reincarnation. But it's completely being locked up is not a good thing. This guy came to the Mirage again, and his behavior was quite suspicious. Moreover, Old Man Su's consciousness still has not recovered, and he just relied on his instinct to carry out unfinished things in the Mirage. If this is followed, keep exploring for clues, maybe you can find something different. Unlocking the realm of reincarnation. Old Man Su finally stopped standing still. Quickly moved in a certain direction. Follow me. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he said. Old Su walked quickly. At this moment, he came to the office of Lord Samsara. There was a bronze door standing in front of him. Outside the door, there was a chain containing infinite divine power. God's lock. The moment the Judgment Angel saw the chain, he showed an extremely horrified look. Judgment, what is the origin of this chain? Lu Shu immediately noticed the reaction shown by the Judgment Angel. Just from the name, he could tell how extraordinary this chain was. The Judgment Angel took a deep breath, and then said, legend has it that among the top 10 in the God's domain, among the artifacts, the lock of God ranks among them. There is something very unique about this lock. The higher the divinity, the stronger the binding power of the chain. If this lock appeared in the mortal world, it would be just an ordinary lock. But when it appears in the God's domain, the lock is specifically used to restrain the gods. No matter what kind of god it is, as long as it has divinity, it will be firmly restricted by the God's lock. Lu Shu was slightly shocked after hearing this. The stronger the divine power, the stronger the binding force. If you can get this chain in your hands, wouldn't it be specially used to lock gods? However, with our current status, it is simply impossible to obtain the lock of God. The judgment angel smiled bitterly. Although the divine lock is specially designed to lock gods. However, if ordinary mortals think that they can obtain this chain, then it is wishful thinking. Divine objects are divine objects after all. But for any divine weapon, only by refining oneself can one gain the authority to use it. Mortal creatures don't even have enough personality, let alone whether it can be refined. If one rashly pours spiritual power into it, I'm afraid it will be wiped out by the backlash in minutes. Lu Shu also felt a little pity. It would be great if I could get the god's lock. At this time, Old Man Su actually walked towards the god's lock. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly moved. Etc. What is this guy going to do? Could it be, the next second, Old Man Su touched the top of the god's lock with his hands. Click. The chain instantly collapsed and broke. It's actually open. The judgment angel was completely dumbfounded. He showed a dumbfounded look. How is this possible? Isn't the god's lock one of the top 10 artifacts in the god's domain? With just such a light touch, it was actually unlocked. Everything that appeared in front of him had already been. It is completely beyond the common sense of the judgment angel. Even those eyes that can break through all the illusions in the world can't help but rub it at this moment, not believing whether the scene in front of them is real. Tip: the lock of God is restricted by the power of the abyss and temporarily loses the power of divinity. Duration: 1 second. The moment Lu Shu saw this text, his figure had turned into an afterimage and came to the front of the divine lock. The opportunity only lasted for such a short second. If some people miss it, they will miss it for the rest of their lives. If some people grasp it, they will benefit from it throughout their lives. The moment he saw the prompt, Lu Shu's reaction ability even exceeded his lifetime limit. This is the moment when his brain is clearest. Even a long time in the future. Whenever he thinks back to the past, Lu Shu will be grateful for this moment. He made such a decisive choice. A teleportation array appeared just below the teleportation array. At Lu Shu's speed, it would take less than a second to cross this distance. All the actions were completed in just a split second. He concentrated his mental power with great concentration, and carved a teleportation array on the ground where the god's lock fell. Snap! The god's lock fell to the ground and made a sound. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a beam of teleported light covered the lock of God. Teleport! Lu Shu took a deep breath. The next second, with the teleportation light curtain, it descended on the god's lock. After being touched by Old Man Su, the god's lock was infected by the abyss and temporarily lost its power. In a burst of white light, in the middle, it disappeared in place. Boom! Accompanied by this thunderous sound. As the god's lock was completely unlocked, the bronze door leading to Lord Lolan's office was also opened. Warn! You have opened the door to Lord Lolan's office. Lord Lulan will be here in 10 minutes. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's true self is practicing carefully. A breeze blew by, and the Sacred Tree Island remained extremely harmonious. However, Lu Shu felt a little uneasy. I don't know what happened to the clone in the Grey World. A curtain of light appeared from the teleportation array. Lu Shu's true self immediately opened his eyes and stared. The white light quietly dissipated. The divine lock appeared in front of Lu Shu. The Tianji array on the ground started to operate instantly. The mythical buildings around the island, combined with the ancient stone tablets, all burst out with a burst of transcendent divine power, heading towards the god's lock to suppress it. Chapter 364. Boom! There was a roaring sound. Endless divine power collided on Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island. The lock of God burst out with a burst of transcendent divine power, wanting to confront the divinity here. The stronger the divinity, the stronger the power the chain can display. However, the Tianji formation unified all the mythical buildings and divine power. This is Lu Shu's island. Even the power of the divine lock has to be weakened a bit. So what if you become strong when you are strong? In Lu Shu's island, even gods will be suppressed and killed. The ancient stone tablet once again bloomed with a suppressive power. The erosion of time has turned into an eternal breath. A force of heaven that transcends divinity is completely suppressing the lock of God. Ripples burst out in the void. The confrontation between divine powers plunged Lu Shu's island into a period of turmoil. The surrounding Pikachu and little white foxes were eating, but suddenly they felt a terrifying aftershock of divine power, stirring up the surroundings. They were so scared that the food in their mouths almost dropped. Lu Shu's voice instantly came to my ears. The little white fox immediately led all his teammates into the void crack to avoid harm. Yumi, pay attention to possession and be ready to restore teammates at any time. Don't come out without my order. Lu Shu's words were much more serious than before. The little white fox did not dare to neglect and immediately opened the cracks in the void. Pikachu turned into streaks of lightning and led other teammates into the cracks in the void one after another. Emperor Blue Hidden Dragon. The body was much larger. At this time, Yumi also possessed the little white fox and helped them open the crack wider to accommodate the huge body of the Emperor's Blue Hidden Dragon. Soon, all of them, the pet army, had all hid in the gaps in the void. Lu Shu took a long breath and said, "It should be okay now. With the confrontation of divine power, any mortal world is just a piece of dust. Just touching a trace of power is likely to be at risk of falling. Therefore, allowing the pet army to enter the gap in the void at the first time can maximize the avoiding risks to a certain extent." However, Lu Shu soon discovered that mythical creatures such as the Wudong Phoenix, the Moon Rabbit, and the Enlightenment Crane stood on the sacred tree, watching the confrontation between the divine lock and the mythical building. Lu Shu thought, I wanted to ask these guys to evacuate, but then I thought about it. The status of mythical creatures seems to be no lower than the lock of God. These guys stood on the sacred tree and differentiated a divine power to protect the sacred tree. Will not be harmed. Have a heart. Lu Shu looked at this scene and his heart moved slightly. The mythical creatures also have feelings for their own sacred tree. At this moment, they are also contributing their own strength to defend everything on the sacred tree island. Boom! Boom! A roaring sound continued to echo throughout the sacred tree island. After a while, finally, the sound gradually slowed down. The divine lock was finally unable to resist the mythical architecture of the sacred tree island, and gradually subsided. Down. Tip, the lock of God has sealed the divine nature, and it can now be refined into a magic weapon. Magic weapon. Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. The lock of God, that is one of the top 10 artifacts in God's domain. How could he be refined into a magical weapon by himself? Next. Lu Shu put his own spiritual power into the lock of God. Buzz buzz. The Tianji array began to operate. With the help of the entire divine tree island, Lu Shu began to refine the divine lock. Still needs some process. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. Now. The lock of God slowly began to form a connection with Lu Shu's true identity. The origin of the world tree has differentiated into streams of pure power and is slowly refining the divine lock. It's a pity that my current cultivation level is still a little behind. Although the origin of the world tree is refined. However, due to insufficient cultivation, it would be a bit difficult to control items from the real divine realm. Lu Shu checked the refining progress of the God's lock and found that it was slower than he thought. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. The God's lock, as one of the top 10 artifacts in the God's domain, has too much divinity. Not to mention the current Lu Shu. Even some of the true immortals in the heavenly palace would find it extremely difficult to control this treasure. If Lu Shu didn't own the sacred tree island, and there is a mysterious secret in it, arrays, various mythical buildings, and the help of ancient stone tablets, whether the lock of God can be successfully controlled is probably still unknown. At this moment, several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! You have obtained primary Hadao fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Hadao exercise fruit X1. Ding! You got the Hadao Dao fruit X1. Finally come. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. After exploring the mirage for so many days, the next product of the sacred tree finally arrived as scheduled. As long as you plant these Hadao fruits, you will harvest 100 Hadao fruits. After being synthesized into a high-level Hadao fruit, it should be able to help me complete Hadao in an instant and step into the realm of Hadao. In addition, the Hadao Dao fruit seems to be a fruit related to the origin of the Dao. It may also have an unexpected key effect on my world tree and the refining God's lock. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The next second, he buried all 3 fruits in the soil. The 3 spiritual tree fruits, under the blessing of 100 times increase, instantly rose from the ground and grew out. The sacred tree differentiates into a pure force of nature, nourishing the surrounding subspecies of spiritual trees, allowing them to thrive. In just half a day. Ding! Your primary Hadao fruit has reached the production cycle, get primary Hadao fruit X100. Ding! Your Hadao exercise fruit has reached the production cycle, get Hadao exercise fruit X100. Ding! Your Hedao Dao fruit has reached the production cycle, get Hedao Dao fruit x 100. Chapter 365. It's time to step into the realm of Hedao. Lu Shu took a deep breath. He first ate a fruit of enlightenment. Soon, Lu Shu had entered the state of enlightenment. The so-called Hedao realm is to combine all the avenues that he has understood before, integrated. Of course, it does not mean that to step into this realm, you must merge all 9 different Tao patterns. In fact, if you just step into the Hedao realm, one Tao pattern will already enough. Theoretically speaking, if you have 3 different Tao patterns, you can perform the perfect He Dao. But Lu Shu now has 7 Tao patterns. This progress is terrifying. If he is captured by the immortals in the heavenly palace, the body knows it, I'm afraid it will be a surprise. Lu Shu entered the state of enlightenment. In this state, the various Tao rhymes flowing in his heart became particularly clear, like the sunlight reflected by the frozen lake in winter. In this state, Lu Shu has enough confidence in this combination. Sit down cross-legged, calm down and concentrate. Adjust your breath a little and enter a breakthrough state. Wait until everything is ready. Synthesis. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. 100 elementary Hedao fruits were fused into 10 intermediate Hedao fruits. The 10 intermediate Hedao fruits were merged into one high-level Hedao fruit. However, this high-level Hedao fruit, the Tao Yun contained in the fruit, is 1,000 times more than that of the primary Hedao fruit. Such terrifying power of Tao Yun. As long as Lu Shu swallows one, he can directly cross from the realm of returning to the void to the Hedao realm. The next second, holding the high-grade Hedao fruit in his hand, he gently put it into his mouth, and took a bite. The majestic energy instantly turned into countless surging oceans, flowing from the meridians in Lu Shu's body into the dantian and suspended in it. That side of the world. In another space. Blue sky. White clouds. Grassland. On a harmonious and quiet island, the original world tree condensed by Lu Shu is suspended quietly in the center. Exudes a white and mysterious light. This scene seems to have been static for 1,000 years. Like an eternal picture scroll. On this day, boom. Thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. A heavy downpour suddenly fell from the sky, washing this world of green grass. Ding. The world tree absorbs the rainwater from Hedao, and its origin is 10. Lu Shu transferred his mind to the small world he condensed, and was surprised to find. The world tree planted in the center suddenly grew vigorously. From the original sapling, it has now become a big tree. At the same time, Lu Shu felt this original power and became more transcendent. Boom! Along with a roaring sound, the borders around the island are expanding. Just as the area of the sacred tree island expanded and the edges of the gray world began to spread outward, the surrounding area of the island was originally a dark world. But at this moment, with the world tree as the center, the islands in Lu Shu began to grow and became bigger than before. If we say, before, the area of the condensed world was such a small island. Now, the area of Lu Shu's island is no less than that of a human city. The total amount of spiritual energy that can be condensed here is the original power contained in the world tree, and it has been doubled several times. Good. Lu Shu nodded suddenly, with a look of excitement in his eyes. The world tree has finally grown. It has grown from a small sapling to a big tree. At this time, the panel properties have also changed. World tree. Stage, first level. Original divine power, 10,000, demigod. Authority, none. Heavenly Dao, none. The panel properties have changed. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After entering the Hedao realm, the small world tree grew into a world tree, and the values in various aspects also changed. Among them, the most obvious one is the addition of original divine power. The original divine power is the real divine power. Superimposing this divine power on any skill, including my immortal killing sword, domain, or the 7 Dao marks, can release even more terrifying power. The realm of God transcends the mortal world, and for ordinary creatures, it will be a dimension-reducing blow. Although the original divine power I have condensed now is only at the level of a demigod, if I encounter a true god from the heavenly palace, I will still be able to fight. Lu Shu's eyes showed excitement. This time, his clone was in Lulan, and it can be said that he received an extremely generous reward. However, the clone is now cut off from contact and cannot release the corresponding divine power for the time being. As for the teleportation array in Lulan, due to the restrictions of the rules of the divine domain, it can only be teleported back to Lu Shu's island, but cannot be teleported from the island. If you want to go in again, you can only use Old Man Su to activate the Phantom Sound Treasure again. Box. Boom. At this moment, Lu Shu has successfully broken through to the Hadao realm. The third level of Hadao. Lu Shu took a deep breath. This breakthrough turned out to be directly from the realm of returning to the void to the third level of Hadao. Among them, Lu Shu's small world tree grew into a world tree, and its own the 7 types of Dao patterns have been perfectly combined, coupled with various accumulated factors, so they have gained such strong strength in a short period of time. The sacred tree has also begun to condense the next round of new fruit products. A new panel pops up in front of you. Sacred Tree. Stage, Advanced Sacred Tree. Sunshine, 2510 day, 25, 1x100. Spiritual Energy, 2040 day, 20, 4x100. Subspecies Spiritual Tree Remaining Capacity, 15, total 17. Products, Blood Succession Limit Fruit, Dharma God Template Fruit, Holy Growth Fruit. Production Cycle, 10 days, 200, 002000. Growth Points, 905,200, 41, for x1006640 day. Next stage, Divine Tree, 2 million growth points. Next. Lu Shu also has Hadao Technique Fruit and Hadao Dao Fruit that he has not yet swallowed. Get a skill first. Soon, Lu Shu set his sights on the fruits of the technique. Chapter 366. A thought came to my mind. In Lu Shu's hand, he held a Hadao skill fruit. Put it in your mouth and bite lightly. While the effect of the enlightenment fruit is still there, a large amount of information about Hadao Kung Fu was all integrated into Lu Shu's mind, and it was completely integrated in just 1 second. This is the power of the fruit. Get abilities in seconds. Combined with the fruit of enlightenment, the proficiency level is already maxed out. Now. In Lu Shu's mind, there was an additional name called the Secret Book of 3 Purities of Taoism. This Taoist method actually returns itself to nature. 3 living things correspond to 3 different deities. If you succeed in cultivating this skill to its peak. So, I will successfully condense 3 deities. Now, it's Lu Shu's turn to be surprised. 3 clones are understandable, but 3 different deities, wouldn't it be confusing? The strength of each deity is interoperable, different from the clone. The clone is after it dissipates, it cannot be condensed again. However, if the original deity dies, it will also affect other deities. If you want to synthesize it again, you will need to pay a certain price. If I could fuse 3 deities, then you can make 9 clones. Moreover, the strength of each deity is interoperable but the same. It will not be the same as the clone. It needs to be condensed again to synchronize the strength. If I practice the 3 pure clones, it will be equivalent to tripling my strength. Adding the clones, it will be equivalent to about 9 times increasing my strength in the gray world. Lu Shu's heart suddenly moved. For others, splitting the deity into 3 may not be that useful. But Lu Shu's clone technique can inherit 100 of the power. If 3 deities are created, then, there are 9 clones. The strength is not just multiplied by 3 times, but multiplied by 9 times. Since the main body will encounter danger in the gray world, wouldn't it be enough to just send the clones in? 1 No, let's have 2. As for the 3 original deities, they all stay in the sacred tree island to guard their homes. It seems boring, and they can also fight the landlord together. If you add a clone, you can have a table of mahjong. Ahem, these are all it's a joke. In fact, the most important thing is that when the clone of Sanqing is promoted to an immortal god and transcends tribulation, the success rate can be greatly improved. According to legend, Sanqing is the immortal king in the heavenly palace. His strength is almost at the level of reaching the pinnacle of heaven. Being able to practice the immortal king's Taoist techniques in the Hadao realm will also have endless benefits for future breakthroughs. Thinking of this, Lu Shu's mind suddenly moved. The next second, his clone instantly divided into 3. 3 identical Lu Shu appeared on the sacred tree island. Refining. With a thought, the 3 Lu Shus were refining the God's Lock at the same time. God's Lock refining progress, 50. The progress instantly became much faster. Not long ago, after refining for a long time, the progress of the God's Lock was still stuck at 10, and it was difficult to make new progress. But after reaching the 3rd level of Hadao, he practiced the 3 purities of Taoism. The divinity in Lu Shu's body has become more powerful. And the 3 separate deities directly increased the efficiency 3 times. In this state, refining will naturally be faster. Every hour, 1% can be refined. This speed is pretty good. Lu Shu thought in his mind. The refining speed of the God's Lock will become slower the further you go. After all, as an item from the god's domain, it is not that easy to obtain. But at this rate, it will not be easy. It doesn't take long to get one of the top 10 artifacts in the god realm, the Lock of God. With the third level of Hadao, the Taoism of the three purities, the immortal killing sword, and the demigod power of the world tree, plus this Lock of God, Lu Shu has the absolute capital to challenge the messengers in the heavenly palace. At this level, he is not much different from a real immortal. If he successfully breaks through the realm of transcending tribulation, at that time, Lu Shu's strength it will reach an unimaginable state. Little white fox, Pikachu. You can come out now. Lu Shu transmitted the message. I almost forgot, these guys are still hiding in the cracks in the void. Now, the battle between the Lock of God and the island of the God Tree is over. The island has returned to its former calmness. It's time get these little guys out. Pick up. The pet army immediately chirped excitedly and retreated from the crack in the void. However, when their eyes fell on Lu Shu, they found that it was only a matter of time to enter and exit. Why? Are there two more Lu Shu? Those pairs of small eyes were full of doubts. Staring at the three Lu Shu, countless question marks suddenly appeared in the minds of these little guys. So, in the end, which one is the real Lu Shu? Correct. There is still Hadao Dao fruit left. I don't know what effect it will have if I swallow this fruit. This thought suddenly appeared in Lu Shu's mind. The next second, a Hadao Dao fruit appeared in Lu Shu's hand. The pure white Tao fruit contains mysterious power. It's like there's a universe hidden inside. Just by smelling this aroma, my consciousness soared instantly. I have to say, this is an amazing experience. Lu Shu hesitated and put a Hadao Dao fruit into his mouth. For sure. The Hadao Dao fruit is the same as the enlightenment fruit. They are both quite rare fruits. I don't know what the difference is between them. Anyway, there are still 100 Hadao Dao fruits in the warehouse. Swallow one first and see how it works. Lu Shu picked up a fruit, put it into his mouth, and bit it in one bite. You swallowed the Hadao Tao fruit and achieved the state of Tao unity. The effect lasts for half an hour. The next second, the panel of World Tree has changed. Original divine power, 100,000, true God. Instantly reached the realm of true God. At that moment, Lu Shu felt that his strength instantly surpassed the mortal world. The Lock of God made a trembling sound, the progress jumped to 100, and it was completely integrated with the World Tree in the body. Chapter 367. Ding! You have successfully refined the God's Lock. God's Lock, an artifact that locks God, a prop used by the true God. It is a derivative of Heaven's Lock, specially used to lock gods. The higher the opponent's divinity, the stronger the effect of the divine lock will be. When the divine lock merged with Lu Shu's world tree, among the divine attributes, there was also a special attribute. Seal up. Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he said, the Lock of God actually added the sealing attribute to my divine power. If this attribute is used to deal with real gods, the effect will be very good. Fortunately, my world tree has reached the first level, and I have the strength of a demigod after all. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to integrate such powerful attributes. Successfully refining the God's Lock is not just as simple as adding a top 10 artifact. Lu Shu's divine power has also gained an attribute that is specially designed to seal gods. This attribute is essentially in conflict with divine power. Yes. But Lu Shu has merged his own world. If it merges with the original power of the world tree, the attributes of Feng will not be as high as the original. Therefore, Lu Shu can still control it. It is also because the Hadao Dao fruit can temporarily unite all my current Dao into one, and reach the realm of true God. It can be said. This is a true God experience card. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and he realized that the Hadao Dao fruit has an extraordinary effect. The difference between a demigod and a true God, no matter what, is still quite big. Take the Lock of the Refining God as an example. If it is a demigod, then it is simply impossible to integrate the attributes of Feng. Even if the refining can be completed, Lu Shu has temporarily obtained the right to use the God's Lock, but cannot truly master this attribute. However, swallowed the Hadao Dao fruit. Lu Shu's divine power was temporarily elevated to the realm of a true God, freeing up enough ability to integrate the attributes of the God's Lock into his own world tree. These are two completely different states. If it is to overcome the tribulation, swallowing the Dao fruit can also greatly increase the success rate. Unexpectedly, this Hadao Dao fruit turned out to be an experience card for the true God realm. Although it's only half an hour. However, I have nearly 100. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. Now, even if a true god comes to fight, Lu Shu can still kill him. With the power of this Tao fruit, his strength has been upgraded to a true god, and he can naturally crush gods of the same realm. God. Combined with the magic weapons such as the lock and the immortal killing sword, most gods may not have the wealth and foundation of Lu Shu. Next, let's see how my clone does in Lulan. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Although he has upgraded to the Hadao realm. However, the clone at this moment will not synchronize his strength. In other words, the clone of Lu Shu who currently enters Lulan still needs to rely on the strength to return to the void has passed the test of the divine realm in Lulan. In the dark, Lu Shu felt that if he entered Lulan this time, he was afraid that he would have a real causal relationship with the divine realm. This is the level of strength that has been raised to the corresponding level. Finally, the feeling generated. The intuition of the true God often represents the destiny after cause and effect. Gray world. A stream of light has traveled through hundreds of coordinates in a short period of time. Rush in the direction of 100,343. It is the goddess who appeared in the Holy Land before. Along the way, she also saw many sacred tree masters who came to the Grey World, and she frowned slightly. That era seems to have come again. However, these people are not worthy of attention. They are just a group of mortals. There is no need for me to take action. Strange. Where is the cause and effect I perceive? The goddess's willow eyebrows were slightly frowned, with a thoughtful look on her face. At this moment, a wave of fluctuation suddenly attracted the goddess's attention. That's where it is. The goddess's eyes suddenly became a little deeper, and she murmured to herself, if it were there, what would happen next would be much more interesting. Her figure was flying faster than before. Many divine tree masters who were exploring the Grey World saw a stream of light flashing across the horizon. At this time, in the forum, divine tree masters had mentioned it from time to time. The meteor that appears in the Grey World. Have you noticed that a meteor flew past recently, so fast? Yes, I observed it at coordinates, 111, 166. Damn it, is it so far? I observed this meteor at 111,233, almost on the same day. It has crossed so many coordinates in such a short time. What kind of meteor is this? Is it too fast? I'm more curious about whether this shooting star can make a wish. Upstairs, why don't you ask if you can eat it? The discussion in the forum attracted the attention of a guild. Star Pavilion. Speaking of shooting stars, isn't it the astromancer of the Star Pavilion who cares most about the stars? However. At this moment, Yuxuanji's brows suddenly frowned. Meteor? It's strange, why didn't I sense this meteor? What's the sense? If it was really a meteor, shouldn't it be the astromancer who was the first to sense it? Yuxuanji had a vague feeling that the abnormal phenomena occurring in the Grey World were definitely not as simple as meteors. On a floating island. A flash of white light flashed in Mu Yutingfeng's eyes, and his aura became deep and mysterious. The next second. She vomited blood again and again. Damn it. Mu Yutingfeng was so angry that she almost wanted to curse. Why did you vomit blood again? It was just a divination of the origin of a star. As for vomiting blood. Why are there secrets everywhere? Mu Yutingfeng always felt that he had a divination at a certain time after a certain person, the luck of vomiting blood seems to have never stopped. Lulan. With a roar, the bronze door finally opened. Lord Lulan's office at the back is not a room, but a channel. Composed of golden light gates. A reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu. The gate of God's realm, the door leading to a certain space in God's realm. Chapter 368. The gate to the divine realm is actually hidden in Lord Lulan's office. Lu Shu's eyes were suddenly startled. He immediately realized that this passage was definitely not that simple. Who would have thought that there would be a passage to the divine realm hidden in the mirage of the Eternal Emperor? Father, I feel that the core of the mirage is in this passage. The Judgment Angel opened his eyes and said. You mean? The core of the mirage is in this divine realm? Lu Shu was not only speechless. Isn't the handiwork of an emperor through the ages too amazing? It turns out that the core of the mirage is not in the phantom sound box, nor in Lulan, but in the divine realm behind this passage. It can be said to be a step up. Another layer of insurance. The mirage is just a ship built by one emperor through the ages. If it were the Xianyang Palace and Afang Palace back then, how big would it be? It is simply unimaginable. Lu Shu said seriously, Judgment, we still have 10 minutes, Lord Lulan is coming. Now, you return to the sacred tree island first. I'll go inside the passage first to find out. The Angel of Judgment was stunned when she heard this. According to her intention, she still wanted to stay with Lu Shu. But thinking about the levels behind the god's domain, there were many crises. Lu Shu had only a clone left here. Even if he died, there won't be any big problems. If he were here, his strength was low, and if he was coerced by the enemy, Lu Shu would be restrained. Good. Thinking of this, the Judgment Angel no longer refused. He stepped into the teleporter, and as a light curtain descended, the Judgment Angel left here. Although he lost a soldier in the team, Lu Shu still has the ability to prompt the system. Even if when you arrive in the god's domain, you can respond promptly to any dangerous situations. Next, it's you. Lu Shu took a deep breath and looked at Old Man Su. He showed a somewhat complicated expression. If this guy recovers his memory of the past, I'm afraid it will become an unsolvable trouble. Fortunately, everything is still under control. The realm of reincarnation. Lu Shu immediately summoned a whirlpool of reincarnation. Old Man Su rushed towards the passage of the light door like a crazy zombie. It's like there's some treasure hidden there. Instinct drove Old Man Su's body, which should have died long ago, to rush towards the light door without hesitation. However, at this moment, a powerful pulling force instantly enveloped Old Man Su's whole body. Squeak. A harsh and unpleasant sound came out of Old Man Su's mouth. Like a drowning monkey, his limbs swayed wildly, trying to break free from the shackles of the whirlpool of reincarnation. But his strength was too weak. The whirlpool easily fell away, his entire body was swept away. The next second, Old Man Su's figure fell into a teleportation array. I can't let you go yet. Lu Shu said coldly. A teleportation screen flashed. Old Man Su was also sent back to the Sacred Tree Island. Next, all the problems have basically been cleared up. Next to the giant bronze door, only Lu Shu's figure, alone, faces the light door leading to the divine realm. Remaining time for the arrival of the Lord of Reincarnation, 8 minutes. Time has become urgent. The reincarnation archaeologist already has the strength of a semi-saint. If the Lord comes, then he will be a saint-level powerhouse at the very least. Maybe even a demigod or even a god. The clone of Lu Shu has not yet synchronized the strength of the original body, and can at most launch a holy-level attack. He must enter inside within a limited time and explore the location of the core of the mirage. There is no time for extra thinking. Lu Shu stepped into the light gate. The gate across the divine realm. A brand new world opened before Lu Shu's eyes. He opened his eyes slightly, a world composed of golden sea of clouds was revealed in front of him. God's domain subspace. Coordinates, none. Risk factor, none. Description. This is a special space opened up from the world of God's domain using divine power to store the God's items. Item, Mirage Core. Subspace. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. In other words, this is not the real God's domain, but it leads to the subspace opened up from the God's domain. The handiwork of one emperor through the ages is just too great. Use the magic weapon of the gods to connect Lulan. Then use Lulan to protect the passage to the divine realm. Behind the passage, a world of subspace has opened up, which does nothing and is specially used to store the Mirage Core. He really is the eternal emperor of the Grey World. If he wasn't so heroic, how could he have done something like this? Compared with the previous Emperor Chao, the difference is simply a world of difference. Tip, 1,000 meters ahead, the core of the Mirage. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The next second, his body teleported in an instant. The space in the God's realm seems to be much thicker than that in the Grey realm. When using the shadow killing pattern to move, the speed is much slower than in the Grey realm or Lulan. Although it is just a subworld, but this place was created using the real divine domain after all. It is fundamentally different from Lulan's passage connecting the divine realm to the mortal world. Before, a pure white heart is suspended. Thump. Thump. This heart, suspended in the center of the golden sea of clouds, seems to be alive and still beating. Heart of Mirage, according to legend, this is the heart of an ancient mythical creature. It is the core refined from the heart. As the core of the Mirage, it can navigate all sea areas and has extremely high divine authority. Tip, at this moment, the Mirage heart is in an ownerless state. Do you want to refine it immediately? It turns out to be a state of ownerlessness. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder Old Man Su is so eager to enter here. Since the fall of the Eternal Emperor, no one has really obtained the Mirage. Naturally, Old Man Su also wants to obtain the real Mirage, but it seems that for some reason the reason is that he went completely crazy and lost this ability. Now, it has given Lu Shu a chance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shu said in his heart. Refining. Chapter 369. The core of the mirage is being refined. 1. 2. 3. Lu Shu frowned slightly. The speed of refining seems not as fast as I thought. If this progress continues, then I'm afraid we will have to wait until Lord Lulan comes here. Think of this. Lu Shu stimulates the origin of world tree. Refining 1. Prompts kept popping up in front of my eyes. The original power was activated. However, the progress of refining is still not particularly ideal. Lu Shu secretly said, it seems that this battle is inevitable. Open the panel. The remaining time until Lord Lulan arrives, 3 minutes. However, Lu Shu's refining progress has only reached 20. Time is too slow. I sighed helplessly. The Zhuxian sword behind Lu Shu suddenly made a trembling sound. Sword Soul, when the enemy comes, please help me resist for a while. Lu Shu said in a deep voice. Sword Soul nodded immediately. Don't worry, Sword Master, I will definitely live up to your mission. Outside Lulan. A figure suddenly arrived here. His gaze swept across the entire Lulan, and his expression changed. During the time I left, there was an intruder in Lulan. This huge spiritual consciousness instantly covered the entire Lulan. Lu Shu killed Lulan archaeologists and some of the leading soldiers, although he was able to hide most of Lulan's existence. But in the eyes of Lord Lulan, everything seems to be invisible. Snort. I want to see who is so brave. How dare you break into my Lulan? Lord Lulan snorted coldly. The next second, his figure turned into a stream of light and escaped into the direction of the central tower. When the nearby Lulan warriors saw Lord Lulan's arrival, they all knelt down. See Lord. Lord Lulan glanced sharply at everyone present and ordered. There has been an intruder here. You and others quickly deploy an encirclement formation and blockade the entire Lulan. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave Lulan at will. Hearing these words, all the Lulan soldiers stood up instantly. There was a look of horror in their eyes. There was an intruder in Lulan. When did this happen? The Lulan generals standing in front of the team were even more shocked. His face turned pale. They are the main force responsible for maintaining order in Lulan. If anything goes wrong, they will definitely be held fully responsible. We will defend Lulan to the death. Please follow the Lord's instructions. All the Lulan generals did not dare to neglect. They immediately mobilized their subordinate soldiers and surrounded the center. Suddenly, the whole Lulan was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Inside was the central tower. It was surrounded by dark warriors. Even Lulan's border has set up a dragnet. Not even a mosquito can easily enter and exit Lulan. Lord Lulan didn't look satisfied with this, and a killing intent gradually emerged in his eyes. He snorted coldly with a sound. He took a step forward and entered the central tower instantly. Gray world, coordinates, 100, 300. A stream of light appeared on the other side of the sky. When we arrived at this place, there were basically not many people around. Even the strongest divine tree masters rarely come to such a place. That's right. The streamer who appeared here was the goddess who appeared from the Holy Land before. Ha! The passage to the divine realm has been opened. I should be the only one who has come to this mortal world recently. Who is it? Open the door to the divine realm. And, it's still the same place. The figure of the goddess suddenly stopped and was suspended in midair. On her pretty face, the pupils suddenly burst out with a divine light, seeming to be looking at a place dozens of coordinates away. The corners of her mouth suddenly raised slightly, revealing an interesting aspect. Sure enough, what I expected was right. There is indeed something wrong with that ship. Tisk. Unexpected, unexpected. The great emperor fell for such a long time, and these backup men who remained in the mortal world, after so many years, actually caused trouble again. Okay. I have always wanted to know where the boat is, and now I have found it. It is time to take back all the things that do not belong to the mortal world. The next second. The goddess turned into a stream of light, and her flying speed was a few minutes faster than before. If nothing happens, it won't take much time for her to arrive at the area where the mirage is. Above the sea. Is it too late after all? Lu Shu suddenly sighed softly. There were only 0 minutes and 0 seconds left in the countdown. But the refining progress had slowed down when it reached 35. Boom! Suddenly, the light gates there was a violent noise from the other side. A figure appeared here. Lord Lulan. At this moment, the most powerful enemy in Lulan finally appeared. His eyes fell on Lu Shu. Lord Lulan's pupils flashed instantly shrink. The next second, he killed Lu Shu without any explanation. Die! There was an angry shout, and Lord Lulan was so powerful that he burst out with holy level strength. At that moment, the whole world was filled with a feeling of shock. The nearby golden sea of clouds received a powerful force, which caused a violent the ground heaved. The storm swept towards Lu Shu at full speed. A black and monstrous demonic hand, like the palm of a god and demon, instantly enlarged to a few feet away, like a mountain, it fell towards Lu Shu. Boom! At this moment, a burst of sword light was as bright as day, slashing towards the ink-black mountain. The white-red light and the ink-black clouds collided, making an extremely violent sound. The Zhuxian sword was suspended in the air, a stream of Lingyun suggestions burst out. The sword soul stared sharply at the visitor, not giving Lord Lulan any chance to get close to Lu Shu. Chapter 370. The sword soul stared sharply at the visitor, not giving Lord Lulan any chance to get close to Lu Shu. Lord Lulan took a few steps back slightly and looked at the sword soul with surprised eyes, his expression became solemn. Interesting. He actually condensed an original level sword soul, and his strength actually reached an otherworldly level. However, your strength is too weak, you are only a half-saint. How could a semi-saint have such attainments in swordsmanship? Lord Lulan raised his brows slightly, and looked at Lu Shu with a little more confusion. At this moment, Lu Shu turned his head and looked at Lord Lulan. A panel appeared in front of his eyes. Lulan Lord. Category, Heavenly Palace Gatekeeper. Danger Factor, Holy Level. Perception Range, Lulan. Power, 57,300. Speed, 55,250. Defense, 54,420. Skills, Lulan Amplification, Lulan Fighting Will, Heavenly Palace Divine Power, Mental Coercion, for Symbol Laws, Lulan Domain. Description: every Lord of Lulan is a saint-level powerhouse in the Heavenly Palace. They control the power of laws and are entrusted by the Heavenly Palace with the task of guarding Lulan, guarding the entrance. If they were within Lulan, their strength would be able to resist the true God and possess incomparable power. The janitor. Lu Shu glanced at the pop-up panel in front of him, and his expression moved slightly. Fortunately, this is not Lulan, but a small world opened up in the God's domain. If we are fighting the Lulan Lord here, then the Lulan Growth, Lulan Domain and Lulan Domain that the opponent relies on most will Lulan's fighting spirit cannot be used for the time being. If these three skills are added to the full explosion, Lord Lulan will be able to explode into God-level strength. Now Lu Shu is absolutely no match. But if he is not in Lulan, but in a battle begins in the small world in the God's domain, Lord Lulan's strength is just that of an ordinary saint. In other words, Lu Shu has no chance of winning. Sword Soul, hold him back first. Lu Shu immediately ordered. Yes, Sword Master. Sword Soul replied sonorously and forcefully. His eyes were fixed on Lord Lulan. The stronger the enemy's strength, the higher the fighting spirit erupted by the Sword Soul. The sword spirit of Ling Yun was vaguely similar to Lulan's. The driving of the lords fighting against each other. Humph, he's just a half-saint. Do you also want to use your mortal power to fight against the divine realm? Seeing Lu Shu's actions, Lord Lulan let out a burst of disdainful laughter. In his eyes, even Lu Shu himself couldn't defeat him. Not to mention that the one who came to fight was just a sword spirit. Die! Lord Lulan instantly burst out with a burst of terrifying energy. He swept away with his palm, and the surrounding void shook. This is still in the God's realm. If he were still in Lulan or the Grey Realm, an attack of this level could be easily shattered endless void. Both its power and momentum will skyrocket. Hey! The Sword Soul shouted loudly. Although the Shota's face looked as childish as a child, the sword intention displayed was anything but simple. Cut out with one sword. Open the sky with one sword. With the powerful properties of the Zhuxian sword. After fighting for several rounds, Lord Lulan did not gain any upper hand. This is impossible. Lord Lulan took a few steps back and looked at the Sword Soul. The original relaxed expression was gone. He couldn't understand why he, a true saint-level powerhouse, was fighting against the Sword Soul condensed in a semi-sanctuary. Getting up is so difficult. In this case, I will let you see the true strength of a saint-level powerhouse. Lord Lulan laughed ferociously, and the next second, a forbidden aura suddenly erupted from his body. Blades are prohibited here. A voice as indifferent as the way of heaven echoed here. This is the domain law understood by the saint-level powerhouse. It can formulate the rules of this place. By communicating with Lulan behind him, Lord Lulan released the domain with all his strength. The next second, the Zhuxian sword in Sword Soul's hand fell to the ground with a clang, making a crisp sound. Good wait. The face of the Sword Soul changed. At this moment, the feeling of holding the Zhuxian sword in his hand is like an ordinary person lifting a 10,000 iron chain. Even if he uses all his strength, he still can't shake the mountain. Field. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Lord Lulan sneered, now, the rule here has been set that you can't use the blade. Let's see what else you can do. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into an afterimage again, and instantly appeared behind Lu Shu. Sword Master, please be careful. The Sword Soul quickly shouted and reminded. But after the rules prohibiting blades were arranged here, he could not lift the sword, and therefore lost the ability to fight against Lord Lulan. At this moment, Lu Shu suddenly appeared next to him. Grey whirlpools. The realm of reincarnation. At this moment, Lu Shu also expanded his domain. The 7 avenue patterns were displayed at the same time. All the power came out and attacked Lord Lulan. It's actually a field. Lord Lulan's pupils shrank instantly. Isn't this an ability that only saints have? Why can a half-saint have the ability in the field? Moreover, those 7 Tao patterns each display the attributes of the Tao. Although they have not yet formed a complete domain. But when these extreme attributes are combined, the killing power is extremely powerful, and it sweeps towards Lord Lulan with overwhelming force. Lord Lulan was forced to take a few steps back. At this moment, the sword the soul came to the realm of reincarnation summoned by Lu Shu and said in a deep voice. Here comes the sword. The next second, the Zhuxian sword turned into a stream of light and appeared in the hand of the Sword Soul. It is also in the realm, the rules set by Lord Lulan are invalid for Lu Shu. The collision between realms is in the same realm. Level. No one has an overwhelming advantage over anyone anymore. Lord Lulan's face turned gloomy. Just fighting against a field already made him feel extremely difficult. Now. He also let Sword Soul pick up the sword. Etc. Lord Lulan looked at the Zhuxian sword and suddenly thought of something. Could it be that sword? Chapter 371. At this moment, the blurry images that had been dusty in his memory slowly emerged in Lord Lulan's mind, and became gradually clearer. How can it be? You actually own such a magical weapon? How could this sword be in your hand? Lord Lulan's eyes were horrified, and he looked at Lu Shu in disbelief. The next second, the sword spirit slashed towards Lord Lulan. Lord Lulan had to resist, and Wuxia was distracted by other things. Lu Shu's brows furrowed slightly wrinkle, I feel that Lord Lulan's words may have other meanings. However, his mind is currently refining the core of the mirage. Even if Lord Lulan knows something, how can he possibly tell himself? Just kill and that's it. Lu Shu told the sword spirit. Yes, Sword Master. With the help of the reincarnation field, the Sword Soul resisted Lord Lulan's field effect, with a sharp killing intent in his eyes. That sword intent actually became stronger and stronger. Lord Lulan's expression changed one after another. The change. This sword intention actually has the tendency to make a breakthrough. Even though he is a semi-saint, he is still a sword soul bred from the original source. Still can't be underestimated. Lord Lulan felt the attack of the sword soul and became more and more powerful. The sword intention that reached the superb state is still rising after being continuously tempered. Any powerful swordsman will encounter a powerful one. When faced with an opponent, he would constantly break through himself. Lu Shu's sword soul has such characteristics. The look of horror in Lord Lulan's eyes became more and more intense. Originally, he thought Lu Shu was just an ordinary person. Semi-saint. At most, he can only rely on his superb sword spirit to fight against a true saint like himself. But now, Lu Shu can fight evenly with him by just sending out a sword spirit. More is he using the realm of reincarnation to offset his own realm. Is this really a level that a semi-saint can reach? As everyone knows, if a large army of pets comes here, if a bunch of realms are thrown at it, the reincarnation lord will not die. He will also become disabled. However, now only Lu Shu comes here alone, the situation will become a stalemate. If Lu Shu is not too cautious, how can the current reincarnation lord stand and fight like now? I'm afraid it will be too early. He was beaten to the ground. Refining progress, 75. Plop. Mirage's heart began to beat. As time goes by, the refining progress is getting faster and faster, rising from 50 to 75. As long as he persists for this period of time, Lu Shu will be able to completely gain control of the core of the mirage. When that time comes, just move the mirage core to the sacred tree island. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, it will be Lu Shu's victory. Lord Lulan has been entangled by the sword spirit, his temper has almost reached its limit, and he finally can't bear it anymore. He took a deep breath and suddenly took a few steps back. An extremely powerful aura suddenly came out of his body. The laws of heaven and earth. The next second, Lord Lulan's body suddenly surged more than 1,000 times. In just the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant standing tall on the sky and the earth. His voice shook the surroundings of the god's domain. Junior, do you know what you are doing? If you capture this core, when that person comes back, you will die without a burial. Anything belonging to this person is taboo. Even if he doesn't come back, if you touch these items. From now on, the divine realm will hunt you to the ends of the earth and endlessly, leaving you with no peace for the rest of your life. A voice as powerful as the power of heaven, rolling like thunder from the sky. Lord Lulan used the magic of heaven and earth, and his body increased 1,000 times. He looked bigger than the giant spirit god, which was quite scary. However, this was not the first time for Lu Shu. I saw this magical power. I knew that the person who used this magical power would exert tremendous mental pressure on the opponent. But for Lu Shu, who was in the realm of reincarnation, it had no effect. Snort. This is my last piece of advice. Since you don't listen, you are asking for death. Having said that, Lord Lulan drove his huge body, and slapped him down like the sky collapsed. Boom. At this moment, a cloud-like sword intent once again penetrated the 9 heavens' thunder. Do I allow you to touch my sword, master? The sword's soul mobilized all its strength and struck out with a sword again. One sword opened the sky. The incandescent sword light immediately cleansed the world and illuminated half of the sky. The endless water curtain-like sword light confronted Lord Lulan of Fa Tiangxiangdi. Together, it was like the sky was divided into 2 extreme attributes. Rumble. The deafening sound of collision was louder than thunder, echoing continuously on the golden sea of clouds in the god's domain. Even the divine realm could not withstand such a terrifying impact, and there were faint traces of cracks in the surrounding void. However, no matter how hard Lord Lulan tried his best to attack, he could not break through the defense of the sword soul. At that moment, the sword in the figure of a young man, Hun, stood in front of Lu Shu like a peerless swordsman. He did not move a step. The sword in his hand seemed to have infinite power. No matter how Lord Lulan attacked, he never gave in at all. So what if his strength reaches that of a saint? A truly aloof swordsman, even if his opponent is stronger, can still stand alone with his extremely powerful sword intention. At this moment, Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled. Finally, refining is complete. Buzzing, buzzing. There is a sound of Tao Yun from the world tree in the body. The original power gradually penetrates into the core of the mirage and begins to control the control authority inside it. The core of the mirage can also be regarded as an artifact. If it is not condensed out of the world, Lu Shu's current level of cultivation was simply impossible to refine. Unfortunately, his progress far exceeded Lord Lulan's imagination. It didn't take long. Lu Shu had completely controlled the authority of the core of the mirage. You have obtained the artifact, Mirage Core. Chapter 372. Not good. Lord Lulan's pupils shrank. The core of the mirage was really refined by the young man in front of him. He suddenly gritted his teeth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The next second, the aura of Lord Lulan suddenly increased several times. More than twice that. He actually used the violent blood technique to forcibly increase his strength by a large amount. Lu Shu felt an unpleasant aura. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of him. Warn. Lord Lulan used the Lulan violent blood technique, which increased his strength by 400. Duration, 10 minutes. The next second. The phantom of Lord Lulan's law, heaven, elephant and earth has also surged several times. Those heavenly hands covered the sword soul. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the sword spirit resisted the attack of Lord Lulan, who was in a violent state, and his body couldn't help but exploded backwards 100 feet. The breath is slightly unsteady. Sword soul frowned slightly, feeling that the enemy had become much stronger after using the Lulan blood pressure technique. With his strength, no matter how much he makes up for it, there will still be a gap there. With the blessing of violent blood, he was suppressed by Lord Lulan for a period. Let me do it. At this moment, Lu Shu's voice came to Sword Soul's ears. At this moment, a teleportation light curtain appeared under Lu Shu's feet. The core of the mirage had been teleported back to the sacred tree island. The next battle, no matter how we fought, Lu Shu actually won. However, facing the real saint, Lu Shu took a deep breath and said, "Let me see how big the gap is between me and you now." Buzz! The Zhu Xian's sword made a crisp sword cry, turned into a stream of light, and escaped into Lu Shu's hands. The sword's soul no longer replaced the battle, but merged into the Zhu Xian's sword, bursting out with the strongest the power. At this time, Lu Shu is in his strongest state. Facing an enemy stronger than himself, Lu Shu at this moment shows a stronger fighting spirit than before. This willpower, added to the sword god above the template, it turned out to be the promoter's sword intent, climbing towards a higher realm. The next second, Lu Shu slashed out with his sword again. The power comparable to that of a saint faintly shook Lord Lulan, that huge and boundless body. Boom! To resist this blow, the body of Fa Tianxiang, which was as high as the sky, actually took several steps backward. My violent blood state was shaken by a semi-saint level human. Lord Lulan's face became ugly. At this moment, his self-esteem had been knocked down from the clouds to the bottom by Lu Shu. A strong man at the semi-saint level forced himself to use lowland blood pressure technique, and also, unable to defeat the opponent with a crushing attitude. This is tantamount to a fatal blow to Lord Lulan, who was born in the divine realm and has a natural sense of superiority. It is like being stepped on by an ant in the mortal world. Self-esteem is buried in the soil. You die. Lord Lulan went completely crazy. He used lowland blood pressure technique again. And his strength continued to skyrocket. Warn! Lord Lulan once again used the Lulan violent blood technique, which increased his strength by 200 and reached the level of a demigod. Lu Shu felt the pressure in front of him, pouring in like an overwhelming mountain. There seems to be only one word difference between holy and God, but the distance is as insurmountable as a natural chasm. Saints understand the domain. Gods create their own rules. Although Lord Lulan used the violent blood spell twice, the superimposed strength can be said to have increased by 800 compared to the original. 8 times the increase, but it can still only cross from the holy level to the demigod. However, the sense of oppression brought to Lu Shu, it's self-evident. If he can fight a real saint as a semi-saint. But if he fights a demigod, no matter what kind of existence he has, the one who straddles the gap between stocks is still real. Throughout the development of Tiangong for so long, there has never been any legend that recorded the story of half-holy war and half-god. Today, you will surely perish here. Lord Lulan's voice sounded like rolling thunder coming from the sky. But Lu Shu's face was full of fearlessness. Even the Zhu Xian's sword in his hand became even more excited and trembled. Zhu Xian, the sword was originally used to kill gods. At this moment, he sensed the divine power emerging from Lord Lulan. Lu Shu's eyes became much sharper than before. Come and fight. The next second, the Zhu Xian's sword had already come out of the body. The world suddenly seemed to be plunged into a furnace. There was a burst of terrifying energy all around. Lord Lulan's Fa Tianxiangdi, and Lu Shu, who was holding the Zhu Xian's sword, were fighting. The sky was dark, and the surrounding void was cracking. However, no matter what, Lu Shu was still suppressed by Lord Lulan. There was a qualitative gap between the half-saint and the half-god, and it did not rely on external objects or means can be compared. Snort. Stupid bug. Let me see what else you can do. Lord Lulan laughed ferociously. He was able to suppress Lu Shu and vent his previous anger crazily. Dealing with a semi-saint, the helpless feeling in the battle burned the anger in Lord Lulan's heart, making him feel extremely aggrieved. At this moment, he felt extremely aggrieved. This kind of frustration was gradually released in the overwhelming battle. But this happiness did not last long. No matter how he suppressed it, Lord Lulan found that he could not kill Lu Shu. Lu Shu's hand holding the immortal killing sword, the immortal Dao pattern, quickly recovered from his injuries. The desire to fight burning in his pupils was stronger than before. Lin Yun's sword intent continued to rise, as if it was about to break through the sky. It seemed that at a certain moment, it's about to become reality. Lord Lulan felt the stronger and stronger sword intent, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This kid was actually using himself as a stepping stone to break through the sword. That's right. After Lu Shu refined the Mirage Core, in fact, he could directly release the form of the clone and resolve the battle. But he chose to continue fighting the invincible enemy for only one reason, to fight the gods as a semi-saint, taking the way of swordsmanship to an otherworldly realm. Chapter 373. Lord Lulan was completely shocked. Even if he died, he would never have thought. Lu Shu didn't take him seriously from the beginning. So what if he is a demigod? It's just a whetstone in the path of cultivation. It is perfect for elevating the realm of the sword god template from supernatural to extraordinary. Lord Lulan felt a sense of being severely trampled and humiliated in his heart. Once upon a time, could there be mortal beings who despise the gods in heaven so much? Junior, I will let you know what death is. Lord Lulan was completely angry. An original aura suddenly burst out from his body. Lord Lulan is burning his original power and activating the power of the Four Symbols Law. The heaven and earth echo with bursts of divine power. Activate the power of the Four Symbols. All around the god's domain, endless galaxies collapsed, and the entire world seemed to be trapped in a furnace. Lu Shu was at the center of the power of the Four Symbols Law, and the realm of reincarnation was like a wooden house in a storm, beginning to lose its support and begin to collapse. Almost reaching the power of a god. Lord Lulan saw that the core of the mirage was captured by a mortal. While he was still helpless, he had completely lost it. He wanted to kill Lu Shu even if he exhausted all his original power. At this time, Lord Lulan's strength is infinitely close to the god level. The Four Symbols Law is a type of rule. The moment when the power is pushed to the extreme, the power of a god comes to the world. However, when Lu Shu faced this invincible force, the immortal killing sword in his hand erupted with a trembling sound. At that moment, Lu Shu seemed to feel an inexplicable power. His mind moved slightly. This is how it feels. It's hard to explain. Even he doesn't understand where the power of this sword tip comes from. Even gods can kill it without fail. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Now. The immortal killing sword in his hand suddenly struck out with a sword. A simple sword. But the moment the sword was struck, the whole world seemed to become completely silent. Whether it is the bursting sparks, the furnace of heaven and earth baking like a blazing fire, the heaven and earth standing on the edge of the sky, and the vast and endless falling stars, everything seems to be completely silent. In the whole world, only Lu Shu's sword slashed out. When the sword light filled the air, everything in the world stopped at a certain moment. Only this sword light penetrated the grey fog and slashed towards Lord Lulan. Boom! The phantom of Dharma, heaven and earth collapsed. The golden clouds surrounding the divine realm were shaken and blown away by an indescribable force. The void could no longer withstand such terrifying power, and it actually cracked, and the strong wind that could destroy everything roared out from the cracks. Lord Lulan's figure was like a kite with its string broken, flying upside down, his expression full of horror. How can it be? This sword. You have truly reached an otherworldly realm. Beyond transcendence, it is otherworldly. The realm of swordsmanship is one of the ways to heaven. It has been classified as one of the ultimate roads that can lead to the origin of the avenue. Reaching the realm of otherworldliness is almost like a god. Realm. At that moment, all the original power was concentrated on the Zhuxian sword. The Zhuxian divine power contained in this sword was activated. The soul of the sword also evolved. Combining many factors. Lu Shu's otherworldly creation, the sword actually reaches the realm of the gods through the realm of returning to the void. Although it can only use such a sword. No matter which god it is, they will feel extremely shocked when they see this scene. This is the world between heaven and earth. An insignificant god wants to kill the god with the sword in his hand. Even the best swordsman will take a breath and be shocked when he sees this scene. Lu Shu looked at Lord Lulan's broken body, eyes cold, holding the Zhuxian sword in his hand. He walked over step by step. At this moment, a reminder appeared in front of him. Lord Lulan's Lulan violent blood technique has failed, and his original power has been greatly damaged. He has entered a super weak state, and his strength has returned to 1% of its peak state. Now, Lord Lulan no longer even has 10 of the strength he had at his peak. Even an ordinary Lulan warrior could pose a threat to the current Lord Lulan. Is there any trace of the arrogance in him that he had before? Seeing Lu Shu approaching, his eyes were as if he were avoiding death, his face was full of fear, he moved his tattered body and backed away crazily. While retreating, he shouted in horror, "Don't come over. Don't come over." Lu Shu shook his head. Is this the gatekeeper of Tiangong? Even a fairy? If this kind of thing could step into the realm of gods, it would really be an embarrassment to the heavenly palace. Since the judgment angel believes that he is also a member of the Tiangong, then there should be no problem in cleaning up the door on behalf of the Tiangong, right? Lu Shu raised the sword in his hand. Prepare to kill Lord Lulan. At this time, there was another violent noise at the door. A terrifying divine power turned into a terrifying thrust like a mountain, pushing towards Lu Shu like an overwhelming mountain. Being hit by this sudden attack, Lu Shu hurriedly protected the Zhuxian sword on his chest, and once again struck out from the extreme state with an otherworldly sword. Two god-level powers collide. But Lu Shu felt that the divine power in front of him had reached the realm of a true god, and it was not comparable to Lord Lulan. Even though he slashed with an otherworldly sword and barely resisted the attack, he still felt an insurmountable gap. A stream of light flashed. The figure of Lord Lulan was sent away instantly. Lu Shu turned his head and looked around, only to see a graceful figure wearing heavenly golden silk and satin, with a slim figure, standing in front of him like a goddess. He felt the aura of the true god and heavenly palace from the other person's body. Chapter 374. Really God? Lu Shu's eyes became extremely solemn. He never expected that, in addition to Lord Lulan, there would be a true god coming here. Fortunately, he sent the core of the mirage back to the sacred tree island in time. Otherwise, facing Lord Lulan and the true god at the same time, even if he had 10 times more power, he would not be able to compete. At this moment, the goddess's information panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Luo Shui. Category, Tiangong Goddess. Level, First Order God. Power, 117,300. Speed, 115,250. Defense, 114,420. Skills, Luo Shui Ruthless, Fracture Scar, Sky-Breaking Sword, 9 Heaven Magical Power, 9 Xian Bloodline, Eye of God. Description: in the Heavenly Palace, a disciple of the 9 Heavens Zunv lineage is in charge of the Heavenly Palace Divine Sword Luo Shui. One of his swords can break the vitality of the mortal world. Even with the art of immortality, it cannot be repaired. The magic power is extremely profound. Ha! Turns out to be immortal. Luo Shui's eyes were on Lu Shu. He suddenly showed an expression of great surprise. Just now, judging from the sword in the collision, Luo Shui felt that his opponent should be at least a very strong demigod. Again. Unfortunately, he was also a monster saint. However, after carefully sensing it with his mind, Luo Shui discovered that the opponent's cultivation level was only at the peak of returning to the void, equivalent to the realm of a semi-saint. Even if he had understood the Tao pattern in advance and the domain, then at most the power of a saint can be exerted. But in the fight just now, Luo Shui seemed to be fighting a true god. How could this not shock her? Did you take away the Mirage Core? Luo Shui looked around. His eyes burst out with divine power. He glanced around and quickly understood what was happening here. So what? Lu Shu smiled. Luo Shui frowned slightly and said, Your Excellency, I wonder where you come from. The core of this mirage is related to the life and death of the 3 realms. If you take it away rashly, it will be extremely detrimental to us. These words made Lu Shu's heart move slightly. Is it related to the life and death of the 3 realms? Isn't the mirage a ship built by one emperor through the ages? When could he exaggerate like this? If Lu Shu hadn't read history, facing Luo Shui, I'm afraid I really have to believe these words. I'm just a mortal. As for what you are talking about life and death in the 3 realms, I know nothing about it and it has nothing to do with me. But I can be sure of one thing, I have already decided on the core of the mirage. If you have no problem, you can go back. Lu Shu's light tone fell on Luo Shui's ears, but her eyes became sharper. Originally, she thought that the other party might be an outstanding and proud person in the Tiangong, but she was in the Tiangong recently. He had never heard of such rumors. In addition, all the gestures shown by the other party vaguely reminded Luo Shui of someone who appeared in the mortal world back then. Things like that must never happen again in Heavenly Palace. Luo Shui took a deep breath and said, Sir, do you know about Tiangong? Oh. Lu Shu deliberately pretended not to know, but actually he wanted to see what Luo Shui said. The Heavenly Palace is a realm of gods transcending the mortal world. For a god like me, I can only inherit a first-level divine position, so my status cannot be considered very high. If you obtain the core of the mirage, you will offend the entire Heavenly Palace, and there will be countless people who come to kill you. If you hand over the core of the mirage to me, you will be able to obtain a divine position in the Heavenly Palace, and you will be instantly sealed with divine power that is no less than mine. Luo Shui's words sounded nice. But Lu Shu almost laughed. Conferred the position of God. He has the hands and feet, and 3 SSS-level talents and divine trees. If he wants to be promoted to the position of God, is it still possible? Does it need to be sealed by the Heavenly Palace? What's more, since the other party said that he is a first-level god, How can he have the qualifications to decide such a major matter? The so-called god's position is simply a piece of cake. Lu Shu naturally he would not believe this statement. He looked at Luo Shui, suddenly smiled and said, since the one here is only a first-order immortal god, then let's forget it. Luo Shui immediately became angry. What does this sentence mean? Does he look down upon himself? A mere mortal who can't even look down upon the gods. Where does he have the qualifications? His strong self-esteem instantly exposed Luo Shui's true face. He gritted his teeth and said, do you know who I am? My god's codename is Luo Shui, and I wield the Luo Shui divine sword. He is a disciple of Jiutian Zunv. Do you know who Jiutian Zunv is? Lu Shu felt sleepy after listening to the first two sentences. He had read many mythological works, but who is Luo Shui? He has never heard of it. Let alone the Luo Shui divine sword. It seems that he has never heard of it. Not very famous. It wasn't until he heard the term Jiutian Zunv that Lu Shu paid some attention. Jiutian Zunv, the biological mother of Emperor Yan, is an extremely powerful Taoist goddess who is in charge of the art of war. She is good at war and has extremely superb martial arts. In terms of status ranking, I am afraid that she is only below the Queen Mother of the West of Tiangong. This Luo Shui is just a first-level god, but he can descend to the mortal world to act in the name of the Nine Heavens Zunv. Although his status is not high, he has the will of the Nine Heavens Zunv behind him, and he is probably the other party's confidant. But why not send other higher-level gods to the lower world to manage this matter, but let the first-level gods come forward? I'm afraid that even if other gods want to go to the lower world, it's not that easy, right? Luo Shui had no idea that Lu Shu had revealed so many truths to him without revealing too much information. She relied on Lu Shu to be just a mortal, and wanted to rely on Tiangong's information gap to win over this person. By the way, the core of the mirage is white prostitution. What a pity. All these words have been seen through by Lu Shu long ago. Jiutian Zunv. It sounds a bit awesome. But it's a pity that you are not Jiutian Zunv. If you are Jiutian Zunv and are willing to be my concubine, I can consider giving you the core of the mirage to play with. Lu Shu laughed. At this moment, Luo Shui could no longer bear the murderous intention and urged his divine power to kill at full speed. Chapter 375. Court Death. At this moment, Luo Shui's murderous intention could no longer bear it, and he mobilized his divine power to kill at full speed. Lu Shu's light words fell in her ears, which was the greatest disrespect to Jiutian Zunv. Jiutian Zunv for Luo Shui, there is no difference if they are reborn as parents, but now she is being frivolous by a mortal. How can she not be angry? The Luo Shui sword swayed in the void, but it stirred up waves of water out of thin air, heading towards sweeping away from all directions, like a heavenly and earthly net covering Lu Shu's body. Each blue wave carries thousands of Luo Shui's ruthless sword intent that wipes out life. It can cut off even the immortal, not to mention the mortal world. If you are hit by this sword, you will be dead. Not that a saint could withstand it. Not to mention that Lu Shu's true cultivation level was still in the realm of returning to the virtual world. Even the realm could not withstand such a terrifying blow, and it collapsed. However, when the sword light dissipated, Lu Shu's figure disappeared from the place. What he stayed here from beginning to end was just a clone. Now, the core of the mirage is in hand. The realm of swordsmanship has broken through to the otherworldly realm. The only pity is that Lord Lulan was not kill him. But there is no need to stay here. Although he can still use a few otherworldly swords and fight with Luo Shui, there is no need at all. Fighting the true god in the realm of returning to the virtual world, this is not are you asking for trouble. Lu Shu doesn't have that kind of strange hobby. Therefore, he gives up when he sees fit. Luo Shui stood there and was silent for a few seconds, with a look of shame and anger on his pretty face. Biting lightly, he looked at the place where Lu Shu disappeared, his pupils filled with murderous intent. Very good, I have marked your body with the 9 mysterious divine powers. From now on, whether you appear in the mortal world or in the heavenly palace, my 9 mysterious divine powers will find you. Then, I will smash your bones into ashes and beat your soul until it is shattered outside the 3 realms, and you will never be reincarnated. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's true self opened his eyes. The next second, an otherworldly sword spirit pervaded his whole body. The entire Sacred Tree Island was shaken by the sword intent, and the surrounding grass began to sway violently in a gust of wind. This moment, in the world, only the killing sword intent on Lu Shu was left. Is it an otherworldly state? This time, my clone actually brought such a big surprise again. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Shu's face. After the clone in the divine realm was automatically released, all the memories poured into his mind. Following this, there was naturally a breakthrough to the otherworldly realm. Synchronization after that. Lu Shu thought. Buzz. The sound of the sword of the Zhuxian sword trembled throughout the world. An extremely terrifying aura of the sword god filled the surroundings. Reaching an otherworldly realm, my sword god template combined with the Zhuxian sword can kill even real gods. In the divine realm, my clone is still in the realm of returning to the virtual world. With my extraordinary swordsmanship, I can fight against Lu Shu. If the current me had gone there and added the divine lock, killing Lu Shu would not be a problem at all. Lu Shu's eyes revealed a brilliant light. As for the divine aura left by Lu Shu on him, with Lu Shu's current strength, he could easily erase this mark. But he didn't do that. The corners of his mouth were light. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "If you really come to trouble me, then I don't mind having a taste of the blood of the gods." Nowadays, Lu Shu's strength is many times stronger than when he was still in the god's domain. Not only has he reached the realm of Hadao, he has also upgraded the little world tree to the world tree, and obtained the demigod his divine power, coupled with all the opportunities he got in Mirage. At this moment, if Lu Shu tried with all his strength, even ordinary first-order true gods would not be his match. Let alone a little Lu Shu. Next, if I go to the Grey World again. If nothing else, it should fall outside the Mirage. It is equivalent to refreshing outside the gap of the Holy Land. If I go there again, most likely Lu Shu will be waiting for me there. Lu Shu thought, and a pure white heart appeared on his body. Plop. The heart throbbed for a while. It seemed to be still moving. It was like a life. This is the heart of the Mirage. Possessed. It is equivalent to owning a mirage. But now Lu Shu is not in a hurry to return to the Grey World immediately. Open the panel. Countdown to the next Grey World invasion, 3 days. Ding. You fished a legendary treasure chest, open it and get the best life essence X1. 2 prompts sounded in succession. Although during this period, the deep sea army encountered turbulence ahead, and the progress of the exploration was unknowingly slowed down. But the progress of deep-sea fishing rod is still fishing in such deep-sea areas. However, it is a pity. Since this fishing rod was an item obtained at the epic level, its length is a bit insufficient. The most items it can catch are legendary treasure chests. Most of the ones prescribed are the best life essences. After collecting it for such a period of time, Lu Shu also collected 7 or 8 items at once. After counting, it seems that I can produce the next product in advance. Come to the side of the sacred tree. Lu Shu held the excellent life essence in his hand, and a prompt popped up in front of his eyes. Do you want to use the ultimate life essence X7? Choose to use them all at once. Buzz. The sacred tree made a buzzing sound. Having absorbed so much life breath, the growth rate of the fruit is also accelerating visibly to the naked eye. Your sacred tree has absorbed the best life essence, and its growth points are 3,000. All of a sudden, he has gained 210,000 growth points. The growth point of the sacred tree has exceeded the million mark. Chapter 376. Ding. You have obtained the blood succession limit fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained Dharma God template fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained Holy Spirit growth fruit X1. 3 consecutive prompts appeared in front of Lu Shu. About there. Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. Now, his own natal sacred tree has reached the level of an advanced sacred tree. If he wants to grow into the next stage of the sacred tree, he will need 2 million growth points. But no matter what, the breakthrough it has passed the million mark. It is already halfway to the real sacred tree. It can be said that considerable progress has been made. Now plant all these fruits. Lu Shu thought. The next second, 3 different fruits were buried in the soil. The subspecies spiritual tree also broke out of the ground. With the blessing of a 100-fold increase, it grew rapidly. Blood succession limit fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, blood succession limit fruit. Period, 0, 5 days, 500, 1000. Production times remaining, 1. Dharma God template fruit tree. Product, Dharma God template fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 500, 1000. Holy Spirit growth fruit tree. Product, Holy Spirit growth fruit. Production times remaining, 2. The number of productions of the fruits of the growth of the Holy Spirit has changed from once to twice. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. It is estimated that the growth point has exceeded the 1,000,000 mark. Therefore, the power of Tao Yun contained in his own sacred tree is more intense than before. Therefore, he can cultivate more at one time the fruits of Holy Spirit growth. In this way, my own pet army will have more room for upgrades. The next battle is related to the divine domain. If you want to train all the little guys to the god level, then it's not an easy task. Thinking of these massive resources, Lu Shu shook his head, feeling that his fruits were almost running out. In the next time, there is nothing extra to do. Lu Shu just stay peacefully in the sacred tree island, bake some delicious food, and let these little cuties eat to their heart's content. He began to wander around the island first. Anyway, he broke through to the realm of Hadao, and then continued to practice in seclusion. There is not much benefit in improving the realm. It is better to hang out and relax. By the way, some rare woods discovered in the Grey World have also been used to upgrade the scale and area of the mansion. Today, Lu Shu lives the place has completely turned into a magnificent palace. The amount of money spent on a small target in the previous life may not be able to build such a palace. Whether it is the area covered or the noble wood used, it is almost comparable to the scale of the heavenly palace. The Tiangong Kaiwu that Lu Shu explored in the Holy Land before has the forging methods of the heavenly palace. Based on these more advanced understandings, the palaces and mansions built are even more noble. Ding! Your blood succession limit fruit has reached the production cycle, blood succession limit fruit 100. Ding! Your Dharma God template fruit has reached the production cycle, Dharma God template fruit 100. Ding! Your Holy Spirit's growth fruit has reached the production cycle, and the Holy Spirit's growth fruit is 100. Finally, all the fruits on the aura fruit tree have been harvested. At a glance, there are all kinds of magical fruits hanging on the trees, colorful and full. The fragrance of the fruit hits your nostrils with a breeze, and you can't help but feel relaxed and happy when you smell it. Is it actually the Byakugan fruit? Lu Shu checked the properties of the blood succession limit fruit, and found that it turned out to be the white-eye fruit. It has been a long time since the last time he obtained this level of blood succession limit fruit. At this moment, Shendraman moved the fruit. The huge body came to the side of this subspecies spiritual tree. 100 dragon beasts airborne. This small place was quickly occupied. It turns out that I need to upgrade my Byakugan. Lu Shu showed an expression of sudden realization, and suddenly remembered that the last time he rolled his eyes, he was swallowed by the dragon beast. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled and said, "Eat, these are all yours, share one each, no one else. Don't eat too much." The dragon beasts immediately let out cheers of joy. They stretched their necks and opened their huge mouths. They took a deep breath. Ding! Shendraman X100 has swallowed the same Byakugan fruit X100. The Byakugan evolves into the Tgthegood. Acquire new skills, the realm of reincarnation. The next second, all the dragon beasts roared. When those golden pupils opened again, they turned into a color like glass. Dreamy and noble. That moment, the realm of reincarnation was instantly enveloped. Being in this field, any enemy's attributes will be greatly suppressed. And Shendraman can use this to control huge physical power. A conservative estimate, it is equivalent to 100 times the power of the Jinjin fruit. Control and change everything in the space at will. It can even condense the terrifying power to kill all things. In front of Lu Shu, a new pet panel also appeared. Divine Dragonmon. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Fist of Heaven, Burning Fruit, Holy Flame, Seventh Heaven, Covenant, Heaven's Gate, God's Flame, God's Eye Technique, Reincarnation Eye, New. Physique, SSS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SSS. Overall potential, Saint. The strength of Shendraman has actually reached the level of a saint. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was surprised by the transformation that had taken place on the Shendraman. Awakening the reincarnation eye, 100 Shendramans jointly released the realm of reincarnation. Bombarded by so many realms, it was almost the same as the power of a god. Every divine dragon beast is a genuine holy level. The addition of the Tgthegood will improve Shendraman simply by not being too big. Lu Shu is extremely satisfied with this improvement. Chapter 377. There is also fruits of Holy Spirit growth remaining. Lu Shu began to think. 200 Holy Spirit growth fruits can be given to 2 different pets for a slight upgrade. Here comes the problem. Who should I give it to? At this moment, 100 reincarnation foxes suddenly came over. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Samsara Fox seems to have not improved its strength for a long time. You guys want this? Lu Shu asked. Samsara Fox nodded immediately. Okay, then you guys split it up. Since the reincarnation fox is attracted by the fruit, it means that they have reached the opportunity to break through. They need to swallow the higher level Holy Spirit growth fruit to complete the transformation. Ba. Ba. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Very quickly, all the reincarnation foxes swallowed the Holy Spirit growth fruit. The next second, the reincarnation foxes exuded a powerful aura of reincarnation. The pupils of the reincarnation became more mysterious and unpredictable. At the same time, a panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Samsara Fox. Type, Elf. Power, Samsara I Technique, Samsara Transformation, Samsara Reincarnation, Samsara Domain, New. Physique, SSS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SSS. Comprehensive Potential, Semi-Saint. The realm of reincarnation owned by the reincarnation fox seems to be different from mine. It's impossible to tell which one is stronger and which one is weaker, but they are all domains after all. Still very powerful. Lu Shu noticed that Samsara Fox's domain, although similar to his own domain, was both called Reincarnation Domain. However, there is still a difference in ability. The realm of Samsara Fox is more aggressive. Drive various powerful physical attacks, causing the enemy to fall into a series of attacks in the realm of reincarnation, unable to extricate themselves. Lu Shu's realm of reincarnation tends to create a fantasy world and draw opponents into it. It's a bit like small world projection. Although there are differences in content, there is not that big a difference in the confrontation between fields if they are of the same personality. The realm of Samsara Fox has also entered the semi-saint level. Lu Shu's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. 100 reincarnation foxes combined would at least have the power of a demigod. Although there is still a qualitative difference with the real gods, after all, the numbers are there, and they are not weak. Continue. Come down. Lu Shu still has 100 Holy Spirit growth fruits. At this time, the person running over turned out to be Yumi. 2. This guy hasn't improved his strength for a long time. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. Although Yumi's position is only an auxiliary, but the blessing after possession cannot be underestimated. What's more, if Yumi's ability is improved, then all pet armies will have extreme strong life blessing. It is equivalent to an invincible army. Eat it. Lu Shu said with a smile. Yumi has not improved its strength for a long time, and now it is time to strengthen it. Soon, 100 Yumi swallowed the Holy Spirit growth fruit and burped comfortably. Buzz buzz. A pulsating life essence suddenly turned into a field. It is full of a comfortable atmosphere. Such powerful life energy. Lu Shu stared at Yumi in surprise. Surrounded by this breath of life, any teammate can receive blessings no less than the immortal pattern. The recovery ability can be said to be fully charged. Open the panel again. Yumi. Type, Magic Cat. Powers, Hitting and Blocking, Fishing Missile, Yumi Possession, High Energy, Final Chapter of the Grimoire, Shining Fruit, Would Release, Life Essence, Life Domain, New. Physique, SS. Speed, SS. He actually awakened the realm of life. Lu Shu was also pleasantly surprised. Domain. Unexpectedly, Yumi can now have her own domain skills. Although physique and speed are slightly inferior. But as long as you have the domain, you are at the semi-saint level. Strong. 100 Yumi combined, as long as they are in the realm of life, unless multiple gods join forces to kill. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill any pet. It's even said to be an instant kill. Basically only high-ranking gods. This is possible only by descending to the mortal world. But Lu Shu can be sure that if the gods want to come to the mortal world, they must pay a price. The reason why the high-ranking gods are not invited may be because there are many restrictions on the gods descending to the mortal world. As long as I don't set foot in the divine realm, even if I encounter gods in the mortal world, I may not be without the strength to fight. There was a brilliant light in Lu Shu's eyes. At this time, a message appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Xiao Chang'an, President, we have arrived at the sword domain. There are many high-level sword souls here. Xiao Chang'an, there is not much time left before the Grey Realm invades. We plan to return to the Sacred Tree Island first. President, very good, your speed is faster than I thought. I will give you some gifts next. Close the chat interface. Lu Shu's heart moved, and he summoned the Sword Soul and said, Sword Soul, you will engrave a trace of sword intention into the picture scroll in front of you. After finishing speaking, he stimulated the true energy in his body and started painting in the void. After absorbing the knowledge of Tiangong Kaiwu, Lu Shu's playing, chess, calligraphy and painting skills have reached an extremely high level. A picture of a swordsman swinging his sword gracefully appeared in front of him in the void. The sword master's accomplishments are truly amazing. When the sword soul saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Soon, he injected a sword spirit into the scroll. The swordsman in the scroll suddenly had charm. The sword light swung out. If you concentrate, it looked like a peerless swordsman, really slashing with a sword. Lu Shu took the scroll into the warehouse, directly transformed it into an item, and said with a smile, I can also make it now. Some tips. Next, he opened a guild panel and said, all members who have received the Sword God template can come and receive a gift. Chapter 378. Shao Organization Guild Interface. At this time, an announcement appeared in front of the members. Ding! The president of Akatsuki Organization has released a public gift package, please claim it immediately. This news immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not only Xiao Chang'an and others. Anil and Baiyu's eyes were also attracted. Anil, the president actually gave out a gift package, I don't know what kind of gift package it is. Xiao Chang'an, everyone, let me open this gift bag first and help you see what's inside. Prodigal Sword, no need to read it, I have already read it for you. This is a generous gift specially prepared for the Sword God template. Baiyu, Sword God template. At this moment, Baiyu is basically the only one in the guild who has not obtained this fruit. After all, her mission is to go to the 100,521 coordinates. The distance is too far. I didn't encounter any trouble on the way. He was originally the strongest in the guild, but now he has become the weakest because of the lack of gifts. Seeing this, Lu Shu also felt that Baiyu should be given some more abilities. Send the Sword God template fruit over first. In front of Baiyu's eyes, a prompt popped up. President, the invasion of the Grey World is approaching, which can be regarded as the end of a phase. As a reward, you will accept this fruit. What appeared in the transaction interface was the Sword God template fruit. Baiyu showed a flattered expression. Unexpectedly, she didn't even arrive at the mission location. She didn't seem to have done anything, but she got the reward. Thank you, President. I thanked her immediately, and there was an extra fruit in Baiyu's hand. The Sword God template fruit. Its appearance didn't look like anything special. Try it. Baiyu took a bite of the fruit. It's a fruit anyway, there must be no harm in eating it. The next second, her eyes widened, unimaginably accepting all the information about the Sword God template fruit, and she was shocked. Is it a fruit beyond SSS level? She just got such a high-end fruit for nothing. Is the treatment of the Akatsuki organization so outrageous? However, when she glanced at the guild panel, she found that everyone had received the gifts in the interface. So, have all the members in the guild, except me, swallowed this super SSS level fruit? Baiyu's pupils were filled with shock. Knowing that she was the last one to eat, she was even more shocked. You know, these are super SSS level fruits. The president of the Akatsuki organization actually used these fruits as gifts. Give them to everyone equally. Don't these fruits cost money? Even if they do cost money, they are not produced casually, right? There are more than a dozen people in the guild, and together they have given away more than a dozen super SSS level fruits. What kind of incredible benefit is this? Baiyu originally thought that Fengyun Guild's alliance was already the best guild that could be found on land, bar none. But she suddenly discovered that the ability of the alliance to merge with the Shao organization randomly giving away SSS level fruits seems like nothing compared to them. You know, no matter how many superpowers are added up, there is simply no comparison with real SSS level powers. Sometimes, quantity is not enough to make up for it. The essential difference. At this moment, on the guild interface, the chat messages of the members popped up. Xiao Chang'an, oh my god, this scroll presented by the president, the sword intention is at least a superb state, right? I just took a look, and the state of the Sword God template has actually reached the unity of man and sword from the state of sword mind. Realm. Prodigal Sword, your realm is too low. The sword intention contained in this scroll is, to be precise, extraordinary. By the way, my realm has reached the unity of heaven and man, ha ha ha. Xiao Chang'an, awesome. Anil, awesome. Everyone, awesome. Seeing the information in front of her, Baiyu felt even more doubtful about life. What kind of group of friends are these? Some people have reached the state of unity between heaven and man. At this moment, Baiyu had just swallowed the Sword God template fruit. But fortunately, she used to use a sword, and the famous sword in her hand was ranked 5th on the list of famous swords. Nirvana. After swallowing the sword god template fruit, Bayu's kendo realm has instantly reached the peak of the sword heart. Such progress, if it is compared to other guild members such as Xiao Chang'an, who does not understand the kendo tree at all from a teacher's perspective, it's already pretty fast. Get your gift. Bayu thought, and first received the gifts in the guild panel. It's actually a picture scroll. Open the scroll. It is a scene of a swordsman, wielding a sword in his hand. However, the charm and the burst of sword intent are not like a painting at all, but more like a real swordsman, facing towards himself. Cut off Ling Yun's sword. This sword intent can only be described as extraordinary. The moment Bayu opened the scroll, she suddenly felt a chill all over her body. If this sword did not exist in the scroll, but was actually struck, I am afraid that I would not be able to make any resistance, and I would be killed by this sword. Too strong. A sword that is so strong that it is suffocating. With Bayu's current state, it is impossible to understand what state this sword is in. He only feels that it is unfathomable. Is this the state that the president has reached? Bayu's eyes showed a hint of shock, realizing that this scroll was drawn by Lu Shu himself. Its purpose is naturally to help the members of the guild to improve their strength. Thinking of this, Bayu's response to the Shao organization, his loyalty was immediately filled. From being slightly suspicious at first, he has now completely fallen and become a die-hard loyalist. He understood the sword intention of this scroll. Although Bayu swallowed the sword god template relatively late. However, her understanding of the art of swordsmanship is even stronger than that of the prodigal son sword. Those eyes, looking directly at the sword intention of the scroll, were not moved at all. Boom! There was a sound of breakthrough from her body. Bayu's realm has entered the pinnacle of the unity of man and sword. Chapter 379. Now. Bayu's pupils were filled with shock. Just by looking at this painting, you actually reached the peak of the unity of man and sword? Far. In the next period of time, if I study hard for a while and understand the sword intention in the scroll, Bayu's realm will be able to break through the realm of unity between man and nature as he wishes. Its progress is not too slow among guilds. After this Grey World invasion is over, I must hurry to the coordinates, 100, 521. Completing Akatsuki's mission to organize the guild is a mission I can't miss in my life. Bayu has already planned to serve the Akatsuki organization wholeheartedly. Where can I find a guild with such good benefits besides the Akatsuki organization? It smells so good. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly, and he sensed the progress of each member's kendo strength from the scroll. A smile appeared on his face. The progress of Anil has actually reached the point where heaven and man are one. Bayu should be here soon. What surprised me was the prodigal son sword. His talent is probably much lower than that of Anil and Bayu, but his unique heart of swordsmanship drives him to catch up with the progress of others. The unity of heaven and man. Although Lu Shu had already skipped this realm the moment he awakened the sword soul. But looking at the Grey World, apart from the members of their own guild, there are only a handful of sacred tree masters who can reach this level of swordsmanship. I don't even know if it exists. At the moment, the Akatsuki organization is about to have 3 members, who will achieve the unity of heaven and man in the way of swordsmanship. Compared with the power of supernatural powers, they are already close to SSS level. This is different from reaching SSS level in strength or physique. The SSS level of supernatural power will burst out with devastating power. Arriving at the island station invaded by the Grey World. Several of my guild members should be on the list. As for some of the weaker ones, it might be hard to say. But at least they have all stayed in the giant kingdom, and they span so many coordinates, so I won't be disappointed no matter what. Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. Especially Anil. Inheriting the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. At this moment, she also has the Thunder Domain. It's time to arrange some new tasks for Anil. In addition to the 100 on the horizontal axis, there are also some legendary ruins that can be explored on the vertical axis. Since Bayu has already accompanied Xiao Chang'an and others, the number of people should be almost the same. Next, you can let Anil go to a wave of legendary ruins on the vertical axis. It's equivalent to exploring from 2 different directions. Lu Shu went to 999, 999, and had to walk diagonally. He could also catch all the nearby coordinates on the way, but it was too remote horizontally and vertically to explore. If he went through the entire Grey World, it's too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, after exploring the ruins of the Eternal Emperor, Lu Shu's next goal should be the Tiangong. By the way, there are also deep-sea troops. His heart moved slightly, and he suddenly remembered that he had mastered the core of the mirage. What a pity, the mirage is still in the grey world for the time being, and has not been taken back. Therefore, the actions of the deep-sea army will be put on hold until this grey world. After the invasion, only by obtaining the mirage from Lu Shu can we continue to explore deeper sea areas. In these 2 or 3 days, the guild members found a safe place and returned to the sacred tree island one after another. They were practicing the kendo scrolls given to them by Lu Shu. Bai Yu's qualifications are indeed beyond imagination. In such a short period of time, he has broken through from the unity of man and soared to the realm of unity of heaven and man. Open the world public screen. Alas, it was another grey world invasion before I knew it. After many days, I am still being beaten by an abyss-level copy. I feel like there is no hope of salvation. Recently, I was beaten by a nightmare-level copy, and I actually went in for a while. I hope these monsters can be gentler when they enter my sacred tree island next time. TSK, 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 why did the words above make me think wrong? Don't be a coward, buddy, at worst it's just an expansion movement. After such a long period of experience, currently, most of the sacred tree masters who can stay fall into the following categories. 1. Top-notch experts who can successfully conquer major dungeons. Their strategy plans are also very particular. They will never challenge dungeons that cannot be passed to death, but the difficulty is you will never miss an opportunity if you find a suitable dungeon. 2. Join the guild as a team-oriented divine tree master. These people, usually after joining the team, can maximize their strength to 200 and rely on suitable teammates to survive. Although the income is not high and the speed of becoming stronger is not as fast as that of an independent sacred tree master, it is better than stability. Occasionally I come across a guild with good benefits, including monthly and year-end bonuses. 3. The Ultimate Go King. This group of sacred tree masters has grown steadily stronger by relying on the fruits they produce, and their strength progress has just kept at the pace of the natural expansion of the grey world. They do not take any risks and just sit back and collect stable assets, just like putting all their balances in UE Bao. At this stage, the content on the world's public screen has become much more harmonious. It seems that most of the people who stayed have adapted to the game of Divine Tree Master. Certainly. Among them, the most popular topic is naturally the discussion of the top 100 list. After the previous baptisms. Now the first one on the list basically doesn't get much discussion. There has been a general understanding in everyone's mind. The top guy on the list is of course Lu Shu, is it me? The market is open. The market is open. This time, all the fellow villagers and elders have beaten Lu Shu so much. Nothing more, just bankrupt. There are many trees and the villa is close to the sea. All the major guilds are now competing for positions in the top 100. There is only one on the list, but there is a harmony. I have to say, this is also a strange thing. Chapter 380. Time remaining in the countdown to the Grey World invasion, 1 day. It's coming, it's finally coming. I can't wait to start killing. The small goal this time, 100,000 points. The boss is joking, you can kill any elite monster and it will cost more than 100,000. Woohoo, I have never gotten such high points in my life. I don't know what points the first place on the list will get this time. Last time it exceeded 100 million, right? Invincible. With a burst of chatter and laughter. Islands. The surrounding storm began to surge. Grey fog blocked the sun. Countless evil winds began to gather from all directions. Lu Shu had already asked the deep-sea troops to withdraw in advance, otherwise, when the grey fog spreads to the island, it would also bring the deep-sea troops into the grey world. At that time, there will be unpredictable consequences. Sacred Tree Island. All combat units are ready. Just waiting for the final battle. Lu Shu sat cross-legged under the sacred tree, bathing in the breath of life, meditating carefully, his eyes popping up the countdown in front of him from time to time. Finally. The numbers on the panel jumped for the last time. The remaining time in the countdown to Grey Realm invasion, 0 days. Attention all sacred tree masters. Monsters are about to invade. Protect the sacred tree and kill as many monsters as possible to drop generous rewards. Roar. As the system prompt ended, monsters from all directions spread around the island like a tide. At this time, all the sacred tree masters began to defend against the surrounding monsters. Messages kept popping up on the world's public screen. Damn it, why are there so many more monsters this time than last time? It seems the difficulty has increased. MD, all my pea shooters were eaten. The monsters coming this time are hundreds of millions of bits and pieces fierce. Damn it, the difficulty of the Grey World has increased. I have experienced the same coordinates in the past, and now there are more monsters pulled over. Me too, many people in the guild say so. If it's just one or two, it can be said to be accidental, but if everyone finds it difficult, then it means that there are really so many monsters in the Grey World. Ah, I'm going to be eaten, someone give me a superpower fruit to save me. Ding. Egg Pancake uploaded a memory video. Ding. Tomato uploaded a memory video. Ding. Lemon Fruit uploaded a memory video. There are more and more Sacred Tree Masters who start uploading memory videos. Through the picture, you can see, the monsters that cover the sky and the sun are attacking every island of the Sacred Tree Master. Even the previous part of the Ultimate Go King received the same treatment. The worst one is the God Tree Master of the Go Dao system. They usually only rely on fruits to be self-sufficient, and their strength must increase more slowly. They have encountered fewer battles and have less experience. Various factors have caused most of the Go Dao Divine Tree Masters to be directly defeated in the current situation. Got caught off guard. Many Go Dao Divine Tree Masters were killed on the spot. During the previous invasions of the Grey World, most of the Sacred Tree Masters thought that they had a deep grasp of the survival strategies of the Grey World through forums and various channels of information, and planned to be a salted fish with peace of mind. But unexpectedly, the Grey World suddenly increased the difficulty. At this time, their minds can no longer turn around. Directly killed by monsters of higher difficulty. Seeing this scene, Lu Shu shook his head. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? From the beginning, the Grey World was definitely not that simple. The difficulty will continue to increase, and until now, Lu Shu also realized that there are some secrets hidden in the Grey World, and they are also related to the Divine Realm and the Heavenly Palace. In other words, the Grey World is not static. When change comes, if you don't have enough strength, no matter how long you survive, you will be nothing more than cannon fodder when faced with disaster. Looking at the Sacred Tree Island of Lu Shu, I can only hear its sounds, but not see its people. Although there are monsters roaring everywhere. However, not many monsters were seen. If you look down from the top of the island, you will find that monsters like a sea of ink are all blocked in the outer areas of the Great Wall. These huge monsters, at least A-level monsters, and some S-level monsters, let out deafening roars. If these monsters appeared on any of the islands of the Divine Tree Master, it would be tantamount to a nightmare. It is comparable to the monsters on the 65th floor and above of the Tower of Heritage. Apart from the guild members of the Akatsuki organization, Muyu Tingfeng, who has the second highest points, has only reached the 65th floor. If these monsters attack, even with the blessing of the island, it will be a nightmare-like blow for most Sacred Tree Masters. But they can't even break through Lu Shu's Great Wall. The Great Wall built by the Eternal Emperor has reached the legendary level and can withstand SS-level attacks. The monsters cannot rely on brute force to break through this level. They can only keep adding numbers in an attempt to cross the city wall by climbing. Lu Shu's spiritual power, as huge as the sea, instantly covered every corner of the Sacred Tree Island. The number of monsters seems to be almost there. Well, it's time to clean up. With a thought, more than a dozen Tianxian cannons located behind the sacred tree were instantly lifted out. Boom! A series of fires exploded outside the Great Wall. The monsters collectively let out a heartrending roar. Roar! Countless monsters were reduced to ashes in the fire. The monsters that were about to turn over were also blown into pieces because of the monsters below. The meatball fortress that was finally stationed lost its center of gravity at this moment, as if it was falling apart. It instantly collapsed like building blocks. Countless kill prompts popped up in front of my eyes. It's time to fuse an army of monsters. Lu Shu's eyes moved. Previously, he killed the Lulan guards in Lulan, and the materials obtained can transform the monster army into an undead army. Choose fusion. A curtain of light instantly enveloped all the monster legions. Chapter 381. Suddenly, waves of fused light curtains landed on all the monster legions. At this moment, the average strength of the monster legion has reached S level. After integrating the attributes of the undead legion, almost all of them have reached quasi-SS level. The top batch of monsters that have been fused with the Divine Tree Master have reached SSS level strength. At this moment, Lu Shu had an extremely terrifying and hard-to-die army. Let's try your strength, right? Lu Shu laughed and gave an order. The next second, all the monsters rushed out of the Great Wall like a tide, killing them. Beyond the Great Wall, the wave of monsters has become more intense than before. It seems that the Grey World has also realized that if they only maintain this scale of attack, they may not even be able to break through the outermost Great Wall. This is simply too embarrassing. Such huge monsters from the Grey World attacked an island collectively, but they couldn't even break through the door outside the house. No. The next moment, the number of monsters pouring in from the Grey World suddenly doubled. The various behemoths that rolled into the island would almost climb over the Great Wall, which is as tall as a mountain, even if they were stacked up with their physical bodies. The speed is really too fast. Seeing that they were about to break through the defense line of the Great Wall, at this moment, behind the Sacred Tree Island, another monster legion came towards the outside of the pass like a black cloud pressing down on the border. The Scythe of Death keeps harvesting from monsters. Groups of monsters were angry. Although they couldn't figure out where this monster came from, they felt the breath of the sacred tree, which was enough to make all enemies crazy. A big melee broke out. Almost thousands of monsters can deal with one of Lu Shu's monster legions alone. However, even though there were a lot of people on the opposite side, the monster legions showed no fear at all. They were like warriors who dared to charge without fear of death. Get into a bloody fight with the enemy. Integrated with the characteristics of immortality, Lu Shu's monsters will not be killed by this group of A-level to S-level monsters. Therefore, no matter how many enemies you face, the monster army is invincible. Every unit has been added with a buff that is not afraid of death. Use your physical body to bear damage in exchange for a chance to kill the enemy. Boom boom boom. With the Tianxian cannon assisting the attack from behind. Soon, the line of defense above the Great Wall has been completely stabilized. These monsters wanted to form a group, scatter Lu Shu's monster army, and defeat them one by one. But what I didn't expect was, the monster legion is immortal and will not be afraid of enemy attacks at all. Coupled with the Tianxian cannon at the back, which constantly bombarded the monsters below, the grey monsters that invaded the island could not even stand firm, and were killed in pieces. On the Great Wall, the monster army is like a stronger city wall, guarding Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island and will not be harmed in any way. Congratulations on passing the first day of the Divine Tree Island defense battle and earning 50 million points. The second day of Grey Realm invasion is coming. Please get ready, Divine Tree Master. After a fierce battle throughout the night, all the monsters on the first day were killed. Open the Sacred Tree panel and check the next fruit information. Products: Spiritual Ocean Fruit, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X2, Scion Fruit. Production cycle: 6 days, 12002000. Lu Shu looked at the information on the production fruit. I found out that there were still 6 days until delivery, which made me a little worried. It's still a long time. Fortunately, there are enough luminous mushrooms planted in the island. Every night, they can provide sunshine to the Sacred Tree Island. Therefore, the production speed of Lu Shu's Sacred Tree products is not due to the grey fog blocking the sunlight in the sky. It was greatly affected. Immediately afterwards, the invasion of the Grey World began the next day. However, the monsters that broke through this time also had the attribute of immortality. Are they actually the monsters I encountered near Emperor Chao's tomb? Not only that, there are some monsters nearby that are also infected with the attribute of immortality. Therefore, are they all attracted to the Sacred Tree Island? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. After all, his white dragon horse ran too fast. Traveling through the Grey World, he didn't know what monsters he encountered. Anyway, he attracted them. However, for Lu Shu in fact, it is a good thing. You don't have to stop and kill slowly in the Grey World. Pull them all to the island, save worry and effort. Boom boom. The Tianxian cannon is aimed at from outside the grey fog, the invading undead monsters fired continuously with roaring artillery fire. Amidst the violent explosions, fire shot into the sky. But this time, the effect was not as good as yesterday. These monsters condense the attributes of immortality and recovery speed are astonishing. If the body is only blown to pieces by the Tianxian cannon, it can be recovered very quickly. They twist their weird and broken bodies and continuously form long ladders. Even the Tianxian cannon can unable to blow them off the city wall. The monsters began to climb over the Great Wall. Although the undead army was at the front, facing such a large number of monster invasions, the number was limited after all, and they could only resist for a while. There were already many grey monsters, came to the second line of defense, facing the hail of bullets from pea shooters, ice shooters and other plants. Puff puff puff. Shots of peas were fired like high-speed machine guns, and there was a sudden downpour on the field. A rainstorm of peas. However, every bullet in this rainstorm of peas, blessed by various mythical buildings, has extremely terrifying power. Hitting the bodies of undead monsters, their bodies instantly penetrated a huge hole. Even if it wants to recover, it will take a while. Of course. With just this level of attack, the undead monster can still recover quickly, drag its body, and continue to attack forward. As more and more people come from behind, the undead monster broke through the defense line of the Lu Shu Monster Legion. The situation became increasingly difficult. Chapter 382. Go on like this. The monsters in the Grey World will soon rush into the territory of the plant army. With the current attack power of the plant army, it is still unable to kill undead monsters. If these monsters are allowed to rush into the plant's position, they will quickly break through the tall nuts and cause large-scale damage to the plants behind them. It seems that it is time for the pet army to take action. Lu Shu looked around and made a quick judgment. He immediately moved his mind and controlled the mobile defense fortress. Under the cover of the Tianxian cannon, he successfully transferred the large plant army. The battlefield was swept away. After a while, only countless undead monsters were left, advancing on the lawn of the island as if they were lost. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. It's your turn to take action. Use your domain to kill these monsters. Lu Shu consumed his mental energy and immediately sent a message to the little guys living on the sacred tree. Soon, Pikachu turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the battlefield. The little white foxes dived into the void. Yumi was possessing the body of the little white fox, he immediately hitched a ride. The Emperor's green hidden dragon flapped its wings and blew up a gust of wind. The huge body, carrying other members of the pet army, all headed towards the sacred tree island. The defense line rushes away. The overall combat effectiveness of these little guys has been greatly improved in recent times. They are eager for a battle. The strength of many pets has reached the semi-saint level. Pikachu is more. You can use those samsara eyes to copy teammates in at least 2 areas. It may seem that the panel attributes are not high, but in fact he is the strongest semi-saint level expert in the team. Such a team will face those whose strength is still in the mortal world. The undead monster can be said to be a dimensionality reduction blow. The god of death is about to descend on the battlefield. On the endless grassland, the densely packed undead monsters have condensed into a black cloud, occupying the sky and the ground, and moving crazily towards the sacred tree island. At this time, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended here. All the undead monsters' movements instantly became extremely slow. Emperor's Green Hidden Dragon X100, activated Emperor's Domain X100, weakening all basic abilities of all enemy units by 99. Boom! The Emperor's power is like thunder suppressing, shrouding all the undead monsters. Roar! All the monsters on the ground lowered their huge heads. They were unable to resist such terrifying imperial pressure and surrendered. Even if they wanted to resist, they were in the Emperor's domain, whether it was their basic abilities or their spirits. His strength was completely suppressed. Not to mention resisting. It was extremely difficult to even stand up. Judgment. 100 judgment angels were distributed in the 4 corners of the sky, forming a judgment formation of 100 people. The next second, golden light overflowed. The infinite sword of judgment fell like a rain of swords, killing all the undead monsters on the ground, are firmly nailed to the ground. Every sword is covered with extremely powerful divinity. Even undead monsters, when penetrated by this sword, the healing trend of their bodies becomes extremely slow. A heartbreaking sound echoed throughout the field. Pick up. Pikachu also copied the skills of the Emperor's Green Hidden Dragon and the Judgment Angel. This guy's performance was even more outrageous. While using the Emperor's pressure, he crushed the monsters on the ground to death. At the same time, he also released the power of the Judgment Angel. Sword, cooperate with teammates to perform superimposed attacks together. Judgment Angel's eyes couldn't help but twitch, seeing Pikachu copying his own skills and using them better, showing his cute eyes looking up to the boss. Other friends, after we come here, we will all use skills together. Reincarnation Fox X100, cast Reincarnation Domain X100. Yumi X100 casts Life Field X100. Dragonmon X100 casts Reincarnation Field X100. The endless realm was suppressed. The whole world has changed color. The Tianji array rotated crazily. The mythical building strengthens the space of this island, so that the attacks of the pet army will only cause damage to monsters. If not, I'm afraid the entire island will be sunk. There was a roar. All the undead monsters have no shadow at this time. All scattered into piles and piles of materials, falling down. With a sweep of the battlefield, the undead monsters outside, after the pet army joined the battle, were swept away without any suspense. The situation is completely one-sided. The next day's battle is over. Lu Shu opens the panel. Defense points, 5 billion. This is only the second day. My points have actually exceeded a small goal. The points the undead monsters gave me were really awesome. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. Last time, it took 3 days of fighting to break through a small target level. But this time, the next day exceeded half of what it was last time. All I can say is, the undead monster gave the points gained by Lu Shu are indeed unmatched by other monsters. The points gained by a single monster are already comparable to those of Lord-level monsters in ordinary dungeons. This is the extra benefit brought by its extremely difficult attributes. At the end of the day, Lu Shu killed with great pleasure. The points gained were also abundant. The rest also dropped endless monster fusion materials. Fusion. In a burst of white light, these dropped fusion materials all turned into new monster legions and joined Lu Shu's army. And, they all have the attribute of immortality. Now, my undead army numbers in the millions. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. You know, even Lulan may not have as many as 1 million soldiers. However, Lu Shu had an undead army of 1 million. This is equivalent to a mobile Lulan. Chapter 383. World Public Screen. Damn it, I finally made it to the third day. I hope the monsters from the Grey World can be gentler. Everyone was numbed in the past 2 days. If more advanced monsters come again, I won't be able to withstand them. This time the invasion of the Grey World is really exciting. I haven't encountered such a hardy battle in a long time. It's great for the big guys, but it's a disaster for newbies. In the public chat box, many divine tree masters had droopy faces. I felt a lingering fear. This time in the invasion of the Grey World, the monsters have been strengthened beyond belief. Past. For most sacred tree masters, S-level monsters have to be fought on the third day, right? Now a group came the next day. Many sacred tree masters have begun to doubt life. Is this Grey World really going to change? Why did such a terrifying monster appear? The third day of the invasion of the Grey World has begun. All sacred tree masters, please be prepared, the battle is about to begin. Boom. The boundary of the grey fog began to stir again. The group of sacred tree masters were like ducks being driven to the grill, with reluctance written all over their faces. After 2 days of fighting, it can be said that I am physically and mentally exhausted. My mental energy is almost exhausted. However, we still have to keep fighting. Torture. It can only be described as torture. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu looked extremely relaxed. The previous battles were fought by the island's large forces. With the blessing of various god-level buildings, even if the pet army releases several areas in succession, the consumption at this time is not too much. The situation is clear. At this time, a familiar wave swept in from all directions in the Grey World. Lulan soldiers. Lu Shu's expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, on the third day, Lulan, who had entered before, would also be pulled into the Sacred Tree Island. Etc. When the Grey World sweeps over. Did all these monsters run into the passage? At this moment, a bold idea arose in Lu Shu's mind. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for monsters in the Grey World to come to the Sacred Tree Island. Only when it comes to invasion. Lu Shu stays in the clones in the Grey World. Every time the Grey Fog invades, they can see the large fog far outside the Grey World, covering the entire world. In this case, wouldn't the original monsters in the Grey World not are you affected in any way? At this moment, Lu Shu understood something. In other words, every time the Grey World begins to permeate, monsters will enter the passage. And if they move there, they can enter the Sacred Tree Island. In previous battles, the aura carried by the Divine Tree Master will attract the monsters that have been fought before. Perhaps. Is this possible? This bold idea emerged in Lu Shu's mind. The next second, a familiar breath attracted Lu Shu's attention. Lu Shu's mental power immediately covered it, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I say who? Isn't this the former Lord Lulan? No see for a few days. Has it become so lame? Lord Lulan has arrived at Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island. This is the smell. His pupils shrank slightly. Then, he suddenly sneered. Before, I was the only one to deal with you. But now, my Lulan army is following, and Lulan's amplification and other skills can be released across space as long as Lulan's troops are sacrificed. With the blessing of these skills, am I still afraid that I can't kill you? The next second, the mighty Lulan army suddenly began to explode. The flesh and blood of each soldier turned into waves of grey mist, pouring into Lord Lulan's body. In fact, these Lulan warriors were just products of Lulan. Their original form was originally the energy in Lulan. At this moment, everything converged on Lord Lulan, repairing the injury he had just suffered from Lu Shu. In less than a second, Lord Lulan burst out with a powerful aura. After all his injuries have been recovered, at this moment, he has reached his peak state. He can even sacrifice more Lulan warriors and activate skills such as Lulan amplification. In this case, as long as Lord Lulan has enough warriors, he can even enter the realm of God. Huh, Junior. Although your strength is beyond my imagination. But I will kill you today. Lord Lulan's expression showed a hint of gloom. The next second, he took a step forward, climbed over the Great Wall, and then came to the center of the Sacred Tree Island. Buzzing. Just at this moment, the sacred tree, the Tianji formation below the island, began to rotate rapidly. A simple stone tablet, full of the breath of time, rose into the sky, and a coercion from the ancient times shook. The aura as thick as a mountain pressed down on Lord Lulan. Body. What? Lord Lulan looked horrified. His eyes swept towards the huge Tianji array, and his pupils suddenly shrank violently. How come the heavenly secret formation, which has been inherited from the heavenly palace for thousands of years, appears here? And that ancient stone monument? How can it be? Could it be that this boy is also related to the great emperor? The various scenes that appeared in this area made Lord Lulan's expression become extremely horrified. At this moment, a crack in the void was like a mark in the sky, shattering and opening. The next second, a figure appeared from jumping out of the void. It's Lu Shu. Yo. Isn't this Lord Lulan? Unexpectedly, we would meet so soon. Lord Lulan heard the sound and looked back, his eyes fixed on Lu Shu, and he instantly sensed that the aura on his body was stronger than when he was still in Lulan. Is that just a clone of you? At this moment, Lord Lulan took a breath of cold air. Lu Shu in Lulan is just a clone. So how strong should his current true self be? Chapter 384. What, are you afraid? Lu Shu showed a playful expression. The Sacred Tree Island is his territory. In his own territory, even what Lord Lulan is thinking in his heart will be completely revealed by him. Do you think you can be my enemy after you upgrade to the Hadao realm? After careful sensing, Lord Lulan discovered that Lu Shu's realm had reached the 3rd level of Hadao. This made him feel a little relieved. Fortunately, it was only the Hadao realm. The strength converted into Tiangong, at most he is a saint. He cannot even reach the realm of demigods. As long as he absorbs enough energy from Lulan warriors and activates all skills such as Lulan amplification, he is a true god in terms of strength. Why should he be afraid of a saint? Die. Lord Lulan laughed ferociously. Suddenly, on the edge of the island, countless Lulan warriors were forced to self-destruct as soon as they walked out of the grey mist, turning into streams of pure nutrients and pouring into Lord Lulan's body. His breath, and it also skyrocketed several times. Lord Lulan swallowed a large amount of Lulan's aura and started Lulan's growth. Strength increased by 200. Lord Lulan swallowed a large amount of Lulan's aura and activated Lulan's fighting spirit. Strength increased by 300. Lord Lulan swallowed a large amount of Lulan's aura and opened the Lulan domain. Strength increased by 400. Warn. Lord Lulan's strength has reached the 1st level of divine status. Line after line of text prompts appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Lord Lulan launched the law of heaven and earth. His body was so huge that it almost touched the horizon of the Divine Tree Island. That huge shadow, just a slight movement, can give people a strong sense of oppression. The sound that filled the whole world echoed in all directions of the island. Junior, do you know now the gap between mortals and gods? Lord Lulan's face was full of confidence. The endless flow of divine power in his body made him feel the feeling of transcending the mortal world and reaching the realm of God. At that moment, Lord Lulan's eyes became indifferent and transcendent. His eyes fell on Lu Shu. It was like looking down at an ant. A smile appeared on Lu Shu's face. Innocent. Do you really think that becoming a god means you are completely invincible? He is just a 1st-level true god, but he belittles himself and claims that he is a real god. Ridiculous. With a thought in his mind, Lu Shu's whole body suddenly set off a frenzy of chains. The locks of God. The chains of 3,000 avenues, as if they were like the witch's hair, completely spread out between the heaven and the earth. Chains one after another, like the python as big as a bucket, was twisting around wantonly, and the scene was very shocking. Feeling the breath of the divine lock. Lord Lolan's eyes suddenly changed. He looked at the divine lock in Lu Shu's hand with horror on his face, and trembled. Voice. God, Lock of God. This is one of the top 10 artifacts in God's domain. Shouldn't it be in my Lulan? Why is it in your hand? Lord Lulan seemed to remember something. His office was already open when he entered. Moreover, when he walked over, he saw no trace of the God's lock along the way. Lord Lolan's attention at that time, he was so focused on Lolan's misfortune that he had no time to think about these details. Unexpectedly, the divine lock was actually taken away by Lu Shu when he opened the door. In the eyes of Lord Lulan, it's already very scary. The Lock of God is one of the top 10 artifacts in God's domain. You are just a mere mortal, how could you possibly refine this chain into a magic weapon? Impossible, all of this is fake, it must be a trick played on me by your weird island. Lord Lulan went completely crazy. The next second, he rushed towards Lu Shu like a mad dog. How ridiculous. Lu Shu's eyes were full of pity. Lord Lulan claimed to be a god, but was crushed by Lu Shu at every turn. Now he is as if he has lost his mind. He doesn't care about anything and just commits suicide desperately towards Lu Shu. A type of attack. In this case, Lu Shu didn't bother to be polite. God's lock, up. The lock of 3,000 avenues instantly turned into an extremely powerful confinement, blocking this space. Suddenly, it was like there was a forbidden space above the sacred tree island. No, it's impossible. Lord Lulan looked horrified. The divine power in his body was completely imprisoned by the divine lock. He was unable to move and fell from the sky in an instant. The divine lock is a magical weapon specially designed to lock gods. It is against gods. Especially for Lord Lulan. Wait, for gods who use foreign objects to forcibly upgrade their status to obtain higher divine power, it has an extremely powerful restraining effect. The divine power that Lord Lulan had just expanded was completely sealed by the divine lock in an instant, and his whole body was like a deflated lame man, his face is extremely pale. Lu Shu said calmly. Come out with the Zhuxian sword. A simple sword light flashed from the tip of Lu Shu's sword. However, this sword contains the origin of the great Tao. This sword contains the extraordinary. This sword contains the power of killing immortals. This sword can kill gods. A grey sword light flashed on Lord Lolan's neck. The next second, Lord Lolan's eyes gradually became hollow. The divine power in his body also under this sword, it quickly dissipated. His throat moved slightly, and he whimpered some vague sounds, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Boom! A world-destroying thunder disaster flashed across the sky, turning into a thunder calamity that killed the mortal immortal, destroying all the divine power within the Lord Lulan. Is this the death of a god? Lu Shu looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with a thoughtful expression. But Lord Lolan's body completely turned into a pile of coke, and as the breeze blew in all directions, the thunder tribulation in the sky also gradually faded away. The grey fog dispersed, and the sun once again enveloped the island. A prompt popped up in front of me. You killed the god-level BOSS Lord Lulan. Reward 100 million points. Chapter 385. Open the points panel. Island defense points, 250 million. This is double the record. Lu Shu also had a smile on his face. Killing the gods, and being rewarded with 100 million points is not a particularly big problem, right? It's a pity that Luo Shui didn't come. Lu Shu paused slightly and shook his head. Perhaps. Because Luo Shui is a god in the heavenly palace, unlike Lord Lulan, he did not rush into the sacred tree island. Lord Lulan seems to be a god-level boss, but he is just a monster created within Lulan, and is essentially still a part of Lulan. Whether it can be called a god or not is still unknown. But Luo Shui is different. As the messenger of Tiangong, she has an even more independent personality. This may also be the difference between monsters in the grey world and real gods. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and he secretly wrote this down. Boom! A roaring sound came from the sacred tree island. The grey fog in the distance began to spread towards the farther coastline. In the end, it seems to be spliced together with the island in the distance. There was a deafening sound. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the grey mist suddenly collided with the borders of other sacred tree islands, and then disappeared. Next, it's time to defend the sacred tree island. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. His mental power immediately swept across the sea area. A panel popped up in front of him. Divine Tree Island Defense Battle. Number of matches, 50. Remaining time, 7 days. Selected camp, take the initiative. Interesting. This time, 50 people came. I wonder how many people can become a member of our Shao organization. Lu Shu murmured to himself, as if it was a sure thing for these sacred tree masters to join his Akatsuki organization. Well, convincing people with reason. The principle of physics. Moreover, it seems that there are a few extraordinary characters in this battle for the sacred tree island. Interesting. I hope they can be obedient, otherwise they will be punished. In the distance, the sacred tree island. A man surrounded by stars stood up from the island. He looked at the blue sea and the sky in the distance, but his expression became extremely solemn. This time, I'm afraid I'll meet an incredible tree master. That's right. This person is none other than the president of Xingshan Pavilion, Yu Xuanji. After a period of exploration and practice, his strength has reached the SSS level. Just now, Yu Xuanji felt a wave of the huge spiritual power instantly enveloped his island and quickly escaped into the distance. Who could it be with such terrifying mental power? A trace of thinking flashed through his eyes. And, when he opened the panel, the number of people matched this time actually reached the 50-person Divine Tree Island battle. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Xuanji opened the guild panel, initiated a guild chat. Ding! Yu Xuanji, everyone, have you successfully joined the battle on the Sacred Tree Island? Yun Zhongjuan, I've already entered. There are 13 Sacred Tree Masters this time, which is a bit exciting. Concubine Yen, as expected of Yun Zhongjuan, there are 13 of them. This number is also very auspicious. Luna, President, I wonder what the situation is like over there. Xiao Siming, is there any need to say that? With the strength of the President, compared with the mysterious master in the guild, Lord Dongjun, he is matched with at least 20 or 30 Sacred Tree Masters. De Siming, Xiao, you are exaggerating. The maximum number last time was only 13, so it shouldn't be much more, right? Fish Mystery, you all guessed wrong. Dongjun, could it be that what happened to the President this time? De Siming, Lord Dongjun is also coming out. Xiao Siming, rare visitor. Rare visitor. Luna, may I ask, President, what's going on there? Do you need my help? Yu Xuanji, it's not a big deal, it's just that the number of people matched was 50. When this message appeared in the guild chat box, it was strangely quiet for 5 minutes, as if they were collectively disconnected. Yu Xuanji was stunned. As the President, when did he become the King of Silence? It was really 50 people. He rubbed his temples with a headache, and then posted a memory video. Then, the message on the panel popped up quickly. Xiao Siming, dear me, what kind of ghosts are these 50 Sacred Tree Masters? Luna, it can only be described as outrageous. Dongjun, as expected of the President, his strength is beyond our imagination, and he even attracted 50 Sacred Tree Masters in one go. Yun Zhongjuan, the President is awesome. Xiao Siming, the President is awesome. Xinghuan, the President is awesome. Fish Mystery. Yu Xuanji, come on, stop bragging. Being able to attract so many Sacred Tree Masters this time must have nothing to do with me. Luna, the President is so humble. Yu Xuanji, no, I just felt a very transcendent spiritual power covering my Sacred Tree Island. Presumably, a Supermaster came to the Sacred Tree Island this time. Dongjun, President, you don't have to belittle yourself. Being able to attract so many people actually has something to do with you. Luna, perhaps many experts were matched together, so there were many people attracted, right? Yu Xuanji, I hope so. After closing the chat interface, Yu Xuanji shook his head. If it was really a melee between masters, that would be okay. But I'm just afraid that, some supermaster will appear. It would be uncomfortable to serve them all in one pot. Opening the World Public Screen chat panel. Yu Xuanji unexpectedly discovered that there were several Divine Tree Masters on the forum, posting on the forum to discuss this matter. Glanced at the title. Shock. I was matched into a 50-person Divine Tree Master Island battle. What should I do? Chapter 386. What, the one upstairs was matched to a 50-person Divine Tree Island battle? I'm sorry, this number of people is too exaggerated, isn't it? Is it true? Brother, watch the memory video, otherwise I really don't believe it. Ding. Divine Tree Master Zhang San uploaded a memory video. Zhang San was one of the Divine Tree Masters who was matched to a scale of 50 people. As a Sacred Tree Master of the Godao sect, although many days have passed since he arrived in the world of the Sacred Tree. However, he does not have the swords and grudges in martial arts novels, nor has he experienced the pleasure of a boss showing off. Every day I go to bed at 3 o'clock on time and get up at 12 o'clock. After staying up late to browse the forum, I water and fertilize the sacred tree, and watch the sacred tree grow from a small sapling to a towering tree day by day. His forum level also changed from the original new diver to Dragon King. Don't tell me. Now if you wear the title of Dragon King and appear in the forum, you can also add special effects of spraying water. Unfortunately, even in the chat software of the previous life, Dragon King was not eye-catching, let alone a forum in the world of the sacred tree. So, Zhang San is just a lowly, insignificant, and inconspicuous sacred tree master. But today, something big happened to him. Match up to 50 people to fight on the sacred tree island. Looking at so many sacred tree masters, there are only a few whose island battle scale can exceed double digits. If there were too many people, wouldn't it cause chaos? The battle on the sacred tree island with 50 people can be said to be the rarest of rares. It's equivalent to drawing an SSR. If it's linked to the forum, then it won't be popular or something. Zhang San suddenly felt happy. He quickly posted what happened to him on the forum. As expected, with the memory video to prove it, this post immediately became popular throughout the entire sacred tree world in less than half an hour. The number of click-through views has almost exceeded 1 million. And, the number of people is still increasing by 10,000 per minute. The comments below also pop up one after another, 10 can be refreshed every second, the number can be said to be extremely exaggerated. Oh my god, it turned out to be an island battle with 50 people. I was still playing the Three Kingdoms with other sacred tree masters. Ahem, I'm still in love with a gay guy. What's going on? Add me as a single player. 50 people, must you have met a big boss? This altar leader had better be careful. When you post your memory video, you may be noticed by other sacred tree masters. But when you meet a big boss, you can't recruit 50 people. Compared with other island battles, this is simply the rhythm of a world war. Upstairs, it's not that exaggerated. The scale of our island war is, at best, we can play landlords, and at worst, we can play mahjong. Yes, 50 people is not that exaggerated. At most it is just a square dance. I wonder if the altar leader, whose code name is Zhang San, is going to perform a dance of an outlaw maniac. Upstairs, looking at you so excited, do you also want to dance? The corner of Zhang San's mouth twitched. What are the comments below? However, when he saw his comments, Lightspeed became popular and ranked first, his smile almost blossomed. As for the advice of some people, it actually has no meaning to Zhang San. A sacred tree master with Go Dao as his school, even if he temporarily crams into the Buddha's feet, he can't resist. Zhang San is in a lying posture. Well, just dawdle anyway. You can hang out as long as you can. If a big boss really likes his crotch-stretching sacred tree and cuts himself off with a knife, there won't be much to say. Anyway, staying in this sacred tree island. Zhang San would eat grass when he was hungry, and fruits when he was thirsty. The days seem to have this day, and it is also a day. If this day is gone, it will be gone if it is gone. Go through every day with a calm mind, and life seems to go more smoothly. On this ordinary day, Zhang San continued to lie on the lawn, flipping through the forum, looking at the skyrocketing clicks in the background from time to time, and then browsing some colorful memory videos, lying on the grass and letting out a burst of ant laughter. In the public screen of the 50-man Divine Tree Island scale battle, a woman holding a sharp sword saw the forum and couldn't help but sneer. What a fool, he even exposed his position. His location has been exposed in the memory video. How silly. Such a stupid tree master was solved by me, so there is nothing to say about it. If nothing else goes wrong in this island battle, there should be a great divine tree master. If I can capture the islands of other sacred tree masters, then at least I can quickly teleport between the two islands. Even if you capture one of my islands, it will not be easy to kill me. In the battle on the sacred tree island, although guarding the sacred tree is also very important, it is different from the invasion of the Grey World. What the sacred tree master needs to pay attention to is his own life. After all, the sacred tree master needs to kill the sacred tree masters on other islands. In order to obtain additional sacred trees, there is no point in destroying the sacred trees. At most, it can expand the area of the island. Divine tree masters who choose the active attack camp usually go towards the sacred trees, so they naturally have to kill them. Only the divine tree master can do it. If you capture someone else's island, it is equivalent to unlocking the permission to move quickly. After all, if you have just conquered someone else's island, you don't need to choose to merge the islands immediately, but place it there as a quick move. Teleportation space. This is a little trick in the Divine Tree Island War. Knock down the weak island first to increase your own living space. Just when the woman was about to take action, suddenly, a group of people surged in from nowhere. Monsters surrounded her island. The woman's expression changed instantly,